Chapter 106, Selena's Resurgence. Selena's misstep proved to be exceedingly detrimental, rendering the subsequent runway performance utterly unfeasible. This unfortunate turn of events resulted in the coveted advancement slot being claimed by the girl utilizing the extraordinary Meowth. Ash gazed at the figure in the arena, cradling the fiery fox, and made his way towards the waiting area. Seeing this, Hitron and Yuliga remained silent, recognizing that Selena genuinely required comfort in this moment. Ash was undoubtedly the most suitable person for the task. Upon arriving at the waiting area, Ash observed Shauna seated beside Selena, offering her solace. Feigning strength, Selena addressed the fiery fox, saying, "I apologize, my dear fiery fox. I overdid the embellishments and failed to consider whether they would hinder your movements." Shauna sincerely replied, "But Selena, the way you adorned the fiery fox truly showcased its charm. It was remarkable." Ash. Upon hearing Ash's voice, Selena could no longer hold back her tears. Ash gently patted Selena's back, encouraging her, "Selena, you must rally your spirits. Failure is not to be feared. What is truly frightening is the lack of courage to confront it again. My companions and I have encountered similar situations in the past. Indeed, the number of times they had faced defeat in competitions was unfathomable. The same went for Xiao Yao and Xiao Guang. Although they enjoyed a novice protection period during the preliminary rounds, they too encountered numerous setbacks, yet ultimately persevered. After providing comfort, Ash and Selena departed the waiting area, also offering words of encouragement to Shauna. Among the many performers advancing, Shauna was the only one known to Ash and his companions, and she had delivered the most outstanding performance in the first round. Shauna herself waved colorful ribbons, fully immersing herself in the moment. The finale featured Bulbasaur using Solar Beam, dispersing a combination of Fairy Wind and Petal Dance. The performance concluded with Bulbasaur lifting itself with Vine Whip, forming a heart shape. Shauna and Flabb stood within the heart drawn on the ground by the Vine Whip, and throughout the entire performance, both trainers and Pokémon exhibited commendable prowess. The final outcome was, without a doubt, a resounding success, with Shauna triumphantly claiming the Princess Key of this contest. After the competition, Selena turned to Shauna and remarked, "Shauna, you have outpaced me this time. Nevertheless, congratulations." "Thank you, Selena." Shauna paused before continuing, "Selena, I shall await you in the next grand tournament. Shauna, I will catch up to you soon." This defeat only served to strengthen Selena's resolve towards her dreams. After dinner, the group began to discuss their next journey. "Ash, the moment we have been anticipating has finally arrived." Hitron expressed an unusual eagerness for battle. Ash shook his head, stating, "Hitron, I have decided to bypass the Miare gym for now. Let us postpone our battle until your Mareep evolves into Ampharos." In pursuit of higher-tier system rewards, Ash resolved to delay their confrontation, at least until Hitron had cultivated Mareep into Ampharos, at which point the battle would officially commence. Moreover, Hectron's own Lurkit has yet to evolve into a Rungchun, and facing Hectron at this stage, Ash cannot hope for any superior rewards. In his encounters with Fuyue, after 3 swift bouts, the system rewarded him with a substantial package of berries that enhance resistance and special attack, a set of move tutor machines, and a special Pokeball package. While these 3 rewards hold some utility, their impact remains rather subtle. If he could gather all the Megastones and Zarinx, Ash would dare to propose to the League the abolition of restrictions on special battle systems at the future Master Tournament, allowing for an exhilarating showdown. Thus, grinding for rewards became imperative, with Hectron being Ash's first target. "Is that truly feasible?" Hectron asked, a spark of excitement in his eyes as he gazed at Ash. Throughout their journey, Hectron had witnessed Ash's prowess. Not only was defeating Ash a formidable challenge, but even attempting to swap out one of Ash's Pokémon seemed overwhelmingly difficult. Now, Ash was offering him the time to grow. Ash smiled. "Hectron, we are destined for a battle without regrets, are we not?" Xiao inquired. "So, where shall our next destination be?" Ash replied, "To Aroma City. There lies an Aroma Gym, and its leader, Maki, is also a professional fashion designer. Selena can engage with her and learn a thing or two." As dawn broke, Selena quietly ventured out with her Fire Fox and Mischievous Panda to clear her mind. Ash did not intervene. He understood that Selena needed to bid farewell to her past self. After Selena left her room, he took Pikachu and the others for their morning exercises at tea. That moment, Selena had cut off much of her long hair, leaving it a length that just grazed her ears. With a smile, she announced, "Sorry to keep everyone waiting. How do I look?" Though Ash had anticipated this change, he still felt a jolt of surprise upon seeing Selena's newly cropped hair. What on earth happened? Hectron exclaimed, taken aback. You cut your hair? Eurygia exclaimed, her hands flailing in distress. But I thought you loved your long hair, Selena. What a waste. Sometimes a change can lighten the spirit. I believe I look rather splendid with short hair. Don't you think? Selena appeared quite cheerful, clearly having let go of yesterday and prepared to embrace tomorrow. Once Selena finished tidying up, the group embarked on a new journey. After leaving High City, they entered a desolate expanse. The Miare wilderness, nestled between the lush green surroundings of High City and the bustling Miare city, was undeniably barren. Even a gentle breeze stirred up clouds of dust, and aside from the occasional sighting of cacti, not a single blade of grass could be found, no wild Pokémon in sight. Alas, as far as the eye can see, it's all barren land, not even a single Pokémon to be found. The absence of wild Pokémon left Eurygia feeling profoundly disheartened. Chapter 107. The Oasis in the Wilderness. Ash released his Stunfisk and Squirtle, seizing the moment to engage Squirtle in an intensive training session with Stunfisk. Utilize Rain Dance. Both Squirtle and Stunfisk executed the move simultaneously. In contrast to Squirtle's expansive Rain Dance, Stunfisk's was limited to a single target, yet the rainfall was substantial. This invocation of rain bestowed an unparalleled sense of freshness upon the group. Ash turned to Stunfisk, advising, Stunfisk, endeavor to harness the power of the water type as much as possible when performing Rain Dance. Only then can we achieve a broader effect. Despite the fact that upon evolution into its wash form, Stunfisk would transition from its moist body ability to a hard shell armor, mastering Rain Dance remained essential. For the wash form of Stunfisk excels in water-type moves. Rain Dance not only amplifies the potency of water-type attacks, but also diminishes the effectiveness of fire-type moves, making it an essential skill for Stunfisk to master. Just as Stunfisk prepared to adhere to Ash's guidance and continue practicing the Rain Dance technique, a Snorlax stumbled clumsily towards Ash. Before it could reach him, it slipped and fell. Ash hurried over to lift it, noticing a pronounced wound on Snorlax's forehead, indicating severe exhaustion. It was evident that this creature had sustained injuries and was significantly fatigued. Upon closer inspection, Ash furrowed his brow. The situation appeared quite dire, as the injury was rather serious. Let me tend to it, Ash. Citolin offered, retrieving a healing spray from his backpack and applying it to the wound on Snorlax's forehead. He then followed up with a specialized bandage to prevent any further harm to the injury. After a thorough treatment, Snorlax's condition visibly improved, but due to its considerable fatigue, it took a while for it to regain consciousness. Ash inquired, Snorlax, could you share how you sustained this injury? Upon hearing Ash's concern, Snorlax did not immediately respond. Instead, it jumped up and tugged at Ash, leading him in a certain direction. Serena consulted the map against the direction Snorlax was headed, noting that it seemed to lead to an oasis. Does it require our assistance? She pondered. Snorlax nodded vigorously, yet did not release its grip on Ash's hand. The oasis was not far. Within a mere 10 minutes, they found themselves within its bounds. In stark contrast to the surrounding desert, the oasis boasted a breathtaking environment. Lush grass, trees, and a lake intertwined to create a scene teeming with life, with most trees laden with various fruits. Wild Pokémon, rarely seen in the desert, were abundantly visible here. Serena exclaimed, who would have thought such vibrant life could exist in the desert? Snorlax hopped energetically ahead, guiding the group. As they passed a small pond, they observed bubbles continuously rising from the bottom. Bubbles are bubbling up from the water, Yulia exclaimed in surprise. Citolin analyzed. It's an underground spring. The presence of subterranean water is what enriches this land, making it so fertile and abundant. As they traversed the pond, the jumping pig suddenly held its breath and waved to the group. Uncertain of the reason, Xiao Ruzhi and the others crouched down to investigate. Through the grass that the jumping pig had parted, they beheld a puffer pig lounging on a stone at the edge of a small lake, being pampered by several jumping pigs. One jumping pig, tasked with transporting fruit, slipped momentarily and collided with its fellow companions, causing the fruit to tumble onto the puffer pig's face. Infuriated, the puffer pig began to berate the jumping pigs, ultimately channeling its fury into a shadow ball attack. Clearly, this puffer pig had taken on the airs of a local tyrant. Species, puffer pig. Type, psychic. Gender, male. Level, intermediate, 34. Ability, thick fat, due to its ample fat. It halves the damage received from fire and ice type moves. Item, none. Moves, Psybeam, telekinesis, confusion, odor sleuth, magic coat, dazzling gleam, shadow ball. Rest, with a well-rounded skill set befitting its intermediate level, its combat prowess far surpassed that of unevolved jumping pigs, which explained its bullying behavior towards its kin. How unjust. The jumping pigs were truly pitiable. Was the puffer pig their leader? Its actions incensed Xiao Ruzhi and his companions. The jumping pigs relayed their grievances to Xiao Ruzhi, who listened intently. while the others discerned the gist from the expressions and gestures of the jumping pigs. This particular puffer pig was not a native Pokémon of the oasis. Having arrived recently, it began to bully the jumping pigs and arrogantly claimed all the fruits for itself. The jumping pigs had been injured and expelled from the oasis by the puffer pig, which led them to seek Xiaoji's formidable strength to confront the tyrant. Sticky Bouncy. I understand your desire to assist the jumping pigs, but before dealing with the puffer pig, we must first address another group, Xiaoji declared. Upon entering the oasis, he sensed the presence of the Rocket Team trio through his aura, and combined with the puffer pig's behavior. He confidently deduced that this puffer pig was merely a hired muscle brought in by the three fools. Their intent seemed to be focused on the fruits within the oasis. However, given their capabilities, they could not hope to subdue the wild Pokémon of the oasis. The puffer pig, as the evolved form of the jumping pig, could easily leverage its superior form to dominate them. Are you saying the Rocket Team is also nearby? Sally inquired, intrigued. Yes, Xiaoji nodded. Then turned his gaze to a nearby tree. How much longer do you three idiots intend to hide? Upon hearing this, the Rocket Team trio ceased their concealment and leapt down from the tree. Their appearance immediately prompted Sally and her companions to assume a defensive stance. Noticing this, Kojiru hastily exclaimed, Hey, kid, our only aim is to expand our food reserves, so don't act recklessly. Huh, you merely seek a hearty meal. The jumping pigs will ignore you, but bringing that puffer pig here is rather excessive, don't you think? Xiaoji retorted. Hey, kid, let us be reasonable. Meowth interjected. The pudgy pig encountered by the Meows during their wanderings in the wilderness was weary and parched. They merely pointed it toward the oasis and then left it to its own devices. The Meows hastily distanced themselves from the pudgy pig, as the fruits they had gathered over the past few days remained unpacked. Should they be sent flying, their subsequent journey through the wild would become arduous. Chapter 108. The Battle of the Sticky Goo. Is that so? Then pray, enlighten us about the situation behind you. Xiaoji gestured toward the trio of Team Rocket. They beheld the pudgy pig exerting its psychic powers to subdue the jumping pigs, encircling Xiaoji and his companions from all directions. Observing this, Team Rocket regained their confidence. Retreating behind the pudgy pig for cover, Musashi proclaimed loudly, All right, little brat, hand over Pikachu without delay. Serena interjected, You lot are indeed up to no good. If you wish to play, do not regret it. Xiaoji promptly released his Greninja, commanding it to unleash a dark mist. The Greninja enveloped the area in shadows, severing the psychic control the pudgy pig held over the jumping pigs. Seeing their companions return to normal, the jumping pig rushed forward, urging them to flee. Without their assistance, the pudgy pig began to panic, casting a glance at Team Rocket that seemed to plead, Don't just stand there, take action. With all pretense stripped away, Team Rocket had no choice but to summon their Pokémon, bracing for a confrontation. As Xiaoji contemplated coordinating an attack with Greninja and Pikachu, the Sticky Goo positioned itself defiantly before them. Sticky Goo, do you wish to avenge the jumping pigs yourself? Xiaoji inquired. The Sticky Goo nodded solemnly, its eyes brimming with fierce determination. Very well, then let us proceed. Xiaoji resolved to honor the Sticky Goo's choice, as he intended to allow it to accumulate practical battle experience. Serena expressed her concern. Xiaoji, might this be too much for the Sticky Goo? Indeed, Yulija added. It seems the Sticky Goo has scarcely fought before. After all, this was not a one-on-one battle, but rather a multitude against one. They genuinely feared that the Sticky Goo might struggle under such intense conditions. Not to worry, Xiaoji would not allow the Sticky Goo to battle if he did not have a strategy for victory, Hitron remarked, confidence in Xiaoji evident. However, his faith did not lie in the Sticky Goo, but rather in Xiaoji's prowess. Rest assured, should the Sticky Goo falter, Pikachu and Greninja stand ready to support. Xiaoji was no fool, especially against such incompetent opponents, and he was willing to cast aside any notions of restraint. Upon hearing that Xiaoji intended to deploy the weakest of the Dragon-type Pokémon, the Sticky Goo, Team Rocket was incensed. You dare send just that Sticky Goo against us? Pumpkaboo Shadow Ball. Pudgy Pig, Psywave. You underestimate us, little brat. All right, Squid, Illusion Ray. Little brat, you shall regret this. Witness my frenzied onslaught. Sonus. Xiaoji grinned, issuing the command, Sticky Goo, endure. The Sticky Goo, resolute in its determination, stood firm, braving the onslaught from Team Rocket head-on. The resilient and tenacious Nian Nian Bao, bolstered by a fervent desire for vengeance, steadfastly endured this round of assaults. Counterattack, Nian Nian Bao. With Ash's command resonating in the air, Nian Nian Bao unleashed the damage it had sustained, doubling it as it surged towards the trio. A massive beam of white energy, as thick as a barrel, engulfed Team Rocket in an instant. Boom. The trio transformed into a shooting star, propelled towards the heavens. The Poo-Poo Pig was blasted aside, sustaining considerable injuries. Battle Outcome Evaluation. First Victory Reward Critical Hit. Ding. Congratulations on receiving rewards. Ancient Secret Medicine 10, Black Strange Stone 5, Shield Charge Move Learning Machine 5. Ability Capsule 5, Ability Ointment 5. Ash was taken aback by the announcement of his rewards. The ancient secret medicine was precisely what he had longed for, capable of enabling Nian Nian Bao to evolve into its unique Shichui form. Ancient secret medicine, upon usage, it allows any Pokémon possessing the unique Shichui form to evolve into that form. Specific Pokémon must undergo a communication transmission after consuming the potion to achieve evolution. Glancing at the reward description, Ash was astounded once more. It seemed that this potion could be utilized by any Pokémon with the Shichui form. 10 potions equated to 10 potential Shichui form Pokémon. Fortunately, he had the foresight to provide Nian Nian Bao with a forever stone in advance. Otherwise, it might have evolved during that confrontation. The Black Strange Stone is an item that allows the Flying Mantis to evolve into the Scythe Mantis, while the Shield Charge enables the Jing Jiao Deer to evolve into the Mysterious Horn Deer after accumulating 20 uses. Both the Scythe Mantis and the Mysterious Horn Deer are unique Pokémon of the Shichui era. The ability capsules and ability ointments, as one might expect, can alter a Pokémon's abilities. Ash perceived this reward as a complete set. Once Nian Nian Bao evolves into its Shichui form, its moist body transforms into a hardened shell armor. The former protects against abnormal states, while the latter guards against critical hits. This transformation reflects a shift in defensive emphasis rather than a superiority or inferiority. The other two abilities, Herbivore and Slimy, also merit attention. Herbivore is the least favorable of the three choices, while Slimy imposes significant limitations on fast attackers. Ash deemed the hardened shell armor to be of greater importance. Therefore, he would not alter Nian Nian Bao's ability, but he felt a modification was warranted for the Water Otter's ability, as the Shichui Great Sword Ghost's special ability, Sharpness, offers substantial enhancement. If other Pokémon required adjustments to their abilities, he would contemplate those changes, but there was no urgency at present. Observing the Poo-Poo Pig being dealt with, the Jiao Jiao pigs gathered around, fixated on it. Hitron gazed at the Poo-Poo Pig's sincere expression of remorse, seemingly aware of its misdeeds. The Jiao Jiao pig that had been rescued by Ash and his companions generously offered a healing berry. The Poo-Poo Pig, moved by the gesture, shed tears of gratitude. Ash turned to the Poo-Poo Pig and said, "Since the Jiao Jiao pig is willing to forgive you, you must now take on the responsibility of protecting your kin." Upon hearing this, the Poo-Poo Pig nodded vigorously, as if pounding garlic. And when it saw a Jiao Jiao pig attempting to pick fruit, it promptly rushed over to assist with its psychic powers. Seeing Poo-Poo Pig's transformation, Ash and his companions felt a profound sense of relief. Yin Yin Bao required a communication evolution after consuming the potion, but Ash was not in a hurry to administer it, deciding it best to wait until they reached the Pokémon Center. Chapter 109, The Kalos Power Station. Serena compared the map with their journey and realized that crossing this expanse of wilderness would soon lead them to Miare City. How wonderful! Since departing from the oasis, they had traversed for 3 days without encountering a single wild Pokémon, not even a flying one overhead. The absence of oases had left Eulogia, with her youthful spirit, weary of this desolate land. "Look, there seems to be a power station ahead," Ash exclaimed, pointing towards a building in the distance. Eulogia glanced over, her excitement palpable. "Oh, that's the Kalos Power Station. My brother helped build it." Alain scratched his head modestly. "Oh, it was nothing. I merely assisted with the programming." The Kalos Power Station operates by directly converting solar energy into electricity in space, which is then transmitted to Earth via microwaves. On the ground, the electricity is stored in superconducting ring batteries before being sent to Miare City. Upon hearing Alain's explanation of the power station's workings, Ash could only marvel at the incredible technology. Harnessing solar energy directly from space was far superior to conventional photovoltaic systems. "Let us all go check out the power station," Serena suddenly suggested. After wandering through the wilderness for so long, it would be a pity not to explore something so unique. "I want to go too," Eulogia exclaimed. She was particularly intrigued by the power plant that Alain had a hand in developing, considering it one of the few inventions that functioned without incident. Additionally, her eagerness was fueled by her fascination with electric-type Pokémon, which were known to thrive in energy-rich environments, making the power station an ideal location. The Kalos Power Station exuded an air of advanced technology. Had Alain and the others not identified it as a power station, Ash would have suspected it was a secret base for some organization. "Strange, shouldn't those antennas be positioned upwards to receive electrical signals?" Alain remarked, puzzled by the directional reception devices that faced the entrance of the power station. Could it be that the antennas are hungry? Eulogia innocently wondered. Perhaps something has gone awry. Serena speculated. Ash too sensed something amiss. "Everyone, be cautious." Upon hearing this, Alain promptly released his Lakato and Mei. Thus, the four of them cautiously approached the power station. However, before they could reach the entrance, Pikachu, Dodo Mouse, Lakato, and Mei began to emit electric arcs, visibly distressed. Ash quickly extended his aura shield to protect them. With the shield's protection, the electric currents surrounding the four Pokémon calmed. It seemed something unusual was occurring at the power station, as a peculiar wave of energy surrounded them, affecting the electric-type Pokémon. Ash had a strong suspicion about the mastermind behind this scheme. The precise control over electric-type Pokémon could only be attributed to the notorious trio of Team Rocket. Upon arriving at the entrance of the power plant, they observed a multitude of wild electric-type Pokémon gradually gathering at the doorway. The eyes of these electric-type creatures glowed a menacing red, their movements stiff and reminiscent of marionettes on strings. Just then, the doors of the power plant swung open, and the throng of wild Pokémon began to move slowly towards the core of the facility. Before Ash and his companions could approach, the massive doors slammed shut. "We must devise a plan to rescue those wild Pokémon," Ash declared. "But with so many Pokémon inside, could this disrupt the power plant's operations?" Serena recalled hearing Citron mention that this power plant was crucial for the functioning of Lumio City. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Citron quickly rummaged through his memory for information about the power plant. "I remember the design schematics. There's a ventilation shaft nearby. We can enter through there?" Under Citron's guidance, the group swiftly reached a vent equipped with a colossal exhaust fan. After jamming the fan, they navigated through the ductwork until they arrived at the control room of the power plant. Inside, they discovered several staff members bound together with ropes. After liberating them, Ash and his friends learned that Team Rocket had indeed taken control of the power plant. Now aware of the culprits, Ash and his companions resolved to teach Team Rocket a lesson they would not soon forget. Following the staff's directions, they made their way to the control center of the Kalos power plant, the very location of the superconducting ring Citron had mentioned. At that moment, hundreds of wild electric-type Pokémon, including Electrike, Magnemite, and Voltorb, were congregated before the superconducting ring. A common trait among these creatures was their crimson eyes, devoid of autonomy. Ash also detected the precise location of Team Rocket. They were situated within the control room of the superconducting ring. The trio's hearts raced at the sight of Ash and his friends. Ash shouted into the surveillance camera, "Team Rocket, your antics end here. Little brat, stop trying to intimidate us. We are in control of the very core of the Kalos power plant, and the power supply of Lumio City rests solely in our hands. I advise you to remain on the sidelines and watch. If you attempt to interfere, don't blame us for plunging Lumio City into chaos." That's right, we're not the same as before. Believing they had the upper hand by controlling the core of the power plant, Team Rocket felt confident. Suddenly, Jessie suggested, "Now's the time to capture Pikachu." "Absolutely." Meowth quickly took charge of the wave emitters. Under the influence of the emitted waves, the electric-type Pokémon simultaneously turned to face the group. Although Ash could expand the range of his wave shield, doing so would weaken its ability to block the waves, potentially resulting in Pikachu going on a rampage and causing catastrophic damage to the power plant. However, the trio from Team Rocket had no intention of retreating so easily. They commanded their electric-type Pokémon to unleash a barrage of electric attacks towards the group. The convergence of hundreds of electric strikes was nothing short of ferocious. Ash promptly released his Lizard King and initiated its transformation. Subsequently, Lizard King's ability transformed into Lightning Rod, drawing in the immense electrical energy. Ash declared, "We can't let this continue. Let us join forces and take down those Pokémon." Alright, both Chet and Serena released their Pokémon. With the Super Lizard King serving as a mobile lightning rod, the attacks from the electric Pokémon failed to reach Ash and his companions. Chapter 110, The Evolution of the Fluffy Marill. Under the protection of Super Lizard King's ability, Ash and his friends swiftly subdued the wild electric-type Pokémon. Notably, Chet's Mareep and Litten both evolved during this battle. Litten completed its final evolution, transforming into Incineroar, and mastered the new move Electric Terrain. A remarkable enhancement for electric-type Pokémon, particularly for a gym trainer like Chet, who specializes in electric types. Mareep evolved into Flaffy, and with further training, it would soon evolve into Ampharos. Nonetheless, Ash's initial plan remained unchanged. He intended to challenge the Miare gym as his 8th battle, which would conveniently save him travel time since the Kalos League was held in Miare City. In stark contrast to the elation of Ash and his companions, the Team Rocket trio faced misfortune. They were so preoccupied with remotely controlling the electric-type Pokémon to attack Ash and his friends that they failed to notice the freed power plant staff reclaiming control of the facility. By the time Team Rocket realized what was happening, it was too late to threaten the city by cutting off its power supply. To teach them a lesson, Ash opted not to launch them away as he had done before. Instead, he commanded Lizard King to ensnare them with Leaf Tornado, preparing to hand them over to Ms. Junsha. Although Ash knew that the authorities wouldn't keep these 3 fools incarcerated for long, a lesson was necessary. When handing over the trio, Yulika took the opportunity to mention their previous assaults on Professor Bratano, further adding to their woes as Ms. Junsha treated them as serious criminals, locking them up securely. Without the interference of Team Rocket, Ash and the others quickly traversed the wilderness and entered a dense forest. Once back in the woods, the sounds of wild Pokémon resonated around them, lifting everyone's spirits, particularly Yulika, who was revitalized and played with a wild Dedenne she found along the path. Ash also released his Pokémon, allowing them to seek out challengers. Not long after, the group stumbled upon a secluded village, where they encountered a young doctor named Vito. Due to the absence of a Pokémon center nearby, this doctor possessed extensive knowledge of Pokémon care. Eager for her own Chasepin to mature into a capable healing Pokémon, Serena shamelessly requested Vito's assistance in training her Chasepin. The generous White readily acquiesced to Selena's request. While foraging for herbs, a minor incident occurred when Xiao Ruzhi and his companions encountered a formidable poacher. After triumphing over the poacher's powerful armored rhinoceros, Xiao Ruzhi received the complete ancient secret medicine formula from the system. However, this version of the formula was a limited edition. Unable to transform the Cutty dog into its alternate form, it could only be utilized for Pokémon such as the Stickymon and the Fire Rock Mouse. Nevertheless, this secret formula would enable Xiao Ruzhi to swiftly elevate his rank to that of a researcher and generate substantial funds to invest in Pokémon training. After lingering for 2 days, the specialized medical training for Wawa was nearly complete, and Xiao Ruzhi had gathered a considerable amount of herbs from the secret formula. The group then resumed their journey toward Miare City. Upon exiting the forest, they soon arrived at a quaint town. Following his acquisition of the ancient secret medicine formula, Xiao Ruzhi briefly described the research on the washing green form of the Stickymon to Selena and the others. Eager to witness the revival of the washing green variant of Nimble, the group headed straight for the Pokémon Center. Upon entering the town, Xiao Ruzhi produced a vial of the ancient secret medicine awarded by the system and administered it to Stickymon. After removing the Everstone, he dialed Professor Oak's laboratory. As soon as the Pokeball was transmitted, a brilliant white light emanated from within before Professor Oak could even grasp it. At that moment, the Pokeball sprang open, and before the astonished onlookers, Stickymon evolved into the washing green form of Nimble. The washing green Nimble, in contrast to the typical Nimble, boasted a complete hard shell on its back that shimmered with a faint metallic luster, resembling a snail in appearance. Professor Oak's curiosity about the washing green Nimble reached a peak as he approached the newly evolved creature, scrutinizing it with keen interest, particularly captivated by its shell, and instinctively reached out to tap it. Although the evolved Nimble's eyesight had deteriorated, rendering it unable to see, its tactile senses had heightened, allowing it to distinctly perceive the intense gaze emanating from Professor Oak's eyes. In the next instant, a dragon pulse erupted, hitting Professor Oak squarely in the face. Boom! The explosion resounded. Witnessing the calamity, everyone but Xiao Ruzhi expressed concern for Professor Oak. Selena inquired, "Xiao Ruzhi, do you think Professor Oak will be alright?" Weetron remarked, "At such close range, being struck by dragon pulse must have caused significant harm. Should we contact someone to check on him?" Xiao Ruzhi chuckled, reassuring them, "Do not worry. The professor possesses remarkable physical resilience. You will see for yourself shortly." It was a jest. It was far too soon for a newly evolved Nimble to injure a top-tier Pokémon researcher like Professor Oak with a recently learned move. Coughing, Professor Oak expelled 2 puffs of black smoke, concluding, "The move's power is quite impressive. Xiao Ruzhi, your training methods have indeed improved." He added, "It need not be so complicated. Just give me 10 minutes. It was a light-hearted quip. With the Pokémon now in hand, Professor Oak would never comply with Xiao Ruzhi's request. Professor, could you send me the Fire Rock Mouse?" "The Fire Rock Mouse, you say?" "Xiao Ruzhi, I recall that your Pokémon also includes a washing green form of the Water Otter. Would you like that instead?" As a seasoned Pokémon professor and former champion trainer, Professor Oak possesses considerable knowledge about the ancient deity Arceus, as well as an understanding of various Pokémon that exhibit their unique forms. "Doctor, in order for the water-type Oshawott to evolve into Duat, we need to first evolve the Fire Mouse," he advised. "Oshawott can afford to wait, but the Fire Mouse cannot. Ash fears that it might unexpectedly evolve during the internal battle rankings, which would be quite a setback." "Evolve, you say?" Professor Oak pondered for a moment before deciding to have Xiao Jian summon the Fire Mouse for Ash, while he himself insisted on taking the adorable Sylveon for a checkup. Chapter 111, The Verdant Blazing Beast. Upon acquiring the Fire Mouse, Ash promptly administered the ancient secret potion, which enveloped the Pokémon in a resplendent glow. The Verdant Blazing Beast emerged. Unlike the standard Blaziken, this verdant form possessed dual types, fire and ghost. Although it acquired 2 additional weaknesses, its resistances significantly improved compared to its regular counterpart. Following its evolution, Blaziken's level surged from the semi-king realm to the king tier. Blaziken lowered its head, carefully contemplating the changes within its body, moving with a newfound grace that starkly contrasted its previous demeanor, indicating an evolution in its temperament. Blaziken in its verdant form. "How cool!" exclaimed Yulika, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Cynthia, deep in thought, remarked, "There is indeed a marked difference compared to the standard Blaziken. Has its attributes changed, Ash?" Ash nodded affirmatively. "Yes, it has transitioned from a singular fire type to include ghost. Historical records indicate that its appearance is influenced by the ethereal energy of the verdant center. It is rumored that it can observe the flow of life energy and the essence of the soul." Serena queried, "It appears so graceful. Could that be attributed to its nature?" Ash chuckled, "Not quite. The verdant Blaziken is gentle and non-confrontational, embodying an elegant demeanor. However, should it become enraged, it can incinerate its adversaries to ashes. This non-combative verdant Blaziken bore a resemblance to its former self as a Cyndaquil, preferring slumber over combat. Each time it was called to battle, Ash had to ignite its fighting spirit, even after evolving into the Fire Mouse. With the addition of the Ghost type, shirking responsibility was no longer an option. If its Fire-type moves lacked potency, it could rely on its Ghost-type moves, ensuring it would not always be on the receiving end of attacks. Reflecting on Cyndaquil, Ash recalled that Dawn also possessed one. The graceful demeanor of the verdant Blaziken would indeed shine in grand contests. After a brief acclimatization to the verdant Blaziken, Ash was urged by Professor Oak to retrieve it along with Sylveon. Just as Sylveon arrived, Ash had yet to mention the alternative evolution route of the Scyther to Scizor. When Professor Oak abruptly ended the call, taking Blaziken for research purposes, Ash, feeling somewhat resigned, left a message for Xiao Jian to inform Professor Oak to assist in procuring several Scythers for testing. The prospect of capturing a formidable creature is indeed a daunting task. When considering the attributes of the Scyther, one cannot overlook its dual bug and rock typing, which pales in comparison to that of the formidable Scizor. The latter possesses but a single 4x weakness to fire, rendering it resilient against most other types. Even if Scyther boasts superior abilities, a single evolution into Scizor would render it vastly outmatched. Thus, even if Ash were to capture a Flygon one day, the ultimate evolutionary path would undoubtedly lead to Scizor, leaving Scyther to serve as mere fodder. During lunch, Ash and his companions gathered in the Pokémon Center's lobby, where they caught a report about Shauna, who had recently triumphed in the Tri-Crown Satellite competition, gaining notoriety as a rising star in the Kalos region. How impressive! Shauna has truly become a celebrity, exclaimed Eureka. Feeling a surge of motivation, Serena encouraged herself, declaring, I must train harder to catch up with Shauna. You can do it, Serena. You will surely surpass Shauna. Ash chimed in. With a determined nod, Serena released her 3 Pokémon, Fennekin, Pancham, and Snorlax. Let us begin our special training for the next tournament. Once at the training arena, Serena meticulously planned the new training regimen. As Snorlax was participating in a performance for the first time, Serena decided to showcase Fennekin and Pancham first. Initially, the duo's coordination was commendable, but chaos ensued once they began their performance. Perhaps due to Fennekin's fire ring being too small or Pancham's growth, the flames inadvertently ignited Pancham's tail. In a panic, Pancham dashed about, its rear ablaze. Minior, Ash called out, prompting Minior to swiftly use Rain Dance to extinguish the flames. Once rescued, Pancham turned to Fennekin in indignation, although Fennekin, despite being in the wrong, retorted defensively. Serena rushed to mediate the situation, while Snorlax utilized Heal Pulse to tend to Pancham's injuries. The subsequent training sessions were fraught with mishaps. Whether it was Fennekin misfiring or Pancham faltering, Snorlax, who was supposed to observe and learn, became the de facto medic. With a deep sigh, Serena urged, You two need to focus. Fennekin and Pancham lowered their heads, too apprehensive to meet her gaze. After a brief contemplation, Serena proposed, All right, I'll give it a try. Pancham, let us begin as we planned, and Fennekin, pay close attention. Training a single Pokémon is relatively straightforward. Pancham showcased remarkable talent in dance and acrobatics, quickly meeting Serena's expectations after just a few attempts. However, when it was Fennekin's turn to perform, it became evident that the issue lay there. While Fennekin was undeniably adorable in its movements, its control over the moves was inconsistent, producing fire rings of varying sizes for Pancham to leap through. In response, Ash decided it was time for Pikachu to impart some techniques for better move control. Pikachu has already mastered the ability to control electricity at the surface of its body without causing harm. Even as a cross-attribute instructor, it is more than sufficient, as the mastery of technique is universal among all Pokémon and entirely dependent on one's comprehension. Alain has also released his fluffy Mareep and Litten to listen to Pikachu's lecture. The innate understanding of several Pokémon is remarkably high. After Pikachu demonstrated 2 techniques, they quickly grasped the concepts. Once the Firefox successfully controlled its moves, a new round of training commenced, achieving the desired results that Sally had anticipated. The 2 Pokémon's performance began anew. This time, their coordination was impeccable. The fire ring emitted by the Firefox perfectly encompassed the playful panda, allowing it to pass through without sustaining a scratch. As the performance concluded, a round of applause erupted from the opposite side of the training ground. Chapter 112, Elena? No, it's Ire. The crowd turned in the direction of the applause and spotted a girl with red hair styled in twin ponytails, wearing black-framed glasses and a white top hat. Gazing at Sally, upon seeing the girl, Yulika exclaimed with excitement, Beautiful big sister, please take care of my brother. Yulika, your actions truly distress me. Alain quickly activated his mechanical arm to pull Yulika away. May I inquire who you are? Sally asked curiously, feeling an inexplicable familiarity with the girl's face, as if she had seen her somewhere before. The girl, with a hint of apology, replied, I couldn't help but applaud such a splendid performance. My name is Elena. Ash's lips twitched. Being a star in this day and age was indeed arduous, requiring disguises just to step outside, and even names had to be fabricated on the spot. Indeed, the girl who claimed to be Elena was none other than Aria, the target of Sally and her fellow performers, renowned as the Queen of Kalos. Since she preferred to keep her identity concealed, Ash had no intention of exposing her, and Sally readily accepted Aria's improvised alias. The two girls, both interested in performances, quickly bonded over their conversations, especially since both of their initial Pokémon were fire foxes. Aria's presence in this locale was due to her work in Miare City. Overwhelmed by her fans, she had chosen to take a rare vacation in this small town on her day off. While the two conversed, Ash began to implement his training plan for his Sylveon. Aria was taken aback upon seeing Ash's unique Sylveon. The distinction between a regular Sylveon and a shiny Sylveon was too pronounced to overlook. However, her attention was soon captivated by Sally's performance, and out of admiration for Sally, Aria would occasionally offer pointers during her practice. 2.5 hours later, Aria, feeling inspired, asked Sally, "Sally, would you like to engage in a double battle?" Huh. Sally was taken aback by Aria's request. Aria continued, "Though a Pokémon performer's routine is not closely related to battles, engaging in Pokémon battles might yield some unexpected insights." Pokémon battles, you say? Selena, Miss Elena is absolutely correct. Battles can uncover numerous issues as well as remarkable ideas. When it comes to exploring performance techniques through combat, Ash naturally thinks of Chloe. Chloe's creativity is undoubtedly the most imaginative, ranging from rotations to the duality of ice and fire. Each perfected technique can leave one astounded. All right, let me give it a try. Selena turned to AI Air and said earnestly, "Miss Elena, I implore you." The two moved to opposite sides of the training ground. AI Air produced 2 Pokeballs and declared, "Selena, the Pokémon I will be using are these, the Frosmoth and the Flareon. Pokémon, Flareon, AI Air, Type, Fire. Psychic, Gender, Female, Strength, Professional Advanced, 37. Ability, Magician, steals the opponent's item when hit by its move. Held item, none, moves. Ember, Psybeam, Flame Burst, Light Screen. Magic Flame, Pokémon, Frosmoth, AI Air, Type, Fairy, Gender, Female, Strength, Professional Beginner, 32. Ability, Healer, occasionally heals an ally's status condition. Held item, none, moves, Fairy Wind. Aromatic Mist, Draining Kiss, Reflect, Charged Beam. Both are professional level Pokémon, albeit not very high in rank, which is perfectly aligned with AI Air's identity as a performer. Faced with AI Air's 2 Pokémon, Selena chose to give her all, sending out Flareon and Pangoro. Pangoro used Tackle. Frosmoth, Reflect. Pangoro charged towards Flareon, while Frosmoth swiftly positioned itself in front of the fiery fox, erecting a colorful barrier that deflected Pangoro's attack. Observing this, AI Air commanded, "Flareon, use Magic Flame." Flareon twirled its wand and targeted the suspended Pangoro. "Flareon, unleash your flames." Selena reacted swiftly. As Flareon's attack was unleashed, Flareon also opened its mouth, spraying flames toward Flareon. Flareon had no choice but to redirect the flames meant for Pangoro to counter the incoming fiery assault. Pangoro, use Dark Pulse. Under Ash's influence, Selena had acquired some understanding of defensive moves, knowing that Reflect only shields against physical attacks for a limited time, and that special attacks could penetrate the barrier. As Dark Pulse surged forward, poised to strike, AI Air commanded once more, "Flareon, use Light Screen." This time it was Flareon's turn to unleash a defensive move. Dark Pulse collided with the Light Screen, resulting in a violent explosion. AI Air reminded, "Selena, in a double battle, relying solely on individual prowess makes victory difficult. The cooperation between trainers and Pokémon, as well as between the Pokémon themselves, is paramount." "I understand." Selena's expression grew resolute. "Flareon, Pangoro, we must trust each other. We can do this." Pangoro, use Stone Edge. The mischievous panda unleashed its sharp stone attack, while the fiery fox leaped onto the elevated rock to charge at the fragrant sprite. "Release the flames." The fiery fox soared above the head of the fragrant sprite, poised to deliver a decisive blow. Demon Fire Red Fox, unleash the flames. The 2 jets of fire collided, but due to the disparity in their levels, the fiery fox was swiftly sent flying. Nevertheless, the fiery fox's relentless desire for victory allowed it to endure the damage inflicted by the Demon Fire Red Fox and radiate with a dazzling light of evolution. Under the gaze of the onlookers, the fiery fox evolved into the long-tailed fire fox. Has it evolved? It seems that your bond with your Pokémon, Selena, is quite strong. Yet, the battle was only just beginning. Aria was equally astonished by the fiery fox's transformation. The evolution rekindled Selena's hope for victory, prompting her to command, once more, unleash the flames, Dark Pulse. The evolved long-tailed fire fox exhibited an impressive increase in proficiency with the fire attack, enhancing both its power and casting speed. Chapter 113, A Reunion with Tyrant. Ultimately, the duel between Selena and Aria concluded in a tie. Of course, Aria's leniency played a role, as she refrained from launching any offensive maneuvers after the Fiery Fox's evolution. Following the battle, the bond between Aria and Selena deepened. After handing their Pokémon over to Nurse Joy for recovery, the two, accompanied by Ecology, strolled through the town. As evening approached, Aria did not engage in much conversation with Ash and the others. After receiving a phone call, she hurriedly departed. Ash noticed from Selena and Ecology's expressions that they were still unaware of Aria's true identity. The next day, as everyone prepared to set off again, Hitron inquired with curiosity, "Is something wrong?" "No, nothing at all. Brother, we should be on our way." Selena and Ecology tacitly chose to keep Aria's secret. Ash could only mourn in silence for Hitron, who had missed the chance to recognize a major star. The support Ecology had provided was ultimately squandered by him. Shortly after leaving the town, Ash and the group encountered an old acquaintance, Tyrant. "Hey Ash, long time no see." Tyrant greeted everyone warmly. "Indeed, it has been a while." Ash and his companions responded in kind. This long-awaited reunion prompted the group to find a quiet spot to share tales of their travels. Ash was quite astonished by Tyrant's speed. After all, Tyrant's main Pokémon, Squirtle, was a water type, and passing through an electric-type gym so swiftly was no small feat. However, upon observing Tyrant's team composition, Hitron, the gym leader, began to question the difficulty he had set. Most of Tyrant's Pokémon were water types. Squirtle had evolved into Wartortle, and he also had a Kecleon, a Ludicolo, and a Dancer Pokémon. This combination of Pokémon perfectly aligned with Tyrant's passion for dance. "Ash, would you care to battle?" Naturally, Ash would not refuse such an opportunity for experience. "Then it's settled. It's you, Sylveon?" "Huh." Upon first encountering the Washichue Niam, Tyalono exclaimed in astonishment. "Ash, why does your Niam differ so remarkably from the usual?" Ash elucidated. "This is the Washichue regional form of Niam, which can be likened to the ancient deity Ao from over 1,000 years ago. This variant possesses both steel and dragon attributes, so exercise caution, Tyalono." Understanding dawned upon Tyalono, whose demeanor shifted to one of gravity. "How about we switch this match to a double battle?" Upon noticing the appearance of Raichu, Hitron breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that Hithlowite was not vanquished by an opposing team with a disadvantageous type, especially since they also possessed an electric-type Raichu. Pokémon: Raichu, Tyalono. Type: Electric. Gender: Female. Strength: Gym Intermediate, 44. Ability: Lightning Rod. Attracts electric-type moves to itself, preventing damage and instead boosting special attack. Item: None. Moves: Charged Beam, Aura Sphere, Dig, Thunder, Volt Tackle. Faced with the combination of Kamekame and Raichu, Ash released his shiny Lurail and Niam to engage in battle. "You even captured a shiny Lurail," Tyalono remarked, astonished. "If Niam is rare, then shiny Lurail is akin to legendary Pokémon such as Tianci." Ash smiled and reminded, "The battle is about to commence. Bring it on, Tyalono." Lurail, Teleport, Niam, Dragon Breath. In an instant, shiny Lurail and Niam materialized behind Kamekame, where Niam unleashed a torrent of Dragon Breath. Caught off guard, Kamekame was enveloped by the attack, sustaining injury and succumbing to paralysis. Raichu, Charged Beam. Kamekame, withdraw into your shell and use Rapid Spin to escape. Tyalono's counterattack was underway. Raichu unleashed a Charged Beam, while Kamekame, enduring the paralysis, curled into its shell and rapidly spun away. Light Screen. Shiny Lurail erected a protective barrier, successfully intercepting the Charged Beam. Kamekame, now's your chance. Niam, Endure. Kamekame spun its body and charged towards shiny Lurail's back, but Niam positioned itself in front of Kamekame, using its shell to absorb the impact. The two Pokémon danced momentarily, and Raichu was the first to launch an Aura Sphere at Niam, closely followed by Kamekame, which also aimed to collide with Niam. Niam. Block it. Lurail, Healing Wave. This healing move was a technique Ash had learned from Xerneas, yielding remarkable restorative effects. Niam braced itself against the two powerful moves, yet remained steadfast. Excellent, release it. With Ash's command, Niam channeled the damage it had absorbed into a beam of light as thick as a barrel. The radiant attack engulfed both Kamekame and Raichu. Sensing that the epicenter of the explosion had not rendered Kamekame incapacitated, Ash issued another command. Lurail, use Charming Voice. The captivating cry of the heterochromatic Lurullas momentarily entranced Kamex and Raichu, causing a lapse in their focus. Overwhelmed by the psychological impact of this bewitching sound, they succumbed to their injuries and collapsed. Alas, I have been defeated. It appears my rigorous training must continue to intensify. Yet, Tyalono remained undaunted. Chapter 114, The Peculiar Case of Miare City. Shortly after entering the city, the group was greeted by a familiar voice. Indeed, it was Lim, the father of Hitron and his companions. "Father," Yuliga exclaimed, rushing towards him. Hitron, perplexed, inquired, "Father, what brings you here?" Lim bore troubling news for Hitron. "Hithlowite. Has there been another mishap?" Hitron's greatest fear was that Hithlowite would revert to its former state. Well, how should I put this? Lim 1 scratched his head, momentarily at a loss for words. In any case, Hitron, you should first seek out Miss Junsha to gather more information. Hitloite has been taken away by her. The revelation left them all stunned, particularly Hitron. Ash increasingly suspected that Lim 1 had been waiting specifically to intercept them. Before long, the group arrived at the police station in Miare City. Upon seeing Hitron and the others, Hitloite, confined in a cell, hastily protested, Lord Hitron, I assure you, I have committed no wrongdoing. I know there must be some misunderstanding. I will prove your innocence. Hitron was still bewildered. Yuliga comforted, Hitloite, please be patient a little longer. We will rescue you soon. All right, Hitloite replied, his voice deflated like a punctured balloon. Ash felt that Hitloite was increasingly resembling a human, and with further improvement. There was a possibility that one day Hitloite could evolve into a humanoid Pokémon, akin to Magiarna, becoming an artificial Pokémon. However, within the vast precinct, Ash noticed the absence of the 3 inept members of Team Rocket. Given their recent antics at the power plant, it seemed improbable that they would be detained for only a few days. Their absence suggested a high likelihood of escape, or, at the very least, being bailed out by Sakaki. Miss Junsha had a strong impression of Ash and his companions, so upon their arrival, she wasted no time in explaining. Recently, Miare City has been plagued by a series of bizarre incidents. First, a star was removed from the sign of a 3-star hotel. Then, the mannequins in the display of a high-end clothing store were all replaced with swimwear and hung upside down inside the shop. These cases are indeed peculiar, Serena remarked. Creating such disturbances is quite troublesome, but what purpose does it serve? Such a futile prank seems to be the work of someone deliberately seeking mischief. The lowbrow nature of the prank led Ash to suspect that the perpetrator's intellect had been compromised, falling far short of the standards set by Team Rocket. At least Team Rocket's buffoons had the sense to steal money or useful items. This fool, however, had attempted to pilfer decorative signage from the hotel entrance, mistakenly believing it to be made of gold. A counterfeit model was found changing into a swimsuit, the original model's attire left untouched, and she was even suspended upside down. Clearly, there was a significant lapse in judgment. Ash inquired, Miss Junsha, what connection do these cases have with Hitloite? Well, the surveillance footage from the clothing store captured the suspect's visage, which is that of a robot. You will understand upon viewing it. Miss Junsha retrieved the surveillance video, and the final frame froze on a mechanical head. At first glance, it bore a striking resemblance to Hitloite, albeit with a different antenna atop its head. The antenna on Hitloite resembled a lightning bolt, while this one lacked any dents from impacts. Hitleon scrutinized the image carefully, pointing at the monitor. Wait, Miss Junsha. Observe how Hitloite's head has indentations, yet the one on the surveillance footage does not. Miss Junsha shook her head apologetically. I'm afraid that cannot serve as evidence. Ash interjected, Hitleon, since that counterfeit was designed based on Hitloite, we should investigate the design blueprints. If we can prove that the designs were leaked, I believe that evidence could clear Hitloite's name. Miss Junsha pondered for a moment before responding. If you can provide evidence of the design leak, then indeed, we could use the Prism Tower surveillance to establish Hitloite's innocence. The design blueprints for Hitloite are on my computer in my room, Ash replied. Hitleon then decided to lead everyone to the Prism Tower for further investigation. Upon exiting the facility, they encountered Lim 1 once more. Hitleon, how is Hitloite faring? Lim 1 inquired. Hitloite is innocent, Hitleon asserted with conviction. Ash, and everyone else, it's been a while. At that moment, Viola rushed over from the opposite side. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Ash and his companions learned why Viola was present, due to the peculiar nature of the recent bizarre cases. She had been assigned by her newspaper to gather news. Oh, by the way, I've discovered that the Flame Chicken Masquerade is also linked to this case, Viola suddenly mentioned. The Flame Chicken Masquerade. Hitleon and the others gasped in surprise. Ash's lips twitched, and he couldn't help but cast a sidelong glance at Lim 1. The look of guilt on Lamoni's face was unmistakable. With each mention of the Flame Chicken Masquerade, Lamoni's unease became more palpable. After a brief discussion of the investigation results, Ash and his companions made their way to the Prism Tower. After a series of operations on the computer, Hitleon soon detected signs of an external intrusion. The design blueprints for Hitloite had been copied, along with the original programming. However, there were no signs indicating that the revised program had been stolen. Following the trail of the intrusion, Hitleon quickly located the computer used by the perpetrator. At this, Ash could only comment on how amateurish the thief was. The network breach was executed without any effort to erase traces, and even more absurdly, the device belonged to a university in Miare City, which contained detailed information about the pirated Hitloite. Chapter 115, Academic Degeneracy. In the realm of electrical appliance warehouses and the Miare Art Museum, one might ponder the motives behind these locations. Through the scrutiny of files on a rival's computer, Hitron uncovered the forthcoming objectives of his adversary, with the final destination ominously marked as Prism Tower, suggesting that this individual intended to use Hitleo as a scapegoat. Hitron ascertained the name under which their computer is registered. Ash suggested. With a few keystrokes, Hitron summoned a dialogue box, prominently featuring the name Belmont. Serena remarked, I can't shake the feeling that this fellow isn't particularly astute. Even the Rocket Trio is considerably more competent. Ash chuckled, acknowledging that indeed, the trio was more adept at mischief. Let us seek out Miss Junsha. This evidence should suffice to exonerate Hitleo, and then we shall lie in wait at the museum. Upon presenting the evidence to Miss Junsha, Hitleo was released, and the group learned from her that the electrical warehouse had been vandalized, with Belmont identified as a robotic engineering professor at Miare University. The Miare Art Museum, a landmark of the city, houses numerous exquisite paintings and artifacts of significant cultural value. After communicating with the museum staff, the group dispersed around the venue to await developments. Meanwhile, Limon quietly perched atop a nearby building with his fiery companion, Molters. As night descended, a robot scaled the museum's wall to the rooftop, followed by an awkward man in a lab coat. Just as the robot prepared to enter through the skylight, Hitleo delivered a powerful kick, sending it crashing into the courtyard. Ash and his companions, along with Miss Junsha, encircled the man and the robot. Professor Belmont? Miss Junsha gasped, surprised that the criminal was indeed him. Hitron demanded, What is your intention in creating a replica of Hitleo? Belmont smirked, I intend to cultivate that robot into a criminal. I possess the finest equipment to create the best robots. The moment I laid eyes on Hitleo, I knew it was merely a prototype, and I sought to perfect it. Thus, I have fashioned the most remarkable creation, the Dark Hitleo. My original plan was utterly derailed by your interference. The narrative was supposed to unfold with the Dark Hitleo capturing the wayward Hitleo, who sought to annihilate the prism. Now, let us engage in direct combat. Belmont boldly challenged Hitron. His true aim was to tarnish Hitleo's reputation, and once the outcry against him reached a crescendo, he would emerge to vanquish the machines with his own, all while stepping atop Hitron's shoulders to claim prominence. You have quite the audacity. Flaunting stolen designs and programs while shamelessly claiming them as your own inventions, Ash remarked, taken aback by such brazen arrogance. It was astonishing that this man held the title of professor, a true blight on academic integrity. Miss Junsha summoned the Thunder Beast, intending to apprehend Belmont. But Ash boldly intervened, entrusting the battlefield to Hitron. After all, the focal point of this affair was Hitron and Hitloit. Hitron brought Hitloit to the forefront, utilizing the powers of science for nefarious purposes, an egregious act. I accept your challenge. Belmont sneered as he commanded, Dark Hitloit, go. The arm of Dark Hitloit transformed into a cannon, launching a Pokeball. Hitloit followed suit. One unleashed a Magneton, while the other released an Electrode. The functionalities of the two robots were similar, yet the underlying programming reflected the differing philosophies of Hitron and Belmont towards Pokémon. Thunderbolt. Dark Hitloit's combat approach was direct, initiating with an electric strike. However, the Electrode easily evaded the attack by leaping away. Electro Ball. This self-destructive tactic, inflicting 1,000 points of damage to the opponent while sustaining 800, proved effective, pushing the Electrode back several steps. Eureka exclaimed in frustration, how outrageous. Similarly, Serena shared her indignation, declaring that such battles, which disregarded the feelings of Pokémon, hardly qualified as legitimate encounters. Ash furrowed his brow. This confrontation was indeed excessive. Belmont remained unfazed, viewing Pokémon merely as tools, and if tools were to be damaged, he was indifferent to how it occurred. Dark Hitloit commanded the Magneton to unleash a cannon beam. When modifying Hitloit's programming, Hitron not only infused his own understanding of Pokémon, but also incorporated some of Ash's philosophies, showcasing commendable command capabilities. The Electrode executed a parabolic charge, not only deflecting the attack, but also absorbing the Magneton's energy to restore its own vitality, ensuring that its health remained at a safe level. Naive. The essence of battle lies in victory, declared Dark Hitloit, embodying this philosophy as its pinnacle creation. Foolish creature. Your emotional connection to Pokémon pales in comparison to those three imbeciles. Ash pointed skyward at Team Rocket, who were preparing an aerial ambush in their hot air balloon. Kid, are you human or ghost? How do you always foresee our moves? This time, our plan should have been flawless. The trio was perplexed, despite their caution. Including considerations for the moonlit reflection, they had still been discovered. The escape of Team Rocket within their territory was a disgrace for Miss Junsha, leading her to harbor greater animosity towards them than towards Belmont. Unfortunately, a thunder from the Thunder Beast pierced their balloon, sending Team Rocket spiraling away like shooting stars. And Junsha still failed to apprehend them herself. Belmont, releasing a self-destructing Magneton in a final attempt to resist, was ultimately thwarted by Ash's Pikachu, who seized the experience. In a fit of rage, Junsha arrested Belmont and Dark Hitloit, foreseeing a grim fate for them ahead. Chapter 116, Dr. Ash. After resolving the Dark Hitloit incident, Ash and his companions decided to visit Dr. Bretano's research institute before embarking on their journey to Fragrant City. Hello, Dr. Bretano. Selena and Yuliga exclaimed as they pushed open the door to the institute. Welcome back, everyone, responded Dr. Bratano, emerging with his assistant Sophie upon hearing their greetings. Doctor. Ash greeted him warmly. Ash, congratulations. You should now be addressed as Dr. Ash. Dr. Bratano chuckled. Doctor. The four of them, including Ash, were taken aback. Indeed. Ash. The evolutionary serum you developed for the Shih Tzu Pokémon has gained unanimous recognition from various regional leagues. This serum's impact on the academic community is comparable to that of the fossil revival machine, and thus you are now a bona fide Pokémon doctor. Dr. Bratano elaborated. Of course, Ash's status as a Pokémon doctor does not yet rival that of prominent regional figures like Professor Oak, Professor Okido, and Professor Yamazaki. However, within the realm of Shih Tzu Pokémon, Ash undoubtedly stands as the foremost authority. While others concentrated on studying ancient stone carvings, Ash managed to replicate these Pokémon through his serum with complete accuracy, unlike the fossil revival machine, which alters the inherent attributes of the Pokémon upon resurrection. Only certain Pokémon that are naturally in the Shih Tzu form remain beyond the reach of Ash's serum, otherwise, his status would be even higher. Am I really a doctor now? Ash could hardly believe his ears. He had thought he needed to present tangible results before attaining the title, and had even prepared to purchase a charcoal little knight from the system marketplace for training, but it seemed that was no longer necessary. Though the official credentials have yet to arrive, I must extend my early congratulations. Dr. Bratano smiled. Ash's rapid ascent to the title of Pokémon Doctor delighted him, especially since Ash's name was associated with his institute, even if his research focus was not on Shih Tzu Pokémon. However, Mega Evolution was currently the most popular battle system, applicable in both Kalos and other regions. Ash's fame would also bring recognition to his institute, and if he ever needed assistance, he might even leverage Ash's reputation. Congratulations, Ash. After offering her congratulations, Selena silently resolved to double her efforts. Hitron also expressed his joy with a few congratulatory words. If Ash becomes a Pokémon doctor, won't he need to establish a research institute? Will we still be able to travel together? Yuliga looked at Ash with a tinge of reluctance. Ash replied resolutely. Of course we can continue. Our journey isn't over yet. Besides, my goal is to become a Pokémon master. And becoming a Pokémon doctor is merely a means to deepen my understanding of Pokémon. Dr. Bratano interjected. By the way, you arrived at just the right moment. I was about to embark on an intriguing research project. What kind of research? Yuliga inquired curiously. This research owes much to the data provided by Ash. Dr. Bratano led the group to a machine that was thoroughly wrapped up. As Ash listened to Bratano's words, he had already surmised the purpose of the machine. It was merely an instrument for studying Mega Evolution stones. Bratano lifted the white cloth covering the machine, revealing a complete set inside, including the Keystone and Evolution stones. It's the Keystone and the Evolution stone, exclaimed Hictron in astonishment. Serena scrutinized the purple Evolution stone, her brow furrowing slightly in uncertainty. This Evolution stone seems somewhat familiar. Indeed, it does seem familiar, Eureka mused, her brow knitted in thought. Bratano, puzzled, inquired. Have you seen a similar Evolution stone before? Doctor, this is the Evolution stone of Mega Sharpedo, Ash replied with a smile. They were certainly acquainted with this item, as Ash had previously obtained and utilized it, even trading it to Tsukuyami after borrowing it. Nonetheless, they had all observed the stone up close. Upon hearing Ash's words, the three of them recollected. The Evolution stone of Mega Sharpedo, Hictron remarked, intrigued. Doctor, what is the function of this machine? Hictron asked. This is an isotopic device. Simply place the Evolution stone on the machine, and you will quickly learn which Pokémon corresponds to it, just like this. Although they already knew the stone belonged to Mega Sharpedo, Bratano utilized it as a test subject and placed it into the apparatus. At that moment, Bratano's own Mega Sharpedo approached, drawn by the presence of the stone. Meanwhile, the monitor on Sophie's side began to react, and the results were unequivocal. The outcome was consistent with Ash's assertion, indicating that research into Mega Evolution had reached a new breakthrough. Shortly after the results were announced, an explosion echoed through the courtyard of the research institute. Ash once again sensed the presence of those three foolish individuals through their auras. The Pokémon in the courtyard. The familiar scene unfolded once more as Bratano rushed toward the courtyard. Upon their arrival, they beheld the Team Rocket trio piloting a Meowth machine equipped with boosters, capturing Pokémon in the courtyard en masse. What is that? Bratano was once again taken aback by Team Rocket's audacity. Team Rocket, what are you three up to this time? Ash demanded. We overheard your conversation. Jessie interjected. We shall take the Evolution Pokémon, Mega Sharpedo, and the Evolution Stone. Indeed. Meowth, let us get to work. Meowth declared, directing its offensive towards Mega Sharpedo and the machine. Not a chance. Pikachu. Pikachu unleashed Iron Tail, sending the mechanical arm flying. You little brat, don't interfere. This time, we are determined to succeed. If you obstruct us further, we shall not be gentle with those Pokémon. Jessie's threat was palpable as she brandished a recently captured Pokémon as leverage against Ash and his friends. Faced with this situation, Ash had no choice but to command Pikachu to halt its attack. After securing the Keystone, Team Rocket snatched away the evolution stone of Mega Sharpedo along with the isotopic device, planning to abduct Mega Sharpedo as well. The threat operation has been a resounding success. Retreat, they exclaimed, reveling in their triumph. The trio from Team Rocket, laden with their spoils, activated their thrusters and soared towards the outskirts. Ash, quickly throw this onto the robot, commanded Hitron, presenting a finely crafted gadget to Ash. Without a moment's hesitation to inquire further, Ash hurled the item onto the robot. Outside the research facility, Lim 1, who was assisting Bratano with equipment repairs, sensed impending trouble upon witnessing the robot's ascent. Chapter 117, Bratano's Super Sharpedo. Hitron, that was a tracker. Wasn't he it? Ash confirmed with Hitron. Indeed. Now is the time for scientific exploration of the future. Hitron engine, activate. He unveiled a remarkable machine. Aptly named the Absolute Finder. Such a straightforward name, Yuliga remarked sarcastically. Hitron, unperturbed by her comment, proudly declared, by tracking the transmitter Ash just launched, we can ascertain their location. Found them. They're moving northwest. Hitron exclaimed. Sophie, please contact Miss Junsha. We shall utilize this device to pursue Team Rocket. Ash added, Doctor. Based on my understanding of those three fools, they typically do not venture far after a successful heist. Nevertheless, he acknowledged the potential risk. Apart from the Sharpedo, they possessed other Pokémon, and losing track of them would be troublesome. Bratano primarily worried about the other Pokémon, confident in Sharpedo's abilities. Selena voiced her concerns. But they have stolen the Sharpedo along with the evolution set. Doctor, do you think Team Rocket might do something to it? At this, Bratano too felt a tinge of unease. Rest assured, Sharpedo is not one of Team Rocket's Pokémon. Even if they possess devices akin to those used at power stations, they cannot induce Sharpedo's evolution. Ash doubted Team Rocket's capacity to facilitate Sharpedo's evolution. If it were their own Pokémon, he might entertain the possibility, given how much Musashi and Kojiro cared for their Pokémon. In the meantime, Lim 1 trailed behind on his scooter. In a secluded valley, Team Rocket halted their robot. Musashi proclaimed triumphantly, the operation was a resounding success. We have secured both the evolution stone and the keystone. If the evolution experiment succeeds, we shall ascend to higher ranks. Kojiro paused, turning to Meowth. Meowth, quickly retrieve the evolution stone. Upon hearing this, Meowth promptly directed the robot to forcibly unscrew the cover of the isotopic device. However, the power-off isotopic device was tightly sealed, far beyond Meowth's capacity to open. Noticing that the machine was connected by a plug, Musashi reminded, Fool, just connect it to the power source, and it will open. With clarity dawning, Meowth swiftly connected the isotopic device's plug to the robot's rear. They had overheard the device's purpose during their eavesdropping, deeming it a worthy prize. After acquiring the keystone, Kojiro placed it around Sharpedo's neck. Meow Meow activated the wave device to control the Mega Sharpedo. Upon hearing this, Meow Meow immediately pressed a button, and a distinctive sonic wave emitted from the colossal Meow coin atop the robot, successfully subduing the Mega Sharpedo. As Kojiro attempted evolution for the first time, the restrained Mega Sharpedo reminisced about the moments shared with Bratano, who, while driving, sensed the predicament of Mega Sharpedo. Unfortunately, Kojiro's initial attempt ended in failure. Doctor, is everything all right? Ash inquired, noticing Bratano had slammed on the brakes. I believe I heard the voice of Mega Sharpedo. Bratano replied, uncertainty lacing his words. That must mean Team Rocket has begun their evolution attempts. Mega Sharpedo has forged a bond with you, Doctor, and is conveying its feelings through the evolution stone, Ash explained. Is it akin to the story of Miss Karuna and Shinedo? Serena pondered, recalling Karuna's tale of being separated in the mist and reuniting through their heartfelt connection. Perhaps they are not far from here. Bratano pointed towards a nearby valley. The group promptly disembarked from the vehicle and followed Bratano towards the valley. To prevent further threats, Ash instructed Lizard King to lead the two Ralulas around to find an opportunity to rescue the ordinary Pokémon first. Musashi was gradually losing her patience, stomping her feet in frustration. Kojiro speculated, it must be that Mega Sharpedo is resisting from the depths of its heart. Mega Sharpedo. Bratano disregarded Team Rocket's trio and hastened to Mega Sharpedo's side. Fools. You three clearly have no grasp of evolution, yet presume that merely assembling the Pokémon and the corresponding set will suffice. Ash was utterly speechless at the trio's unfounded confidence. The complexities of evolution were not lost on these three, having witnessed it with Kairyu and Lucario. Yet they remained so self-assured. What are you doing back here, you little rascals? The trio exclaimed in panic. However, before Ash could take action, Lim 1, disguised as a Blaziken, launched the first strike. He commanded the Mega Blaziken to attack the head of the Meow Meow robot. Observing that the trio's attention was fully on Mega Blaziken, Ash swiftly signaled Lizard King and the Ralulas to rescue the other Pokémon. Unwilling to accept defeat, the trio decided to go all out, cranking the inducing waves to maximum, and a look of anguish gradually appeared on Mega Sharpedo's face. Witnessing this, Bratano immediately borrowed a keystone from Lim 1. eager to challenge Kojiro's bond. Responding to Bratano's plea, Lim1 produced a keystone imbued with the scent of oil. Bratano, with his keen sense of smell, instantly recognized Lim1's identity, but chose not to reveal it. His instincts proved correct as the bond between Mega Sharpedo and himself deepened upon evolving. Mega Sharpedo broke free from Team Rocket's electrical control. Realizing the dire situation, Team Rocket attempted to leverage the hostages, only to discover that the captured Pokémon had stealthily moved behind Ash. You three fools certainly know how to stir up trouble. It's time to send you soaring. Ash promptly directed his Pokémon to launch an assault. Bratano and Lim1, unwilling to lag behind, commanded their Pokémon to unleash their most powerful moves. In an instant, a flurry of attacks converged, obliterating Team Rocket's robotic contraption, sending the trio hurtling into the sky on the wave of the explosion. Once the situation was resolved, Ash and his companions did not linger, setting off directly towards Aroma City. Bratano, gazing at the once again devastated research facility, fell into deep contemplation. If his memory served him correctly, it seemed that every time Ash visited his laboratory, calamity ensued. Chapter 118, The Homeland of Flabb. After departing from Miare City, Ash and his companions embarked along Route 14, their sights set on Aroma City. That day, they paused for lunch by a tranquil stream. Before leaving Miare City, Ash rotated his Pokémon. Lizard King and Garchomp were replaced by the newly acquired Blaziken and the previously captured Dragonite. During the capture battle, Ash had received a Mega Stone for Dragonite from the system, and it was time to nurture their bond in hopes of mastering its evolution soon. Of course, cultivating his bond with Frogadier was also a priority. Upon attaining the status of a professor, Ash's limit for carrying Pokémon had been lifted. Yet due to constraints of energy, he chose not to carry too many Pokémon at once. After all, he still had several baby Pokémon that required training, making it impractical to manage too many at once. As everyone and their Pokémon enjoyed their lunch, a pickup truck rolled by along the riverbank, driven by an elderly gentleman with a Budew seated in the passenger seat. The Budew, spotting Flabb indulging in its meal through the window, became exceedingly excited, gesturing fervently and calling out to the elderly man. What was the matter with Budew? The old man halted the vehicle, looking at Budew inquiringly. Budew tugged at the old man's sleeve, urging him to look at Flabb. Oh, that Flabb is quite peculiar. The old man was astonished by the large shell on Flabb's back, staring for a while before seemingly recalling something. He hastily exited the car and rushed towards Flabb. Seeing the old man's intent, Budew also leapt from the window, scampering joyfully towards Flabb. Flabb sensed Budew's approach, hesitating momentarily before extending its antennae to investigate. Upon recognizing one another, they embraced, clearly familiar with each other. The old man approached, gazing at Flabb with palpable excitement, exclaiming, "Indeed, it's you. It's been so long, hasn't it, my dear Flabb? You're no longer just Flabb. You've evolved, and your new form is truly astonishing." Upon hearing the old man's voice, Flabb displayed equal excitement. Ash understood that this gentleman was the caretaker of the wetlands where Flabb once resided. He stepped forward, feigning ignorance. "May I inquire if you know my Flabb? Who are you?" The old man looked at Ash and his companions with confusion. After Ash and his companions introduced themselves, the elderly gentleman spoke up. "My name is Hizenzo, and this little Slimy originally resided in the wetlands ahead, where I serve as the guardian." A sense of clarity washed over the group. Serena suggested, "Ash, let's south visit the place where Slimy once lived." "Of course, that sounds splendid, right, Slimy?" Ash turned to the little creature. Upon hearing this, Slimy's face initially lit up with joy, but soon, concern replaced it. Clearly, it bore psychological scars from the intrusion of Lady Florigine and her entourage. Observing this, the trumpet bud immediately began to reassure Slimy, and through its persistent efforts, Slimy eventually nodded in agreement. As they journeyed towards the wetlands, Ash explained to Hizenzo why Slimy's form differed from typical Slimys. Hizenzo, through their conversation, discerned Ash's high hopes for Slimy and expressed deep gratitude for Ash's intention to capture and nurture it. Soon, they arrived at Hizenzo's abode. This wetland, rich with lush vegetation, should have been a paradise for wild Pokémon. However, Ash and his companions were met with an unsettling absence of activity. Ash, however, sensed the presence of wild Pokémon through his aura, noting that they were all hidden away, either submerged in mud or nestled within rocky crevices, as if they were evading an unseen threat. Serena, intrigued, pondered the poor mental state of the Slimy at that time. What could have transpired? All of this was tied to the wetland itself, which harbored a spring at its depths, its waters possessing the ability to heal Pokémon's bodies and spirits. Slimy and its companions once thrived in this sanctuary until one fateful day, a conflict erupted over the spring, as Pokémon from outside the wetland sought to seize it by force. Hizenzo recounted in detail the brutal invasion by Lady Florigine and her minions. It was during this chaos that Slimy was struck by the power of the moon, sent flying onto the back of a startled Swanna, which subsequently scattered in fright, ultimately leading Slimy to land atop Ash's head. Hikaru inquired, What happened to the wild Pokémon? Were they all driven from the wetlands? Yuri remarked that the cries had been so loud they nearly echoed throughout the entire area. Was there perhaps more to this tale? Lady Florigene's residence should be a place blooming with flowers, where she would cultivate beautiful gardens within her territory. The wetland's ecology was entirely unsuitable for her existence, compounded by her inherent disdain for environmental destruction. Ash found it unsurprising that Lady Florigene could rally a formidable army. Her abilities included healing, which would naturally attract a troop of wild Pokémon. Perhaps they are currently gathered around that spring. Ever since they arrived, I have ventured less in that direction, Hizenzo admitted. Despite being the wetland's guardian, he was merely an ordinary man, and with only a trumpet bud as his ally, he could not contend with an army of bug types. At that moment, the original inhabitants of the wetland began to converge. The first to arrive was a Wooper who, upon recognizing Slimy, excitedly dashed toward it. Nianmire recognized Yubo's identity and affectionately rubbed its small head against Yubo's, clearly indicating a close bond between them. Nianmire, do share some nostalgic tales with everyone. Ash gently patted Nianmire's head before turning to greet the other Pokémon. Yuricha wants to join in the fun. Yuricha cheered as she eagerly approached Nianmire. The wild Pokémon in the wetlands exhibited no wariness towards humans. In fact, they were quite docile, allowing Yuricha to quickly bond with a group of wild Pokémon. Chapter 119, Evolution 9 Milong. Suddenly, a swan Pokémon, flustered and agitated, flew in from a distance. It began to call out to Nianmire and the other Pokémon. Upon hearing the swan's words, Ash furrowed his brow and promptly explained to the others. The swan Pokémon claims that their habitat is under attack by Madame Flower. Nianmire immediately glanced at Ash, who nodded in affirmation. Nianmire, go along with them. Without hesitation, Nianmire led the group of wild Pokémon in pursuit of the swan. We should go and take a look, Ash suggested, glancing at Serena and the others. However, Mr. Xianzo quickly intervened, urging, wait a moment. This is a conflict among wild Pokémon, and we should not interfere. Human involvement at this juncture could exacerbate the situation. Indeed, Mr. Xianzo, humans must respect the survival laws of Pokémon, yet there may be more to this matter than meets the eye. Madame Flower is not the type to instigate chaos without reason or disrupt the ecosystem, as you well know, Ash asserted. The ecological environment of this wetland is unsuitable for Madame Flower's survival, nor for those of bug or poison-type Pokémon. If we continue to turn a blind eye, the inevitable outcome will be the demise of both ecological communities, a scenario I believe you do not wish to witness, Mr. Xianzo. Ash understood Mr. Xianzo's concerns stemmed from a fear that their interference could escalate the situation led by Madame Flower, jeopardizing the safety of bystanders. While he could refrain from intervening in typical rivalries among wild Pokémon, like those between Meowth and Snivy, or Pidgey and Sparrow, this was not a mere contest of survival among rivals. Reluctantly, Mr. Xianzo acquiesced to Ash and his friend's advance. Soon, they caught up with Nianmire. Upon reaching the scene, they witnessed a blue Madame Flower commanding a group of Pokémon, including Gyarados, Mikeyama, and Kiryu. As they advanced aggressively towards the curled-up Lotad and Yubo, who were nestled against a rocky wall, Madame Flower showed no mercy, instructing Gyarados and the others to attack with full force. Pokémon, Madame Flower, type, Fairy, gender, female, strength, Gym Intermediate, level 45. Ability, Flower Veil, Grass-type Pokémon on our side will not have their abilities lowered, nor will they be affected by status conditions. Item, none. Moves, Petal Dance, Mystical Shield, Photosynthesis, Wish, Aromatherapy, Floral Healing, Moonlight. Madame Flower, at the intermediate gym level, was on par with Nianmire in terms of strength. Upon hearing the words, Nianmire immediately summoned her courage to shield herself before the multitude of Pokémon, utilizing her endurance to deflect the barrage of attacks from the swarm of bug-type Pokémon. The majority of these bug types were at the elite level, with only a few near Lady Huajie reaching the professional standard. Lady Huajie gazed intently at Nianmire for a considerable time, eventually recalling that this was the Nian Bao she had recently sent flying with the power of the moon. It was indeed quite an astonishing transformation. In just a few days, the little creature that could not withstand even a single blow had experienced such a significant surge in strength. Ash was not concerned that Lady Huajie could pose any threat to Nianmire, as the steel-type Nianmire was not as vulnerable to fairy types as the pure dragon-type variant. Nianmire let out a resounding roar towards the heavens, unleashing her rain dance, which quickly summoned dark clouds and unleashed a torrential downpour. Just as Lady Huajie intended to engage Nianmire in a TTE, a brilliant light of evolution enveloped Nianmire. When the radiance faded, the dazzling Nian Meilong appeared before them, her level having ascended from the intermediate gym rank to the initial stage of the quasi-champion level, 52. The enormous snail shell that Nian Meilong bore instilled a sense of pressure in Lady Huajie, who had a premonition of impending defeat. With a grave expression, Lady Huajie raised her hand to release a fairy wind directed at Nian Meilong. The response from Nian Meilong was swift. She opened her mouth and unleashed a water pulse, which met the fairy wind head-on, empowered by the rain dance. The water pulse held its ground against the fairy wind for several seconds before piercing through it and hurtling towards Lady Huajia. With her pupils constricting, Lady Huajia hastily attempted to evade to the side, but it was too late. Boom! The water pulse struck the ground beside her, resulting in a violent explosion that sent her flying. Upon witnessing Lady Huajia collapse, Nian Meilong immediately executed Iron Head, aiming to deliver a finishing blow and secure victory. However, Lady Huajia, with her considerable battle experience, managed to prop herself up and soar into the air while simultaneously channeling moonlight. As she sensed the approach of moonlight, a flicker of panic crossed Nian Meilong's eyes, but it was quickly dispelled. She summoned a muddy water to shield herself, effectively neutralizing the moonlight's assault. While Iron Head collided forcefully with Lady Huajia's body, the impact sent Lady Huajia hurtling backwards several meters, ultimately rendering her unconscious. Beep. Battle conclusion evaluation. First victory reward critical hit. Beep. Congratulations. You have received the reward. Almost Doll Evolution Set X1, 800 points. Ash was astonished by the reward communicated by the system. He had not anticipated that this wild battle would gain such recognition. What thrilled him the most was the reward set, which was precisely the gift he had longed to present to Serena, the wild Pokémon in the wetlands. Witnessing Nian Meilong's triumph over the intruding Lady Huajia, immediately surged forth to cheer for her. Ash approached Lady Huajia and inquired whether she could now explain the reason behind her aggressive invasion of their home. Lady Huajia, struggling to her feet, exhibited deep reluctance in her eyes as her subordinates gathered around her. Observing their intent to resist further, Ash promptly released Xerneas. As a divine beast of the fairy type, Xerneas' appearance immediately subdued Madame Flower. Only then did she feel compelled to reveal everything, explaining that her invasion of the wetlands to seize the healing spring water was driven by her desperate need to save her child. With her offspring on the verge of full recovery, the sudden drop in the water level posed a grave threat, leading her to suspect that the Pokémon residing in the wetlands were behind the mischief. Her suspicion was fueled by the roar of a certain Pokémon, which she interpreted as a peculiar signal. Upon hearing Madame Flower's reasoning, Ash found himself at a loss for words, realizing that a mere roar could cause such chaos. If memory served him correctly, it was the notorious Team Rocket trio that had previously been siphoning the spring water, resulting in the alarming decrease in its level. Hidden in the shadows, Team Rocket sensed that something was amiss as they observed Madame Flower being subdued. Ash conveyed Madame Flower's plight to his companions and the various Pokémon of the wetlands. Upon learning that her actions were motivated by her desire to save her child, the Pokémon chose to forgive her. It all made sense now. Serena and the others were equally enlightened. Shall we assist Madame Flower? One of them suggested. If we can heal Flabb B, perhaps Madame Flower and her kin will depart. Eulogia and Serena eagerly volunteered to help. Citrus, puzzled, inquired. But why has the water from that spring diminished? This could very well be the doing of those three fools. Nonetheless, we should investigate further. After a brief pause, Ash handed Serena the evolution set he had just acquired, saying, "Here, take this. You can try to use it with Flabb B to aid in its recovery." "What?" Serena exclaimed, astonished. "Is this the evolution set for Flabb B?" Eulogia excitedly confirmed, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Citrus, equally surprised, displayed a look of exhilaration. Ash nodded affirmatively. Indeed, these are the evolution stones for Flabb B. Under Madame Flower's guidance, they swiftly arrived at the source of the spring, just as Ash had anticipated. Team Rocket was indeed lurking in the shadows, having invested heavily in a massive flying contraption to drain the spring's water. After driving Team Rocket away, Ash and his friends discovered Flabb B resting in a small pool. "Serena, let us have your Flabb B use Healing Pulse to treat it," Ash suggested. Recognizing that Flabb B's condition was minor and could be swiftly resolved with the help of a fellow Pokémon. Thus, he saw no need for Xerneas to intervene. Serena nodded and released her Flabb B. The healing pulse enveloped Flabb B, swiftly restoring its vitality. "It's healed. Flabb B is amazing," Eulogia cheered. Revitalized, Flabb B took to the air, circling around the group in a display of gratitude. Madame Flower sincerely thanked Ash and his friends, while also apologizing to the myriad Pokémon of the wetlands. "From now on, may you all coexist harmoniously in this wetland. The harmony and tranquility of the wetlands are entrusted to your guardianship." Ash turned to Madame Flora and spoke. It would be impossible for the Gligger to remain. And since Madame Flora is a leader in her own right, having her stay to oversee the wetlands in place of Gligger is indeed a commendable strategy. Furthermore, with Flabb B still young, the wild Pokémon within the wetlands exhibit gentle dispositions, and Flabb B's presence would ensure a balance, preventing any side from suffering losses. Before Madame Flora could make a decision, Flabb B eagerly grasped her hand and pulled her towards Gligger, placing her hand upon Gligger's body to signify the transfer of responsibilities, to which Gligger had no objections. The reason Ash chose not to capture Madame Flora was twofold. Firstly, the wetlands needed a Pokémon to guard them. Secondly, despite her mastery of numerous offensive moves. Madame Flora, being a pure fairy type, would only serve in a supportive role, which would be a disservice to her capabilities. As for capturing Flabb B, that was out of the question, as Ash himself had several Pokémon to nurture, and acquiring another would be burdensome, especially with a new Pokémon soon to arrive. After Gligar bid farewell to its former companions, Ash and his friends resumed their journey towards Santalin City. Upon setting off again, the group inadvertently stumbled into a mansion known as the House of Horrors while passing through a forest where they encountered the Jengar family. Today, they arrived at Santalin City. The Santalin Gym is situated at the heart of the city, conveniently located beneath a magnificent millennium-old tree, which serves as the emblem of Santalin City. The architectural style of the city harmonizes beautifully with the ancient tree, exuding a unique classical aesthetic that starkly contrasts with other cities in Kalos. Serena, having learned from Ash that Mabel is the gym leader, eagerly anticipated meeting her. Before embarking on their journey, she had heard tales of Mabel's fashion shows and held great admiration for her. Upon entering Santalin City, Serena, unable to contain her excitement, exclaimed to Ash and the others, "The Santalin Gym is right beneath the ancient tree in the city center. Let us hurry there." Serena is brimming with enthusiasm, Eureka remarked. Somewhat surprised, Cynthia commented, "It seems Serena is even more eager for the gym battle than Ash." Ash chuckled, "The gym battle is one aspect. But the most important thing is that Miss Mabel's primary profession is that of a fashion designer. The Santalin Gym is, on the surface, a boutique specializing in her designs, with the battle arena being a mere extension of her shop. In Ash's experience, very few gym leaders are solely dedicated to Pokémon training. Each possesses their own interests and has carved out a niche in their respective fields. Even the Elite Four and regional champions treat their titles as side endeavors, with their passions taking precedence." Ash's assertion was indeed valid. Miss Mabel's fashion designs are truly exquisite, Serena remarked, as she activated her electronic device to showcase Mabel's creations to the group. Upon viewing Mabel's works, Eureka exclaimed, "What delightful clothing. I want to see more." Before long, the group arrived at the Santalin Gym. Serena, brimming with excitement, declared, "At last, I have the opportunity to meet Miss Mabel. I have prepared numerous questions about fashion to ask her." After the gym battle, "Ash, shall we take some time to explore the flagship store?" Eureka expressed her anticipation. Ash nodded in agreement. Shopping was indeed a favored pastime among girls, with their interests typically revolving around clothing and accessories, an inevitability they could not escape. Regrettably, it appeared their timing was less than fortuitous. Upon entering, they were greeted by a scene of bustling chaos, as the staff appeared overwhelmed, the atmosphere resembling a battlefield. "Please, regardless of the circumstances, I am determined to engage in a gym battle today." At that moment, a green-haired youth at the counter caught Ash and his companion's attention. From his tone, it was evident he was also a trainer here to challenge the Aroma Gym. The receptionist, visibly distressed, replied, "I sincerely apologize. But due to an event today, we are unable to accept any gym battle requests. Please return tomorrow." Ash speculated that the commotion was likely due to a fashion show or similar event. Chapter 121. Shota makes his entrance. Double battle. "Beautiful lady, please accept my brother." Eureka boldly approached a gentle-looking older sister to declare her feelings for Chitrin. Hearing this, Chitrin quickly activated his mechanical arm to lift Eureka, exclaiming, "Eureka, I've told you countless times that I'll find my own girlfriend. Your antics are rather distressing." Eureka, undeterred, retorted with her own little temper. Their bickering attracted the attention of the green-haired youth. "Wait, are you the gym leader of the Miare Gym?" "I am. And you are?" "Pleased to meet you. My name is Shota." The boy introduced himself. "Not long ago, I challenged the Miare Gym and saw a photo of gym leader Chitrin there. Although I lost the match, the robots you created provided me with invaluable experience." Ash and his friends introduced themselves in turn. Shota's humble and eager demeanor was quite endearing, surpassing many others. Despite being a novice, he had already grasped the concept of evolution, making him a promising candidate for experience. Shota candidly admitted, "I have only managed to collect one so far. I still have much to learn." Unlike certain arrogant individuals, Shota's attitude as a new trainer was refreshing. Eureka pondered, "A Trico? Ash has a Sceptile too. Moreover, Ash is the most formidable trainer I have encountered, having battled both Miss Karuna and Miss Julan." "Really?" Shota gazed at Ash with admiration. Ash gave Shota's shoulder a reassuring pat. "Indeed." Shota nodded earnestly. Ash turned to Serena and said, "It seems we won't be able to challenge the gym today. Let's visit the flagship store instead." "Hooray!" Serena exclaimed, bursting with excitement. The direct retail store of Meishu is a sizable building located at the forefront of the dojo. However, due to an impending fashion show, certain areas remain inaccessible. Nonetheless, it is ample enough for Ash and his companions to explore. As Ash gazes at the splendid array of exquisite garments, he releases his newly captured Sylveon. Shortly after obtaining Sylveon, Ash had used several rare candies to enhance its level, necessitating its temporary confinement within its Pokeball to absorb the energy of the candies. Meishu's design inspiration is derived from Pokémon, with unmistakable elements woven into the attire. Serena's eyes are immediately drawn to a long dress inspired by the moon Pokémon. How beautiful. It seems perfectly suited for Serena. Eureka exclaims. Sylvian also wholeheartedly agrees, chiming in, indeed. The elegance of this dress will create an unexpected effect when paired with Serena. Really? Thank you. Serena replies. But her attention is quickly captured by another long green dress inspired by the Lurantis. While the group enjoys their time browsing, two staff members from the retail store approach them. After a brief discussion, they learn that a fashion show is indeed scheduled for today. However, due to unforeseen circumstances with a few models, they are in need of substitutes. Upon realizing that they could meet Meishu in person, Serena readily agrees to assist. Following the staff members to meet Meishu, Shota notices the battle arena nearby and immediately challenges Ash. Ash, if possible, may I request a double Pokémon battle with you? Please. Thus, the three of them make their way to the battle arena, where Hitron serves as the referee, and Ash and Shota take their respective positions. Now, we will commence the double battle between Ash and Shota. Hitron announces. Shota, I will be using them. Ash declares as he releases two Ralts, saying, I entrust you both. Ralts. And one of them is a shiny. Shota is taken aback by Ash's formidable lineup. He retrieves two Pokeballs, exclaiming, Ash. I will be using a Trico and my cherished Pokémon. Come forth. As the Pokeballs open, a Trico and a Bagon appear before Ash. Hitron is astonished to see the Bagon, not because he has never encountered one, but rather because, in terms of type, Bagon holds a significant disadvantage against Ralts. Pokémon, Bagon, Shota. Type, Dragon, Gender, Male, Level, Elite High, 28. Ability, Rock Head, prevents recoil damage from moves that cause recoil. Item, None. Moves, Headbutt, Dragon Breath. Fire Fong. Protect, Pokémon, Trico, Shota. Type, Grass, Gender, Male, Level, Elite High, 29. Ability, Overgrow boosts the power of Grass-type moves when HP is low. Item, None. Moves, Pound. Quick Attack, Pursuit, Leech Seed, Bullet Seed. Hitron officially declared. Let the battle commence. Baby Dragon, use Headbutt. Little Green, Psychic Headbutt. Baby Dragon and Ralts charged towards one another. The power of Psychic Headbutt was evidently superior to that of Headbutt, coupled with Ralts' level advantage, which clearly diminished Baby Dragon's momentum. Once more, double slap. Ralts' hands glowed with a radiant light as it unleashed a fierce assault, showcasing the slicing techniques learned from Lizard King in their entirety. Baby Dragon was forced to retreat under the barrage of relentless strikes. Incredible. It can do that too, exclaimed Shota. Shota, once your Trico evolves and masters Leaf Blade, it will be able to execute such an attack. Ash replied with a smile. Indeed. Shota noted Ash's words in his little notebook. Trico, use Seed Bomb on Ralts. Little Blue, use Telekinesis. The unusual Ralts employed Telekinesis to intercept the Seed Bomb mid-flight and hurled it back towards Baby Dragon. Caught off guard, Baby Dragon found itself ensnared by the Seed Bomb. Baby Dragon. Shota gasped in surprise. He hadn't anticipated such a tactic from Ash. Seeing Baby Dragon struggle to extricate itself, he shouted, break free with Flame Fong. The vines were incinerated by the flames, allowing Baby Dragon to escape, albeit covered in ash and looking quite disheveled. Trico, use Bullet Seed, Baby Dragon. Dragon Breath. Little Blue, one more time with Telekinesis. The unusual Ralts employed the same tactic again, capturing the energy seeds expelled by Trico and bombarding Baby Dragon with them. The training in telekinesis over the past days proved fruitful. Baby Dragon's Dragon Breath struck Ralts, merely coating it in a layer of dust without inflicting any substantial damage. Once again subjected to its teammates' attack, Baby Dragon could not endure the onslaught and fainted. How could this be? Dragon Breath hit directly. Shota was bewildered as to why Baby Dragon's attack had no effect on Ralts. Ash reminded him, Ralts is a dual Psychic and Fairy-type Pokémon. Dragon-type moves are nearly ineffective against Fairy types. Shota diligently recorded the information regarding Fairy types' resistance to Dragon-type attacks. Unfortunately, Baby Dragon's Dragon Breath had targeted Ralts directly, which rendered it relatively ineffective. With Baby Dragon down, Trico soon followed suit. Just as Hitron announced the result, Ash's two Ralts reached their moment of evolution. As the light of evolution faded, two differently colored Kirlia appeared before the group. Ash knelt down and affectionately ruffled the heads of the two little ones, ultimately handing a Dawn Stone to Kirlia to prevent the little creature from evolving into Gardevoir in its excitement. He certainly did not need a cross-dressing diva. At that moment, the fashion show performance by May was about to commence. Ash requested that Kirlia use teleport to take them down to secure prime seating. In an instant, the three appeared in the front row, closest to the stage. Meishu found herself distressed over the modeling event, surrounded by her cherished Fairy-type Pokémon, who mirrored her concern. Everyone is here with me. I must gather my spirits. Meishu rallied herself just as the two young ladies arrived at her doorstep, accompanied by Selena and her companions. Upon seeing Miss Meishu, Selena was filled with excitement. Meishu, equally thrilled at the sight of Diancie, a legendary fairy-type Pokémon, felt a surge of joy as she, a specialist in fairy types, was well acquainted with its lore. The young lady's proposal received Meishu's enthusiastic approval, which only heightened the excitement of Selena and Yelija. Thank you all for your patience. Miss Meishu's long-sleeve fashion show is about to commence. The two young ladies took to the stage to announce the official start of the showcase. The first appearance was an elegant gown inspired by Maril, where one lady and a Maril graced the runway together. The gown was adorned with intricate Maril motifs, and the belt was a soft pink embellished with a Maril-like tail. Following this, designs inspired by the female Esper, Miss Gothita, and other Pokémon made their debut. These garments not only highlighted the unique characteristics of their Pokémon inspirations, but also perfectly aligned with human aesthetic sensibilities, showcasing Meishu's exceptional talent. Next was a dress that blended the essence of Florges, the sound of bells, and the charm of fairy Pokémon. The grand finale featured none other than Selena, Yelija, and Diancie, who donned Meishu's finest creations. Despite her experience in the Triple Crown satellite competition, Selena's face was a canvas of nervousness, while Yelija and Diancie appeared remarkably at ease. Once Selena and her companions concluded their walk, it was finally Meishu's turn to grace the stage, eliciting thunderous applause from the audience, clearly a testament to her immense popularity. Meishu wore a gown inspired by butterflies, which harmonized beautifully with her own fairy-like aura. Notably, Meishu hailed from the Johto region and harbored a dream of becoming a Pokémon herself. This aspiration largely influenced her designs, which often drew from Pokémon inspirations. Upon taking the stage, Meishu shared the sources of her creative inspiration with the audience, ultimately conveying that the true beauty of her designs could only be fully revealed in the heat of Pokémon battles. At the mention of Pokémon battles, the crowd erupted in excitement, as many were familiar with the lore and eagerly anticipated their own participation. A young lady at the front desk whispered a few words to Meishu. Her gaze then shifted toward Ash and his companions, before she slowly raised her hand to point at Shota. Could you please come here? Shota, unaccustomed to such grand occasions, was momentarily taken aback. Shota, go? Ash gave him a gentle push onto the stage. What am I supposed to do now? Shota was still trying to grasp the situation. Clearly, the young lady at the front desk had informed Meishu of Shota's role as a challenger. Is this for real? Thus began the highly anticipated battle between Meishu, the Aroma Gym leader, and the challenger, Shota. Only one Pokémon is permitted per side. The battle concludes when either Pokémon is rendered incapable of continuing. A young lady assumes the role of referee, announcing the rules of engagement. Go, Dratini. Shota is the first to release his Pokémon. It is evident that Shota is unaware of the attributes of the Pokémon that Mayumi excels in. Surprised for a moment, Mayumi then brings forth her weakest Pokémon. Flabb B. Pokémon, Flabb B, Mayumi. Type, Fairy. Gender, Female. Strength, Beginner level, 31. Ability, Flower Veil, occasionally heals the status conditions of allies. Item, None. Moves, Fairy Wind. Trick Room, Light Screen, Magical Shine, Euro Ball. Clearly oblivious to Flabb B's type, Shota commands Dratini to unleash Dragon Breath. Flabb B remains motionless, allowing the attack to strike her without any consequence, emerging unscathed as the smoke clears. Recognizing the familiar scene, Shota realizes Flabb B possesses the fairy type, prompting him to adjust his strategy and instruct Dratini to perform tackle. Flabb B effortlessly evades the assault, ultimately countering with a dazzling magical shine that incapacitates Dratini. Surprisingly, Shota does not exhibit any signs of disappointment. Instead, he wears a look of satisfaction, feeling enriched by the experience. Chapter 123, Challenge at the Aroma Gym, Part 1. The following day, Ash and his companions, along with Shota, once again visit the Aroma Gym. Today marks Ash's challenge against the gym, while Shota has come to observe and learn. By the way, Shota, have you ever watched a gym battle before? Serena inquires with curiosity. No, this is my first time witnessing a gym challenge from an audience's perspective. Shota replies, brimming with excitement and anxiety. He has participated in several gym challenges, yet he has never observed one. Typically, gym battles are not open to outsiders unless they are accompanying the challenger, unless the gym leader seeks the challenger's consent for special circumstances. Eureka smiles. Shota, you are in for a real treat watching Ash challenge the gym. Shota, I'll rely on you to cheer for me, Ash says, giving Shota a friendly pat on the shoulder. Absolutely. Shota nods emphatically. Upon entering the gym, the group is greeted by 4 young ladies who have been awaiting their arrival. Welcome. The 4 ladies bow and greet, forming 2 lines to guide the guests. As they traverse a corridor, Ash and his companions arrive at the battle arena of the Aroma Gym. The arena is quite ordinary. However, the surrounding decor exudes luxury and elegance. Serena and her friends confidently make their way to the audience seats. Once they find a suitable spot, Shota takes out a Pokeball to release his Trico to observe the battle. Just as Ash and the others wonder when Mayumi will make her entrance, the lights dim, and the walls surrounding the battlefield slowly rise, revealing enormous screens. Under the swirling cherry blossom effects, Mayumi makes her gradual entrance. Following the conclusion of yesterday's fashion show, Ash, thanks to Serena and the others' introduction, had arranged this challenge with Mayumi, who had taken the evening to gather some information about Ash. Compared to the results of previous regional competitions, Ash's newly acquired status as a Pokémon professor undoubtedly carries the heaviest weight. He has no intention of hiding this prestigious title. In fact, he hopes to leverage the ancient secret medicine for profit to support his Pokémon endeavors. Temporarily bypassing the Miare gym, Ash currently holds only 4 badges, yet he is determined to secure the Aroma Gym badge. Misty is not at all surprised by Ash's confidence. Traveling through multiple regions and achieving the pinnacle of scholarly success in such a short time is enough to command her respect. She eagerly anticipates the performance of Professor Ash. With that, she signaled to the young lady in the black dress to initiate the proceedings. Thus, the Aroma Gym challenge between Gym Leader Misty and Challenger Ash commences. Each participant may use 2 Pokémon, and the match concludes when one side's Pokémon can no longer battle. Furthermore, only the challenger is permitted to substitute their Pokémon. With the rules established, Misty spoke first. "Allow me to take the lead." She twirled gracefully, releasing her Pokeball. "Let us go, Florges." Without a doubt, Misty's first Pokémon is the Florges that triumphed against Shota. It's settled then. Cherubi. Ash released his ordinary Cherubi, opting to use only it for today's gym challenge. Misty was slightly taken aback to see Ash's choice of Cherubi as a fairy-type specialist. Challenging him with a Pokémon of the same type could be perceived as a provocation. It was as if the 2 Pokémon could comprehend and converse with each other. Incredible. Miss Misty can truly communicate with her Pokémon. Citra exclaimed in astonishment. Although Serena and Eureka had mentioned this during dinner the night before, there is a significant difference between hearing about it and witnessing it firsthand. Misty explained to the audience. "I have always aspired to become one with Pokémon, and before I knew it, I found myself able to converse with them. However, not all Pokémon can communicate. I can mostly understand my own. Is this what it means to be in harmony with Pokémon?" Ash recognized the deeper meaning behind Misty's words. This is precisely the manifestation of a profound bond. "Professor Ash, my specialization lies in fairy-type Pokémon, as I believe you are aware. Please exercise caution." Misty cautioned. "Miss Misty, I welcome your teachings." Ash responded. "Bring it on." The referee, a young lady, promptly announced, "Let the battle begin." Fairy Wind. Cherubi clasped its hands together and unleashed a wave of fairy energy toward Florges. "Dodge it, then use Misty Terrain." Florges gracefully evaded the Fairy Wind and swiftly created a misty terrain that enveloped the battlefield. Cherubi's speed may not be impressive, but against a Pokémon like Florges, it was relatively swift. While Florges is capable of flight, its small size and wings, lacking the flying type, make it naturally slower. Nevertheless, Misty's Florges moved with remarkable agility, deftly maneuvering as if it were playing with Shota's Pokémon. Constrained by the Trick Room, Ash remained unperturbed, knowing there were myriad ways to counter such a tactic. The most common method was to substitute a Pokémon with a slower speed. Another approach involved using moves with higher priority to counteract the situation. While Trick Room indeed favored slower Pokémon, the priority of moves was not hindered by its effects. A third option was to stall until the effects of the moves dissipated. Lastly, one could resort to brute force to dismantle the setup. Misty observed Ash's unwavering demeanor and smiled as she issued her next command. "Florges, Euroball." In an instant, the combination of Trick Room and Euroball was unleashed. While effective against ordinary trainers, it fell short of impressing Ash. Just as Florges approached Kirlia, it teleported away instantaneously. Kirlia adeptly maintained a safe distance, landing each time at the farthest edge from Florges, which caused Florges to collide with the barriers of Trick Room repeatedly. After several impacts, cracks began to appear in the walls of the Trick Room. Noticing this, Misty quickly shouted, "Florges, stop." "Kirlia, Shadow Ball," commanded Ash, and Kirlia conjured a dark purple energy sphere that struck the barrier of Trick Room, shattering it with a resounding crash. Once more, with Shadow Ball, Kirlia repeated the maneuver, this time targeting Florges directly. Misty frantically ordered, "Florges, evade." Florges exerted every ounce of strength to dodge to the side. "Miss Misty, our assault is not so simple," Ash declared just as the Shadow Ball inexplicably reversed course, continuing its pursuit of Florges. Boom. Florges was caught squarely in the blast. Chapter 124, Challenge at the Aroma Gym, Part 2. Florges was sent tumbling to the ground. Yet, as the Shadow Ball was not a lethal attack, it did not succumb. Psybeam. Magical Shine. Kirlia unleashed a Psybeam, while Florges countered with Magical Shine, resulting in a tremendous explosion upon impact. Florges, closest to the blast, was hurled several meters away, sustaining further injuries. "Kirlia, use your final Shadow Ball to finish it." Following Ash's command, Kirlia formed a basketball-sized energy sphere and teleported behind Florges. Boom. After the explosion, Florges lay completely incapacitated. The onlooking trainers stood frozen in disbelief at Florges' defeat. "Missed," announced the result. Misty directed the referee. "Next, I will use this one. Sylveon. Pokémon. Sylveon, Misty. Type. Fairy. Gender. Male. Strength. Gym beginner, 42. Ability. Cute charm. May infatuate opponents upon contact. Item. None. Moves. Charm. Fairy wind. Moonblast. Light screen. Magical shine. Quick attack. Volt switch. Ash replaced Kirlia with a shiny Kirlia. Marshmallow exclaimed in astonishment. It is indeed a shiny Kirlia. Kirlia, utilize Hypnosis Beam. Moonlight power. As the shiny Kirlia unleashed its Hypnosis Beam, the Fairy-type Pokémon countered with a Moonlight power to block the attack. The collision of their moves resulted in an explosion that stirred a vast cloud of dust. Observing this, Marshmallow commanded, Fairy-type Pokémon, seize this moment to capture it. Heeding the command, the Fairy-type Pokémon immediately extended its antennae to ensnare the shiny Kirlia. Ash wore a slight smirk, having anticipated this moment. Kirlia, unleash Psychic Mayhem. Allowing the alluring form of its opposite gender to make contact with the shiny Kirlia was indeed a gamble, yet Ash was willing to wager his fortune on a chance. If this move failed, the Fairy-type Pokémon would miss the opportunity to refresh its alluring trait. A mischievous grin appeared on shiny Kirlia's face as it unleashed a surge of psychic energy, counteracting the Fairy-type Pokémon's grasp. A flicker of panic flashed in the Fairy-type Pokémon's eyes as it attempted to break free. However, Kirlia lifted it into the air. The combination of weightlessness and psychic control left the Fairy-type Pokémon with little room for resistance. Shiny Kirlia brutally pounded the Fairy-type Pokémon like a meteor, inflicting considerable damage. The proficiency of its psychic moves was astounding. Marshmallow was secretly alarmed, realizing that Ash's shiny Kirlia was even more formidable than the previous one. Fairy-type Pokémon, use Fairy Wind. The Fairy-type Pokémon rallied itself, creating a whirlwind aimed at shiny Kirlia. Shiny Kirlia formed a psychic barrier to shield itself, effortlessly neutralizing the Fairy-type Pokémon's attack. Kirlia, let us conclude this with a powerful psychic. A surge of enhanced and destructive psychic energy erupted from Kirlia, enveloping the Fairy-type Pokémon in a matter of moments. The Fairy-type Pokémon could not withstand the onslaught for long and ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness. With the Fairy-type Pokémon incapacitated, Kirlia emerged victorious, thus declaring Ash, the challenger, as the winner. Dr. Ash, you have trained your two Kirlias exceptionally well. They each possess distinct characteristics. Utilizing teleport to allow the Fairy-type Pokémon to exhaust the Trick Room's power was an excellent strategy, Marshmallow remarked, presenting the gym badge to Ash. Following his victory in this challenge, Ash received a comprehensive reward of skills for both Shiny Gardevoir and Shiny Galade, which he could employ once they evolved, enabling them to learn all the moves taught by TMs, much like Greninja. After bidding farewell to Marshmallow, Ash and his companions made their way to the Pokémon Center. Along the journey, Shoyuta, gazing at his notes, fell into a contemplative state. Today's observation had taught him much, particularly Ash's dismantling of the Trick Room and Marshmallow's agile application of the Fairy-type Pokémon's unique traits. Can I create my own battling style? He pondered. Yes, I will. Shoyuta committed Ash's words to memory. Is that Mr. Steven? Ash noted a photograph tucked within Shuta's notebook. Shoyuta nodded. Indeed, it is a signed photo personally gifted by Steven, the champion of Hoenn. The Hoenn champion. To their surprise, Selena and the others had not anticipated that Shota was acquainted with the champion. Indeed, we encountered Mr. Daigo in Kanaz City. Like Ash, Mr. Daigo is engaged in research on evolution. He informed me that the final evolutionary form of Trico, Sceptile, is also capable of evolving, which is why I departed from the Hoenn region to travel to the Kalos region. The Mega Sceptile is a shared dream between Trico and me. Shota recounted his purpose for traveling to Kalos. Mega Sceptile? Ash has used one before. It's so cool. Eureka exclaimed excitedly. Really? Shota's eyes sparkled with admiration once more. Ash remarked, after evolving, Sceptile indeed experiences a significant power boost. However, Shota, you still have a long journey ahead. Evolution requires not only a Sceptile Megastone, but also a profound bond between you and your Pokémon. It was impossible to showcase Mega Sceptile, as he had not brought it with him. It would be too troublesome to ask Professor Oak for a transmission over such a trivial matter. Chapter 125, Double the Ketchup. Dear Pokémon-loving friends in Kalos, here is an announcement for the grand event, the newcomer level preliminary of the Triple Crown Satellite Tournament. The next competition will be held in Fleurville, a picturesque town reliant on Pokémon for agricultural development, nestled among majestic mountains and windmills. Upon hearing the venue announced by Pierre on television, Selena eagerly pulled out her electronic map to examine the route to Fleurville. It's quite close to Santalin City. You can do it. Selena encouraged, confident that given his current condition, Ash would face this challenge without issue. The misstep during his first performance served as a valuable lesson for Selena. Having exchanged ideas with AI Air not long ago and also discussed costume design with me yesterday, Ash was certain that Selena would excel. Eureka chimed in with encouragement. This time, we must secure the princess key. Yes. Selena paused, glancing at Ash. Ash, have you decided on the next gym challenge location? Oh, I haven't decided yet. Ash feigned a troubled expression, although he had already resolved to challenge the Shalar gym next. What about this place? Selena presented the map to Ash and the others, one side marked with the location and route to Shalar City, the other featuring a towering sundial by the seaside. Shalar City is the nearest city with a gym, and it also has a magnificent sundial. Plus, it's on the way to Fleurville. Ash replied, all right, then we shall go to Shalar City. Shota, have you determined your next destination? Citron inquired of Shota. I'm planning to head to the Sea Spirit Gym, Shota declared. Ash cautioned, the Sea Spirit Gym, huh? Elder Fu is quite a formidable opponent. However, as an expert in grass-type Pokémon, this journey might yield unique insights for you, Shota. With the next destination established, Shota once again challenged Ash, proposing a 3-on-3 battle, to which Ash readily agreed. The outcome, as expected, was a resounding victory for Ash over Shota once more. It is noteworthy that Tazwood Gecko evolved into a forest lizard during this battle. However, he still could not triumph over Ash. After the match concluded, Ash intended to request Nurse Joy's assistance in restoring his Pokémon's vitality. Additionally, Professor Oak from Pallet Town advised him to contact him at his earliest convenience. At Nurse Joy's gesture, her assistant, Snorlax, approached with a tray. On one side of the tray lay a green notebook and a brand new Pokédex, while the other side bore an egg. The egg was predominantly black, adorned with red flame patterns, and at the intersections of the flames and base color, there was a slight bluish tint. Ash curiously glanced at Nurse Joy and inquired, is this egg also a gift from the League? Nurse Joy shook her head, replying, I am uncertain about that, Ash. You may wish to check the information within the Pokédex. She genuinely did not know whether it was a League gift, as it was her first experience witnessing a traveling trainer acquire the title of Pokémon Professor, and she had never seen such a rudimentary credential awarded before. Thank you. Ash expressed his gratitude, first retrieving the Pokéballs of Chikorita and the others before accepting the items from Snorlax. Upon opening the new Pokédex, Ash discovered that it indeed contained a message. The message not only congratulated him on becoming a professor, but also elaborated on the rights and responsibilities associated with the title. The rights were extensive, including, but not limited to, an annual research funding quota, access to all necessary resources for project proposals, ownership of research findings, and even the ability to mobilize regional elite trainers and local law enforcement for safety concerns. Ash was even granted the privilege to challenge the regional league directly. As for responsibilities, there were no stringent requirements or rigid scientific benchmarks. Even if Ash misused the funding, as long as it was applied to Pokémon, it was permissible. The message also explicitly stated the reason for receiving the egg. It pertained to a newly discovered Pokémon, with its evolutionary line yet to be researched. Since Ash was capable of replicating the ancient form from over a millennium ago, the League decided to send an egg his way. This move could be seen as a gamble, hoping to see if anyone would genuinely make a breakthrough in their studies. Naturally, veteran professors could also apply for research on this open topic. Pokémon, Charcoal Squire, Shiny, Hatching Progress, 13. Type, Fire, Gender, Male, Strength, 0, Unhatched. Ability, Flame Body, may occasionally burn opponents that make contact. Item, None, Moves, Ember, Scare, Destiny Bond, Nightshade, Charge Flame. Observing the details of the shiny Charcoal Squire, Ash was momentarily stunned. The League was indeed generous to bestow a shiny Pokémon so casually, and the inheritance of Destiny Bond made this Charcoal Squire quite formidable. This skill pairing was perfectly suited for the Charizard. With Swords Dance activated, it could unleash a relentless assault, and if it faltered, there was always Destiny Bond as a safety net. This combination was simply extraordinary. Charizard. Serena scrutinized Ash with curiosity, asking, what Pokémon is this egg going to hatch into, Ash? This is the Fire-type Pokémon named Charcoal Little Samurai, as noted in the Pokédex. Discovered in the region of Paldea, it is a creature born from life, residing within charcoal. Upon hearing that it is a Fire-type, Ash's Pikachu displayed a look of concern, as fire types are notoriously difficult to handle. Pikachu protested, insisting on a double serving of ketchup. Ash chuckled, agreeing to the request for the evening. Pikachu clarified that it preferred this to be a permanent arrangement, not just for tonight, demonstrating its discerning nature. The duo then engaged in a light-hearted debate regarding the quantity of ketchup to be used. Observing Ash and Pikachu's seamless communication deepened Shota's admiration for Ash, while Serena and her companions had long grown accustomed to such interactions. Unbeknownst to them, Ash's claim that Charizard could handle raising a Pokémon was merely an attempt to placate Pikachu. Charcoal Little Samurai, chosen as the Flame Blade Demon, diverges significantly in training direction from Charizard, who often struggles to care for itself, let alone a young Pokémon. Chapter 126, a preliminary bond evolution and the discovery of the Wrestling Hawk. After settling matters with Pikachu, Ash contacted Professor Oak via telephone. Professor, is there something urgent that you need to discuss with me? Ash inquired. Well, it's not particularly urgent. It's just that during the last examination of the Pokémon, Yamper, something remained unclear. When can we address that? Ash surmised that the fire-type Pokémon had likely been thoroughly examined by now. Alright, but when can we expect the Scyther that I asked you to arrange through Xiaojian? Ash asked. That is already on its way and will be sent to the lab in Blatano. You just need to head to Miare City, Professor Oak replied. Ash then pressed. Honestly, how confident are you about the new evolution line for Scyther? Professor Oak, considering the possibility of flying from Pallet Town to the Kalos region, contemplated how he might exhaust the research topics of Ash. It's a 50-50 chance. I'm not entirely sure if it will succeed. Ash kept his certainty to himself, deeming it too alarming to share. I see. Well, that's fair enough. Professor Oak expressed satisfaction that Ash remained grounded despite his new status as a professor. He continued. By the way, you should have received the Pokémon egg sent by the League, correct? Yes, Ms. Joy from Aroma City just handed it to me, Ash confirmed. Professor, is it true that the evolution line of Charcoal Little Samurai has not yet been discovered? Professor Oak shook his head. No, this Pokémon was only recently discovered, along with several others classified as Paradox Pokémon. The League is primarily focusing its research on those Paradox Pokémon. Upon hearing this, Ash fell into deep contemplation. Paradox Pokémon encompass both ancient and future Pokémon, each distinctly different from those of the current timeline in appearance, attributes, and temperament. It is undeniable that these Pokémon possess significant strength. From a research perspective, Paradox Pokémon indeed warrant further study, making the temporary neglect of Charcoal Little Samurai understandable. With the delivery of the Glade, Ash acquired the Pokeball containing the precious Pokémon. Alas, the water otter he was meant to receive was rendered dazed by Glade's Vine Whip. As soon as it was teleported, Glade eagerly emerged from its Pokeball, playfully engaging in affectionate antics with Ash. After bidding farewell to Shota, the group embarked on their journey towards Windy Town. A day later, they paused at the intersection of the forest and the plains to enjoy lunch. Each of them released their Pokémon, and after Ash granted his Pokémon the freedom to roam, they scattered in different directions. The wrestling bird, Kyrelian, and Squirtle, all eager for battle, dashed joyfully into the forest. In contrast, Glade, the shiny Kyrelian, and Teensy preferred to gather around Serena, their reasoning being simple. Serena could assist them in styling, while Ash had no time to indulge them. Pikachu, the elder statesman of the group, dutifully assumed the role of caretaker, always on standby. Both Charizard and the shiny Gyarados were laid back and enjoyed napping, providing Ash with peace of mind. Ash, accompanied by Greninja, sought a spacious area, declaring, Greninja, you have now adeptly harnessed the power of the aura. I believe you can sense a unique force within you. Our next training objective is to fully master this power. I predict that once you have accomplished this, you may be able to transform into a state akin to evolution, much like Charizard and Lizardon. Indeed, Ash intended to delve into the study of bond transformation. Once he comprehended the principles behind this transformation, he could attempt to apply it to other Pokémon. In time, even those Pokémon without a distinct form could attain newfound strength, significantly enhancing his team. Greninja nodded in understanding. Let us begin with the aura frequency, Ash suggested. Greninja activated its aura, and they endeavored to synchronize their frequencies, merging their auras. Since they had yet to trigger the bond state, Ash decided to start with the aura, his area of expertise. Greninja maximized its aura output while Ash attempted to align his aura frequency with Greninja's. As their aura frequencies began to harmonize, a flow of water enveloped Greninja, albeit faintly and not yet fully integrated. At least from Ash's perspective, they were on the right path. After all, the precursor to the bond transformation for Greninja involved the Torrent ability being maximized to create a surrounding flow of water. Were it not for his previous life experience witnessing the bond transformation of Greninja, he might have doubted whether this was merely an enhancement of the Torrent ability. Their initial attempt concluded in failure, leaving both Ash and Greninja noticeably fatigued. Just as they contemplated further attempts, the wrestling bird, engrossed in the forest, targeted a dead tree to practice its flying knee kick. After successfully snapping a branch, a radiant light emitted from the spot where the branch had fallen. Instantly captivated by the glow, the wrestling bird approached to discover a purple Pokémon egg adorned with deep purple eye-like patterns on its surface. The wrestling eagle surveyed its surroundings, but found no Pokémon resembling the color of the egg. As the egg approached the brink of hatching, it cradled it and let out a call. Nearby, the Squirtle and the Chikorita, who were wandering at the forest's edge, rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Are we about to engage in battle? Chikorita posed, adopting a stance indicative of readiness. Squirtle, noticing the Pokémon egg in Wrestling Eagle's arms, inquired, is this your egg, my friend? Wrestling Eagle shot an exasperated glance at Squirtle, retorting, absolutely not. The egg's hue was distinctly different from its own. How could it possibly belong to it? Furthermore, being male, how could it hatch an egg? Even if it could, it certainly wouldn't happen so swiftly. Just then, the egg emitted a faint white glow once more. Squirtle jumped back in surprise, exclaiming, is it about to hatch? Chikorita, intrigued, tilted its head and scrutinized the egg. It seems like it's ready to hatch. What should we do? After a brief discussion among the trio, and under the persuasive charm of Squirtle, Wrestling Eagle ultimately resolved to adhere to its original intention and take the egg along. Thus, it cradled the egg and made its way towards the camp, while Squirtle and even Chikorita were not permitted to touch it. Chapter 127, Woobat Wrestling Eagle, carrying the Pokémon egg, soon found Ash. "Wow, it's a Pokémon egg!" exclaimed Iris, her keen eyes sparkling with excitement as she approached to examine the egg closely. What kind of Pokémon does it belong to? Determining that from the surface alone was quite challenging. Ash recognized it as a Woobat's egg, recalling that the little creature possessed remarkable abilities, having once knocked a Zapdos senseless in its very first battle after evolution. Pokémon, Woobat, hatching progress, 98, type, flying. Psychic, gender, male, strength, 0, unhatched. Ability, unaware, attacks that penetrate obstacles or substitutes. Held item, none, moves. Ultrasonic, screech, tackle, absorb, dragon rush. Dragon tail, glimpsing the information about Woobat, Ash couldn't help but feel a shiver of astonishment. Inheriting moves such as Dragon Rush and Dragon Tail suggested a formidable lineage. Perhaps even that of legendary Pokémon like the three-headed dragon or the Dragonite. After all, even with a boosted evolution, using Dragon Tail might not guarantee a decisive victory against a Zapdos. However, regardless of the parentage of Woobat, it was imperative not to leave with the egg, lest the parents, following its scent, confront them about the theft. Pokémon are known for their temperamental nature during the hatching process. A simple example is Psyduck, which Ash had encountered in Sinnoh, fiercely blocking paths to ensure its offspring successfully hatched. If Psyduck could be so protective, one could only imagine the ferocity of wild legendary Pokémon. Previously, Team Rocket had incurred the wrath of Charizard, causing chaos throughout the forest. Thus, under the guidance of Wrestling Eagle, the group journeyed back to the location where the Pokémon egg had been discovered. Ash activated his aura sensing abilities, meticulously searching for any information pertaining to Woobat. However, no activity of Dragon-type Pokémon was discovered. The origin of this egg seemed rather peculiar. Could it possibly have been sourced from a different timeline by Celebi or another Pokémon? Ash furrowed his brow, growing increasingly perplexed by the egg, which appeared to have materialized out of thin air, devoid of any traces from its parental lineage. At that moment, the light emanating from the Pokémon egg began to flicker more intensely. "It's about to hatch," Eulogia exclaimed with excitement. Serena reminded, "It would be wise to keep it warm." Numerous Pokémon gathered around in anticipation. Amidst a dazzling display of light, the egg cracked, and in the next instant, a curled-up Zubat emerged. As Zubat slowly opened its eyes in Ash's embrace, the first face it beheld was naturally Ash's. Pokémon have a peculiar habit of considering the first individual they see upon hatching as their closest companion. That's right. Serena took out her Pokédex and scanned Zubat. Zubat, the Sonic Pokémon. Upon hearing Zubat's name, Eulogia exclaimed, "Zubat, how adorable." Zubat, with its large purple ears, is a dual-type flying and dragon Pokémon, meaning it is essentially a baby dragon Pokémon. Its evolved form, Golbat, bears little resemblance to a dragon. Yet it can still learn Dragon Dance, surpassing certain other dragon types. Ash gently patted Zubat's small head. "Hello, Zubat." Pikachu, Serena, and the other Pokémon all greeted Zubat warmly. The cries mingled with ultrasonic waves and piercing sounds, severely irritating the eardrums of everyone present, prompting them to cover their ears and retreat. "All right, no more crying." Eulogia placed her hand on Zubat's forehead to comfort it. However, her attempt only seemed to aggravate its cries further. Ash extended his hand to soothe it, saying, there. Are you hungry?" Zubat relished Ash's soothing words, and its cries abruptly ceased. Serena glanced at her Pokédex and remarked, "Zubat's favorite food seems to be berries." With a clear goal in mind, the group approached the nearest berry tree. "Deden, can you pick this for us?" Eulogia prepared to direct Deden to gather some berries. As an avid eater, Deden effortlessly plucked the berries, dropping them with ease. However, Zubat merely emitted an ultrasonic wave to scan the berries, decisively shaking its head to indicate disinterest. "Huh, you don't want this? Aren't you supposed to like fruit?" Eulogia was perplexed. Ash chuckled. "Zubat can use ultrasound to determine the ripeness of the berries. These aren't ripe yet." "Really?" Eulogia skeptically took a bite. "How sour?" After that bite, the sourness made Eulogia feel as though her teeth might fall out. What a true gourmand. Hectron laughed. In order to satisfy Zubat, the other Pokémon gathered an abundance of berries from the surrounding trees. Zubat surveyed the pile of berries and ultimately chose only a few to consume. The remaining berries were mostly unripe, yet they were suitable for making energy cubes, Pock Puffs, and other treats, which Ash and the others decided not to waste, packing them into their backpacks to take along. After satisfying its hunger, the Wobbuffet emerged from Ash's arms and, with eager flaps of its tiny wings, attempted to soar into the sky. "Is it trying to fly?" Serena inquired with curiosity. "Indeed," Hidalon responded. "The Wobbuffet is a dual-type Pokémon of flying and dragon, and it must first learn the art of flight, perhaps due to the absence of parental guidance or being inexplicably abandoned. The Wobbuffet struggled valiantly, yet ultimately failed to lift off, landing with a thud on the ground. The impact stung, prompting the Wobbuffet to burst into tears once more. Observing this, Ash hurried over to comfort it, saying, "It's completely normal to fail on your first attempt. For now, why not learn to glide with the Talonflame, and then gradually try to fly?" Ash, though uncertain why flying Pokémon are born with the ability to soar, recalled from his past experiences watching nature documentaries that birds often begin their flight by gliding. He figured the Wobbuffet could benefit from this approach. Encouraged, the Wobbuffet excitedly wriggled out of Ash's embrace and emulated Talonflame's gliding technique. After gliding a few meters, the Wobbuffet attempted to flap its wings, only to tumble from the air yet again. Talonflame promptly swooped in to catch it. Clearly devoted to its newfound little companion, Talonflame patiently guided the Wobbuffet through multiple attempts, consistently catching it as it fell. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the Wobbuffet had yet to master flight, though its gliding distance had improved to over 5 meters. After a hearty meal, Ash gently patted the little creature on the head, asking, "Wobbuffet, would you like to join us on our journey?" Though the Wobbuffet did not fully comprehend the concept of travel, it understood the notion of togetherness and promptly leaped onto Ash. Ash then retrieved a Pokeball to capture it. Chapter 128, The Aerial Relay Race. Since the Wobbuffet's addition, Ash's team had gained another little one in need of special training. Meanwhile, Talonflame had taken on the role of Wobbuffet's dedicated caretaker, tasked not only with teaching it to fly, but also with helping it gather fruit. Talonflame showed no aversion to this lifestyle, and their bond grew stronger. Wobbuffet's gliding distances steadily increased, though it still had yet to achieve true flight. Whenever it flapped its wings, it became anxious, disrupting its balance. One day, as per their routine, Talonflame took Wobbuffet aloft for training, accompanied by a Dragonite providing escort. Wobbuffet displayed remarkable learning abilities, mimicking Talonflame's movements by retracting its wings, feeling the wind direction before spreading its wings once more to glide. Soon, the training session concluded, just as the group prepared to continue their journey. A flight formation of Mankey, Spearow, and Fiero streaked across the sky, their speed impressive even against the fierce winds. Ash deduced that these 3 Pokémon must belong to someone, given their coordinated flight. Coincidentally, their flight direction aligned with Ash and his companion's path. Not long after setting off, they arrived at a village nestled within a canyon. Before entering the village, several individuals observed a gathering of numerous flying-type Pokémon trainers, each skillfully directing their Pokémon in flight, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a competitive arena. Ash found himself particularly intrigued by the flying-type competition, especially since his Woobat had just learned to fly. This event would undoubtedly serve as a splendid opportunity for its development. It feels quite similar to a Rhydon's race, mused Serena, noting the ambience that closely resembled that of a sports competition. This is the Pokémon Sky Relay. At that moment, an elderly gentleman appeared before the group, accompanied by a Noctowl. The unfamiliarity of this competition piqued the curiosity of Citron and his companions. "Did you come all the way here without knowing?" the old man exclaimed in surprise, assuming Ash and his friends were participants. "We're traveling. My name is Ash," he replied, inquiring if the old man was familiar with the Pokémon Sky Relay. Flying competitions were Ash's forte, having won the ring tournament twice. Serena and the others also introduced themselves in turn. The old man replied, "I am Oasis, and this is my partner, Noctowl." The Pokémon Relay involves teams of 3 flying Pokémon competing to reach a designated finish line. Contestants gather from various regions, all confident in their abilities, or rather, their wings, as flying specialists. Upon hearing this, Ash's interest was piqued. With his Dragonite, he had just the right number of flying Pokémon. Just then, the team of Talonflame they had encountered earlier gracefully descended before a young man. "Everyone, you performed splendidly today. Your conditions are quite optimal. I'm counting on you for tomorrow's competition." "That person is also a trainer," Citron exclaimed in awe, with a team comprising the entire evolution line of Fletchling. This individual's prowess was not to be underestimated. After all, while other contestants had 3 distinct Pokémon, this trainer had 3 forms of the same species, which simplified training considerably and facilitated mutual reference and communication. His name was Onis, the champion of the last tournament, aiming to achieve consecutive victories with Fletchling, Fletchinder, and Talonflame. After the introductions, Oasis turned to Ash and his friends once more, asking, "So, are you interested in participating in tomorrow's competition?" "Absolutely," Ash exclaimed, releasing Dragonite, Hawlucha, and Woobat. "Their spirit is impressive. You've trained them remarkably well. May I dream of achieving victory in the Pokémon Sky Relay alongside you?" Oasis could already discern Ash's formidable strength simply from having captured a Dragonite. "Then I look forward to your guidance," Ash replied, as he was in need of a knowledgeable mentor to clarify the competition's rules and routes. Elated by Ash's willingness, Oasis immediately invited him and his friends to his home for a visit. After a prolonged period of silence, the trio from the Rockets, upon overhearing that Ash would also participate in the relay race, devised a mischievous plan to capture the Woobat during the competition. More precisely, These three fools had set their sights on Woobat's evolved form, Swoobat. Given Swoobat's dragon-type attributes, they perceived it as highly valuable for capture. Once the participating Pokémon donned their relay bands, they set off from the starting point, while their trainers directed them from hot air balloons. The first baton exchange was set at the entrance of the forest, with the final handoff occurring within the stone forest, the entire race encircling the valley. The elderly gentleman grew increasingly animated as he spoke, while a Noctowl perched nearby occasionally chimed in with calls of agreement. Curious, Serena inquired. You and Grandpa Oha seem to know the race process so well. I presume you have both been champions in previous grand competitions? Her probing question doused the excitement of Oha and Zong in an instant. With a resigned expression, he replied, in truth, I have never participated in a single race. However, I possess nearly 100 experiences as a spectator. Upon hearing this, Ash and his companions were momentarily speechless. To rely solely on the experience of being an observer and yet display such fervor was quite astonishing. Why? Clayton's curiosity was also piqued. Oha scratched his head and candidly explained, well, I have yet to capture 3 flying Pokémon, so. The group was nearly overwhelmed by this revelation. It seemed that although the old man cherished competitions and yearned to partake, he simply could not assemble 3 Pokémon to compete. Chapter 129, Triumph in the Competition. Despite Grandpa Oha's lack of competitive experience, Ash patiently listened to his suggestions. After a brief moment of contemplation, he determined the order of participation. The first leg would not be suitable for the oversized Dragonite to traverse the forest. Instead, it would be the duty of Hawlucha to undertake this leg, fully utilizing the advantage of the terrain. Upon hearing that Ash entrusted the most critical leg to him, Woobat quivered with excitement. Standing atop Hawlucha as his demeanor transformed into one of solemnity, akin to a soldier preparing for battle. With the order arranged, Ash and his friends returned to the plaza for intensive training. The following day, as fireworks burst in the sky, the Pokémon aerial relay officially commenced. The weather was splendid, perfectly suited for such a lofty competition. The Pokémon had completed their warm-ups, and the trainers ascended in their hot air balloons. At that moment, Ash found himself atop a balloon, while Hawlucha sported a blue relay band, poised at the starting line. Here, Ash also spotted Team Rocket's Musashi and Kojiro, who had chosen Pumpkaboo as their competitor. The position of Pumpkaboo was alarmingly close to a waiting Swablu, which was flanked by a Swanna, Combi, and Murkrow. Ash even caught sight of a 3-headed Hydreigon. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that the trainer of this Hydreigon had not thoroughly understood the race course. Given the massive size of Hydreigon, safely navigating through the forest would be nearly impossible. Furthermore, this competition is not merely a test of strength, but rather a contest of speed and technique. The 3-headed dragon must navigate swiftly through the dense forest, unless it resorts to a reckless charge. Now, let the hot air balloons ascend, and each Pokémon take its position. At the announcer's command, the balloons rose into the sky. Once they reached a sufficient altitude, the countdown for the competition commenced. All eyes in the arena were fixated on the timer, and as it reached 0, the starting signal was given, prompting the Pokémon at the starting line to surge forward. The soaring eagle, after a few preparatory strides, leaped into the air and glided off with astonishing speed, quickly establishing a lead of 5 to 6 body lengths over its competitors. Closely trailing behind was the reigning champion, the Murkrow, followed by the Swanna, Combi, and at the rear, the 3-headed dragon. Positioned in the second leg, Hytron and Eureka watched eagerly on their screens as the soaring eagle entered the forest, their faces alight with excitement, knowing that its speed would only increase in the wooded terrain. The Dragonite, observing the unfolding scene, prepared itself for takeoff. Meanwhile, at the final leg, Selena, accompanied by her Woobat, pointed at the screen showcasing the soaring eagle's performance, exclaiming, "Look, Woobat! The soaring eagle has left the other competitors far behind." Woobat gazed at the soaring eagle with admiration. The soaring eagle had indeed distanced itself from the rest, leading the charge for Ash's team. Ash, standing in the hot air balloon, felt a surge of respect for both O and the elderly gentleman, realizing that the soaring eagle's flight path was meticulously planned based on the old man's insights. Truly, a seasoned viewer of nearly 100 competitions. If that old man could capture 3 flying Pokémon, he would surely have grown weary of victory. Upon entering the forest, the soaring eagle found numerous points to leverage, propelling its gliding speed even higher. The 3-headed dragon collided with several trees, triggering a domino effect as a series of trees toppled, obstructing many Pokémon's progress. The leading soaring eagle burst forth from the forest, reaching the second leg's exchange point first, just as the Dragonite secured the relay baton for takeoff. Musashi and Kojiro abandoned their pretense. With a command, the Pumpkaboo concealed within the feathers of the Comfey emerged, instantly catapulting their rank to second place. They entrusted the second leg to Meowth, who was hidden within a large Polypper's apparatus. Naturally, this contraption consumed 2 bowls of Pokémon food for every 100 kilometers, and its speed depended on how swiftly Meowth pedaled. His second leg pilot was the Murkrow, which, upon takeoff, quickly caught up to Meowth's vehicle. Observing the Murkrow gaining ground, Ash ordered the Dragonite to accelerate. In response, Dragonite unleashed a tailwind technique, creating a fierce gust to hasten its flight. The sudden strong wind caused the Pelipper, piloted by Meowth, to collide with a stone pillar. With the aid of the tailwind, Dragonite widened the gap between itself and the Murkrow, navigating through the stone forest. It swiftly arrived at the final legs exchange point, landing before Woobat and handing over the relay baton. Woobat, give it your all and soar, Ash encouraged. The method of takeoff for the Woobat mirrors that of the wrestling-themed Hawlucha, both employing a running start. At this juncture, the moment of exchange arrives as Mook's explosive potential culminates in a seamless handoff with the final baton, Mukrow. Both Ash's team and the Oni's team have successfully completed their final exchanges, igniting the question of which Pokémon, Woobat or Mukrow, will be the first to surge across the finish line and conclude this thrilling contest. Meanwhile, the other competitors remain ensnared in the midst of the second leg, and the once promising trio of Team Rocket finds themselves disqualified due to Meowth's blunder, triggered by the fierce wind stirred up by the rampaging Dragonite. Soaring high above a steep cliff, Woobat encounters a powerful updraft that propels it several meters higher. Ultimately, it manages to stabilize by folding its wings. But this gust also affords Mukrow the opportunity to close the gap. The two Pokémon, nearly neck and neck, race fervently toward the finish line. Determined not to disappoint Ash and his friends, Woobat's gaze hardens with resolve, flapping its wings with maximum vigor and frequency, thereby increasing its velocity significantly. With sheer determination, Woobat clinches victory by a narrow margin, a head's length ahead of Mukrow. Upon landing from the hot air balloon, Ash lifts Woobat in celebration, showering it with praise, while Hawlucha gives a thumbs up in admiration of Woobat's efforts, filling the little Pokémon with immense satisfaction. Chapter 130. Arrival at Windy Town. Following the conclusion of the aerial relay race, Ash and his companions continue their journey toward Windy Town. Along the way, they visit the largest Pokeball factory in the Kalos region. Here, they witness the fully automated production line of Pokeballs and marvel at various styles, including luxury balls, premier balls, and speed balls. Following closely behind, Team Rocket's trio, upon spotting the plethora of Pokeballs, cannot resist the lure of greed and scheme to rob the factory. Unfortunately for them, they miscalculated their timing. Ash and his friends had yet to depart when they initiated their plan. Despite the trouble they caused, they ultimately make their exit in a dramatic, yet predictable, fashion. After a lengthy journey, Ash and his friends finally arrive at their intended destination, Windy Town. On the day of the competition, a determined Serena rises early to prepare. After completing her morning exercises, she receives an encouraging call from her mother, Sachi. Bolstered by her mother's support, Serena resolves to give it her all, while also retrieving the exquisite dress Ash had gifted her during their time in Seabreeze City. Isn't this a bit too extravagant? Sachi inquires. Serena and her mother possess vastly different tastes. In response to her mother's skepticism, Serena confidently asserts, "This dress was handpicked by Ash, so your doubts only affirm its suitability." With a rebellious spirit, Serena decisively chooses to don the dress for the competition. Of course, before their departure from Aroma City, May had gifted each of them a dress as a gesture of gratitude for Serena and Yuli's assistance. Sachi, with a resigned tone, advises, "All right then, but Serena, you must unleash your full potential and give it your all." Absolutely. Fengshu Town is situated to the northeast of Kalos, in close proximity to Miare City, Xiangwen City, and Baiki City. Consequently, the audience gathered at the competition venue surpasses even that of the High Conference, creating a vibrant atmosphere outside the arena. Is that Selena? At that moment, a familiar voice resonated from behind Selena. The newcomer was none other than Marufi, whom they had met during the Bufflin Conference. Marufi, Ash and his companions were taken aback. "Hello, everyone. It has been a while," Marufi greeted warmly. "Indeed. It has been quite some time. How have you been?" They all chimed in with friendly salutes. "Are you here for the Triple Crown Satellite competition as well, Marufi?" Ash inquired curiously. However, he then noticed that Selena had cut her hair and leaned in closer to whisper, "Did you cut your hair? What happened? Did Ash break up with you or something? What nonsense are you talking about?" Selena exclaimed, startled, blushing. She discreetly glanced at Ash to ensure he was unperturbed before hastily changing the subject. "In any case, I have made ample preparations for this tournament. What transpired during the Bufflin Conference will not repeat itself." At the previous Bufflin Conference, the two had battled fiercely only to discover that the first place was awarded to a passerby, leaving their competition unresolved. This time, Selena was determined to prove herself against Marufi. "Likewise, Selena, this time, I will definitely compete with you for victory." Marufi echoed Selena's sentiments. After issuing her challenge, she leaned in to whisper, "And make sure to quickly close the distance with Ash to confirm your relationship." Having provoked her, Marufi cheerfully dashed away. "It seems Marufi is also a formidable contender in this tournament," Ash remarked. "I will not be outdone," Selena declared, her jealousy palpable. "Of course, she may not even be as formidable as you, Selena," Ash responded with a smile. As the competition commenced, Pierre, the regular host of the tournament, stood on stage and enthusiastically proclaimed, "To all the Pokémon enthusiasts of Kalos, the Girls' Festival, the Triple Crown Satellite Competition's novice stage, Fengshu Conference, has commenced with elegance and grandeur. I am Pierre, the dream guide who adores the fragrance of roses and the smiles of young maidens. Today, the performers aspiring to be the queens of Kalos shall present their remarkable performances for you. This Golden Princess key will be awarded to the victor of this competition. The performer who collects 3 princess keys will be crowned. A key adorned with a windmill emblem, cut from sapphire, flew forth. The theme performance for this occasion is Buffalent, requiring the creation of delectable, aromatic, and visually appealing Buffalents for the Pokémon. This Buffalent-centric theme undoubtedly aligns with Selena's greatest strengths, though it is equally within Maruffi's expertise, especially with her keen-nosed Swablu assisting her. Now, let us welcome the first 3 contestants of today's opening round. Among the initial trio, Maruffi's figure prominently emerged. The judges for the themed performance include the Buffalent Master, Lady Mayona, Pokémon Sommelier Mr. Sot, and Pokémon Critic Ms. Daytonton, along with their respective Pokémon. Contestants who capture their favor will advance to the second round of free performances. Upon the reappearance of Mayonako, Yuliga in the audience was overwhelmed with excitement, ready to rush forth and confess her feelings for Hitron. Noticing Yuliga rising from her seat, Hitron hastily intervened to restrain her, for he feared that he would become infamous otherwise, and thus, the enchanting creation of the Poffle commenced. As Pierre announced the start of the competition, the 3 contestants hurriedly approached their respective stations, busying themselves with preparations. With the assistance of the plump sweet Nini, Maruffi swiftly selected the finest and freshest ingredients, while the whipping of cream was expertly handled by the extraordinary Nio, using its psychic abilities. Maruffi's progress in other procedures was equally remarkable. She even discerned the flavor preferences of the 3 judges' Pokémon. Under her guidance, the production process reached completion in no time, resulting in a visually and gastronomically appealing creation that evoked salivation in all who beheld it. As the countdown concluded, the evaluation phase began. After a thorough examination of each contestant's creations, the judges presented them to their respective Pokémon for tasting. The outcome was clear. Maruffi advanced to the next round. In the second round, Ash was taken aback to see Musashi and Nio among the trio of contestants. If memory served him right, these individuals were not particularly skilled in making Poffle, having previously caused a disaster during the Poffle competition that resulted in an oven explosion. However, considering that the Team Rocket trio was adept at quickly mastering nearly anything aside from their usual mischief, Ash found himself at ease. Chapter 133, Serena's First Golden Key. Unlike the other 2 contestants, Musashi was effectively carried by Nio, who not only investigated the flavor preferences of the 3 judges' Pokémon beforehand, but also took charge of the initial stages of Poffle preparation. Ultimately, Musashi was undoubtedly the contestant to advance, with Nio's prior understanding of flavors playing a pivotal role. Otherwise, Musashi's final presentation would have led to her elimination, as her creation lacked visual appeal. While others could beautifully adorn their creations with cream, Musashi's was merely a lump. After 2 more groups of contestants, it was finally time for the last batch to take the stage, and Serena was among them, donned in a pink apron that exuded a homely charm. Partnered with a Finnegan and a Deden, she reassured herself, reminding herself of the confidence she had cultivated after so much practice for this day. Standing once again on stage, her nerves began to resurface. Let the contestants begin their creations, Pierre declared as the competition officially commenced. As the competition began, she sliced the necessary berries while directing her 2 Pokémon for assistance. Deden was tasked with whipping the cream, while the baking was entrusted to Finnegan. The camaraderie they had built over time was perfectly showcased in this moment. The progress of the other 2 contestants was also commendable. Time slipped away swiftly, and soon the countdown concluded. Who would be the final performer to advance to the free presentation? Now, it was time for evaluation. The creations of the 3 contestants were presented before the judging panel. Finnegan and Deden wore expressions of tension, yet Serena, having done everything within her power, revealed a relieved smile and softly reassured, "You have all given your utmost. It will be just fine." The exquisite creation of the Bayo Fulii, crafted with utmost dedication, effortlessly garnered the approval of 3 judges and their Pokémon, allowing Selena to advance to the next round of free performances. Following a brief intermission, Pierre announced, "Thank you for your patience. Now, we present the eagerly anticipated free performances. Let us witness the most spectacular displays from the 5 girls who advanced from the thematic performances." The first performer to grace the stage was the enigmatic and dangerously beautiful Musashi. In this second round of performances, the order was determined by a new draw, with Musashi taking the lead. Her partners, Meowth and Gyarados, adorned in clown-like costumes, hinted at a circus-themed act. With a swift run, Meowth leaped, and Musashi caught its paw, spinning twice before launching it towards Gyarados. In response, Gyarados executed a double return, sending Meowth soaring into the air. where it performed a series of acrobatic maneuvers while Gyarados deftly adjusted its position. The innovative performance elicited cheers from the audience, though it was Musashi who bore the brunt of the self-inflicted chaos, with Meowth now taking center stage. Meowth's wild antics could turn even the simplest of items into a masterful ice sculpture worthy of the illustrious Chairman Sakaki. Next to take the stage was the first performer to advance from the previous round, Marufii, accompanied by her partners, the plump Sweetie Pie and the Psychic Meowth. She commenced her act. Psychic Meowth utilized its telekinetic powers to elevate Sweetie Pie into the air, where she released a dazzling display of cotton spore. The spores shimmered under the stage lights, resembling a cascade of golden glitter, creating a breathtaking scene akin to a golden bridge spanning the venue. Igniting the imagination of all present, Selena, awaiting her turn, was equally taken aback by the seamless coordination of Marufii's Pokémon. Everyone, let us give our all and pursue our dreams. Selena, the last of the 5 finalists to perform, chose not to bring her usual partner, the plush doll, which meant she would also showcase 2 Pokémon, the Fennekin and the Pander. Pander, Selena called softly, and the playful Pander joyfully bounded towards her. She effortlessly caught the exuberant creature and, with a graceful toss, sent it soaring through the air, where it unleashed a wave of dark energy that shimmered in purple particles, reminiscent of stars twinkling in the night sky. Selena and Fennekin danced joyfully beneath this radiant display, with Fennekin tapping branches around the stage, igniting a bloom of vibrant fiery flowers. Following the trail of sparkling flames, Pander executed several flips. Pander, rock smash. As Pander landed, it struck the ground with a powerful punch, generating numerous ethereal blue pillars that remained incorporeal. Fennekin leapt gracefully onto the pillars, nimbly striking them, causing the blue light to dissipate like mist. The 2 attacks converged in a spectacular explosion above the stage, resembling a magnificent crown of fireworks. The concluding performance has been completed, with the mischievous panda and the long-tailed fox standing on either side of Selena. Upon witnessing Selena showcase her training, Ash breathed a sigh of relief. The splendor of this performance far surpassed that of the previous 4 contestants, ensuring her victory was all but certain. After Selena concluded her act, the 4 earlier competitors were invited back onto the stage. Pierre stood before the contestants, addressing the audience with a resonant voice. At the Tri-Champion Satellite Contest of the Wind and Whispers, who shall be the magnificent and extraordinary victor? The decision lies with all of you present. Please illuminate the lights of the color that corresponds to your favorite performer. Multicolored lights soared towards the stage, infusing the golden keys possessed by the 5 contestants, as the scoreboards gradually ascended. Naturally, Ash and his companions supported Selena, whose performance captivated a considerable number of spectators, leading her to dominate the scoring among the contestants. The final voting results were announced by Pierre. The ultimate champion of the Tri-Champion Satellite Contest of the Wind and Whispers is none other than the performer, Selena. Upon hearing this result, Selena was momentarily stunned, but soon, the long-tailed fox, the mischievous panda, and the doll-like creature joyfully embraced her. Grasping the Princess Golden Key from the keyring, Selena exclaimed with excitement, "Jiang Jiang, I have received the Princess Golden Key." Chapter 132, Rogue Tactics. Following the Wind and Whispers contest, Marufi, after teasing Selena as usual, bid farewell to Ash and his friends and set off on her own journey. Ash and his companions stayed in Wind and Whispers Town for a night before embarking on their journey to Baiki City. That day, as the sun dipped below the horizon, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky. Hitron glanced at the ominous clouds, sensing an unsettling feeling, as if rain were imminent. "Oh," Selena exclaimed, promptly retrieving a map to search for the nearest shelter from the rain, discovering a hotel nearby. Ash decisively stated, "Then let us head to this hotel tonight." Though the map indicated a short distance, the actual trek proved lengthy, and they could not escape becoming drenched. Upon entering the hotel, they were taken aback by the dismal state of the premises. The lobby was strewn with discarded refuse, and the central stone sculpture was in a deplorable condition. Had the lights not been on, Ash and his friends might have doubted whether the hotel was still operational. "Is this still in business?" Hitron questioned skeptically. "It's so filthy." Yuliga frowned. They navigated around the sculpture to reach the front desk, where fortunately, they found an elderly gentleman in uniform. "Wonderful. It's still operational. Please allow us to stay here for the night," Hitron requested. Ash surveyed the surroundings, and as he unleashed his aura, he was reminded of a storyline involving a rotom capable of transporting individuals through time, spanning a mere decade. The elderly gentleman, upon noticing the arrival of guests, warmly led Ash and his companions to their room. Suddenly, a flash of electricity flickered, prompting the old man to instinctively murmur, "Rotom." Yet, he quickly dismissed the thought. Ash was able to discern that the old man's intuition was indeed correct. A rotom was stealthily trailing behind them. On their way to their room, the group stumbled upon a photograph depicting a rogue trainer accompanied by a mischievous Krogunk, standing in a battleground setting. Realizing that the hotel boasted a battle arena, they hurriedly deposited their luggage in their room and made their way to the battleground. hidden within the circuitry. Rotom overheard Ash and his companions discussing their destination and discreetly followed suit. The scene within the battleground was even more chaotic than that of the hotel lobby. They arrived just in time to witness an ongoing Pokémon battle. Among the combatants was the very rogue trainer they had seen in the photograph, while the other was a Mediterranean gentleman. The Pokémon they employed were, respectively, Croagunk and Pancham. Pokémon: Croagunk, Mantle, Type, Ground. Dark, Gender, Male, Strength, Gym Intermediate. Ability: Intimidate. Upon entering the battlefield, it intimidates opponents, lowering their attack. Item: None. Moves: Dig, Mudslap, Bite. Dark Pulse. The Pancham was at a mere intermediate level, an entire tier beneath Croagunk. When Pancham attempted a tackle, Croagunk countered with Dig, effectively evading the attack and retaliating with a powerful punch that sent Pancham staggering several steps back. Subsequently, Pancham unleashed a hammer arm in an attempt to deliver a decisive blow, but Croagunk's Mudslap disrupted its aim, leading to Pancham being taken out by a Dark Pulse. After the battle concluded, Mantle rushed forward and seized the Mediterranean gentleman's Pokeball. As per our agreement, I shall take this Pancham, he proclaimed. Wait. If you must blame someone, blame your own weakness. Please, it has been my partner for 20 years. The gentleman protested, trying to resist. Using Pokémon as stakes in a wager is utterly disgraceful, Heatrian exclaimed in anger. Ash stepped forward, saying, to take someone else's Pokémon after a single match is simply outrageous. Mantle, unfazed, retorted, ha, we agreed that whoever lost would surrender their Pokémon before the battle. Using Pokémon as a wager? You seem unaware of the League's regulations, he sneered. Humph, since the agreement has been established. What does the Pokémon League have to say about it? This isn't the first time I've done this. If the League truly intended to intervene, they would have done so by now. Yet here I am, thriving. Kid, since you have spoken up, why not battle me? Mantle taunted, a cruel smile spreading across his face. He sent forth Croagunk once more to battle. Ash released his Greninja in response. In a nearby trash bin, a pair of eyes fixated on Ash. Shadow Clone. With a command from Ash, Greninja unleashed a multitude of clones, encircling Croagunk. Upon realizing it was surrounded, Croagunk's anxiety surged. Mantle gritted his teeth, ordering, use Mudslap to find it. Croagunk promptly executed the command, causing the clones struck by the mud to dissipate. Water Shuriken. The Koga Ninja Frog launched a shuriken made of water, striking the Rogue Croc directly in the back. By the time the Rogue Croc reacted, it was already too late. Boom. After the explosion, the Rogue Croc was significantly injured. Being a ground-type Pokémon, it was particularly susceptible to water-type moves. Damn brat. Mantle, realizing he was on the verge of defeat, immediately signaled to his underlings. One of them stealthily approached the circuit breaker. With a flick of the switch, darkness enveloped the room. Even if Ash managed to win this battle, he could be certain that this scoundrel would not honor any agreement. Continuing a meaningless fight was futile. After leaving the battlefield, Rotom followed along. Ash glanced at the nearest outlet. Rotom, you can come out now, right? Rotom? Serena and the others looked puzzled. In the next moment, indeed, a Rotom emerged from the socket. Serena looked at Ash in confusion. Ash, what is it? Ash explained, this little guy has been with us. I believe it must belong to that old man at the front desk. Rotom lowered its head in a somewhat embarrassed manner. So, tell me, why are you following us? Ash feigned ignorance. Rotom then recounted the circumstances surrounding the hotel. This establishment had officially opened 10 years ago, and on the very day of its inauguration, Mantle had come to cause trouble, challenging the owner, Yultun, the old man at the front desk, to a Pokémon battle with the hotel as the wager. During that battle, Rotom was frightened away by the Rogue Croc's intimidating ability, resulting in the hotel falling into Mantle's hands. Over the past decade, Mantle had resorted to unscrupulous tactics, robbing numerous guests of their Pokémon, wealth, items, and more. Ash relayed everything Rotom had said to Serena and the others. So that is how it is. You must have suffered greatly during this time. Serena gently patted Rotom's head. Yuliga also expressed sympathy, saying, brother, can't we do something for it? That happened a long time ago. Without a time machine, how could we possibly change what has already occurred? Hitron remarked, visibly troubled. Upon hearing this, Rotom suddenly had an idea. Eagerly, it led Ash and the group to the elevator. Once everyone was inside, Rotom dove into the control panel. The lights inside the elevator flickered momentarily, and the floor display above the doors, resembling a clock face, was suddenly filled in. Though the numbers displayed were all preceded by a negative sign. Did this hotel actually have 10 underground floors? Hitron could hardly believe his eyes. Is that so? Serena questioned skeptically. Yuliga laughed. This seems quite interesting. As the down button lit up, the elevator plummeted rapidly, with the displayed floor numbers descending into the negatives. Finally, the pointer stopped at -10, and the elevator came to a halt. Upon exiting, the group found that the corridor's decor was far more opulent, starkly contrasting with their initial entrance into the hotel. It appeared that the aura here was distinctly different from what they had encountered earlier. Ash indeed sensed a certain absence of the passage of time within this realm of aura. Hitleon had developed a profound fascination with Rotom prior to traversing through time. His curiosity was merely confined to Rotom's classification as an electric-type Pokémon. Now, however, it had blossomed into a desire for research and development. Just then, a familiar clamor erupted from the direction of the battlefield, prompting the group to hasten towards it, suspecting that Mantle was once again attempting to seize something from others. Upon opening the door, they beheld Mantle and Yulton standing in a tense standoff. Yulton declared, "If I emerge victorious, I implore you to refrain from disturbing the other guests and vacate this establishment." "It is settled." Mantle, with a disdainful expression, produced a Pokeball and released his Croconaw. Compared to a decade later, this Croconaw was merely at the initial professional level. In contrast, Yulton's Rotom was at an elite high level, and it was evident that, in terms of both attributes and level, Rotom could not match Croconaw. Pokémon: Rotom, Yulton. Type: Electric. Ghost: Gender: Genderless. Strength: Elite High, 28. Ability: Levitate, floats above the ground, thus immune to ground-type moves. Item: None. Moves: Scare, Shock, Strange Light. Charge Beam. Croconaw merely roared at Rotom, causing it to fearfully retreat into a socket and vanish. "Rotom, where are you going?" Yulton exclaimed anxiously. "Your Pokémon has fled." Mantle paused, and then remarked, "I have won without a fight." Ash interjected, "Hey, are you joking? The battle hasn't officially begun, and there's no such thing as winning without a fight." "Indeed. That's right." Serena and Eulogia chimed in supportively. The onlookers echoed their sentiments, voicing their agreement. Mantle snorted, asserting that since he had already agreed to the battle and his Pokémon had fled, it naturally counted as a victory for him. "Give us a moment. This battle will continue," Ash insisted. He and his companions led Yulton out of the battle hall in search of Rotom, briefly assuring Yulton of their willingness to assist. Upon locating Rotom, Ash shared with Yulton the strategy to defeat Mantle. To effectively utilize Rotom in battle, one must provide it with an electrical appliance to inhabit, allowing it to transform its ghostly attributes and unleash other types of moves. In order to triumph over Croconaw, which possessed dual ground and dark types, Rotom would need to harness the power of a washing machine, refrigerator, or lawnmower to execute moves such as Hydro Pump, Blizzard, and Leaf Storm. With no prior experience in Pokémon battles, Yulton became overly tense at the start and completely forgot Ash's guidance. He assertively proclaimed, "All right, please honor our agreement and refrain from issuing such peculiar challenges in the future." Mantle retorted, "Humph, there's no way I would comply with your demands. Brothers, let us show these challengers our true prowess." With that, Mantle prepared to resort to violence when faced with the prospect of losing the battle. Indeed, one should not engage in discussions of morality with individuals such as yourselves. Pikachu, unleash a thunderbolt and impart a profound lesson upon them. At Ash's command, Pikachu leapt into action, delivering a powerful thunderbolt. The immense surge of electricity instantly charred Mantle and his two associates. Upon their return to the battleground, they were met with the sight of Mantle and his two companions stationed at the entrance, serving as attendants. After some inquiries, Ash and his friends gleaned the events that had transpired. Yulton, putting aside past grievances, had employed Mantle and his companions as staff, and these three had been working at the hotel for a decade. Upon entering the battle hall, they encountered Yulton once more, but unlike their previous meeting, he now donned a pristine white suit, embodying the visage of a successful individual, no longer just a worker in a uniform. Rotom remained faithfully by Yulton's side. However, Ash sensed a subtle difference in Rotom. The power of time had diminished considerably, suggesting that this Rotom might no longer be capable of traversing time. Even if it could, the span would likely be limited, perhaps even a one-way journey. Rotom greeted Ash and his companions with a grateful smile. The final group also beheld a photograph featuring Yulton. Chapter 134, The Pumpkin Monster Costume Celebration. After bidding farewell to Rotom and Yulton, Ash and his companions resumed their journey towards Baiki City. With Rotom's time-traveling ability lost, Ash found little interest in it. Even if it had not vanished, he would refrain from asking Yulton to transfer it. The fact that Yulton had willingly served at the hotel for a decade for Rotom spoke volumes about their bond. Besides, what could a few years truly alter? Days later, Ash and his group passed through a town adorned with colorful decorations, reminiscent of a grand celebration. Upon entering the town, they encountered numerous residents dressed as Pokémon, with the most prevalent costumes being those of Pumpkaboo and Gurgiest. "It feels so lively here," exclaimed Citron. "Is there some sort of festive event?" Sally was equally curious. Ash proposed, "Let us inquire with Nurse Joy." Thus, they made their way to the Pokémon Center within the town. Upon entering, they were greeted by a Snorlax dressed as Nurse Joy, while Nurse Joy herself wore earrings identical to those of Snorlax, resulting in a delightful twist on appearances. Noticing the confusion of Ash and his friends, Nurse Joy smiled and explained, "I see this is your first visit here." The group was intrigued by the theme of the celebration. "It sounds fascinating." Eureka expressed her enthusiasm, turning to Citron, "Brother, I want to participate in the celebration too." Sally looked to Nurse Joy and inquired, Can we join in on this celebration? Nurse Joy nodded with a smile. Of course. In that case, let us participate, declared Ash. However, the question arose, what costumes should they wear? Citron was already deep in thought about which Pokémon he would dress as. Leave this to me, Sally announced, retrieving her toolbox. After a flurry of preparations, the group soon acquired a set of costumes. Pikachu was adorned in a Psyduck costume. And to enhance the authenticity of its disguise, Serena requested it to cover its ears, striking a pose of thoughtful brilliance with its head tilted. Meanwhile, Chithrin donned Pikachu's disguise, with its spiky hair secured to its scalp with tape, resulting in a striking resemblance to Pikachu. Ash, clad in a Snorlax suit, found the disparity in size rather awkward. He was a regular Snorlax, not a paper-thin version drained of vitality by overzealous mosquito bites. Chithrin transformed into a Watchog, while Eureka donned a cheerful design reminiscent of a cheerful spirit. Deden sported a tiny lobster hat. Finally, Serena dressed herself as the elegant Madame Floral. Having completed their transformations, the group departed from the Pokémon Center and strolled through the streets. Upon reaching the park in the center of town, two little girls approached, presenting Eureka with a piece of candy and urging her to accept it. Surprised by the gesture, Eureka inquired, "What does this mean?" The girls explained, "Don't you know? The Pumpkin Monster Costume Festival is a celebration of exchanging candies." It turned out this was not merely a costume celebration. I have just the thing. Serena produced a bag of candies, facilitating the exchange, which left the girls delighted as they skipped away. As Ash and his friends immersed themselves in the festival activities, the trio from Team Rocket, who had been trailing them, also engaged in their own transformations. Jessie donned an outfit akin to a Mismagius, while James once again embraced his cross-dressing persona, dressed as a pumpkin monster. Meowth transformed into a cursed doll, and Wobbuffet appeared in a martial arts outfit, embodying a striking ghost. Meanwhile, the Pumpkin King made a grand appearance, with James once again dressing as Pikachu. As the trio kept an eye on Ash and his companions, a stout figure in the distance, holding a telescope, scrutinized Jessie's pumpkin monster costume. How splendid. That truly is a magnificent pumpkin monster. What do you think, Pumpkin Prince? The figure directed the telescope toward a rather diminutive pumpkin monster, who blushed upon seeing Jessie's outfit, clearly smitten. Just as Team Rocket prepared to execute their plans against Ash and his friends, several figures emerged from behind them. These were the authentic pumpkin monsters. The trio's faces betrayed their fear upon witnessing the approaching creatures. Retreat, pumpkin monsters. At that moment, a voice called out from behind the pumpkin monsters, belonging to an elderly man dressed as a butler. I apologize for frightening you. I am the butler of the castle, and the lord of the castle, Count, wishes to extend an invitation to all of you. An invitation to the castle? Jessie exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, with exquisite delicacies prepared. Upon hearing the prospect of a complimentary meal, the trio quickly conferred and decided to accept the invitation. Upon arriving at the castle, their intentions were clear as they headed straight for the dessert-laden table, indulging in the treats with great enthusiasm. Just as they were reveling in their feast, the castle's owner, Count Stout, accompanied by a small pumpkin monster, approached them. I am the master of this castle, Count Pumpkin. I apologize for the abrupt invitation, and I hope you will forgive my suddenness. Count Pumpkin greeted the trio from Team Rocket with utmost politeness. The reason for my invitation is quite simple. I seek that pumpkin creature. He pointed at Musashi's pumpkin creature, exclaiming, "It truly is remarkable. I have never encountered one of such impressive size. Is it really that rare?" Musashi, somewhat oblivious to the qualities of her pumpkin creature, whispered to Kojiro for confirmation. Kojiro produced a device to examine the data, revealing that pumpkin creatures indeed come in various sizes, with Musashi's being the largest. There are 4 sizes. The standard size is 40 centimeters. The small size measures only 30 centimeters, which is the size of Count Pumpkin's creature. The large size is 50 centimeters, and the extra large size, which is Musashi's, stands at an impressive 80 centimeters. Count Pumpkin continued, "Herein lies the matter. My pumpkin creature, Prince, has fallen head over heels for your pumpkin creature." Upon hearing this, Musashi's eyes widened in disbelief as she turned to confirm with her pumpkin creature. "So you are a girl? Did you not know this?" Kojiro sighed in exasperation. Despite having captured the pumpkin creature for quite some time, Musashi still had not discerned its gender. Meowth and the others wore expressions of defeat at Musashi's expense. Chapter 135. Musashi's pumpkin monster. Seeing Count Pumpkin's small pumpkin creature so infatuated with her own, Musashi devised a plan. Holding her pumpkin creature with a pitiful expression, she said, "Count, I have a request as well. It seems that some nefarious individuals have set their sights on it, truly deserving of the prince's affection." Count Pumpkin's face lit up with excitement. They are a group of rogues who steal others' Pokémon, with no room for doubt. Count Pumpkin decided to take action to rescue Pikachu, hoping to facilitate this Pokémon romance. Thus, at Count Pumpkin's behest, the butler led several pumpkin monsters to seek out Ash and his companions. Just after exchanging candy, Ash and his friends found themselves surrounded by a group of pumpkin monsters. "What is happening?" Serena asked, perplexed. Ash frowned. "Excuse me, sir. I believe you have mistaken us for someone else." Yet, the butler, having already formed a preconceived notion. Disregarded Ash's explanation and commanded, "Pumpkin monsters, Shadow Ball." One pumpkin monster launched an attack at them. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Ash would not sit idly by in the face of such an unexpected assault. Pikachu unleashed a Thunderbolt, countering the Shadow Ball. Blastoise, Charizard join in. Ash's Blastoise had recently completed its final evolution. After evolving, it had soared to a level just shy of a champion, level 71. Though it still had a way to go to catch up with its predecessor. Nevertheless, dealing with these pumpkin monsters, which were hardly even at gym leader level, proved to be effortless. The butler, witnessing Blastoise and Charizard effortlessly dispatch the pumpkin monsters he had brought, was momentarily taken aback. "Speak. What are your intentions?" Ash pressed forward, demanding answers. The butler gritted his teeth. "You poachers, stealing others' Pokémon, and now wreaking havoc in the city. Such despicable behavior." Upon hearing the words of the other party, Ash and his companions were left utterly perplexed, their minds swirling with questions. What on earth was this about? Stealing someone else's Pokémon? Good sir, have you lost your senses? Ash couldn't help but doubt the mental state of the individual before him. The butler interjected. "Isn't that Pikachu the one you acquired from a lady named Musashi?" "Musashi? Those three fools again. You've been duped." Upon hearing the name Musashi, the group began to comprehend the sequence of events leading to the present situation. Ash produced his Pokémon professor's credentials, stating, "Pikachu is my starter Pokémon. And I am Ash, a newly appointed Pokémon professor of the league. That Musashi is a member of Team Rocket. They were merely exploiting you to seize my Pokémon." Upon seeing the seal on the credentials, the butler was taken aback. As a distinguished butler, he had undergone specialized training and was well versed in recognizing certificates from various Pokémon League institutions. He would not mistake that seal. It appeared they had truly stepped on the wrong side of the tracks. "Professor Ash, please forgive my rudeness. I am the butler of the Pumpkin Castle. I invite you all to the castle for a moment, as the members of Team Rocket who framed you are also there." Determined to teach the trio of Team Rocket a lesson, the group decided to follow the butler to the castle. Upon their arrival, they found the Team Rocket trio and Count Pumpkin gathered around a trading machine. "Of course, I won't take your Pumpkaboo for free. I shall trade you this ghoul pin." When Musashi first heard about leaving the Pumpkaboo behind, she refused, but upon learning that ghoul pin could evolve, she recalled the extraordinary ghoul pin that had once partnered with her. Images of their adventures together flooded her mind. Consequently, she grasped Count Pumpkin's hand and agreed to the transaction. In the moment of self-reflection, the Pumpkaboo paused. But upon witnessing Musashi's ecstatic demeanor, it furiously flew beside Prince Pumpkaboo, urging for the exchange to occur. Seeing the Pumpkaboo's heartlessness, Musashi became furious as well. Count Pumpkin, noticing Musashi's eagerness, promptly placed the Gulpin's Pokeball onto the machine. Ash and his companions, witnessing the exchange between Musashi and Count Pumpkin, found it increasingly difficult to contain themselves. At that moment, the butler regained his composure and urgently exclaimed, "My lord, the exchange must not proceed. They are the ones who steal others' Pokémon." Count Pumpkin looked at the butler in confusion. "What do you mean, my lord? They are the Team Rocket members who steal Pokémon, while Professor Ash and his companions are the good ones. Professor Ash has recently gained fame for developing a potion that allows Pokémon to change forms." The butler offered a brief explanation. "When did this brat become a professor? What is this potion that changes forms?" The Team Rocket trio stared blankly at Ash and his friends. This truly was a headache. The exchange had already been completed, and the Pumpkaboo was now married to its new partner. With the matter set in motion, Count Pumpkin could only proceed with the error. However, as he opened the Pokeball, the Pumpkaboo was enveloped in a dazzling light, evolving into a Gurgiest. Upon encountering the towering figure of a giant pumpkin creature, the Prince of Pumpkaboo appeared visibly startled, instinctively retreating a step. Ash, taken aback, remarked, "Have you not considered the evolution method of Pumpkaboo while trading Pokémon? Truly, this world resembles a makeshift stage." While it was somewhat understandable for Musashi to be unaware of Pumpkaboo's evolution requirements, it was indeed rather absurd for Count Pumpkaboo to lack such knowledge, especially given the multitude of Pumpkaboo and its evolved forms residing within his castle. Witnessing the disdain directed at her Pumpkaboo, Musashi swiftly turned her ire upon the prince, chastising the diminutive figure before lavishing praise upon her own pumpkin creature. In her moment of excitement, Musashi soon found herself regretting her outburst. After completing the exchange, the trio sought to sneak away. Yet Ash was determined not to miss out on the experience points. After sending the trio flying, Count Pumpkaboo, in a show of goodwill, warmly entertained Ash and his companions, culminating in a delightful shared viewing of the celebratory fireworks display. It must be said, the Count truly knew how to revel in life's pleasures. The location of his castle was simply exquisite, offering a panoramic view of the entire town, as well as an exceptional vantage point for observing the fireworks. Chapter 136, Crossing the Snowy Mountain. After departing from Count Pumpkaboo's castle, Ash and his companions continued their journey towards Hack City. On this day, they arrived at a town nestled at the base of a snowy mountain. Shall we rent an ivory pig? Indeed. This is the swiftest route to Hack City, over the snowy peak. The ivory pigs traversed the snow with ease, their thick fur providing excellent insulation, making them a splendid choice. Following Serena's suggestion, the group made their way to a rental facility for the ivory pigs. Upon seeing a line of these magnificent creatures, Eureka excitedly rushed forward to embrace one, the gentle beasts responding warmly to her enthusiasm. Up close, those impressive tusks are truly a sight to behold, exclaimed Hitron. A staff member at the station chimed in. Now, please select your ivory pigs. Each can carry 2 people. Once you have crossed the mountain, simply return them to the staff on the other side. Hitron declared, then I shall ride with Eureka. In that case, I will accompany Serena, Ash replied. Thus, the 4 of them rented 2 pigs, perfectly accommodating their numbers. The staff member added, the temperatures on the mountain can be quite frigid. We also have winter clothing available for rent. Please feel free to use them. Dressed in the rented winter attire, the group mounted the ivory pigs and set forth towards the snowy summit. These creatures were notably larger than the average, and Hitron felt his legs weaken upon mounting, while Eureka was brimming with excitement, embodying 2 entirely different extremes. On the opposite side of the mountain, Team Rocket, clad in light clothing, braved the biting wind as they watched Ash and his friends. It's freezing. It's all their fault that we've ended up in such a cold place. If only we could rent ivory pigs as well, complained Kojiru, shivering uncontrollably. Nyarth, equally affected by the cold, curled up tightly, lamenting. I feel as if my paws are about to freeze solid. Ha ha ha, just like that, Pumpkaboo. Musashi chuckled, still reveling in the joy of her Pumpkaboo evolving into a Pumpkaboo monster, even 2 days later. Her joy, however, was swiftly shattered by the biting cold winds that swept through. The trio, unable to endure the chill, immediately sought refuge on the mountain to warm themselves. Ultimately, it was Kojiro who discovered, via the electronic map, that a hot spring lay hidden somewhere within the snowy peaks. Upon reaching the mouth of the cave where the hot spring resided, they were confronted by a formidable Blizzard King blocking their path. It's the Blizzard King, Musashi exclaimed, observing the fierce countenance of the creature. She turned to Nyasu for confirmation. Is it saying we can't enter? Blizzard, roared the Blizzard King, its intent unmistakable without the need for translation. Musashi, brimming with confidence, thought, perfect, capturing you will make a splendid compliment to my Pumpkaboo. She brandished the Pokeball containing her Pumpkaboo, exclaiming, go, Shadow Ball. The Pumpkaboo unleashed a Shadow Ball, yet the Blizzard King showed no signs of retreat. With a swift ice punch, it obliterated the attack. Seed Bomb, Kojiro called out, promptly sending out his O'Hara Squid to battle. The illusion ray from O'Hara Squid was met head-on by the Blizzard King, which then retaliated with a freeze beam, sending the trio sprawling. Noticing the trio's rapid retreat from his aura perception, Satoshi surmised that these 3 fools had landed themselves in trouble and were receiving a harsh lesson from a wild Pokémon. After crossing a suspension bridge to the other side of the mountain, they soon faced another obstacle, a massive boulder obstructing their path. What do we do now that there's no road ahead? Asked Hitron, looking to Satoshi for guidance. Satoshi replied, there's only one path nearby. We must attempt to break the boulder. Ivy's here. They directed the 2 Ivysaur to charge at the boulder. With all their might, the Ivysaurs collided, shattering the stone with ease. Pika? At that moment, Pikachu seemed to sense something. Let us go check it out. Almost simultaneously, Satoshi detected a faint aura reaction. The 2 Ivysaurs exchanged quiet words before suddenly veering off towards a narrow path behind the boulder. That way isn't the descent route. Sally exclaimed. I know it's not the way down, Satoshi explained, but there are Pokémon that need our help over there. The Ivysaurs likely recognized those 2 Pokémon. Guided by the Ivysaurs, the group arrived at the entrance of a cave. Upon seeing newcomers approach, the Blizzard King emerged from within. Hitron's eyes widened in realization. That's Yuricha gushed. Ah, the Blizzard King. So white and adorable. Having received a snowy cap from Satoshi, Yuricha had taken the time to learn about its evolutionary forms and was quite familiar with the Blizzard King. Species, Blizzard King. Type, Grass. Ice, Gender, Male, Level, Advanced Champion, 57. Ability, Snow Warning. Activates Hail upon entering battle. Held item, None. Moves, Leaf Storm, Hail, Leaf Blade, Blizzard, Ice Punch, Freeze Beam. Wood Hammer. Upon glancing at the information about the Blizzard King, Ash nearly dropped his jaw in astonishment. A wild quasi-legendary Pokémon, possessing several formidable moves. How could one not seek to capture such a magnificent creature? Upon noticing Ash and his companions, the Blizzard King wasted no time, unleashing a fierce blizzard. Ash, while channeling his aura to soothe, shouted, Blizzard King, calm down. We are here to rescue the Snover. At that moment, Chet noticed the collapsed Snover within the cave and exclaimed, the Snover looks strange. It might be ill. Perhaps it's sick, Serena conjectured, seeing that his aura was ineffective. Ash urged, Chet, release the Snover. Chet then recalled that Yulika's Snover was in his possession. Upon seeing Yulika's Snover, the Blizzard King hesitated, and the blizzard ceased. Chapter 137, Capturing the Blizzard King. After calming the Blizzard King, Ash and his party gathered around the ailing Snover. After a thorough examination, they discovered that the Snover was burning with fever, evidently quite unwell. Serena summoned her Audino to provide rudimentary treatment, however, lacking professional medical equipment and medicine. Audino could not effect a complete cure. Chet, catching a whiff of sulfur from the depths of the cave, remarked, there should be nightshade moss and sulfur flower nearby. These two herbs can alleviate fever symptoms. Then Serena and I will search for nightshade moss, while you and Yulika seek sulfur flowers, Ash declared. Just as the group was about to split up, Chet's Chasebin dashed out, eager to care for the Snover. To prevent Chasebin from causing any trouble, Ash decided to leave Pikachu behind, while Serena released her Fennekin. Thus, the four of them, under the watchful gaze of the Blizzard King, divided into two teams and set off in different directions. As Ash and Serena ventured deeper into the cave, they soon encountered their first obstacle, the numerous forks in the path. It's like a labyrinth, Serena exclaimed. No worries, I have a plan, Ash replied, retrieving a Pokeball. Zubat, you're the one. Zubat. Use Supersonic to probe which path leads to the hot spring. With the echolocation from Supersonic, Zubat quickly located the hot spring Ash was seeking. Nightshade moss, it turned out, grew on the stones beside the hot spring. On the other side, Yulika gazed at the snow-covered landscape, utterly obscured by the white expanse, unable to discern any flowers or plants. Hearing her frustration, Chet suddenly broke into a smug smile, adjusting his glasses. Now is the time for scientific innovation, he proclaimed. Chet engine, activate. In the next moment, a trumpet-shaped radar and a display tablet materialized in his hands. I anticipated this scenario and prepared an invention specifically for it, which I shall call the Snowflower Locator. Yulika, intrigued, inquired, what kind of device is it? By utilizing the faint fragrance emitted by flowers, we can pinpoint their locations. With that, Chet activated the machine to commence the search. The design principle of the device was quite unique. However, it regrettably could not detect the scent of the sulfur flower on its own. The initial discovery was that of tree fruits. The second was also tree fruits. The third was a flower, but not the sulfur flower. After a prolonged search, Hitrion and Yuliga finally spotted their target above a river. Just as they were about to collect the sulfur flower, the Team Rocket trio, who had been sent flying, overheard their intention to rescue the Snow Hat Pokémon. This immediately reminded them of their recent encounter with the Blizzard King. After Ash and his companions administered medicine to the Snow Hat Pokémon, the trio sprang into action. They ensnared two ivory pigs with nets, and then attempted to capture the Blizzard King with a larger net to take it away. However, they clearly underestimated the strength of Ash and his friends, who effortlessly sent the trio flying. Once everything was settled, Ash expressed his intention to capture the Blizzard King. He had already considered the Snow Hat Pokémon's future, planning for Serena to take it under her wing. Both the Blizzard King and the Snow Hat Pokémon bore unique fruits, and the performance of Ice-type Pokémon was quite impressive. Thus, having Serena capture the Snow Hat Pokémon would greatly benefit her in the upcoming Grand Festival. Upon hearing Ash's plan to capture it, the Blizzard King assumed a battle stance, ready to engage Ash in a capturing duel. Ash did not refuse. Greninja, it's you, he declared. He looked at Greninja and said, let everyone witness our strength. Greninja nodded in agreement. As both closed their eyes, their auras began to harmonize. When they opened their eyes again, Ash and Greninja seemed to fuse into one, their movements and expressions perfectly synchronized. A torrent of water enveloped Greninja from below. Even though this layer of water had not completely dissipated, Serena and the others could already see the significant transformation in Greninja's appearance. Red patterns emerged on its head. Its hairstyle bore a striking resemblance to Ash's, and a massive water shuriken sprouted from its back. Hitrion exclaimed, is this the power Ash and Greninja have been striving to master? Incredible. Yuliga also expressed excitement, noting that Greninja looked even more impressive than before, speculating whether this could be a special evolution. However, it didn't resemble a true evolution. Serena was equally astonished. Although Greninja's appearance had undergone a substantial change, Ash understood that they had not fully mastered the power of their bond. Once the water dissipated, Greninja would revert to its original form. In other words, this was merely a flawed version of their bond transformation. The Blizzard King, sensing Greninja's change, grew serious and launched an attack with a blizzard. Aerial Ace. Even in this incomplete transformation, Greninja's performance had significantly improved, reaching the intermediate level of a quasi-champion, level 56. The speed of Aerial Ace had increased dramatically, allowing Greninja to almost instantaneously appear behind the Blizzard King. Greninja unleashed a flurry of strikes against the Blizzard King, but the Blizzard King retaliated swiftly, swinging its arm with the wooden mallet to land two solid blows on Greninja. The impact was remarkable, forcing Greninja to retreat several steps. Shadow Clone, then use Water Shuriken. The Koga Ninja Frog executed the Shadow Clone technique, creating dozens of illusory forms to confound the Blizzard King. Subsequently, it removed the enormous shuriken from its back and infused it with water-type energy. Sensing the impending threat, the Blizzard King unleashed an ice beam that swept across the battlefield. Before it could identify the true form of the Koga Ninja Frog, the massive flying shuriken shot forth from the side. Boom. A resounding thud echoed. The impact was substantial. Yet Ash understood that the Blizzard King had not lost its combat capability. He commanded, for the final strike, aim for a stealthy assault on its weak point. Upon hearing this, the Koga Ninja Frog plunged into the cloud of dust. Moments later, a heavy thud resonated. As the dust settled, the Koga Ninja Frog was seen standing next to the Blizzard King, which lay on the ground, dazed. Observing this, Ash immediately tossed a Pokeball to capture the Blizzard King. The bond evolution was lifted, and Ash felt a significant drain on his stamina. While the Koga Ninja Frog was exhausted, kneeling on one knee, the bond evolution still required refinement. The stamina consumption of bond evolution far exceeded that of standard evolution. Ash felt that maintaining 3 Pokémon for evolution would not deplete his energy as much. Once the Blizzard King was captured, the Frostless had also nearly recovered. After a heartfelt exchange with the Blizzard King, coupled with a sumptuous Poffle feast, the Frostless willingly allowed Serena to capture it. Chapter 138, The Arrival of Hoopa. After departing from the snowy mountains, Ash and his companions continued their journey towards Hex City. That day, they arrived at the Pokémon Center located in an oasis within the desert. Due to its construction in the oasis, the Pokémon Center boasted a large swimming pool, even amidst the arid surroundings. After several days of travel, Ash and his friends decided to take a break and enjoy some leisure time with their Pokémon at the pool. Wow, look! There are so many Pokémon out there, Eureka exclaimed, pointing towards the desert beyond the oasis. The oasis served as a gathering place for Pokémon in the desert, where one could observe both desert Pokémon and those of other types. The area Eureka indicated was populated by Hippowdon, and Sandshrew, among other desert-dwelling Pokémon. By the poolside, Citron was busy upgrading his mechanical backpack, while Harimaron and Pandaruma, the 2 lively companions, engaged in a playful sword fight with wrenches. Clang, clang. Tea time is here. Today a special is Poffle shaped like sweet donuts. At that moment, Serena approached with 2 platters of desserts. Upon hearing this, Ash, Eureka, and the other Pokémon hurriedly emerged from the pool. While enjoying their afternoon tea, Serena presented an electronic map to everyone, revealing that just ahead lay the desert city, renowned for its donuts that looked utterly delectable. I want to eat that, Eureka exclaimed, instantly captivated by the photos of local delicacies on the map. There are also sightseeing spots related to mythical Pokémon. Serena pointed out a photograph of a tall tower. Gazing at the circular emblem atop the tower, Ash felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Was this not the tower featured in the Hoopa storyline? The rings on the tower closely resembled those adorning Arceus. At that moment, a luminous halo suddenly appeared above the bowl beside Harlick, and a small hand emerged, swiftly exchanging the last donut for a spicy tomato berry. Oblivious to the occurrence, Harlick took a hearty bite of the spicy tomato berry, causing a fiery sensation to surge through him, unexpectedly enabling the grass-type Pokémon to learn the move Flamethrower. Yuligo exclaimed, Harlick has used Flamethrower. How can such a thing be possible? Hitleon was utterly bewildered. Serena picked up the bitten spicy tomato berry and, upon examining the bite marks, concluded that it appeared to have been consumed by Harlick. In response, Hitleon promptly offered a glass of ice water to Harlick. Just as everyone's attention was diverted by Harlick and the spicy tomato, the halo reappeared at the corner of the dining table, and that small hand reached out again to snatch a donut. Pikachu, witnessing the scene, leaped forward and caught the hand. Ash, noticing this, quickly leaned into the halo and called out, Hoopa, stealing is not a good habit. Initially, he thought his words would frighten Hoopa, but upon revealing his identity, Hoopa looked at Ash in astonishment and asked, You know Hoopa? Of course. We'll discuss the details later. First, enlarge the ring so we can talk. Alright. Hoopa expanded the halo to its maximum size. Ash instructed Serena and the others to gather their belongings, and together they passed through the halo, arriving at the outskirts of the desert city. Yuliga curiously scrutinized Hoopa and asked Ash, Who is that? Ash explained, This is Hoopa, a very special mythical Pokémon. The halo you saw is one of its abilities, allowing it to distort space. The current limitation is that, aside from Hoopa itself, any other person or creature can pass through the halo. Hoopa must comprehend certain concepts to re-unlock the ability to traverse the ring. Pokémon. Hoopa, punishment, seal, type, psychic, ghost, gender, genderless, strength, gym beginner 42, level god 115. Ability, magician, steals the item of opponent struck by its moves, held item, none, moves, telekinesis, trick, dimensional hole, trick space, spectral assault, wonderful space, you're amazing. You know so much about Hoopa, and this is the first time I've seen this. Hoopa was taken aback by Ash's words and even pointed at Pikachu to express its thoughts. This is Pikachu, my partner, and I am Ash. Hoopa tilted its head, perplexed. Pika? Ash. Ash understood that correcting it would be futile, so he refrained from further explanation. After all, Hoopa was currently in an incomplete state and had limited interaction with the outside world. Hoopa circled around Ash and Pikachu, chattering away. Hoopa is quite peculiar. Yuliga chuckled. Serena and Hitleon nodded in agreement. Hoopa laughed and asked, does Ash like Pikachu? Of course. Pikachu is my partner. I like it the most. Like the most? With a mischievous grin, Hoopa seemed to have conjured up an amusing thought. It enlarged and spun the rings adorning its two horns, and in a moment, two portals opened, revealing a throng of Pikachu emerging from the opposite side, including those donned in various costumes. Were you frightened? Hoopa inquired, glancing at the crowd for confirmation. So many Pikachu. I adore them. Euligia exclaimed, eagerly scooping up two Pikachu for an affectionate embrace. However, calamity soon followed. The two Pikachu instinctively unleashed Thunderbolt, sending a shockwave through the remaining Pikachu, which reacted in panic, resulting in dozens, if not hundreds, of Pikachu releasing Thunderbolt. Hoopa was caught in the fray, and soon, everyone found themselves sprawled on the ground, incapacitated by the electric onslaught. Once the paralysis wore off, Hoopa approached Ash, asking, which Pikachu belongs to you? What? Hoopa lost. Hoopa lamented, appearing utterly defeated as it lay on the ground, rolling about in despair. At that moment, a girl holding a donut approached. Melee, exclaimed Hoopa. The girl, identified as Melee, questioned Hoopa, why are there so many Pikachu? Hoopa nonchalantly replied, they were summoned by Hoopa. Just as Melee finished speaking, she was knocked down by a stray Pikachu's electric shock. Hee. Hoopa chuckled at the sight. Serena asked, are you alright? Ash chimed in, Pikachu. Could you lend Hoopa a hand? Pikachu nodded and promptly hopped onto a nearby stone pedestal, issuing commands to the gathered Pikachu. Chapter 139, A Lesson in Humility. After the last Pikachu vanished into the portal, Melee, filled with remorse, addressed Ash and the others. I apologize for the trouble Hoopa's prank has caused you. Ash reassured her. It hasn't caused any trouble. On the contrary, Hoopa has opened our eyes to something extraordinary. They had initially been at a considerable distance from the Oasis Pokémon Center, yet in the blink of an eye, they found themselves in the desert city. Hoopa's abilities were indeed remarkable. Miss Melee, Ash began, the ornament around your neck is related to Arceus. I assent it? During my travels in the Sinnoh region, I was fortunate enough to witness Arceus's manifestation, and your pendant bears a striking resemblance to the one Arceus possesses. Upon hearing Ash's words, Melee's pupils dilated in surprise. She had not anticipated that Ash had encountered Arceus. Serena and the others were equally astonished. After a brief pause, Ash produced an identification card, stating, Miss Melee, please rest assured that I am an officially recognized Pokémon professor by the League, not a nefarious individual seeking to exploit Arceus's powers. Melee glanced at the card and replied, Mr. Ash, our clan resides in a place known as the Valley of Creation, where tales of a connection with Arceus are indeed passed down, and we possess unique abilities that ordinary individuals lack. As she spoke, Melee raised her hand to demonstrate her psychic abilities. A golden light emanated from her palm, gentle and not blinding, imparting an unusual sense of safety. The power of Arceus. Mealee's extraordinary ability also stems from Arceus, yet it significantly differs from the power of overcoming. While the power of overcoming allows for a telepathic connection with Pokémon, Mealee's abilities are of a higher caliber, boasting a multitude of functions. After experiencing Mealee's powers firsthand, Ash did not hesitate to reveal his own aura abilities, for he belonged to a lineage steeped in tradition. If he could acquire secrets of her extraordinary powers, it would be most advantageous. Mealee was taken aback to discover that Ash was the legendary Aura champion who had forged a pact with the electric beast, further enhancing her trust in him, as they both belonged to a unique realm of extraordinary abilities. There are two types of Aura champions. One travels with Lucario, the most renowned being the valiant Yalan. The other accompanies Piku or Pikachu, exemplified by the unnamed hero who sealed the magma beast in the Sinnoh region. Mealee was not unfamiliar with the legends surrounding Aura champions. By the way, Miss Mealee, we are planning to visit the Desert Tower, Serena announced. Mealee replied, my destination with Hoopa is also the Desert Tower. Hoopa is here to help everyone. Upon hearing their shared destination, Hoopa eagerly removed the ring from its head and opened a spatial portal. Pikachu and Dedenne swiftly dashed through the ring and arrived at the base of the Desert Tower. Eureka followed with a lively step, while Serena cautiously trailed behind. Seeing that everyone had passed through, Hoopa exclaimed, Hoopa wants to go too. With that, it dove into the portal. Wait, Mealee called out, but it was too late. As soon as Hoopa's head slipped through, it was forcefully ejected back by a tremendous repulsive force. Mealee sighed, honestly, Hoopa, you've forgotten something important again. Having cared for Hoopa for over a decade, Mealee understood its nature well. This little creature often forgot its limitations in moments of excitement. Hoopa lowered its head, dejected. Mealee explained to the group, due to certain circumstances, Hoopa actually cannot pass through the ring. Ash interjected, it must be the punishment jar, right? Hoopa's true powers have been largely sealed away, and combined with the influence of your abilities, it has faced considerable suppression. Mealee paused for a moment, then clarified, yes, it is indeed the punishment jar. A century ago, Hoopa suddenly appeared in this town, immediately snatching food from the townsfolk. Initially, Hoopa was quite innocent, and in an effort to appease the irate residents, it offered countless treasures, which subsequently helped the town flourish. Due to these treasures, people began to revere Hoopa, and it eagerly granted wishes to those who provided it with food. However, one day, the townspeople wished to see Hoopa engage in Pokémon battles, and thus, the tragedy began. At first, Hoopa battled ordinary Pokémon, but eventually, it escalated to summoning mythical beasts for battles, either observing or participating itself. After countless encounters with various Pokémon, Hoopa's desire for combat was fully unleashed, ultimately leading to a loss of control over its powers. Ash, having encountered Arceus. You must have heard of the catastrophic consequences that arise from a battle among legendary Pokémon. Miare cast a glance at Ash, who was acutely aware of the dire consequences at hand. Typically, battles between ordinary divine beasts merely result in slight environmental damage. However, confrontations between first-tier deities, imbued with divine responsibilities, could lead to the distortion of time and space, just as witnessed in Bayong Town, where the clash of the Sinnoh 3 dragons near the Glacitia flower fields beside the snow-capped mountains unleashed unimaginable calamities. Bayong Town bore the brunt of these cataclysmic events, narrowly escaping complete obliteration. Miare continued, recounting how Hoopa, in a display of power, summoned several divine beasts to engage in battle. With a carefree laugh, Hoopa inquired, "Hehe, is Hoopa not formidable? Were you frightened?" Upon hearing Miaoli's explanation, the group resolved to embark on foot to the desert tower. Noticing Hoopa's despondency, Serena produced a few remaining donuts, saying, "Hoopa, eat this and lift your spirits." The moment Hoopa laid eyes on the donuts, all previous concerns were swiftly forgotten. Yet, after only a couple of bites, an ominous presence seemed to grip it, causing it to retreat behind Ash and the others. Pikachu, too, sensed something foul approaching. Ash expanded his aura, focusing his gaze upon the sky. Before them descended a young man riding a valiant eagle, landing gracefully on the grass. His attire bore a striking resemblance to Miaoli's, and even his visage shared certain familial traits, though his eyes glowed a fiery red, and he clutched a peculiar bottle. Captivated by the bottle, Miare failed to notice the young man's unsettling aura and exclaimed, "Brother, have you found the judgment jar?" Upon sighting the judgment jar, Hoopa's expression morphed into one of sheer terror, instinctively attempting to withdraw. The young man disregarded Miaoli's excitement, raising the jar menacingly toward Hoopa. A faint crimson light emanated from the bottle's opening, rendering Hoopa immobile, as if ensnared by an unseen force. The young man then unveiled the jar's opening, releasing a malevolent and tyrannical energy that enveloped Hoopa. Hoopa's eyes ignited with a crimson glow, its consciousness gradually succumbing to this overpowering force, its form expanding until it transformed into its liberated state. At that moment, the red light in the young man's eyes dissipated, his awareness returning, yet his body faltered, collapsing to one knee. Unbeknownst to Miare, the gravity of the situation eluded her. She exclaimed, "This is splendid, Hoopa. You've returned to your original form. Such power." Hoopa is now incredibly strong. In the skies above, the trio of Team Rocket beheld the entire transformation of Hoopa into its liberated state. Immediately perceiving the judgment jar as a tool to enhance Pokémon strength, the young man gazed down at the jar in his hands, murmuring, "Did I open this? What exactly transpired? Why?" As Hoopa reveled in the newfound power coursing through its being, its crimson eyes gleamed ominously, unleashing a chilling laugh. It bellowed with ferocity, and in a sudden tumultuous roll, Hoopa inadvertently collapsed the very house where Ash and his companions had been resting. As Liberation Hoopa attempted to crush the judgment pot, it inadvertently triggered the pot's automatic defense mechanism, enveloping Ash and his companions within a protective barrier. Observing that May and Yali were still frozen in place, Ash urged them, "Hoopa fails to grasp the essence of judgment. Quickly, use the judgment pot to seal away that power once more." Xerneas, radiant with magic, leapt before Liberation Hoopa, casting a dazzling spell to disrupt its line of sight. The fairy-type move struck close, forcing Liberation Hoopa to stumble backward, entirely daunted by Xerneas' brilliance. The young man, seizing the moment, hastily directed the judgment pot toward Liberation Hoopa. As the pot emitted a crimson glow, the malevolent force enveloping Hoopa was forcibly extracted, allowing Hoopa to return to its normal state, albeit in a rather poor condition. Upon sealing the dark energy, the judgment pot knocked the young man's hand away, causing it to fall to the ground. Hoopa, still trembling, exclaimed, "That was terrifying." "It's all right, Hoopa, that power has been sealed away," Ash reassured. He was at a loss for words, reflecting on how formidable this sibling duo truly was. Just as Serena was about to retrieve the judgment pot, the young man interjected, "Do not touch it. Inside lies a force capable of controlling hearts. I was just ensnared by it." Hoopa's rampage was likely due to this. May, taken aback, questioned, "How could this be?" Hee. Now is the time for science to shape the future. Activating the Hitron engine, Hitron declared, pressing a button on his backpack, from which a peculiar device emerged, dubbed the fully automatic magnetic levitation crane. You look equipped. Such a straightforward naming convention. At least it's rather hasty, but this invention is indeed quite useful, as it can easily lift the judgment pot. My apologies for involving you all. I am Balza, May's elder brother. After a brief pause, Balza expressed remorse. I never anticipated that the judgment pot would truly malfunction. Ash interjected, the issue does not lie with the judgment pot. Rather, when Hoopa's power was stripped away, it inadvertently took a portion of Hoopa's emotions along with it. This long-sealed emotional fragment, filled with resentment, gave rise to another persona. This resentful persona sought to usurp Hoopa's original self, resulting in the earlier chaos. With a complex expression, May turned to Hoopa and inquired, Hoopa, are you alright? Hoopa clutched Ash's hand tightly, murmuring, it's so terrifying. I feel like I'm disappearing. It's so dark and frightening. Hoopa might vanish. Let us head to the Pokémon Center. Hoopa needs to rest properly, Ash suggested. Serena pulled out an electronic map, stating, the nearest Pokémon Center is across the river. Desert City is a vast metropolis with a remarkably unique geographical position, facing the sea while backed by a desert. The city is divided into 3 sections by 2 rivers, and Ash and his companions find themselves on the outskirts of Desert City. The Pokémon Center is located in the urban area between the rivers that flow into the sea, necessitating that the group take a boat to cross. However, Ash pondered, what if Hoopa were to wreak havoc in the city as it had a century ago? Miare now deeply regrets allowing her brother to retrieve the vessel of punishment. Bringing Hoopa into the city poses too great a risk, and should it spiral out of control, it would spell disaster. Had it not been for Ash's timely summoning of a legendary Pokémon, the entire city would have likely suffered dire consequences. Ash stated, Hoopa's current state necessitates a visit to the Pokémon Center. As long as we safeguard the vessel of punishment and prevent anyone from opening it, we can avert calamity. Ultimately, the group boarded a vessel bound for the Pokémon Center. By the time Hoopa had fully recovered, night had fallen. Gathered around a dinner table, Ash and his companions learned from Balza that Hoopa must grasp the significance of punishment to traverse its own ring. Ash understood that this significance fundamentally meant that Hoopa needed to learn restraint. After all, unleashing Hoopa's immense power without moderation would only lead to tragedy, as other legendary beings could exploit its abilities recklessly. Balza lowered his head in shame, expressing, we began this journey to find the vessel of punishment, never anticipating it would unfold like this. I truly apologize to you all. However, we genuinely wish to do something for Hoopa. Balza and Miare had grown up alongside Hoopa. Their bond profound and sincere, yet they had not foreseen the corruption of Hoopa's sealed power. Ash remarked, to resolve this matter completely, it will depend on whether Hoopa has the courage to confront that power. Ultimately, it is Hoopa's own strength, intertwined with that consciousness. Chapter 141, Hoopa's Struggle. Ash's words served merely as a prelude. To capture Hoopa, he would require the assistance of Team Rocket. Thus, when the trio of Team Rocket made their move on the vessel of punishment, Ash refrained from intervening. Indeed, the speed of Team Rocket's actions was commendable. Scarcely had they finished their meal when they eagerly sprang into action. A mechanical hand shot forth, snatching away the device securing the vessel of punishment. Seeing Meowth attempting to remove the vessel, Balza urgently shouted, don't touch it. Yet, as a villain, Meowth was hardly inclined to comply. He swiftly seized the vessel, taunting, Meowth has already touched it. In the next instant, the vessel of punishment emitted a crimson glow, and the malevolent force trapped within seized control of Meowth, wrenching the bottle's opening free. As the bottle uncorked, the sinister energy enveloped Hoopa once more. Meanwhile, Meowth returned to normal, albeit bewildered, entirely unaware of his actions. No, Hoopa does not wish to vanish. Hoopa's consciousness tirelessly resisted the insidious encroachment of the malevolent force. Ash turned to Miare and Balza, urging, quickly, use your abilities to stabilize it. Upon hearing this, they promptly unleashed their unique powers to assist Hoopa in resisting the onslaught of darkness, their special adornments glowing with a golden light. In truth, Ash could also employ his aura to seal Hoopa's plight, but the longer the sealing persisted, the more challenging it would become to quell that power, inevitably leading to an explosion of chaos. That force seeks to completely consume Hoopa. Balza gritted his teeth. But isn't that, in essence, Hoopa's own power? Questioned Cithrin, perplexed. Indeed, it is true. However, it currently seeks to consume Hoopa. Hoopa, stay strong. Do not succumb to it. As their abilities intensified, the Judgment Pod appeared to respond to some unseen force, breaking free from the grasp of the Team Rocket trio and soaring towards Hoopa. Alas, just as the Judgment Pot was about to reach Hoopa, it dissipated in midair, leaving only a few golden rings behind. At that moment, with the assistance of Balza and his siblings, Hoopa managed to extricate that dark force. Perhaps it was due to the primordial power infused by the Balza siblings. Or perhaps the shattering of the Judgment Pot rendered the malevolent energy without a vessel, allowing it to liberate Hoopa before the onlookers. That was rage. Balza raised his hand to carefully perceive the liberated Hoopa. The will to engulf Hoopa was the very essence of that power, born from a century of confinement. Thus, Was it not the fury that sought to consume the true Hoopa, dominating its form? Yet that power was originally Hoopa's own. Miare still found it hard to believe. It desired to supplant Hoopa, to become the true entity. Pokémon. Hoopa liberated. Wool of anger. Weakened. Type. Psychic. Dark. Gender. Genderless. Strength. Champion 88. Level 2 deity. Source lacking. Ability. Magician. Steals the item of a foe hit by its move. Held item. None. Moves. Scare. Telekinesis. Dimensional assault. Wave of darkness. Trick room. The Team Rocket trio, sensing the dire situation, intended to flee. However, they inadvertently attracted the attention of the liberated Hoopa, which sent them flying with a single punch into the backdrop of a luminous circle. After dispatching the Team Rocket trio, the liberated Hoopa turned its gaze upon the original Hoopa and declared, "Disappear." Hoopa rose from Ash's arms and retorted, "No, Hoopa will not vanish." The liberated Hoopa remained silent and extended its hands, unleashing a wave of darkness. Balza summoned his warrior falcon to defend with air slash. But how could a mere temple-level warrior falcon contend with the liberated Hoopa? In a single blow, the warrior falcon was utterly defeated. Ash threw several Pokeballs, calling upon Xerneas, Diancie, Charizard, and the rest, urging them to restrain it. Upon arriving at the Pokémon Center, Ash sought a moment to summon his old Charizard. As this was destined to be a battle of divine beasts, even in defeat, he could still reap rewards from the system. As a radiant light of evolution enveloped the scene, Mega Diancie, Charizard, Mega Blastoise, and Bonding Greninja materialized before the liberated Hoopa. Hoopa too was ready to fight. It removed the ring from its neck and tossed it skyward, exclaiming, "Hoopa, fetch." Hoopa's innate ability to summon divine beasts would not diminish. Even with much of its power sealed, the ring expanded, and a torrent of water surged forth, concealing the figure of Lugia within its depths. Lugia. Ash scrutinized Lugia closely, confirming through their shared gaze that this was not the Lugia of the Asian Isles bearing divine attributes. Nevertheless, this Lugia had also reached the level of a level 2 deity. Selena exclaimed, "That is Lugia." Hoopa chuckled, summoning a master to deal with the shadow. Ash cautioned, "Let us not celebrate too soon. The shadow is also a part of Hoopa, possessing the ability to summon legendary Pokémon. This place will soon transform into a battlefield for the divine beings. Sid, please inform Miss Junsha to evacuate the crowds and prevent them from heading towards the desert tower. Balza, Miare, you shall forge a new judgment pot. Hoopa and I will hold off the shadow for now, and we will converge at the desert tower in the end." It was already too late to drive the shadow out of Desert City. The imminent clash of legendary Pokémon would inevitably warp time and space. The reforging of the Judgment Pot could only take place within the confines of the Desert Tower, which is why Ash deliberately reminded them not to direct the crowd there. Selena expressed her concern. "Ash, please be careful." Reflecting on the matter, Ash realized that neither Selena nor Sid possessed a Water-type Pokémon, leaving him no choice but to sever his bond and transform. "Greninja, you will accompany them. Your strength is needed to forge the Judgment Pot." Greninja glanced at the besieged Hoopa and, with a reluctant sigh, unleashed a water shuriken, leaping over to join Selena and the others. Balza remarked, "To forge the new Judgment Pot, we require not only Water-type Pokémon, but also Fire and Ground types. My Ninetales can assist with the Fire aspect." Selena interjected. Sid added, "However, we are still lacking a Ground type." His Diglett could utilize Ground-type moves, but regrettably, it had yet to evolve and did not possess the Ground attribute. Thus, they could not muster a single Ground-type Pokémon among them. "I have an excellent candidate in mind," Eureka suggested, referring to the Hippowdon near the Oasis Pokémon Center. Ash called out, "Hoopa, fetch it." Hoopa conjured a ring, bringing the Hippowdon forth. Eureka pleaded, "Hippowdon, we implore you to lend us your strength." The Hippowdon nodded in agreement. They divided their tasks, with Hoopa opening a passage to transport them to the Desert Tower. Chapter 142, The Battle of Legendary Pokémon. Ash and his companions split into 3 teams. Sid mounted his Litten to inform Miss Junsha about the evacuation procedures, while Selena and Eureka followed Balza and Miare towards the Desert Tower. Ash, on the other hand, stayed with Hoopa to buy time. As the battle commenced, Ash utilized his aura to communicate with the Pokémon, informing them that freeing Hoopa could allow for the redirection of attacks through the rings. Hence, the elder Pokémon primarily engaged in close combat, resorting to powerful moves that could not be redirected, such as Magical Shine and Hyper Voice. Consequently, the liberated Hoopa was overwhelmed by a barrage of attacks, unable to lift its head. Pikachu, after extensive training, had mastered electric flight, enhancing its attacks to an epic level, with electric currents enveloping its iron tail, leaving explosive afterimages of lightning. Hoopa gazed in awe at Pikachu's unrestrained display of power, exclaiming, "Pikachu is incredible." "Indeed. It is Pikachu who is remarkable, Hoopa. Do you not find it curious?" Ash inquired, directing his gaze towards Hoopa. Hoopa looked back at Ash, puzzled. "Hoopa, you and the Shadow share identical appearances and abilities. Do you not find it strange to be battling against yourself?" Ash paused momentarily before continuing. Do you recall what I mentioned earlier? To resolve this matter, Hoopa must summon the courage to confront it directly. This issue arises from a power that has been separated from you. In essence, you are one and the same. If you can persuade the shadow, this predicament will be entirely quelled. Persuade the shadow? Hoopa fell into deep contemplation. Meanwhile, the liberated Hoopa, reeling from the shock of Pikachu's electric attack, could hardly endure the pain and unleashed all 6 rings. In the next moment, 6 figures emerged from the rings. Dialga, Palkia, Giratina, and the 3 legendary dragons of Sinnoh were simultaneously freed. Hoopa summoned them, while the remaining 3 were the fat-headed fish, Kyogre, the steadfast Noivern, and Kyurem. Under the influence of the liberated Hoopa's power, these 6 deities were afflicted with a crimson-eyed condition, evidently under Hoopa's mental control. Of course, merely relying on the malevolent thoughts of the liberated Hoopa would not suffice to influence these 6 first-level deities. It was highly probable that when the Balza siblings expelled it from Hoopa's body, they passively absorbed the power left by Arceus. Aside from this conjecture, Ash had another thought, that Arceus was orchestrating the narrative. Whether this hypothesis holds merit would require an inquiry with the photographer, Ho-Oh. That fellow had mastered Hoopa's techniques. Hoopa gazed in astonishment at the 6 formidable beings before it. Hoopa, you are inherently part of this, and we now require assistance. Quickly. As soon as Ash's words echoed, Lugia, executing its dragon dive, was abruptly teleported away by the liberated Hoopa, forcibly relocated to some distant sea. In light of this, Hoopa released all 3 of its rings, summoning forth the portals. Red, green, and blue spatial channels appeared at its sides and above. A dragon's roar resonated from the green channel above, and shortly thereafter, a shadowy dragon emerged from within. The other 2 portals unleashed the siblings, Latios and Latias. Pokémon, Shiny Rayquaza. Type, Dragon, Flying. Gender, Genderless. Strength, Level 2 Deity, 110. Ability, Airlock, negates the effects of all weather conditions. Held item, None. Moves, Dragon Ascent. Hurricane, Extreme Speed, Dragon Dance, Dragon Pulse, Outrage, Storm. Ash glanced at the information regarding the Shiny Rayquaza and noted that its strength was but 1 step away from ascending to the first-level deity tier. Regrettably lacking a divine title, Latios and Latias, being a pair of siblings, were also classified as level 2 deities. Ash understood that this pair was likely legendary Pokémon from another realm, not the Latios and Latias he recognized from the Water Capital. Especially since the Latios from Water Capital had already transformed into the Heart's Water Drop. With the addition of these 3 legendary beings, Ash's overall team quality still fell slightly short. Xerneas and Diancie were merely level 2 deities, while Pikachu, Charizard, Blastoise, and Dragonite could potentially restrain 1 or 2 legendary Pokémon. Ash leaped onto Latias's back alongside Hoopa, exclaiming, "Everyone, I beseech you." As Ash's words resonated, the Shiny Rayquaza summoned the energy accumulated within its celestial apparatus, entering its transformation and temporarily gaining the strength of a first-level deity. Super Rayquaza made its entrance, its body twisting as it began to execute Dragon Dance. Latias and Latios activated the evolution stones they carried, transforming into their enhanced forms. The already transformed old Rayquaza selected an opponent for each of them and initiated the assault. Thunderbolts, a flurry of Dragon Pulses, Diamond Storms, and Moonblasts surged toward the Sinnoh trio of dragons. The radiant shiny Mega Rayquaza executed its signature move, while Latios and Latias unleashed their Dragon Pulses. The 6 minions summoned by Shadow Hoopa joined the fray, each engaging in battle. Dialga unleashed its signature move, Roar of Time, while Palkia executed Spatial Rend. And only Giratina resorted to using Shadow Force in a display of subterfuge. The 3 formidable moves collided with the barrage of techniques unleashed by Ash and his companions. At that moment, Primal Groudon employed its signature move, Precipice Blades, charging toward the assembled combatants. Observing this, Mega Diancie swiftly countered with Diamond Storm to deflect the Precipice Blades. Fortunately, Groudon, under Shadow Hoopa's control, was unable to exert its full strength, allowing the Diamond Storm to effectively absorb the attack. Kyurem plunged into the smoke generated by the explosion, and when it re-emerged, it had assumed its white Kyurem form. The flames erupting from white Kyurem's tail harmoniously fused with its icy energy, entering a state of hyperdrive, and unleashed its signature move, Glaciate. Primal Kyogre retaliated with Origin Pulse. With a thunderous roar, Mega Rayquaza once more executed its signature move, piercing through the Origin Pulse and showcasing its might to Primal Kyogre. Hoopa, caught up in the moment, inquired, "Ash, can I truly coexist peacefully with Shadow?" Ash nodded affirmatively, saying, "Hoopa, Shadow is also a part of you. If you desire it, you certainly can. That way, you can restore your original power." Once Hoopa regained its strength, it would be able to assist Ash in realizing his wishes. "What is your wish, Ash?" Hoopa asked. "To become a Pokémon Master," Ash replied. "However, wishes must be earned through one's own efforts, not bestowed by others. Otherwise, their fulfillment would hold no significance." Chapter 143, Reconciliation. As Ash conversed with Hoopa, the battle among the Pokémon intensified, with the majority of the city's residents evacuated to the outskirts. Meanwhile, the Team Rocket trio, initially sent flying into the city center by Hoopa, found themselves overwhelmed with excitement at the sight of the legendary Pokémon battling fiercely and entertained the notion of capturing them all. Ultimately, they ended up fleeing in disarray amidst the chaos of the conflict. Observing their frantic escapades through the city streets, Ash intended to have Hoopa transport them to a safe location in the outskirts when a stray Shadow Ball from Giratina struck, inadvertently elevating the significance of their antics. Although Ash had witnessed a similar scene in the anime, witnessing the actual event left him slightly astonished. It seemed that fate had a deeper purpose for Musashi to capture the elusive Gardevoir and keep it close by. Turning to Hoopa, Ash instructed, "Hoopa, please send those 3 fools to a safe place in the outskirts." Hoopa nodded in agreement, removing a ring and casting it onto the escape route of the trio. Within the desert ruins, the forging process of the new judgment vessel was already well underway. After notifying Miss Cynthia about the evacuation efforts, Chitrin joined the assembly. As the Balza's siblings fully harnessed the power of Arceus, the 6 remaining rings of the judgment pot and its opening were arranged in sequential order, forming a faint silhouette of the pot's body. The eyes of the Hoopa sculpture at the opening glimmered with a soft light. Meanwhile, the liberated Hoopa, directing the 6 divine beasts in their assault, sensed the aura of the judgment pot and immediately fixed its gaze upon the desert tower. It threw out a ring and extended a hand to obliterate the tower. "Hoopa, use the ring to stop it," Ash exclaimed, understanding the command. Hoopa launched 2 rings, one aimed at the liberated Hoopa's outstretched hand and the other positioned above its head. The liberated Hoopa promptly struck itself on the head. Hoopa, with a mischievous grin, remarked, "Hee, was the shadow not frightened?" This time, Hoopa acted without needing Ash's prompt, instinctively utilizing the rings to redirect damage. Through the 2 rings, Dialga's roar of time struck the liberated Hoopa, causing a considerable pain. Observing Hoopa's newfound proficiency with the rings, Ash suddenly had a brilliant idea. "Hoopa, let us engage the shadow in delightful play." "All right, Hoopa will make the shadow joyful." Upon hearing this, Ash quickly communicated with Pikachu through his aura, instructing Latios to shield the desert tower while he and Hoopa rode on Latias to join them. Although the liberated Hoopa was uncertain of Ash's intentions, it recognized that Ash had Pokémon that could be troublesome alongside the dreaded Judgment Pot. Consequently, it summoned the 6 divine beasts, exchanging glances with Ash and his companions. While each of the divine beasts prepared their ultimate moves, Ash commanded Latios to create a storm to protect the desert tower, and just as the tempest began to form, Hoopa unleashed all 3 rings. The liberated Hoopa let out a tremendous roar, calling upon the 6 divine beasts to strike simultaneously, while it unleashed its full power of Dark Pulse. At that moment, one of Hoopa's rings expanded beneath the liberated Hoopa, while the other 2 shielded it. Absorbing the attacks from the liberated Hoopa and redirecting the powerful moves from Pikachu and the others, causing all assaults to erupt from beneath the liberated Hoopa. Caught completely off guard, the liberated Hoopa was overwhelmed by the barrage of moves and subsequently plunged into the river. "Hoopa, now's your chance. Try to help the shadow recover," Ash urged. In response, Hoopa maneuvered 1 ring before the liberated Hoopa. Sensing the dimensional portal that Hoopa had opened, the liberated Hoopa seethed, "Disappear. I am Hoopa. It is I who should remain." Hoopa disregarded the liberated Hoopa's outburst, as Ash wished for Hoopa to assist the shadow. "Shadow, do not be upset. Everyone is waiting for you to return." Over the past century, Hoopa had lived joyfully in the Valley of Creation, witnessing the happiness crafted by human hands and experiencing many meaningful events. Living alongside Mayali and Balza, it felt the warmth of home, and Gullies had often told it that Hoopa was also part of his family. With a smile, Hoopa asked, "So, were you scared?" "The shadow will be very happy in the future." Hoopa has always awaited the shadow. After reflecting on a century of experiences, the liberated Hoopa felt a profound sense of relief, whispering softly, "Hoopa can also be this joyful." With the knot of its heart untied, the consciousness of the legendary beasts under Hoopa's control began to awaken, and they paused to observe. A brilliant beam of light erupted from the liberated Hoopa, which then transformed into countless specks of brilliance, merging into its body through Hoopa's rings. The final glimmer completely integrated into Hoopa, causing its form to gradually swell until it fully assumed its liberated state. With exhilaration, Hoopa exclaimed, "Power, true power is surging forth." Unlike the fearsome appearance of its shadowy transformation, the liberated Hoopa, though appearing fierce, possessed an innocent gaze and a tranquil demeanor, devoid of any hint of brutality. Ash smiled and said, "Congratulations, Hoopa. However, regaining your power is merely the beginning. Do you comprehend the significance of retribution?" Hoopa scratched its head, replying, "I think I understand. But it seems I don't." Ash, Hoopa. Upon hearing their names being called, Ash and Hoopa turned towards the desert tower. They saw Serena and the others emerging from within, Balzaz grandly cradling a brand new vessel of retribution. "Hoopa, you did it." This achievement was thanks to Ash's guidance, revealing to Hoopa that the shadow was Hoopa. And Hoopa was the shadow. With a mischievous grin, Hoopa asked, Miale, were you frightened? Miale wiped away her tears, affirming, yes, utterly terrified. Chapter 144, Arceus appears. Hoopa fetch. Hoopa unleashed 6 rings, opening dimensional portals to send the 6 legendary beasts away. Just as the legendary Pokémon Rayquaza was about to depart, Ash proposed a capture battle using his aura, but not at this moment. After all, Rayquaza was at the pinnacle of level 2, and upon evolution, would undoubtedly become a level 1 deity. Ash was not yet confident he could defeat it. The greatest reward from this battle would naturally be the system's bounty, though Ash had no time to tally it. Indeed, spatial distortions began to manifest, as a pitch-black void opened in the sky. A dark purple storm enveloping the desert tower from above. Balzaz raised his hand, sensing the ominous storm, realizing that the spatial distortion was likely caused by the clash of those legendary beasts. Witnessing the encroachment of space, the onlookers turned to Ash. He glanced at Hoopa and said, Hoopa, use your rings to take us away. All right. Hoopa positioned a ring before them, since Ash had instructed Hitron to inform Miss Junsha not to lead anyone towards the desert tower. There were no other souls in the vicinity other than Ash and his companions. They evacuated swiftly, leaving only Ash, Hoopa, and Balzaz behind. With a resolute expression, Ash embraced Hoopa and dashed towards the ring, but alas, Hoopa, still struggling to fully grasp the meaning of retribution, could not pass through the ring. Hoopa, think of everyone. You have already discovered the meaning of retribution. Seizing the right moment, Ash propelled himself and Hoopa into the ring once more. This time, Hoopa felt no resistance and effortlessly traversed the ring to the other side. Seeing this, Balzaz hastened through the ring as well. Congratulations, Hoopa. You succeeded. Miale exclaimed with excitement. He. Were you frightened, Miale? Hoopa playfully inquired. Indeed I was. Miale gazed solemnly at Ash and expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Ash. Ash smiled in response, but then noticed that the pendants worn by Miale and Barza began to emit a golden light simultaneously. He hurriedly turned his gaze skyward. Arceus. There. The creator deity Arceus radiated a divine brilliance, surveying all that lay beneath. Arceus cast a beam of golden light upon the spatial storm, smoothing the warped dimensions. The desert tower was left with only the main body of its towering structure. Noticing Ash's attentive gaze, Arceus gradually descended from the heavens, fixing his eyes upon Ash, and communicated telepathically. Ash, it is good to see you again. Arceus, do you remember me? Ash feigned surprise. Indeed, just as with Damos, you are one of my friends. Arceus replied, casting a glimmer of light toward Ash. Ash felt a power, even mightier than the aura, burgeoning within him. A minuscule mark resembling the ring of creation appeared upon his forehead. Pikachu, Charizard, and the other Pokémon also received Arceus's blessing. Once this was accomplished, Arceus continued, Ash, you have made numerous contributions to this world, assisting me on 2 occasions. This is your reward. The power of creation will aid Pokémon in breaking their shackles and venturing into a brighter future. When you fulfill your dreams, we shall meet again. With that, Arceus turned and soared toward the horizon. Due to the private nature of their conversation, Serena and the others were unaware of the exchange between Ash and Arceus. However, they witnessed Arceus bestowing something upon Ash and Pikachu. When Ash opened his eyes again, Arceus had already departed, and the power that had taken root within him was indeed the power of creation, an inheritance from the Barza and Miale's lineage. Though Ash felt that his newfound strength surpassed theirs by several leagues. While Arceus granted Pikachu and the others their powers, he also alleviated Ash's concerns, lifting the restrictions on Pikachu and allowing them to transcend the difficulties faced by divine beasts, which was less challenging than for certain second-tier divine beings. Pikachu's level remained a mystery, but Ash sensed a transformation in Pikachu's electric abilities. Charizard reached the pinnacle of champion rank, while Blastoise and Dragonite experienced exponential growth, both attaining champion status, one at intermediate level and the other at beginner's peak. Greninja, perhaps having contributed too little with only 2 moves, advanced only to elite rank. Xerneas and Diancie were both elevated to mid-tier of the second divine rank. Seeing the enhancement of his Pokémon's abilities, Ash felt a twinge of regret for not bringing along his mainstays such as Lizardon, Monferno, and Garchomp for this endeavor. He had truly struck gold in this instance. With the support of the power of creation, even without divine status, his Xerneas could cause plants to take root and flourish rapidly. In no time, the damaged greenery was restored, and the land ravaged by spatial distortion regained its vitality. As for the urban structures, Ash devised a solution to silence the League by presenting them with recorded images of the divine beast battle, compelling them to send representatives for reparations. He was resolute about ensuring Hoopa remained, as leaving it behind was simply out of the question. Before Ash could utter a word, Hoopa proactively declared, Miale, Balza, I wish to assist Ash in fulfilling his aspiration of becoming a Pokémon master, thus I desire to travel alongside him. It is Ash who has enlightened me to the true essence of discipline. Miare and Balza exchanged glances, both nodding in agreement. They were not foolish. They had witnessed the profound bond between Ash and Arceus. To prevent Hoopa from accompanying Ash would be an act of folly. Balza turned to Ash and said, Ash, I entrust Hoopa to your care from now on. Rest assured. Ash nodded in affirmation, subsequently retrieving Hoopa into a Master Ball. After lingering in the desert city for 2 days, Ash and his companions bid farewell to Miare and Balza, resuming their journey toward Baiki City. Chapter 145, Partner Pikachu. Upon departing from the desert city, Ash took a moment to assess the rewards obtained from the mythical Pokémon battle. Though the clash had not yielded a definitive victor, Ash's Pokémon had indeed exerted their utmost during the skirmish, resulting in a bountiful reward. The rewards for Diancie and Xerneas were quite comparable, comprising wondrous candies and system points. Albeit with slight numerical differences, they amassed a total of 35 wondrous candies. The least fortunate was undoubtedly the Greninja, who had been relegated to a mere bodyguard after landing only 2 hits. The system granted it a bag of basic evolution stones, including one of each type, even encompassing items like the Peat Block and Black Stone. The final batch of rewards consisted of 9 customizable sets and a potion for transforming partner Pokémon. The customizable sets were self-explanatory. Ash currently had more evolved Pokémon than he knew what to do with. However, the potion for transforming partner Pokémon piqued his interest. For although partner Pokémon could not evolve, their growth potential was unparalleled compared to ordinary Pokémon. In terms of base attributes, partner Pokémon exhibited a significant disparity compared to their typical counterparts, with a staggering difference of 110 base stats. Furthermore, the deeper the bond with their trainer, the greater the power a partner Pokémon could unleash, even allowing them to utilize unique partner moves. Partner Pikachu could employ 4 distinct partner moves: Electric-type Volt Accelerate, Flying-type Float Fall, Water-type Tidal Wave, and Electric-type Sparkling Thunder. Partner Eevee, on the other hand, boasted an impressive array of 9 partner moves: Water-type Bubble Burst, Electric-type Shock Strike, Fire-type Blaze Burst, Psychic-type Aura Pulse, Dark-type Shadow Realm, Grass-type Bloom Bomb, Ice-type Frost Freeze, Fairy-type Gleaming Storm, and Normal-type Breakthrough Bash. In terms of partner moves, transforming Eevee was undoubtedly the most advantageous choice. However, the dilemma was that Ash had not captured an Eevee. The potion had been produced by Pikachu, thus he had no option but to allow Pikachu to consume the potion. Species: Partner Pikachu. Type: Electric. Gender: Male. Strength. Ability: Static. Possesses an electric charge that may occasionally paralyze opponents upon contact. Weakness policy: grows stronger against formidable foes, yet weaker against the less challenging. Item held: Electric Ball, when carried by Pikachu, enhances both attack and special attack potency. Skills: Thunderbolt, Thunder, Iron Tail, Volt Tackle, Flash Thunder. Upon consuming the potion, Ash noticed that Pikachu's skill set had expanded to include 4 new partner moves. This transformation occurred seamlessly, as if the techniques had been instinctively absorbed. Pikachu, slightly bewildered, looked at Ash, inquiring about the recent change. It realized that after drinking the potion Ash had offered, it had suddenly acquired 4 extraordinary moves, along with a notable enhancement in its physical capabilities. Ash briefly explained to Pikachu that the recent potion was a partner Pokémon transformation elixir, which meant that even if it encountered a Thunderstone in the future, it would not evolve. Partner Pokémon represent a uniquely special category, currently only present among Pikachu and Eevee. Ash elaborated on the abilities of partner Pokémon, while also informing Pikachu about the new moves. The electric set obtained from the battle against Yveltal had remained untouched until now for a simple reason. Pikachu's specialized training had just commenced, and focusing on electric techniques would inevitably consume time that could be dedicated to other training. Furthermore, due to the immense power of these moves, it would be impractical for Pikachu to utilize them in routine battles, especially considering the scarcity of legendary Pokémon in the Kalos region. At least for the time being, Ash found no opportunity to use these moves, even during the recent legendary battle, where he had contemplated employing them. However, the situation had changed. The allure of partner moves was undeniable. Upon hearing Ash praise the potency of these techniques, Pikachu eagerly sought an open area to test its newfound abilities. Serena, intrigued, turned to Ash and asked how many partner moves Pikachu had mastered. All of them. Every single one of the 4 moves, Ash replied, before calling out to Pikachu. Let us start with the simplest, Volt Tackle. With a serious expression, Pikachu directed its attack towards a nearby cactus. It transformed into a streak of brilliant yellow lightning, obliterating the cactus in an instant. Impressive. Pikachu is amazing. Both Yuliga and Hoopa exclaimed in astonishment. Seeing Pikachu's newfound strength, Citron decided to train his own Litten and Wooloo, motivated by his promise to Ash to engage in a thrilling battle without regrets. He couldn't afford to remain stagnant. After several attempts with Volt Tackle, Pikachu's proficiency soared, culminating in a final demonstration that incorporated its self-created move, Self-Destruct Thunder Shadow. This combination not only enabled precise strikes, but also provided a defense against counterattacks. With the enhancement of Volt Tackle, Pikachu could create over 30 illusions in a single spin. Following this demonstration, Pikachu continued to methodically test the remaining moves, Floaty Fall and Surging Surf, and on Ash's suggestion, it added Iron Tail for an amplified assault. The final move, Flash Thunder, was simply a manifestation of their deepening bond, rendering any additional techniques unnecessary. After departing from the desert, Ash and his companions rested for a night in a quaint town, allowing Hoopa to relish the experience of life beyond its usual confines, which brought immense joy to Hoopa. Once again embarking on their journey, the group soon arrived at the foot of a volcano named Yart Mountain. Owing to its status as an active volcano, Ash and his companions could see the plume of smoke billowing from the crater, and the air was tinged with a subtle scent of sulfur. Euphoric, Eureka pointed towards the smoking summit, exclaiming, "Hoopa, look, that is the volcano." Suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from the nearby grass. Curiosity piquing, Eureka wondered aloud. Could it be a Pokémon? With a mischievous grin, Hoopa flung a ring into the air, calling out, "Hoopa, come forth." In the blink of an eye, the other end of the ring appeared above them, and to their astonishment, a Charmeleon descended from above. "It's a Charmeleon," exclaimed Citron in surprise. As the starter Pokémon from Kanto, Charmeleon was a rare sight in Kalos, and Eureka, mistaking it for a wild specimen, eagerly approached it. The Charmeleon, far from being frightened by Eureka's proximity, opened its mouth and unleashed a torrent of flames. Though Eureka was singed as a super mega Alolan, she emerged merely dusted with soot. "Eureka, are you alright?" Citron hurriedly inquired, assessing her condition. Exhaling a puff of black smoke, Eureka reassured him, "I'm fine, brother." Ash, sensing a familiar wave of aura emanating from the Charmeleon, activated his system to scan it. Pokémon, Charmeleon, Doroba, type, fire, gender, male, level, professional intermediate, 35. Ability, Blaze, increases the power of fire-type moves when health is low. Item, none, moves, Dragon Claw, Flamethrower. Dragon Breath, cut. At that moment, Dorobia's voice echoed from behind the bushes. "So, you are here." The Charmeleon, upon hearing Dorobia's call, turned and unleashed another burst of flames, catching the unsuspecting Doroba off guard and leaving him singed even more than Eureka. "Is that really Doroba?" questioned Serena, her uncertainty evident. Ash affirmed, without a doubt, that Charmeleon evolved from his Charmander. Once Doroba regained his composure and spotted Ash and the others, he greeted them enthusiastically. "Ash, Citron, and everyone. What a surprise to encounter you here." Just as he exchanged pleasantries, the Charmeleon opened its mouth again, spewing flames, causing the group to duck for cover. "Why is Charmeleon in such a foul mood?" Serena pondered. Doroba, looking troubled, replied, "I have no idea. No matter what I do, it cannot seem to calm down." "It must have just evolved, right?" Ash asked. "Yes, it evolved just before challenging the Shaller Gym," Doroba confirmed. "It probably has too much energy. A good battle would help release some of that pent-up vigor." Upon hearing Ash's suggestion, the Charmeleon's eyes sparkled with excitement. Dorobia's Charmeleon was the combative type, possessing no significant flaws in temperament, and shared a strong bond with Doroba, unlike Ash's own Charizard, which had become rebellious upon its evolution. "Now I see," Ash concluded. "Then I must ask you, let's have a battle." Doroba proactively issued a challenge to Ash for a battle. "Well, I shall use it," Ash exclaimed as he produced a Pokeball, declaring, "You are the one, Chincho." The Pokeball opened, revealing the shimmering Chincho before Charmeleon. Charmeleon was ready to engage. Doroba swiftly commanded, "Flame Vortex." Charmeleon unleashed a torrent of flames, encircling the shimmering Chincho in a fiery prison. However, this assault failed to inflict any damage upon Chincho. The moment it appeared, Chincho had already emitted a psychic force, coalescing into a protective shield that enveloped it. The Flame Vortex, though fierce in appearance, could not penetrate Chimecho's defense. Illusion Beam. Chincho joined its hands and released a radiant, multicolored ray. Observing the illusion beam piercing through the flame vortex, Doroba urgently shouted, "Charmeleon, block it with Dragon Claw." Charmeleon gathered dragon-type energy in its right hand and swiped at the illusion beam. A resounding explosion echoed, sending Charmeleon flying several meters. Though the illusion beam did not strike a critical point, Charmeleon shook its head and rose again. Flamethrower. Psychic Boost. Panic surged through Doroba. It was too late to react. The flamethrower, amplified by Psychic Boost, instantly enveloped Charmeleon. After enduring the searing flames, Chincho utilized its psychic abilities to lift Charmeleon, spinning it like a washing machine in a spin cycle. When Charmeleon was finally set down, it lay dazed, its eyes swirling, utterly incapacitated. Hikaru announced, "The outcome is clear." Ash and Chincho emerged victorious. Doroba quickly retrieved a restorative berry and fed it to Charmeleon. After consuming the berry, Charmeleon soon regained its composure, its excess energy from evolution having been thoroughly expended by Chincho, rendering it much more docile. Having resolved Charmeleon's situation, Doroba remarked, This is our first reunion since the Pokémon summer camp. Previously, I had only heard news of everyone from Tyrant and Shauna. Ash, congratulations on conquering the Aroma Gym. And also to Serena for securing the first Princess Key. Earlier, during Serena's participation in the Whirlwind Festival, Doroba had briefly met Tyrant and Shauna at a Pokémon Center, where they had watched Serena's triumph throughout the event. Even though Charmeleon has evolved from a Charmander, it seems its personality hasn't changed much. Eureka commented. Doroba replied, that is indeed true, but its performance in the gym battle was remarkable. Fire types have a distinct advantage over bug types. Doroba then seemed to recall something and inquired. By the way, Ash, are you also here in search of Moltres? Moltres? The group exchanged puzzled glances at Doroba. Hikaru uncertainly asked, Doroba, are you referring to the legendary bird? Doroba nodded, saying, yes, I have gathered much information and discovered signs of Moltres activity within the Altar Mountain. Another legendary Pokémon, indeed. Having endured the events that transpired in the Desert City, Selena and Yuliga are on the verge of developing psychological shadows regarding the legendary Pokémon. Hitron elaborated. The legendary birds, Moltres, Zapdos, and Articuno, are confirmed to exist, yet encountering them proves to be exceedingly challenging. Yuliga exclaimed with enthusiasm, I too wish to behold Moltres. Hoopa tilted its head, inquiring, is it truly that difficult? Hitron, meeting Hoopa's gaze, was momentarily at a loss for words. For an ordinary individual, the chance to witness a legendary Pokémon would be a momentous occasion, but for Hoopa, summoning such beings is merely a matter of desire. The sighting of legendary creatures is contingent solely upon Hoopa's whims. Ash turned to Hoopa, admonishing, Hoopa, do you remember our previous agreement? Without my consent, you must not summon any legendary Pokémon. Understood, Ash, Hoopa replied. Doroba, are you seeking Moltres to capture photographs? Ash recalled that Doroba's dream was to document all Pokémon listed in the Pokédex with his camera, ultimately aspiring to discover an entirely new species. Chapter 147, The Emergence of Moltres. Indeed, my dream is to encounter all Pokémon recorded in the Pokédex and to collect their photographs. Look at this, Doroba said, presenting his camera to Ash and the others, showcasing his travel accomplishments. The first photos they beheld were of Zapdos and Articuno. Only the image of Moltres remained to complete the trio of legendary birds. Yuliga marveled, that's incredible. Doroba has encountered legendary Pokémon. For an ordinary trainer, encountering a legendary beast even once in a lifetime is a rare fortune, yet Doroba, a novice trainer just beginning his journey, had already encountered two within a few months, an extraordinary stroke of luck that far surpassed that of other trainers. With the addition of Moltres, I have also captured numerous images of rare Pokémon. Doroba continued to share his collection, displaying a seemingly ordinary Butterfree, which, due to its uneven antennae, was deemed a rare Pokémon. Upon viewing a photograph of a whiskered Kingler, Ash was suddenly reminded of the Kingler that had devoured a Master Ball and remarked, Doroba, I know of a particularly special Kingler in the Hoenn region. It is said to have lived for 50 years, boasting a substantial size and unique characteristics. Doroba, intrigued, responded, really? Ash, do you recall its exact location? Ash conveyed the location of the lake while briefly describing the Kingler's mischievous disposition. After noting the information, Doroba continued to showcase his findings. While Ash lost interest after viewing a dozen photographs, he refrained from interrupting Doroba, recognizing the effort invested in capturing these images and the significance of Doroba's aspirations. He also took care to inform Doroba about other noteworthy Pokémon, such as the pink Pokémon from a certain location in the Orange Islands and the colossal Gyarados. After sharing his discoveries with Ash and the others, Doroba felt no fatigue. Rather, he was eager to capture the legendary Moltres. Ash, although claiming he had no interest, secretly considered it a worthy endeavor, whether for capturing or merely engaging in a battle. Serena and her companions also expressed their intrigue. Consequently, the group decided to accompany Doroba on an exploration of Mount Artel. Meanwhile, the Team Rocket trio, covertly observing, became excited upon hearing rumors of Moltres' presence in the mountains. Jessie remarked, that kid Doroba is quite the recluse. Meowth added, but I never expected him to know Moltres' whereabouts. It's astonishing that it resides in this mountain. After failing to capture any legendary Pokémon in Desert City, they were determined to seize Moltres this time, believing it would significantly enhance Team Rocket's strength. James declared, then we'll catch Pikachu, and Boss Giovanni will surely hold us in higher esteem. Meowth's obsession with Pikachu had grown far beyond that of any legendary Pokémon. Jessie insisted, let us capture Moltres first. We can deal with Pikachu later. Time is of the essence. Let us move. No sooner had she spoken than the trio dashed towards the mountain. Mount Artel was immense, and, being a volcano, was barren, surrounded solely by rocks, with wild Pokémon being quite rare. Once inside, Doroba produced a blurry photograph he had obtained, showing only the outline of Moltres' wings. However, the distinctiveness of Moltres' wings, coupled with a witness he had found, provided some assurance. As Doroba aimed to identify Moltres' whereabouts from the rocks in the photograph, Ash interrupted, Doroba, Moltres is a fire-controlling Pokémon. Its nest is typically built within the caldera of a volcano. When injured, it can even dive into magma to absorb thermal energy for healing. We need not search among the rocks. We should head straight to the caldera. With their objective clear, the group proceeded directly to the volcano's mouth. Upon arrival, however, they were surprised to find not Moltres, but Team Rocket. Ash exclaimed, "Oh, it's you three fools again." He was uncertain whether to commend their cunning for arriving early to secure the location or to ridicule them for their naive methods of attracting Moltres, which were akin to fishing. He observed Jessie and Meowth fiddling with a contraption resembling a fishing rod, peering into the caldera, while James scanned the volcano's interior with a device. Serena, visibly wary, questioned, "Team Rocket, what are you doing here? Have you set your sights on Moltres as well?" James replied earnestly, "Listen, kid, we got here first, so you better respect the rules." Jessie chimed in, "That's right. We were the first to discover Moltres in the volcano." Meowth asserted confidently, "We hold the right to capture it first." Acknowledging that they could not outmatch Ash in a battle and that a sneak attack would likely fail, the trio decided to reveal their identity and follow the proper procedure. Listening to the trio's words brimming with inexplicable confidence, Ash and his companions found themselves momentarily at a loss for words. Serena turned to Ash and inquired, "What shall we do, Ash? Shall we merely stand by and watch?" Given Team Rocket's overall strength, Ash was certain they were more than capable of capturing the legendary birds. However, he firmly believed that the trio's abilities were far too inadequate for such a feat, ensuring their inevitable failure. Thus, they silently observed as the trio attempted to fish, though it was likely more about catching birds, at the volcano's edge. Approximately half an hour later, Jessie was the first to lose her patience, beginning to question the reliability of Daraba's information. In her agitation, she inadvertently knocked over a piece of equipment. The device erupted in a fiery explosion upon contact with the molten lava. In the next moment, a magnificent plume of fire erupted skyward, and with a resounding cry, the legendary Moltres emerged from the inferno. Hitron exclaimed, "It truly exists, lurking within the volcanic magma. How astonishing." Serena chimed in, just as Ash described. "It really was hidden in the lava." Eureka's eyes sparkled with excitement. "How amazing. I can't believe I'm finally seeing you. I'm so moved." Daraba hastily retrieved his camera to capture the moment. Jessie exclaimed, "The target has appeared. The plan to capture Moltres commences." "Understood," Meowth responded, producing a remote control to activate a hot air balloon equipped with rocket boosters, which soared from the opposite side of the mountain, delivering a robot to the trio. Chapter 148, Capturing Moltres. Watching the trio ascend into the robot, Ash couldn't help but smile wryly. This was indeed their customary approach. However, they ultimately underestimated Moltres' power and the intensity of its flames. The robot, specifically fortified against fire-type moves, failed to withstand even a single burst of flame from Moltres, resulting in a catastrophic explosion that sent Team Rocket flying. Pokémon, Moltres, Type, Fire, Flying, Gender, Genderless, Strength, Elite Level 70. Ability, Pressure, causes opponents to feel pressured, significantly reducing their use of moves. Held item, None, moves. Ember, Flamethrower, Overheat, Air Slash, Roost, Heat Wave, Sky Attack. Being of elite level and lacking a divine affiliation, Ash could definitively conclude that this Moltres was not the same one encountered on the Orange Islands. After sending Team Rocket tumbling, Moltres fixed its gaze upon Ash, sensing a profound aura of divinity emanating from him. This sensation not only instilled a sense of pressure, but also inexplicably sparked a thought within Moltres, that by following Ash, it could grow stronger at an accelerated pace. Feeling the weight of Moltres' stare, Ash stepped forward and raised a Pokeball, declaring, "Moltres, let the capture battle begin." Daraba, who was busy photographing, froze in disbelief, never anticipating Ash would attempt to capture Moltres. At the sound of Ash's voice, Moltres silently assumed a battle stance, clearly accepting the challenge. "Then it shall be you, Greninja." Despite Moltres being at the latter stage of its evolution, Ash opted to send out Greninja to face it. Using Pikachu and the others would be excessively unfair to Moltres, and given the level disparity, even a victory would yield scant rewards from the system. Even without capturing the Greninja, one could easily allow the Moltres to recuperate its strength and engage in another battle with other Pokémon. Securing the system rewards is of utmost importance. "Greninja, let us showcase our true prowess." As soon as Ash uttered these words, water surged around Greninja. Once the water dissipated, Greninja had transformed into its bond form, its level soaring to that of a high-tier champion, just a notch below that of Moltres. Unlike the previous encounter with the Glacian, Ash and Greninja had now fully mastered the bond form. This newfound power was largely attributed to Arceus's generosity. "Look at Greninja's transformation. Such a unique appearance. Is it an evolution?" Daraba inquired curiously. "That is not evolution," Chitrin clarified. "Ash has named this transformation bond transformation. It is akin to evolution but does not require any items. It is a form that can be achieved solely through the bond between the trainer and the Pokémon, without the need for items." A test of bonds? Dariba was utterly astonished. The impact of this revelation was even more staggering than learning of Ash's ascension to Pokémon Professor. Observing Greninja's suddenly heightened spirit, Moltres became increasingly serious, disregarding whether Ash was prepared, and unleashed a torrent of flames. Water Shuriken, Ash calmly commanded. Greninja deftly withdrew the water shuriken from its back and hurled it forth. The azure shuriken cleaved through the flames, creating an explosion several meters away, dissipating into a cloud of steam. As the steam billowed, Greninja vanished, reappearing instantaneously behind Moltres. Quick attack. Greninja propelled itself forward, wielding a blade of water that materialized in its grasp. With a swift rotation, it slashed at Moltres. The strike grazed Moltres' wing, but it quickly regained its composure, unleashing its divine aura as flames roared to life around it, launching a powerful blast burn towards Greninja. Once more, quick attack, Ash called out. Seeing its powerful attack effortlessly countered, Moltres wasted no time in executing a brave bird. After a brief charge, it hurtled toward Greninja with ferocity. In a full-force burst, Moltres resembled an arrow released from its bow, arriving in the blink of an eye. Counter with Aerial Ace. Greninja, realizing it could not completely evade the brave bird, activated Aerial Ace, shifting from the front to the side, crossing its arms to absorb the impact. Despite Aerial Ace mitigating much of the damage, Greninja was still sent sprawling from the residual force of the attack. Greninja. Ash felt a surge of anxiety. Perhaps he had underestimated the situation with that maneuver. Greninja cast a reassuring glance at Ash, adjusted its breathing, and rose once again. Noticing that Moltres showed no signs of fatigue after executing its brave bird, Ash understood the need for patience. Swords Dance. As Swords Dance commenced, Greninja's attack power surged. In response, Moltres initiated a speed boost to enhance its agility. With both sides fortified, a new round of confrontation ignited, as Moltres flapped its wings, conjuring a scorching gale. The heat wave raised the temperature significantly, beads of sweat forming on the foreheads of Chitrin and the others. With the power of creation shielding him, Ash felt the temperature rising but did not perceive it as overly hot. Summoning shadow clones, he unleashed a water shuriken. The bond of Froakie released a multitude of clones, charging towards the Firebird against the fierce winds. Dozens of Froakies simultaneously drew forth their water shurikens from their backs, the aquatic energy swirling as the shurikens expanded like balloons. Upon witnessing the shurikens, which were 2 to 3 times longer than its wingspan, approaching, the Firebird hastily countered with air blades. The scorching winds mingled with the slicing gusts, obliterating many of the Froakie clones. However, its efforts were ultimately in vain. As the last clone succumbed, Froakie stood before the Firebird, hurling the massive shuriken directly at its face. Boom! The water shuriken sent the Firebird tumbling, landing awkwardly on the ground, its flames flickering feebly. Observing that the Firebird still bore the will to fight, Ash issued a decisive command. Greninja, deliver the final blow, Waterfall. With full momentum, Greninja retrieved the reformed shuriken from its back and launched it at the Firebird. A flicker of fear crossed the Firebird's eyes as it forgot to dodge, watching helplessly as Greninja's attack struck true. With that final blow, the Firebird was rendered incapable of battle. Ash threw a Master Ball, successfully capturing the Firebird. Ding. Battle assessment in progress. Ding. Congratulations on receiving rewards. Master Ball X5, Rare Candy X10, Fire Set X1, points 10,000. Chapter 149, Eureka and Baby Tyrant. After capturing the Firebird, Ash and his companions bid farewell to Dariba and continued their journey to Hyuk City. That night, Team Rocket ventured to a fossil research facility nestled within the forest. After deciphering the electronic door's code, the trio discovered the newly revived Baby Tyrant within a containment pod. We found it. Today's target, our little treasure. It's sleeping soundly. Gazing at the peacefully slumbering Baby Tyrant, they swiftly hoisted it away. Upon returning to their hot air balloon, they revealed triumphant smiles, for capturing Baby Tyrant was merely their first step. Their ultimate aim was to nurture it into a monstrous jaw titan. Just then, their laughter startled the Baby Tyrant awake. Jessie, exhilarated, declared to the Baby Tyrant that they would be its trainers, only to be met with a fiery bite from the creature. Coincidentally, the flame singed Jessie's hair. To prevent her from going into a frenzy, James and Meowth quickly intervened, inadvertently granting Baby Tyrant an opportunity to escape. The little one, displaying remarkable bravery, leaped directly from a height of 20 to 30 meters into the river below. Ash and his companions were camping by the riverbank at that very moment. As they slept soundly, Eureka, donned in her Jaw Titan pajamas and still half asleep, wandered towards the riverbank. After fetching some water and taking a sip, a pained cry echoed from the river's center. Upon hearing the cry, Eureka's drowsiness vanished, revealing a Baby Tyrant's large head trapped between 2 rocks. Fortunately, the baby Tyrannosaurus possesses a dragon attribute, rendering it impervious to the torrents of water. Otherwise, left stranded in the midst of the river, who knows what calamity could have ensued. Eulogia rushed forward to assist, exclaiming, "I will help you." She positioned herself behind the baby Tyrannosaurus, grasping its tiny forelimbs and pulling with all her might until, at last, she managed to extricate the creature. However, due to the force of inertia, Eulogia herself tumbled into the river alongside the baby Tyrannosaurus. Perhaps it was the peculiar sight of Eulogia clad in her strange Gyarados pajamas that made the baby Tyrannosaurus feel a sense of dependence on her. Haitrong rubbed his eyes and fumbled for his glasses, only to be met with the sight of a large, dark brown head staring intently at him, startling him into a hasty retreat that nearly toppled the tent. Ash and Pikachu, alerted by the commotion, were also taken aback upon seeing the baby Tyrannosaurus for the first time. However, their shock was not directed at the creature itself, but rather at Eulogia's audacious actions. It was indeed remarkable that Haitrong had survived under Eulogia's care for so long. After all, who would rouse others from slumber with a dinosaur in such a brazen manner? After a brief period of grooming, Ash and his companions listened attentively as Eulogia recounted the tale of how she discovered the baby Tyrannosaurus. Serena, skeptical, remarked, "You found it in the river?" Eulogia affirmed, "Indeed, it was stuck in the middle of the stream when I came across it." Haitrong, uncertain, inquired, "Is this creature a wild baby Tyrannosaurus?" To which Ash replied, "No, it is not. Pokémon, baby Tyrannosaurus, Fossil Research Institute, type, rock. Dragon, gender, male, level, professional advanced, 38. Ability, strong jaw, enhances the power of biting moves due to its powerful jaws. Held item, none, moves, flame fong, bite, crunch. Dragon tail, dragon claw." Ash turned to Serena and said, "I recall you mentioning yesterday that there is a Fossil Research Institute within the nearby forest, correct?" Serena, upon hearing this, retrieved her electronic map to confirm. Indeed, there is a Fossil Research Institute in the vicinity, home to fossils of Aerodactyl, Kabutops, and Gyarados. It seemed evident that this baby Tyrannosaurus was one of the Pokémon from that very institute. Intrigued, Eulogia asked, "But why would it be outside the research facility?" Ash responded, "The answer is quite straightforward. The only individuals capable of such mischief are those three fools." Serena, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "Team Rocket, they are utterly despicable." The baby Tyrannosaurus appeared to rely heavily on Eulogia, though its personality was rather peculiar, characterized by a penchant for indiscriminately biting at everything and an affinity for affectionate displays. In an effort to soothe the creature, Eulogia produced a brush to groom its fur, for despite knowing she could not keep it, she felt compelled to care for the Pokémon she had found. Ash, noticing the wistfulness in Eulogia's eyes, said, "Eulogia truly cares for the baby Tyrannosaurus. Once we reach the research institute, I can attempt to inquire on your behalf. The baby Tyrannosaurus is quite remarkable, soon to evolve and possessing a gentle temperament, making it easy for even the most inexperienced trainers to manage effortlessly. Its combination of moves and abilities is rather commendable." Eulogia gazed at Ash in disbelief. "Is that true?" "Indeed," Ash affirmed with a nod. As a newly minted Pokémon doctor, his words carried weight. It was nearly impossible for the Fossil Research Institute to deny him. And if necessary, he could always offer a vial of rejuvenating Pokémon potion in exchange. After breakfast, the group hurried to the Fossil Research Institute, where they encountered the notorious trio of Team Rocket, who had taken on the guise of baby Tyrannosaurus trainers. However, before they could make a move, Ash had Pikachu unleash a powerful thunderbolt upon them. Once Team Rocket was dispatched, the group had not yet reached the entrance of the institute when they ran into a member searching for baby Tyrannosaurus. Upon meeting the head of the institute, Ash proposed that the baby Tyrannosaurus wait for Eulogia until she became a trainer and was ready to embark on her journey. The director, upon learning of Ash's identity, readily agreed, recognizing the value of exchanging a baby Tyrannosaurus for the favor of a newly appointed Pokémon doctor and a gym leader. Although Eulogia had not spent much time with the baby Tyrannosaurus, a bond had already formed between them. Upon hearing Ash's news, the baby Tyrannosaurus, in a fit of excitement, evolved into a Gyarados right before everyone's eyes. After bidding farewell to the Gyarados, Ash and his companions set forth once more on their journey to Baiki City. Chapter 150. EV. After leaving the Fossil Research Institute, Ash and his entourage continued their journey towards Baiki City. That day, as they traversed a forest, Serena held her tablet, eagerly checking the venue for the upcoming Grand Festival. The next competition was to be held in Baiki City, inviting all aspiring performers to challenge themselves. The announcement made by Pierre took Ash and the others by surprise. It was quite convenient for them, as it coincided with their gym battles in the same city. "Serena, give it your all," Ash encouraged. "Yes, this time I aim to win and secure the second princess key," Serena replied, brimming with determination. She paused for a moment before continuing. "In preparation for the next contest, I need to train further. There is much to be accomplished." Ash suggested, "It's still early, and we are quite close to Baiki City. Let us find a nearby location for some intensive training." With their plan set, the group quickened their pace through the forest and came to a halt in a meadow adorned with wildflowers. Admiring the breathtaking expanse of blossoms, Serena exclaimed, "How beautiful! Ding Dong and Snowball, let us go explore." Eulogia called out to her two Pokémon as she dashed into the depths of the flower field. Hectron, looking somewhat concerned, cautioned, "Eulogia, don't run too far. Be careful of potential dangers." Ash proposed, "Let us set up camp right here." This suggestion was quickly met with agreement from Serena and Hectron. The group released their Pokémon, and Ash graciously allowed them a day of respite to relax and rejuvenate. The emergence of numerous Pokémon has enlivened the tranquil flower fields, with various creatures hidden amongst the blossoms, such as Beautifly, Beauty, and Cottony, making their appearances. Once the campsite was established, Serena sat amidst the flowers, crafting several floral wreaths for her Pokémon. Not only did her Pokémon don these crowns, but even Eureka and her two Pokémon, Hoopa and Ash's shiny Curlia, joined in the fun. Perhaps due to the wreath being too large, Deden, in its excitement, caused the crown to fall off and roll down the steep slope. Serena and Eureka hurried over with the remaining Pokémon, asking, "Are you all right, Pancham?" Pancham and Deden gestured for Serena to look behind the rocks. There, an Eevee was blissfully unaware of the watchful eyes, dancing atop a flat stone. Eureka exclaimed, "Eevee, that little one loves to dance, and its movements are so beautiful." Serena was mesmerized by Eevee's graceful performance. Watching the enchanting dance, an idea sparked in Serena's mind. She sensed that if she could teach the dance to her Braixen, they would surely triumph at the upcoming Tri-Crown Satellite Contest in H-Key City. "How adorable," Eureka remarked. At that moment, Ash approached with Pikachu, commenting that Eevee is quite the dancer. "Serena, it would be perfect for you. Why not try to catch it?" Pokémon, Eevee. Type, normal. Gender, female. Level, elite intermediate, 26. Ability, runaway, can escape from wild Pokémon. Held item, none. Moves, growl, defense curl, quick attack, double team, baby doll eyes. Although the Eevee with the runaway ability may not be the best choice, this little creature has already mastered baby doll eyes, and with some nurturing, it could evolve into a Sylveon. A Sylveon would indeed be a splendid addition to Serena's performances. To capture it? Alright, I'll give it a try. As Serena prepared to approach Eevee, Ash quickly intervened, saying, "Wait, Serena, if you go out there directly, Eevee might get the wrong idea." Serena looked at Ash, puzzled. "Then what should I do?" There are various methods to capture Pokémon besides battling. Appealing to their interests is the fastest way to bridge the gap. "What does that stone Eevee is standing on remind you of?" Ash inquired. "I know what to do," she exclaimed, calling over her Pokémon and finding an open space to prepare a performance to attract Eevee. Ash, along with Eureka and the other Pokémon, stepped aside. Seeing Ash and the others move, Citra curiously approached, asking, "What are Ash and Serena up to?" Ash briefly explained the situation. Meanwhile, Serena's performance commenced. Braixen, use Flamethrower. Pancham, use Dark Pulse. The two powerful moves collided in the air, creating a crown of fireworks that burst forth in a dazzling display. Upon hearing the sudden explosion, Eevee hastily concealed itself behind a rock, peering out with its small head to search for the source of the commotion. Meanwhile, Serena directed her beloved Pokémon, including the whimsical Deden and the frosty Frostless, to join in the performance. Frostless conjured a veil of mist, while Deden employed its signature move, Play Nice, to create an enchanting atmosphere. The graceful Braixen twirled a wooden stick as it danced joyfully alongside Serena, soon joined by the mischievous Pancham. Unbeknownst to them, Eevee had made its way to Serena's side, its eyes wide with fascination, completely captivated by their performance. As the show reached its climax, Serena orchestrated a finale featuring all the Pokémon. Pancham executed a series of flips to the opposite side, unleashing a stone edge attack, while Braixen ignited its stick to shatter a blue stone pillar. Frostless unleashed an ice shard towards Deden, who countered with a series of rapid slap attacks, sending the icy projectiles soaring into the air like fireworks. Once the performance concluded, Serena's gaze immediately fell upon Eevee. At that moment, Eevee was blissfully unaware of the mere few meters separating them. Serena turned to Eevee and inquired, "Eevee, did you enjoy our performance?" She continued, "We noticed your dance moves. We are training hard for the Triple Crown Satellite Contest. It is quite an extraordinary stage." Serena briefly described the grandeur of the Triple Crown Satellite Contest and extended an invitation. "Eevee, if you are interested in performing, would you like to join us on that grand stage?" Eevee cautiously poked its head out, casting a complex glance towards Serena. Chapter 151, Capturing Eevee, Arrival at Hako City. Noticing Eevee's hesitation, Serena spoke again. "Eevee, your dance was truly beautiful. I adored your movements. Dancing together would surely bring us joy." Eevee's gaze remained fixed on Serena as it lifted one front leg while extending the other behind, embodying a desire to depart, yet feeling reluctant to leave. At that moment, Team Rocket made their entrance to complicate matters. Jessie swiftly hurled a capture net, intent on forcibly taking Eevee. Serena sensed the impending threat and quickly commanded Braixen and Pancham to intervene. Braixen unleashed a flamethrower, while Pancham executed a dark pulse, obliterating the capture net. Ash and his friends stealthily approached from another direction, blocking Team Rocket's escape route, leaving the frontal confrontation to Serena, as this represented a golden opportunity for capturing Eevee. With Ash absent, Team Rocket grew emboldened. Jesse and James unleashed their Pokémon to launch a fierce assault on Eevee, entirely disregarding Serena's presence. Determined, Serena focused solely on protecting Eevee, even though it had yet to be captured. In response to Serena's unwavering efforts, Eevee chose to stand alongside her in battle. Observing Eevee's willingness to aid Serena, Ash recognized that the little creature had accepted her, and he promptly launched an attack against Team Rocket from behind. After Team Rocket was dispatched, Serena once again extended her invitation to Eevee. Without any hesitation, Eevee gently tapped its small head against the Pokeball presented by Selena, allowing her to capture it. Thus, Selena obtained her 5th Pokémon, leaving only one more to complete her collection. After the capture, she released Eevee once more and adorned its head with a floral crown, which made Eevee elated as it sensed Selena's affection. Ash and his companions called back their scattered Pokémon, preparing for introductions with the newly joined Eevee. Unfortunately, the Eevee Selena had captured was rather timid. Upon seeing a group of Pokémon staring at it, it promptly shrank back and hid behind Selena. Hawlucha, belonging to Chetlon, noticed Eevee's socially anxious demeanor and, whether out of playfulness or flirtation, boldly approached to greet it, causing Eevee to scurry away in fright. Mischievous Panda, witnessing this scene, immediately rushed over to tackle Hawlucha, initiating a playful scuffle. They were never on good terms, and with this rare opportunity to unleash its energy on Hawlucha, Mischievous Panda showed no signs of holding back. Chetlon remarked, "It seems Eevee isn't particularly adept at handling crowded situations. It's alright, Eevee. Everyone is quite friendly. Let us coexist harmoniously," Yuliga reassured. However, the moment Deden peeked out, Eevee was once again startled and dashed about frantically. At the very least, when confronted by its peers, it exhibited no fear of running around. Upon entering the city, it even had the audacity to explore the streets alone, albeit captivated by the novelty of its surroundings. Yes, Selena nodded, understanding that this timid Eevee was not suited for the stage, where a multitude of spectators could easily overwhelm it, making it impossible to perform effectively. After departing from the flower fields, Ash and his companions hastened towards Hex City. With the Heck Conference approaching, Ash chose to delay challenging the gym until after Selena's participation in the competition. Selena also intensified her final preparations. At the training ground, Selena looked down at Eevee nestled in her arms. "Eevee, you must watch closely tomorrow. We are destined to win. Next time, we will perform together on stage." Eevee, it nodded obediently. For this Heck Conference, Selena intended to showcase a performance with both Ninetales and her Deden. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from outside the training ground. As everyone turned towards the sound, they saw Tyalino arriving with a Blastoise. Tyalino balanced himself upside down atop the spinning Blastoise and greeted everyone. "Hello, everyone. It's been a while. This Blastoise must have evolved from a Wartortle, right?" Chetlon inquired. "Indeed," Tyalino replied proudly. "After our parting in the outskirts of Miare City, we have diligently refined our dance and battling skills, which led to this evolution. It looks remarkably robust, though it's still a bit smaller than Ash's Blastoise," Yuliga commented. Ash's Blastoise, having been blessed by Arceus, had seen a significant level increase, resulting in a substantial growth spurt. Thus, even though Tyalino's Blastoise was larger than average, it still paled in comparison to Ash's. "Is she not here yet?" Tyalino seemed to recall something. Once again, Tyalino has outpaced me." No sooner had he spoken than Shauna's figure materialized. Accompanying her was a Bulbasaur, evidently evolved from a previous Bulbasaur. Its form not significantly altered except for the budding flowers blossoming atop its back and a much deeper hue of skin. As a performer who seldom engages in battle, successfully evolving her Bulbasaur in such a brief span is indeed commendable. Upon witnessing Shauna's arrival, Selena hurriedly approached her. "Shauna, how are you?" Shauna replied, "Of course, and you?" "Selena? I'm well too. Are you here to participate in the Tri-Crown Satellite Contest?" Selena inquired with curiosity. "Indeed," Shauna nodded, confirming her participation in the upcoming 100 Moments Conference. With Shauna competing as well, tomorrow's contest is bound to be spectacular, Haitrong remarked. Eureka exclaimed, "Things are getting lively." Long-tailed Fox and Mischievous Panda stepped forward to greet Bulbasaur. Having developed a strong rapport during their previous competitions, Eevee curiously scrutinized Long-tailed Fox and the others. "Eevee." At that moment, Shauna noticed the small creature cradled in Selena's arms and exclaimed, "Is that an Eevee? Selena, did you capture it?" "Indeed. This little one is a recent addition to my team," Selena replied, pausing to look at Eevee. "Eevee, meet Shauna, our dear friend." Selena awkwardly added, "I apologize, as this little one is somewhat timid. After all, having lived alone in the forest, this Pokémon is not accustomed to bustling environments. It will adapt quickly," Haitrong remarked. Shauna, undeterred, expressed her envy. How wonderful. Depending on its training, Eevee can exhibit a myriad of performance styles. Chapter 152, The Dance of Evolution. Selena looked at Shauna with curiosity, having not considered how to train Eevee. She captured it merely due to its graceful and captivating dance. Shauna elucidated, are you not aware? Eevee has numerous evolution paths. For instance, evolving into a fire-type Flareon can create a stunning flame performance alongside long-tailed Fox. Or evolving into a grass-type Leafeon could result in a delightful collaboration with mischievous Panda. Additionally, there are Dark-type Umbreon, Psychic-type Espeon, Ice-type Glaceon, Electric-type Jolteon, Water-type Vaporeon, and Fairy-type Sylveon. As I mentioned, the scope of performances expands significantly with different evolutionary forms. Selena's eyes widened in realization. So that's how it is. You are remarkable, Eevee. Shauna stated, it is the trainer's responsibility to fully unleash Eevee's potential. Best of luck, Selena. Selena nodded in determination. Yes, I will do my best. Speaking of training Eevee, Selena, wait for me. I will consult with Hoopa to find someone to teach you. With that, Ash departed with Hoopa and Pikachu to make a call for assistance. Before capturing Hoopa, Ash had already strengthened his connections with companions from previous journeys. This time, the individual he sought to engage was none other than the renowned dancer of the Hoenn region, May. Previously, she had successfully captured an Eevee and even made a special journey to Celadon City to facilitate its evolution into a Glaceon. Her experience in nurturing Eevee undoubtedly equipped her to guide Serena. However, the most crucial aspect was that May possessed the expertise to help Pokémon overcome their social anxieties, a quality that Serena desperately needed. After establishing contact via phone, Ash instructed Hoopa to open a dimensional portal. At this juncture, May had completed her journey through the Johto region and arrived in the Sinnoh region to embark on new adventures. Peering out from the portal, May greeted, Ash, Pikachu. It's been a while. She chuckled. May, were you frightened? Hoopa's pronunciation of names remained characteristically imprecise. May, it's been so long since we last met. And you still seem so lively. Pikachu chimed in, along with Ash. By the way, Ash, I'm thrilled to share that I finally defeated Miss Saori in the Grand Festival yesterday, though it was just a regular competition, not a grand celebration. May excitedly relayed her joy to Ash. Is that so? Then congratulations are indeed in order. Ash replied with a smile. After exchanging pleasantries, Ash led May to the Pokémon Center's lounge, where Serena and the others were resting. Following a round of introductions, May effortlessly integrated herself into the group's conversation. Upon learning of Serena's predicament, May readily produced her Glaceon and Venusaur. Curious about the appearance of its kind, Serena's Eevee approached with intrigue. The Glaceon, possessing a remarkably stable demeanor, quickly won Eevee's acceptance. With Glaceon acting as a mediator, Eevee naturally embraced the presence of Venusaur. The group breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing the harmonious interaction between Serena's Eevee and May's Pokémon. By the way, Tyrno, why isn't Blade here? Ash inquired. Tyrno explained, we had originally planned to come together, but he seemed to have spotted a Pokémon he hadn't yet caught, so he dashed after it. Ash and his companions shared a knowing smile. It was indeed typical of Tyrno. Ash, is your next destination also the Bacchus Gym? Tyrno asked. Indeed it is. Have you challenged it yet? Ash responded. Tyrno shrugged, raising his hands in a gesture of resignation. I did attempt the challenge, but unfortunately, I lost. Did Tyrno actually lose? Citron remarked. If I recall correctly, the Bacchus Gym is a psychic-type gym, isn't it? Psychic gyms can be quite challenging for novice trainers, Ash remarked. For newly minted trainers, encountering psychic and ghost types in gym challenges is often the most daunting. The leaders of psychic gyms are formidable opponents. And unless there is internal discord among the gym leaders, one can only attempt the challenge with Pokémon possessing type advantages. The difficulty of ghost-type gyms, on the other hand, hinges on the strategies employed by the gym trainers. If one encounters unreasonable tactics involving moves like Curse, Hex, or Pain Split, then one might as well consider themselves unfortunate. To be honest, I still can't quite comprehend how I lost that battle, Tyrno admitted. Serena, is your Eevee also set to participate in tomorrow's competition? Shauna asked curiously. Selena shook her head, deciding against participating tomorrow. Instead, she planned to have it compete in the next contest. Xiao remarked, Selena, given Eevee's current state, it might not be ready for the next tournament either. Eevee's timid nature, combined with its upbringing in the solitude of the forest, suggests that a transformation in character may take time. When I initially captured my Venusaur, the circumstances were quite similar to those of Eevee. I believed it was prepared, only to realize upon stepping onto the stage that I had been overly naive in my expectations. At a loss for words, Selena contemplated how to have Eevee debut in the upcoming grand competition, a promise she had already made to it. The child could indeed perform exquisite dances, and I wished for everyone to witness it. Otherwise, it would be a great pity. Can Eevee dance? The mere mention of dancing stirred something within Tilono's genes. The primary reason I captured Eevee was the sight of it dancing alone in the flower fields. Selena recounted the moment in vivid detail. Ash interjected, Selena, there's no need to rush. Allow Eevee to adapt at its own pace. I believe it will acclimatize quickly. Chapter 153, Double Battle, New Inspiration. I understand. No sooner had Selena spoken than the television in the lounge began broadcasting the weekly Pokémon short film rankings. As expected, AI Air claimed the top spot once again. Battles? Xiao Yao paused momentarily, then nodded, no problem. I'll team up with Shauna, and Selena, you can pair with Ash. Let's have a double battle. Great. I'm eager to witness a dazzling contest firsthand. Although Shauna's ambition lay in becoming a performer, it did not mean she was disinterested in glamorous competitions. She had previously researched similar events. Naturally, Ash was not one to decline. That sounds incredibly fun. I want to participate as well. Ash, after this battle, please engage me in another. While Tiluono wished to take part in the four-person battle, alas, there was no space available. Ash cheerfully agreed, absolutely. Selena turned to Eevee, asking, Eevee, would you like to battle with me? Perhaps we could discover some inspiration for dancing. Eevee. Hitron resumed his role as referee, announcing the imminent battle between Ash and Selena's team versus Xiao Yao and Shauna's team. Each participant could use one Pokémon, and the battle would conclude once all Pokémon from either team were unable to continue fighting. Kyrillian, you shall be the one. Ash released his shiny Kyrillian. Ready for battle. Xiao Yao chose Ice Eevee, while Shauna opted for Venusaur, and of course, Selena summoned Eevee. How adorable. Ash actually captured a shiny Kyrillian. Xiao Yao was instantly captivated by the little creature. Shauna nodded in agreement. That Kyrillian is indeed adorable. I wish I could hold it. Now, let the battle commence. Hitron declared. Kyrillian, initiate with Illusion Beam. Kyrillian launched the first attack. Sana commanded. I knew that Ash would make the first move. Bulbasaur Energy Ball. Bulbasaur, having been prepared, opened its mouth and unleashed an energy ball to counter the illusion ray from Chikorita. Since this was a friendly match, Ash did not instruct Chikorita to exert its full strength, allowing the energy ball to easily block the illusion ray. Glacian, it's our turn as well. Secret power. Following Shoko's command, Glacian trotted forward with a lively gait, and as it utilized secret power, a soft pink glow enveloped its form. Impressive. Is this the fighting style of a coordinator? Serena marveled at Glacian's technique. Nonetheless, she recognized the need for defense and called out, Eevee, use Protect. Eevee, swiftly. Eevee dashed a few steps forward, positioning itself before Chikorita and activating Protect to shield against the incoming Glacian. Bulbasaur, once more with the energy ball. Chikorita, use Teleport to restrain Bulbasaur. Ash was determined not to let Bulbasaur interfere with the battle between Eevee and Glacian. Chikorita understood its role and teleported in front of Bulbasaur, using Ice Punch to shatter the partially formed energy ball. Bulbasaur inadvertently inhaled the dust from the explosion, coughing incessantly, observing Bulbasaur at a disadvantage. Shoko immediately ordered Glacian to launch a Shadow Ball at Chikorita from behind. Eevee, use Swift. Eevee executed Swift to intercept the Shadow Ball, and then danced gracefully over to Glacian, as if to assert, your opponent is me. With its light-footed movements, Eevee leapt and twirled, leaving Glacian entranced and bewildered, as it effortlessly evaded the successive Shadow Balls. Is this the dance of Eevee? How remarkable! Shoko exclaimed. Eevee grew increasingly exhilarated, its movements quickening. To Serena, Eevee resembled a dancer basking in the spotlight, inspiration flooding her mind. Without a second thought, she called for a halt to the battle, eager to seize the moment for specialized training. Ash and the others had no objections. The purpose of this match was to assist Serena. And even if Eevee's timidity remained unresolved, Serena's growth was a worthy achievement. Serena led Eevee to an open space. Eevee, I hope you can teach us your dance steps. I wish to perform that dance on the stage of the Tri-Crown Satellite Tournament tomorrow. Eevee readily agreed, watching Serena devote herself to intensive training. Sana realized she could not fall behind. Once Bulbasaur regained its strength, she too engaged in rigorous training. Meanwhile, Ash faced off against Tyrant in a one-on-one battle. Unsurprisingly, Ash emerged victorious with ease. What is this? Shoko inquired, gazing curiously at the Mega Stone and the bracelet embedded with it that Ash handed over. Ah, a set. What Pokémon is this for, Ash? Eureka exclaimed excitedly. Ever since witnessing evolution, Eureka had become enamored with it, believing that evolved Pokémon were exceptionally beautiful. Ash replied, this is the evolution stone for Blaziken. The Flame Chicken serves as Xiao Yao's initial Pokémon, and presenting it to her is undoubtedly the most fitting gesture. What is evolution? Xiao Yao finds herself perplexed. Her primary interests lie in the culinary delights of various regions and the glamorous contests, while evolution is a rarity in Kalos, let alone in other regions. Immediately, her companions began to enlighten her on the topic of evolution, and upon learning that this phenomenon could allow the Flame Chicken to undergo another transformation, Xiao Yao grasped the preciousness of this knowledge. After accepting the set, Eulogia encouraged Xiao Yao to attempt its use. Having witnessed the Super Flame Chicken several times, Eulogia was eager not to let this opportunity slip away. The bond between Xiao Yao and the Flame Chicken was undoubtedly strong, enabling her to harness this newfound power perfectly during its first evolution. Chapter 154, The 100 Carvings Conference, Part 1. The following day, Ash and his companions hurriedly arrived at the venue for the Triple Crown Satellite Tournament. The enticing aroma wafting from the food stalls outside captivated Xiao Yao, and in no time, her hands were filled with an assortment of local delicacies. Observing the long lines of spectators waiting to enter, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this truly the scene of the Triple Crown Satellite Tournament?" The level of excitement here far surpasses that of the usual glamorous contests. The venue was vast, and the audience was numerous, rivaling the scale of the Macaulay Cup. After all, this was a performance-based competition unique to Kalos, which was quite natural considering its immense popularity in the region. Xiao Yao, after your journey through the Sinnoh region, where do you plan to go next? Ash was curious about Xiao Yao's next destination. Although Macaulay actively promoted his cup, it was limited to the 4 regions of Kanto, Hoenn, and Sinnoh, and Xiao Yao was now at her final stop in Sinnoh, with no news of glamorous contests making their way to Unova yet. I haven't decided yet, Xiao Yao replied. Her journey in Sinnoh had just begun, and she truly hadn't contemplated her next adventure. What if I missed the opportunity? That's entirely your fault for mismanaging the time, Musashi. Just hurry up, meow. At that moment, the trio from Team Rocket hurried towards the venue, flustered. Hey, a talking Meowth and the ever-familiar Jessie and James, could they be? The familiar faces brought back memories for Xiao Yao. Ash nodded yes. Those are the same fools. Xiao Yao questioned, are they still fixated on Pikachu? Pikachu nodded in resignation. They're such a nuisance, always causing trouble, Eulogia remarked. Everyone. We have successfully registered. At that moment, Serena and Shauna approached them. Indeed, we nearly forgot the registration deadline for the competition. We trained late into the night. And if it weren't for Hoopa opening the door, we would have missed the registration altogether. Eevee, we will do our best. So you must keep a close watch on us. Serena entrusted her Eevee to Ash for safekeeping. Witnessing the bustling crowd for the first time, Eevee exhibited signs of fear once again. Noticing this, Xiao Yao released her Ice Eevee to comfort it. Accompanied by Glacian, Eevee appeared somewhat steadier, as if endowed with a newfound sense of purpose. Ash could not help but shake his head under such circumstances. Even ensuring that the audience remained attentive during the next competition would be a remarkable feat. Serena, once this contest concludes, let us find an opportunity for Eevee to try some street performances. Perhaps repeated practice will yield surprising results. Serena nodded in agreement, promptly adding, then let's get prepared. Shauna, give it your all. Tierno encouraged. Of course, I am determined to secure victory. Shauna confidently replied. Eevee gazed longingly at the departing silhouettes of Serena and Shauna. This child certainly grapples with significant emotional challenges, May remarked. Her level of timidity surpasses even that of the Bulbasaur I recently captured. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. The enchanting celebration of girls and Pokémon, the Tri-Crown Satellite Contest, is now officially underway. Pierre emerged from the grand entrance at center stage. Unlike previous competitions, he donned a mask, with the princess key of the contest resting on his scepter. The design of the princess key for this contest was strikingly unique. Adorned with a decorative mustache-like embellishment, and topped with a motif reminiscent of a graduation cap, clearly indicating that this event's theme revolved around Pokémon knowledge. In the waiting area, Serena and Shauna donned matching attire, a striking red graduation gown complemented by a cap, mirroring the outfits of the other participating performers. No, I must have it. Before Shauna could utter a word, a familiar voice interjected. As Serena recognized the figure before her, she gasped, Ningning? Ningning was a formidable rival Serena had met on her journey to Harbor City, her star Pokémon being Farfetch'd and Misdreavus. Notably, Misdreavus had taken a liking to Serena's Pancham. Serena, is she your friend? Shauna inquired curiously. Yes, her name is Ningning, Serena replied, just as Ningning enthusiastically interjected. You must be Miss Shauna. I have seen your winning performance on Pokémon TV, and I have watched your uploaded Pokémon clips. They are absolutely amazing. Shauna smiled. Thank you, just call me Shauna. Though I do feel a bit guilty, I am determined to win this time. Ningning confidently declared. Let us all give our utmost effort. Shauna responded. At that moment, as the three greeted one another, Misdreavus had already pounced on Pancham, rolling playfully on the ground. On stage, Pierre announced loudly. Today's themed performance is Pokémon Riddles. Oh, is there such an event in the Tri-Crown Satellite Contest? May thought, overwhelmed by the novelty of the experience. It seems we are in for a battle of wits. Citron remarked. The mention of Pokémon Riddles prompted Ash to recall the plump Jigglypuff from above. I hope this contest does not involve overly abstract questions. Pierre continued. To aspire to be the queen of Kalos, mere beauty is insufficient. Knowledge is equally essential. Both beauty and wisdom are indispensable. The answering of questions is conducted by the performers, while the trials for obtaining the right to answer are undertaken by Pokémon. I urge all performers to collaborate harmoniously with their Pokémon to triumph in the thematic performance. Now let us welcome the first group of performers to the stage. Among the trio of the first group, the unmistakable silhouette of Serena graces the scene. Competing alongside her is Nini, and the third contestant is a bespectacled young girl. Oh, is that not Nini standing beside Serena? Hectron exclaimed. Yuliga observed closely and confirmed, indeed. Talerno inquired. Is that girl also one of your friends? Yes. We met on our journey to the Sea Wing City. Her ambition is to become the Kalos Queen, Ash replied. The first challenge is the rock trial. As the lights on one side of the stage illuminate, 3 azure stones appear before the audience. This trial requires shattering the stones. And the most suitable Pokémon in Serena's possession is undoubtedly the Pancham. Nini has sent forth her Farfetch'd, while the other contestant employs a Solrock. The 3 Pokémon are now at the starting line. Pierre announced. The first group of thematic performances begins with a riddle. Among the numerous evolutions of EV, which one possesses the fairy attribute? This question undoubtedly strikes at the heart of the matter. Just yesterday, Serena had learned from Shauna the names of all of EV's forms and the corresponding attributes, which could potentially synergize with her Pokémon. Upon hearing the question, Serena wore a confident smile, eagerly anticipating Pancham to seize the right to answer first, thus securing the point. Ready, set, go? At Pierre's command, the 3 Pokémon dashed toward the pile of stones simultaneously. Pancham's speed was remarkable, swiftly leaving Farfetch'd and Solrock behind. It approached the nearest rock and swung its fist, executing Rock Smash. After a few powerful strikes, the stone shattered, and a pink sphere fell out. It swiftly grabbed the orb and turned back towards the starting point. However, not far behind, Nini's Farfetch'd utilized Fury Cutter to extract the sphere. Unfortunately, Pancham's progress was swifter, and it confidently secured the right to answer for Serena. Pierre announced with enthusiasm that Serena had claimed the first victory, eliciting cheers from the audience as Eevee rejoiced at Serena's lead. Next, for the second question, what are the 2 evolutionary forms of Oddish? One is Gloom, but what is the other? Drawing from their earlier experience, Pancham exhibited even greater speed in the second round. The answer is Vileplume. Serena had acquired foundational knowledge of Pokémon evolution during her time at the Bratano Research Facility. And on their travels, Ash frequently shared insights with her. Coupled with her own accumulated knowledge, these simple questions posed no challenge. For the third question, which weighs more? Exploud or Ursaring? Typically, trainers seldom remember the weights of Pokémon. Thus, this question's difficulty level was evidently heightened. However, Serena had deliberately familiarized herself with Ursaring's weight when Ash conducted the evolution test for Teddiursa. With 3 consecutive correct answers, Serena secured her advancement, while Nini and the other performer faced the unfortunate fate of elimination. The second batch of contestants featured the appearance of Shauna. As a trainer who travels alone, Shauna possesses a solid foundation of knowledge related to Pokémon and successfully answered 3 consecutive questions to advance to the next round. Among the third group of contestants was none other than Musashi. Perhaps due to a streak of misfortune, Musashi faced questions pertaining to Pokémon they owned or had recently encountered, allowing her to progress to the subsequent round of free performances. As the competition unfolded, Satoshi glimpsed questions related to the washing green Pokémon. Soon, the theme performances concluded, and 6 contestants advanced to the free performance round. In the waiting area, Shauna encouraged Serena, saying, "You must give your all this time." Previously, during the Marine Wing Conference, both had participated, but Serena's misstep had prevented her from advancing to the free performance. Shauna had lamented this for quite some time, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to compete alongside Serena and witness her prowess. Of course, Serena had long awaited this day as well. Thank you for your patience. The outstanding performers advancing to the theme performance are about to commence their heartfelt free performances. The judges are the audience members watching the stage, so please cast your votes with your Pokémon voting sticks after all performances conclude. Now, let the long-awaited, dazzling free performance officially begin. First, let us welcome the performer Shauna to the stage. Shauna gracefully descended from the lift, accompanied by her Bulbasaur and Flabb B. As the performance commenced, Flabb B unleashed a fairy wind, enveloping the stage in a fragrant wonderland with pink breezes and flower pollen. Bulbasaur lifted Shauna high into the air with its vine whip, and Shauna danced elegantly on this enchanting stage, resembling a celestial fairy, eliciting waves of applause. In the audience, Haruka remarked thoughtfully, "Shauna is quite impressive. This style of performance is indeed novel and unique." "That is certainly the case. They have been practicing day and night," replied Tierno. Watching Shauna's performance, Serena felt tremendous pressure. Indeed, Shauna was remarkable, and if she could not surpass her here, she would not be able to compete alongside Miss AI Air. Next, we welcome the charming and alluring Musashi to the stage. Musashi's entrance was always extraordinary, with a Pumpkaboo soaring into the air to serve as the lighting technician for the performance. Meowth, dressed as a clown, danced alongside Musashi on stage, while Pumpkaboo unleashed seed bombs that erupted into fireworks as they burst into the sky. The explosive sounds startled Serena's EV, but fortunately, with Haruka's Ice EV nearby, and Satoshi using his shiny Curlia's psychic powers to keep a watchful eye, the little creature remained calm. After several performances, it was soon time for the final contestant. Now, let us welcome the last performer, Serena. Indeed, the final participant was Serena, who took the stage accompanied by her mischievous Pancham, Snom, and Fennekin. As the performance commenced, Serena and her 3 Pokémon leaped into the air simultaneously. Upon landing, Vanillux conjured a veil of mist, while Finnegan twirled gracefully, brandishing a flaming wand. And Pancham executed backflips towards the edge of the stage. Finnegan unleashed a stream of fire towards Pancham, who responded with a powerful shove, dispersing the flames. In a timely manner, Vanillux hurled an ice block, which Pancham shattered, causing the sparkling fragments to refract the remaining glow of the fire in a dazzling display. This mesmerizing scene stirred a deep sense of longing in Eevee's eyes. Chapter 156, The Prophecy of Gagote. After Serena's performance concluded, all the performers were invited back onto the stage. Pierre announced in a booming voice, "Please adjust your voting rods to the color representing the most spectacular performance." A flurry of glowing orbs soared towards the stage, with the light lavender hue representing Serena being the most prevalent. Ash noticed that Tierno also cast his vote for Serena, clearly indicating that her final dance had completely enchanted the dancing enthusiast, leading him to betray his friend Shauna. Soon the results were revealed, and Pierre proclaimed, "Let us congratulate the performer, Serena." Shauna promptly congratulated Serena, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Serena. Your performance was truly flawless." To the victorious Miss Serena, Pierre presented the elegant and beautiful princess key. As Pierre's words echoed, the key was handed to Serena. Ecstatically, she received the second princess key, exclaiming, "Hooray! I have obtained the princess key." Thus, the Tri-Crown Satellite Tournament concluded. Upon seeing the two emerge, Eevee excitedly dashed towards Serena. She lifted Eevee into her arms, asking, "Eevee, did you see the results of our special training?" Eevee, it joyfully replied, "Your final dance was magnificent." Ash chimed in with a smile. Dawn added excitedly, "Indeed. Serena's performance was truly spectacular. I've decided that once my Sinnoh journey concludes, I too shall challenge the Tri-Crown Satellite Tournament in Kalos." Initially uncertain about her next destination, Dawn was immediately inspired after witnessing the Tri-Crown Satellite Tournament, intrigued by the prospect of a competition that required no battles, only performances with Pokémon. "Serena, I want to dance alongside you," Eureka exclaimed. Her words resonated with Tierno, who enthusiastically declared, "I'm inspired to join in as well." Citron remarked, "This is the second princess key. With just one more, Serena will be eligible to compete in the master class." "Yes, Eevee." Eevee called out a few times in Serena's arms. Understanding its intent, Serena looked down and responded, "Of course, let us take the stage together next time." It was evident that Serena had no intention of altering her plans. Ash held no objections to this, considering it a minor adjustment to slow their journey. Allowing Serena to engage in more street performances with Eevee, helping the little one become accustomed to the sensation of being in the spotlight. Upon returning to the Pokémon Center, Ash and his companions had scarcely settled down when Tierno learned from Nurse Joy that Dornbura had become so engrossed in filming that he inadvertently misplaced his belongings. Upon hearing this, Tierno promptly called upon Serena to assist him. Ash felt a twinge of regret at their departure, as he had hoped to provide some guidance to Tierno during the upcoming gym challenge, but it now seemed that opportunity had slipped away. After dinner, Ash was determined not to allow May to leave empty-handed. The four of them took May to the bustling city of Hack, where they procured an abundance of local delicacies, thoroughly satisfying her culinary cravings. Inside the Hack gym, a dozen apprentice trainers were engaged in meditation, their Pokémon hovering in mid-air, buoyed by psychic energy. Each of these Pokémon possessed psychic abilities. Suddenly, a shooting star streaked across the starry dome of the arena, causing the gym leader, Gigi, to widen her eyes in astonishment. A powerful psychic force lifted her and her two psychic Meowsticks into the air. The onlookers, witnessing this spectacle, ceased their meditation, their gazes fixated upon Gigi. It seemed as though she had glimpsed something terrifying, whispering, "Light. I see the light." With outstretched hands, she radiated a dazzling green glow. And in the next moment, a swirling green mist appeared above her head. In the near future, the Kalos region will face a significant crisis. I have seen the faces of those gathered in Hack City within the vortex of that calamity, deep emerald eyes, their companions, and their guide. As she spoke, the green mist revealed images of Ash, Pikachu, and Braixen. Among the crowd, a girl with wine-red hair styled in twin tails clenched her fists, her eyes ablaze with fury, as if she had resolved that Ash and his friends were the architects of the impending crisis in Hack City. The following day, as Ash and his companions prepared to head to the Hack Gym, the television in the Pokémon Center suddenly interrupted with breaking news. Professor Branitano would be visiting the iconic sundial of Hack City today to conduct research related to evolution. The news was delivered by a pink-haired news anchor whom Ash immediately recognized as Pyra, one of the Elite Four of Kalos. Known for her connections to Fladali and the infamous Flare team, it was evident that she was yet another trainer who juggled her duties as an elite with other pursuits, possessing a black Houndoom capable of evolution. Intrigued by the report, Ash and his friends promptly altered their course towards the sundial's location. The Team Rocket trio also had their sights set on the sundial. Meanwhile, Branitano had already arrived at the sundial with two assistants. The sundial of Hack City was a massive pink crystal that only illuminated to indicate the time at specific intervals. starkly contrasting with traditional sundials that relied on the sun's shadow. It was said that the sundial originated from the cosmos and boasted a history of 3,000 years. Wow, it's beautiful, exclaimed Doe, while Sophie remarked, it emanates a mysterious glow. It feels as though one could be drawn into it. Bratano couldn't help but express his awe. After marveling at the enigma of the sundial, the trio promptly retrieved their investigative instruments. Before long, they had arranged the equipment and prepared for the final adjustments. A girl with wine-red hair styled in twin ponytails approached, her expression unfriendly, and shouted, "What are you doing here? Leave at once." Bratano, caught off guard, glanced at her and inquired, "May I ask who you are?" He had come to investigate the sundial at the invitation of the Alliance, and the sudden appearance of this girl questioning their actions left him bewildered. Chapter 157, Misunderstanding. Please, Symbol Bird. The Symbol Bird unleashed a vibrant beam of light towards Bratano and his companions. Reacting instinctively to the unexpected assault, Bratano and his two assistants ducked aside. But their instruments suffered considerable damage, scattering parts across the ground. The commotion attracted the attention of Ash and his friends, prompting Ash to instruct Hoopa to open a portal to the plaza. "What are you doing? Attacking others like this is dangerous." Bratano glared at the girl in frustration. Rather than apologizing for her actions, she retorted sharply, "This is a warning for you." "A warning?" Bratano was left utterly confounded. "You, the guide, must leave Bark City at once." "Guide." Upon hearing the girl's reference to Bratano, Ash recalled that she must be a student from the Bark Gym, and the cause of this turmoil stemmed from Gardevoir's prophecy. Unfortunately, it seemed that this individual had misinterpreted the prophecy, resulting in the misunderstanding. This perhaps exemplifies a significant flaw of foresight. Hastily intervening upon glimpsing a fragment of the future often leads events toward a more disastrous outcome. "Ash, it's been a long time." Upon seeing Ash and his companions, Bratano greeted them warmly. The girl paused upon noticing Ash and Pikachu. She vividly recalled Gardevoir's prophecy from the previous night, which described a boy accompanied by Pikachu. The person before her bore an uncanny resemblance. Indeed, they were identical. The guide and Gardevoir's prophecy were undoubtedly accurate. Confirming Ash's identity reignited her fury, prompting her to throw another Pokeball. "Go, Drifloon." Cynthia was puzzled, wondering if she was preparing to battle them. "Power Gem." Greninja, Water Shuriken. Drifloon conjured an energy beam from the ruby on its navel, launching it at astonishing speed toward Ash and his friends. Greninja retaliated by unleashing two energy orbs. One intercepted the Power Gem, while the other struck Drifloon directly. Drifloon, far from being a gym-level Pokémon, could not withstand the full force of Greninja's Water Shuriken and collapsed, rendered unconscious. "Drifloon." The girl's expression shifted to one of panic, yet she showed no intention of halting her assault. Symbol Bird, Psychic Wave. The Psychic Wave techniques of the Psychic type were utterly ineffective against the Dark type Greninja. Undeterred by the assault of the Symbol Bird, Greninja executed a critical strike, toppling the avian adversary. How infuriating. For the sake of Hikari City and the Kalos region, you all must leave. The defeat of two Pokémon did not dissuade her. She promptly retrieved another Pokeball. Yet, just as she was about to throw it, a blue luminescence snatched the Pokeball from her grasp. The one who had used telekinesis to retrieve the Pokeball was none other than the Hikari Gym leader, Gajahana. The young lady hastily turned to see Gajahana and two psychic Meowth levitating in midair. Serena gasped, floating in midair? Eureka's mouth hung agape in disbelief. It's psychic power. Hitron discerned that the two psychic Meowth were utilizing their abilities. Gajahana cast a cold glance at the young lady, commanding, "Cease at once, Jelly." However, Jelly attempted to protest, only to be met with Gajahana's stern rebuke. "Stop." At that moment, another girl dressed similarly to Jelly, with blue hair, rushed over, exclaiming, "Jelly, what have you done?" "Ms. Gajahana, shouldn't you provide us with an explanation?" Ash inquired, directing his gaze at Gajahana. To put it mildly, this incident involves the unauthorized use of Pokémon to attack a person. To put it bluntly, it constitutes a blatant assault on a member of the Pokémon League. Reporting this to the League or to Junsha could result in Jelly facing a lifetime of consequences. The Hikari Gym would also incur severe penalties from the League. While it may not lead to its closure, the damage to its reputation would be catastrophic. Gajahana's foresight is invaluable to the League. Yet she is not the only one possessing such extraordinary abilities in this world. Dr. Bratano, Ash Ketchum, we have come to halt Jelly's misguided actions. I apologize on her behalf, Gajahana stated. Jelly interjected, Gajahana-sama, I acted to protect Hikari City and safeguard Kalos. Silence. Gajahana sharply turned away, reprimanding her. Jelly lowered her head once more. Another girl admonished, Jelly, you were indeed in the wrong this time, misinterpreting Gajahana-sama's foresight. How many times is this now? It was evident that such occurrences were not unprecedented. After reprimanding Jelly, the girl turned to Ash and the others, offering a formal apology. We have offended you all, and we sincerely ask for your forgiveness. I am Cheryl, a disciple of Gajahana-sama. Dr. Bratano, Ash Ketchum, and everyone else, Please pardon my disciple's inappropriate behavior. Gajahana once again expressed her apologies to the assembly. Jelly, you should apologize to everyone, Cheryl reminded her. Jelly, still with her head bowed, murmured, I'm truly sorry. Doctor. Bratano reassured her, it's all right. Clarifying the misunderstanding is what matters. He was well aware of Gajahana's capabilities and understood that her contributions to the league were on par with his own. Straining relations would benefit neither party. Seeing that Dr. Bratano had chosen to let the matter pass, Ash voiced no objections, as the research equipment damaged on the ground did not belong to him. In the not-so-distant future, a calamity will befall Kalos, and this disaster is connected to you all, Gajahana declared. Carrie deduced from that foresight that you are adversaries. Cheryl explained once more. Ash replied, the doctor has already covered this matter, so there is no need for further explanation. However, the doctor will proceed to conduct research on the sundial here, and I hope the Baiki Dojo can provide the necessary assistance. No problem, Gajihua readily agreed. Yet, upon seeing Ash's Greninja, her pupils suddenly constricted, as if she had witnessed something extraordinary. In her eyes, Greninja was enveloped by a colossal wave, and a figure resembling Ash appeared behind it. A strange red light illuminated Greninja's face, altering its very outline. Gajihua gasped, I saw it. Lady Gajihua, what did you see? Cheryl inquired with curiosity. Gajihua pointed at Greninja. I saw its future. Chapter 158, The Past of Greninja. Understanding the plot. Ash was well aware of the scene Gajihua had witnessed. It was merely the bond transformation between him and Greninja, a transformation that was truly unique. This power was something that both Ash and Greninja had already mastered. The Baiki Dojo was the most opulent dojo Ash had ever encountered. Suffused with an aura of mystery and featuring a ceiling that replicated the starry sky above with remarkable precision. Serena mused, what an enigmatic sensation. To witness a glimpse of the future is fascinating. I am intrigued. H-Thron glanced at Ash. I too wish to see my future. Eureka chimed in. I am so eager to know if I will successfully become a trainer, or if my brother has found me a sister-in-law. Eureka never missed an opportunity to connect H-Thron with potential matches. Cheryl elucidated. The future is not easily discernible. Lady Gajihua could only glimpse a portion of it through the guidance of the stars. She continued, indeed. The battle between Groudon and Kyogre was also foreseen by Lady Gajihua through the stars. At that time, the world was beset by abnormal weather due to the clash of the two legendary beasts, causing significant disasters across various regions. The reason our Kalos region was spared was due to the prophecy, which allowed us to take preemptive measures. The battle spoken of by the two was the very one experienced by Daegu and Alain. Ash had only seen this incident reported in the news shortly after they had departed from Aroma City. Could it be that a crisis related to us is also approaching? H-Thron pondered. Cheryl shook her head. This requires further interpretation. Gajihua only glimpsed a fragment of the future. They have yet to ascertain whether Ash and his companions are the harbingers of calamity or the saviors from disaster. Ash, I just witnessed the future of you and Greninja. Gajihua paused, her gaze shifting once more towards Greninja, as scenes from its past flashed rapidly before her eyes. I see that your Greninja has faced a tumultuous fate from the past to the future. Ash smiled, slightly amused. Is that perhaps a hint that my Greninja will still be chopping down trees in the future? Lady Gajihua, Ash declared, I do not believe in fate. Nor do I believe that the future is immutable. The alteration of one's destiny is a matter of profound clarity to Ash himself. Moreover, engaging in discussions about fate with those who are merely boastful is nothing short of absurdity. Unlike other Pokémon, allow me to unveil the vision I have foreseen. With its arms outstretched, Gardevoir emanated a brilliant green light, and soon a swirling mist of verdant hue materialized before the onlookers. Within this mist, a pale blue egg, adorned with the contours reminiscent of frog paws, made its appearance. A Pokémon egg? Indeed, as explained by Citron. One must delve into the past to glean insights into the future. This is the image of a Froakie yet to hatch. Serena turned to Bratano and inquired, Doctor, are you aware of this? Bratano shook his head. No, I am not privy to such knowledge. It was sent by the League as a starter Pokémon for newcomers, and I am entirely unaware of its past. The scene within the green mist shifted, revealing Froakie hatching from its egg and cohabiting with a group of fellow Froakies. However, it remained an outlier, training its special moves or staring vacantly while its companions frolicked. When invited to join in their merriment, it coldly declined, and over time, its solitude led to conflicts with the other Froakies. It was only on a fateful day that it learned from Nurse Joy that a Pokémon cannot grow stronger on its own. It requires a trainer to expedite its evolution. After parting ways with several trainers, Froakie finally crossed paths with Ash during yet another abandonment. Gardevoir remarked, for a novice trainer, the journey begins with trials and tribulations. No one is exempt from the bewilderment that accompanies new experiences. What Froakie seeks is a deeper connection, which I shall refer to as love. The bond between a trainer and their Pokémon is never unilateral. It is a mutual journey. Froakie has chosen to trust me, and I shall not betray that trust. Ash turned to Froakie and declared, Let us ascend to the pinnacle of the world together. Froakie nodded resolutely in agreement. Bratano, intrigued, asked, Ms. Gardevoir, what does the future hold for Froakie? It shall attain greater power. Gardevoir responded. Greater power? Could this imply a bond transformation? A unique state only attainable through the unity of Ash and Froakie? Citron pondered. Eureka chimed in cheerfully, the Ash version of Froakie. Bond transformation? The Ash version of Froakie? Bratano elaborated that this bond transformation resembles the power of evolution, albeit Ash utilizes his aura to manifest this strength alongside Froakie. Rather than engage in lengthy explanations, Ash turned to Gardevoir and inquired, Ms. Gardevoir, may we commence the gym battle now? Certainly. Gardevoir did not refuse. Just as the match was about to begin, Gardevoir foresaw another vision. The sundial is in peril. Help. As Gardevoir's words echoed, two psychic Meowstics soared into the sky, with the male Meowstic aiding the female. The female Meowstic invoked a future sight to protect the sundial from afar. Hoopa, Ash commanded, and Hoopa promptly conjured a portal to the sundial. Chapter 159, The Challenge at the 100 Dojo. Upon arriving at the sundial, Ash and his companions beheld the notorious trio of Team Rocket, who were attempting to forcibly extract the sundial with mechanical arms. It was indeed Team Rocket. Miss Gardevoir had foreseen the impending danger, which turned out to be them. Were they truly intent on absconding with the sundial? Gardevoir seemed to sense something further. They too bore a mission and a future amidst the whirlpool of crisis facing Kalos. The individuals vandalizing the sundial were unexpectedly intertwined with the looming peril, leaving Gardevoir in a state of disbelief. You lot are truly incorrigible, exclaimed Ash, commanding his Greninja to enter its bond form. Is this the transformation of bonds? Bratano gazed in astonishment at the radically altered Greninja, finding it hard to believe his eyes. Upon witnessing the emergence of bonding Greninja, Gardevoir's expression mirrored his surprise. It was her first encounter with the materialization of love. In that moment, she recognized Ash as the savior from crisis rather than its orchestrator. Bonding Greninja unleashed its water shuriken, effortlessly dismantling the four mechanical arms deployed by Team Rocket. The instant the arms shattered, the foresight of the psychic Meowstic also came into play. Four psychic beams struck Team Rocket's hot air balloon, igniting a massive explosion that sent the trio soaring into the sky like meteors. The reason was simple. Bratano held a keen interest in bonding Greninja. 2.5 hours later, the dojo challenge commenced. Gardevoir released her two psychic Meowstics. Pokémon, Psychic Meowstic, Gardevoir. Type, Psychic. Gender, Male. Level, Intermediate, 46. Ability, Prankster, allows priority use of status moves. Held item, None. Moves, Helping Hand, Psybeam, Psychic, Light Screen, Reflect. Pokémon, Psychic Meowstic, Gardevoir. Type, Psychic. Gender, Female. Level, Advanced, 49. Ability, Keen Eye, ensures accuracy is not lowered. Held item, None. Moves, Future Sight, Dark Pulse, Psybeam, Psychic, Thunder Wave. Next, the battle at the 100 Dojo was set to unfold, with the use of two Pokémon permitted. This match would be conducted in doubles, and neither the dojo master nor the challenger could substitute their Pokémon. Please present your Pokémon, declared the referee, Cheryl, as she turned her gaze towards Ash. Chestnut, you shall be the ones. Ash chose to pit his Psychic against Gardevoir's two Psychic Meowstics. Before the match commenced, Ash removed the Everstone from his male Chestnut. As the suppression of the Everstone dissipated, the awakening stone carried by Chestnut shimmered with a soft glow, and in the blink of an eye, it radiated the light of evolution before the onlookers. As the brilliance faded, the youthful form of Chestnut vanished, replaced by a stalwart swordsman, its powerful white legs exuding strength, while retractable arm blades evolved at the elbows. Is that indeed an Alakazam? Serena inquired curiously as she retrieved her Pokédex to scan the creature. The evolved Alakazam possessed a level comparable to that of a female Psychic Meowstic. Let the battle commence, announced Cheryl. Gardevoir swiftly issued the command. Utilize Helping Hand and Future Sight. The two Psychic Meowstics, upon hearing the directives, perked up their ears in perfect synchrony and executed the moves. The male Meowstic used Helping Hand to enhance the female's attack power, while the Future Sight's Psychic Assault swiftly penetrated the unknown realm, lying in wait. Ash, calculating the timing of the Future Sight, commanded, employ Teleport and Night Slash. Future Sight, a formidable psychic move, boasted great power but carried a significant delay. If the damage failed to manifest before being defeated, its potency would be rendered futile. Shiny Curlia and Alakazam teleported behind the female Psychic Meowstic, seizing the moment to deliver a decisive Night Slash to her chest. The Dark-type move struck a critical point, inflicting substantial damage upon the female Psychic Meowstic. Gardevoir, witnessing her companion being sent crashing to the ground, froze in disbelief, completely unprepared for such a sequence of attacks. Psychic Meowstic, Gardevoir called out, as the male Meowstic rushed to check on his partner's condition. Fortunately, the female had managed to mitigate some damage with her psychic abilities, avoiding an instant knockout. Reflect, Dark Pulse. To thwart Ash's tactics, Gardevoir had no choice but to have the male Meowstic maintain the support, erecting a reflect barrier to shield the female while unleashing Dark Pulse. Alakazam, Sacred Sword. Kirlia, Psychic. Alakazam braced against the onslaught of Dark Pulse, executing Sacred Sword to deflect the attack. The malevolent energy of Dark Pulse successfully triggered Alakazam's justified ability, significantly boosting its attack power. Shiny Kirlia employed Psychic to levitate both Psychic Meowstics, forcibly separating them in preparation for a systematic dismantling. At that moment, the future sight cast by the female Psychic Meowstic activated, sending 6 waves of psychic energy hurtling toward Alakazam and Shiny Kirlia. Alakazam deftly parried the incoming assaults, while Shiny Kirlia released the 2 Psychic Meowstics and encased itself in a protective psychic shield. With a resounding explosion, as the spectators braced for the worst for Shiny Kirlia, a brilliant light of evolution burst forth from the epicenter of the blast. As the dust settled, the once small Kirlia had transformed into a strikingly beautiful Gardevoir, her long blue hair captivating all eyes. Gardevoir, overwhelmed by the continuous evolutions, found herself in a state of shock. Initially, she believed this battle was a test for Ash, but now it was unclear who was truly being tested. Excellent, Gardevoir. It is time for you to unveil your true power. Moonblast. Gardevoir soared into the air, gathering fairy energy in her hands as a luminous crescent moon materialized above her head, followed by the formation of 2 pink energy spheres. Light Screen, Psychic. Geijihua's response was remarkably swift. The male Psychic Meowth conjured a light wall to shield against the lunar energy, while the female Psychic Meowth, hindered by distance, was unable to benefit from this protective barrier and could only unleash a psychic shockwave to mitigate most of the damage. A resounding explosion echoed as the male Psychic Meowth successfully deflected the lunar force with the light wall. However, the female Psychic Meowth was not so fortunate. Although her psychic shock did have some effect, the preceding dark attack inflicted significant harm, causing her to succumb to unconsciousness after the cumulative assaults. Chapter 160, The Core of Zygarde. A group of students from the Baiki Dojo watched in disbelief as Geijihua's ace fell. Together, unleashed Psychic Force and Psyblade. Ash provided no respite for Geijihua, commanding both Galade and Gardevoir to launch a fierce onslaught. The Light Wall and Reflect Wall were swiftly breached under their relentless attack. The male Psychic Meowth, previously trained as a support, could not withstand the second dark attack from Galade, resulting in his immediate fainting. With a complex expression, Xiao Ruzhi announced the final outcome. All Psychic Meowths were rendered incapable of battle, while Galade and Gardevoir claimed victory, thus declaring Ash the ultimate champion of this duel. The battle was exhilarating. It was unexpected how adept Ash was in nurturing Psychic-type Pokémon. Geijihua was thoroughly impressed, finding Ash's Gardevoir and Galade utterly unreasonable, as Gardevoir's telekinetic prowess vastly exceeded that of her 2 Psychic Meowths. Galade's justified ability also showcased a clear advantage against the Psychic Meowth, as she attempted to counter with Dark-type moves, yet these strikes inflicted only minimal damage. Upon returning to the Pokémon Center, Bratano provided Ash and Serena with new Pokédexes, which now included information on Pokémon capable of evolution. Bratano inquired, Ash, have you decided on your next target? Not yet, Ash replied, shaking his head. Serena consulted her electronic map, discovering that the nearest gym to Baiki City was the Frosty Gym in Inshua City. Then our next destination will be Inshua City. Ash recalled fondly the gym leader, Uncle Nafu, who was one of the 2 gym leaders known to utilize evolution during battle, the other being Corny. Seeing Ash had settled on the next stop, Bratano insisted on conducting a thorough data collection on the bond between Froakie and Ash, necessitating an urgent collaboration. His eagerness stemmed from a conversation he had with Geijihua regarding the impending crisis facing Kalos after Ash's gym battle concluded. Ash understood Bratano's urgency, though he himself felt no haste in setting forth. Baiki City, renowned for its sundial, stood as one of the prominent tourist destinations in the Kalos region. Serena's EV, needing a powerful remedy for her social anxiety, would undoubtedly find the sundial square the perfect stage for a street performance. In the following days, Ash remained at the Pokémon Center, collaborating with Bratano to gather data on the bond between the Froakie and its trainer. Meanwhile, Serena and her companions took EV to perform. As the performances increased, Eevee's demeanor began to shift gradually, while Ash and his friends lingered in Baiki City. At the headquarters of Team Flare, the Fladali Research Institute, Fladali intensified his training of Alain to expedite his objectives. He summoned 10 trainers adept in evolution to battle Alain. One by one, the mega-evolved Pokémon fell, and Alain, along with his Charizard, saw a rapid surge in strength. However, the majority of Alain's opponents were at a disadvantage in terms of type, including Mega Venusaur, Mega Heracross, Mega Scizor, and Mega Bastardorla, all of which had a natural fear of fire. Alain's Charizard, possessing a balanced dragon typing, had few weaknesses. Alain's final opponent was none other than Pachira, the fire-type elite from Kalos. Leveraging the formidable resistance of his Mega Charizard against fire types, Alain ultimately triumphed over Pachira. Whether Pachira unleashed her true power remains a mystery known only to her. Fladali was exceedingly pleased with Alain's 10 consecutive victories, not out of admiration for Alain's growth, but for the additional evolution energy he had amassed. Notably, during these days, Citron had been engaging in street battles with his Furfrou, allowing it to accumulate sufficient combat experience for its final evolution. Upon learning that Citron had transformed Furfrou into an Electrode, Ash promptly sent over the Electrode costume. Along with it, he also dispatched the Snow King costume for Eureka. Although Eureka's Frostless had yet to evolve and her Pokémon remained in Citron's possession, the bond between her and Frostless had long been established. On this particular day, the group paused for lunch in a forested area. After satisfying her hunger, Eureka took her to Den and Frostless to play in the woods. Suddenly, Pikachu's gaze shifted towards Eureka's satchel. Upon noticing, Ash used his aura abilities to scan the vicinity, quickly detecting a faint aura response. Citron cautioned, "Eureka, it's time to head out." Prompted by his words, Eureka hurried to grab her satchel, with Dedenne scurrying after her. However, when Dedenne opened the satchel, it discovered that a small green creature had claimed its space. Curiously, Eureka examined the little one inside the bag. The satchel contained something intriguing. As the others gathered around, Ash immediately recognized the creature's true identity, Zygarde, also known as the Order Pokémon, a guardian of the Kalos region. Yet, before them was merely one of its cores. Startled by the human voices approaching from behind, Zygarde began to sweat profusely and attempted to flee, but Ash raised his hand, unleashing the power of creation to suspend it midair. Serena, intrigued, took out her new Pokédex to scan it, only to find that it lacked any data on this legendary being. Ash explained to Serena, "This little creature is the deity that governs order in the Kalos region. Alongside the previously encountered Xerneas and Yveltal, they are known as the 3 legendary Pokémon of Kalos. There is no relevant information in the Pokédex." Upon hearing this, the trio displayed expressions of astonishment, particularly Eureka. Chapter 161, The First Encounter with the Flare Team. A legendary Pokémon. Looking at the seemingly harmless Zygarde core, astonishment filled the eyes of Serena and the others. Ash clarified, "It is merely one of the cores. The complete Zygarde does not resemble this. You could consider it as just a cell of Zygarde." Zygarde, sensing the profound power of creation from Ash, was taken aback, nearly fainting upon learning of its identity. Eureka reached out to grasp Zygarde, her small hands playfully tormenting its body. "So its name is Zygarde? But it feels so soft. Can I call it Little Soft?" "Eureka, don't be so reckless. That is a legendary Pokémon," Hitron exclaimed, alarmed by Eureka's actions. Zygarde struggled to escape Eureka's grasp, but she was unwilling to let it go. After toying with it for a while, Eureka turned to Ash and asked, "Ash, can Eureka take care of it?" Ash replied, "I think it would be quite willing to have you as its caretaker." He did not hinder Eureka's interaction with Zygarde, knowing that Zygarde, bound by its divine duties, could not be captured. Hitron quickly intervened. "Eureka, don't act foolishly. It is a Pokémon of legend. What if it has its own mission to fulfill?" However, Eureka disregarded Hitron's words, looking down and declaring, "Little Soft, from now on, Eureka will take care of you." She paid no mind to whether Zygarde liked the name or not, firmly establishing this title. "Sigh, Eureka, your naming method is quite straightforward. I assent it." Hitron recognized Eureka's decision and refrained from interference, resorting to teasing her naming style instead. Observing the scene, Ash used his aura to communicate with Zygarde. "I know you just escaped from some power-hungry humans. You must be aware they are now searching for you everywhere. Without your other core, you cannot enter your complete form. So until you persuade the other core, it is best to stay with us, with me around. The Flare team cannot harm you." Upon hearing Ash's words, Zygarde resembled a defeated rooster, allowing Eureka to have her way. Suddenly, a hurried sound of footsteps echoed through the forest. 3 Dada were sprinting toward Ash and his companions, followed closely by a forest lizard. The group quickly stepped aside to clear the path for the Dada. The forest lizard, upon seeing Ash and the others, halted abruptly, disregarding the Dada. Hitron sensed a familiar aura from the forest lizard. Ash chuckled. "This is Shota Trico evolved into a forest lizard." "Forest lizard, wait for me." At that moment, Shota's breathless voice emerged from the thicket. Spotting Ash and the others, he paused to greet them, saying, "Oh, Ash and everyone, long time no see. What was that about the Doduo?" Serena inquired. Shoyuta elaborated, "I intended to capture them, but I inadvertently caused quite a commotion and frightened them away." Hectron asked, "Are you planning to capture all those Doduo?" "Not at all. I only wish to catch one, but they tend to congregate together." Shoyuta recounted the entire episode, explaining that the Doduo would cluster no matter what, and he hoped to disperse them by creating noise. Unfortunately, the forest lizard miscalculated the force and accidentally triggered an explosion, which startled several Doduo. Ash, with a hint of resignation, remarked, when faced with a swarm of Pokémon, "The best strategy to capture one is to first build rapport with their leader or approach from downwind, using Pokémon food to win their trust. Once the group no longer rejects you, you can then identify your target and initiate the capture battle." Not everyone can easily capture a Pokémon from a group, unless they use a capture ball that can ensnare the leader of that species. This is invaluable experience in capturing, and I shall take note of it, Xiao Ruzhi said, pulling out his notebook to jot down Ash's advice. What's wrong with you, Shoko? Eureka exclaimed. Ash and the others turned to see Shoko bouncing in a particular direction, appearing quite frantic. Observing this, Ash extended his aura and quickly sensed numerous human auras approaching them. Trouble is on its way, but it shouldn't be too problematic. Ash retrieved 2 Pokeballs, declaring, Bulbasaur and Infernape, you are chosen. Indeed, with Hoopa at his disposal, Ash could readily alter his Pokémon roster. However, the rules for rotation had been established before his arrival in Kalos and must not be disregarded. Serena and Hectron also released their Pokémon in response. Though Shoyuta was perplexed by the unfolding situation, he remained vigilant, keeping the forest lizard alert. Ash's gaze fixed on a certain direction as he coldly stated, Will you come out on your own, or shall I burn you out? In the next moment, a group clad in orange uniforms appeared before them. Leading the pack was a purple-haired girl sporting specialized goggles. Oh dear, running away and still seeking help. How naughty. Ash interjected, Flame Team, if you leave now, I will pretend I have not seen you. Oh, little brother, I didn't expect you to know our name. Since you do, why act so arrogant? Do you think we lack strength? Ash replied, I truly do not regard you lot as a threat. Shoko shook her head vigorously, displaying clear signs of resistance. Eureka retorted angrily, That's a lie. Shoko says you are all bad people. Ash declared, Flame Team, I initially wished to avoid confrontation, but since you are being obstinate, it seems you need to reflect in custody. Humph, I had hoped for a peaceful resolution, but since that is not the case, don't blame me for being impolite. King Scorpion. Pokémon, King Scorpion Claire. Type, Poison, Dark. Gender, Male. Strength, Intermediate Professional, 36. Trait, Battle Armor, protected by a hard shell, immune to vital attacks from adversaries. Carried items, none. Skills, Poison Sting, Needle Shot, Knockback, Bite, Bug Bite, Venom Surge. Chapter 162, The First Encounter with Alain, The Challenge. The Dragon King Scorpion, Needle Shot. Upon witnessing Claire's attack, the other members of the Flare team swiftly summoned their Pokémon, including the Scyther and Druddigan. Ash commanded, Infernape, use Flame Vortex, Bulbasaur, Vine Whip. Infernape unleashed a towering wall of flames, severing the Flare team's retreat. Bulbasaur's Vine Whip deftly deflected the Dragon King Scorpion's needle shots. Observing this, Serena, Citron, and Shota promptly instructed their Pokémon to engage. However, the Dragon King Scorpion soon succumbed, knocked out by Bulbasaur's powerful whip. After dispatching the Flare team's Pokémon, Ash directed Bulbasaur to release Sleep Powder, lulling the Flare team members into slumber. Finally, Koopa opened a spatial portal to the police station in Morale City. The Flare team stands as the most formidable evil organization in the Kalos region, and Miss Lysandra expressed great interest in the Flare team members that Ash had captured. After handing over the Flare team members, Ash and his companions received a handsome reward. With the completion of their mission, Ash and his friends, noticing the late hour, decided against continuing their journey and invited Shota to join them for camping. After dinner, they gathered around the campfire to converse. I've caught 5. I plan to head to Kuraway City next. What about you, Ash? Shota inquired, intrigued by Ash's progress. Ash replied, I have already obtained 6. My next destination is the Snowbell Gym, followed by the final stop at the Morale Gym. I've heard that the Snowbell Gym is the strongest in all of Kalos. Initially, I intended to challenge it, but the difficulty is daunting, and I feel I am still far from ready, so I've decided to visit the Kuraway Gym instead. Speaking of which, on the way to Snowbell City, we will pass through a place known as the Terminus Cave. If time permits, I suggest we take a look. It is said to host many Pokémon not found elsewhere. Terminus Cave, is it? Serena inquired, pulling out an electronic map to seek further information. The small Pokémon in Eureka's arms, known as Soft, displayed extraordinary excitement upon hearing this news. Eureka asked, Soft, do you wish to visit this place too? Soft nodded eagerly. Then before we head to Snowbell City, let us first explore the Terminus Cave. Ash understood Soft's enthusiasm, as that location was indeed the lair of Zygarde. The following morning, Ash and the others bid farewell to Shota and set off towards Snowbell City. Shortly after their departure, Ash spotted a familiar stranger, Alain. Though familiar from information gleaned from the anime of the past, it was their first face-to-face meeting. It is worth mentioning that Alain has a significant connection with Professor Sycamore. He initially served as Sycamore's assistant and had once collaborated with him in researching evolution, only to be defeated by Lysandra during an archaeological investigation, subsequently being misled by the latter. Under the influence of Verdali, Alain developed an extreme ideology centered on the desire to protect those he holds dear by becoming the strongest. Henceforth, Alain emerged as the most formidable weapon under Verdali's command. The rapid progress of Verdali's experiments was largely attributed to the evolutionary energy amassed by Alain. Upon recognizing Ash's presence, Alain proactively addressed him. You must be Dr. Ash, correct? I am Alain. I have heard that you possess a number of Pokémon capable of evolution. Might we engage in battle? As he spoke, he raised his left hand to showcase the keystone on his mega ring. As the former assistant to Blatano, Alain was keenly interested in the research outcomes published by Blatano. Thus, he was already aware of Ash becoming Blatano's new assistant for evolutionary studies. Furthermore, he was fully cognizant of Ash's transformation into a doctor due to the Choi Pokémon serum, as well as Ash's mastery over evolution. If you wish to battle me for evolution, your strength will be put to the test. Ash was unwilling to become merely a source of evolutionary energy for Alain. In response, Alain's expression darkened as he coldly replied, "Then let us have a match to determine my qualifications." Very well. The group sought an open area, and Ash and Alain assumed their battle stances. Hytron, acting as the referee, proclaimed, "The upcoming battle will be between Ash and Alain. Go, Charizard." Alain unleashed his ace, Charizard. Pokémon, Charizard, Alain. Type, Fire, Flying. Gender, Male. Strength, Intermediate Champion level, 52. Ability, Blaze. When health is low, the power of Fire type moves increases. Held item, Charizardite. Moves, Flamethrower, Steel Wing, Dragon Claw, Blast Burn, Thunder Punch, Flare Blitz. Ah, that is the Charizardite. So the evolution he possesses is one of Charizard's forms. It seemed evident. How would Ash respond? Serena and her companions were equally intrigued by the unfolding battle. Ash threw a Pokeball, declaring, "Infernape, you shall be the one." Infernape, is it? Alain's demeanor grew increasingly serious. He aimed to decisively defeat Infernape and compel Ash to reveal his Pokemon capable of evolution. With that, Alain placed his hand on the keystone, and a powerful bond radiated from him and Charizard. As the light faded, a Mega Charizard appeared before the spectators. Even post-evolution, Alain's Charizard had not yet entered the true realm of champions. Infernape gazed at the Mega Charizard, memories of being thoroughly beaten by an older Charizard flashed in its mind. In the next instant, its eyes blazed crimson, flames engulfing its body as its special blaze state activated. The overwhelming aura exerted immense pressure on Mega Charizard. Observing this, Alain was the first to issue a command, Flamethrower. Mega Charizard unleashed a remarkable blue flame. Ash calmly responded, Flame Wheel. Infernape, upon hearing this, executed the Flame Wheel, revolving several times, as the blue flame was ensnared and circled around it. Empowered by the azure flames, the Blaze Monkey's fire wheel received a significant enhancement, striking the Super Charizard and causing it to grimace in pain. How could this be? Alain was astonished by the vast disparity between himself and Ash. Chapter 163, The Hatching of the Charcoal Servant. Alain issued another offensive command, Dragon Claw. At the sound of his command, the Super Charizard unleashed its Dragon Claw, lunging towards the Blaze Monkey. However, faced with the ferocious assault of the Super Charizard, the Blaze Monkey displayed a look of disdain, elegantly dodging the Dragon Claw's slashes with graceful movements, while simultaneously delivering powerful punches to its opponent's abdomen. After a flurry of strikes, the Super Charizard not only failed to inflict any damage on the Blaze Monkey, but also found itself on the receiving end of significant blows, leaving its belly aching. Ash, too, was at a loss for words, observing that the creature seemed rather dim-witted, unaware that the Blaze Monkey possessed both fire and fighting types. Given that the Super Charizard was already at a lower level than the Blaze Monkey, it was hardly wise to initiate close combat. Was it not akin to throwing oneself into the line of fire? Nevertheless, with Alain's determination, Ash felt compelled to speak up. Blaze Monkey, engage in close combat. Upon receiving the command, the Blaze Monkey advanced boldly, delivering a series of vigorous strikes that were slightly more forceful than before. After a series of resounding punches, it seized one of the Super Charizard's arms and executed a powerful shoulder throw. Perhaps due to the numerous times it had been tormented by the Elder Charizard, the Blaze Monkey now exhibited a pent-up aggression, unleashing its fury upon Alain's dragon. Alain's expression darkened as he shouted, Charizard, unleash Explosion Flame. The Explosion Flame was a formidable fire-type move, akin to the destructive force of a nuclear blast, leaving the user in a state of exhaustion and immobility. Clearly, Alain was prepared to go all out. The Super Charizard struggled free from the grasp of the Blaze Monkey, its tail igniting with a surge of flames. Subsequently, it concentrated its fiery energy into its right fist and struck the ground, causing the earth to heave upward as scorching flames erupted from below, resembling an underground fire dragon charging towards the Blaze Monkey. Flame Charge. The Blaze Monkey ignited in flames, swiftly leaping into the air to evade the Super Charizard's attack, and then mustering all its strength to collide with the Super Charizard. Boom. Two thunderous explosions resonated, giving rise to two small mushroom clouds. As the smoke cleared, Alain's Charizard lay sprawled on the ground, while the Blaze Monkey displayed a glimmer of appreciation, though its expression was predominantly one of excitement and exhilaration. Hitron announced the outcome. The Charizard has lost its ability to fight. The Blaze Monkey emerges victorious, thus the winner is Ash. If you place your sole focus on the power derived from evolution, I must inform you that next time, and the time after that, and indeed forever, you shall never compel me to utilize evolution. You have overlooked the innate potential of Pokémon. I do not deny that evolution is a rapid means to enhance a Pokémon's strength, but is the power granted by such external means truly the objective you pursue? If you maintain such a mindset, I feel pity for your Charizard. Take heed of your path. Ash did not perceive evolution as inherently negative. Rather, Alain's reliance on evolutionary battles simply failed to ignite his interest. If evolution is the sole criterion for gauging a Pokémon's strength, what then becomes of those Pokémon without evolutionary forms? The seasoned champions, lacking Pokémon capable of evolution, are they not formidable? Ignoring Alain's reaction, Ash called upon Serena and the others to continue their journey. After resuming their travels, Ash's group established contact with Bratano while passing through a Pokémon center nestled within a forest. After informing him about the situation with Zygarde, Ash also mentioned Team Flare and Alain. Bratano, not well versed in Team Flare, merely cautioned Ash and his companions to remain vigilant against this organization. However, Zygarde and Alain's matters piqued Bratano's interest significantly, prompting him to arrange a meeting with Ash and the others at the next Pokémon Center. Once the call ended, the group had barely rested when Dedenne began to bicker with Sylveon. The cause of their dispute was simple. Sylveon had taken over Dedenne's nest. Despite knowing Sylveon was a mythical Pokémon, Dedenne showed no signs of fear, shaking the drowsy Sylveon while exclaiming, "Didi, has Sylveon taken a liking to this place?" Yulia observed with a furrowed brow. "Leave it to me," Serena declared, retrieving her toolbox to upgrade Yulia's satchel. At that moment, a flicker of light emanated from Ash's backpack. Realizing the source of the glow, Ash hastily extracted the Cherubug egg, recognizing it as the signal of impending hatching. Ash had long anticipated the arrival of this little one. However, he lacked a Pokémon to expedite its hatching, leaving the egg to absorb the energy of the incubation liquid. It was not that he didn't wish to bring in a Talonflame, but he was reluctant to disrupt the rules, having captured Talonflame late. It was the weakest among the mini bird Pokémon, unable to compete in the team challenges. "It's finally going to hatch," Hidalon remarked. "Congratulations, Ash," Serena chimed in. "Let me see," Yulia exclaimed with excitement. Ash carefully removed the egg from the incubator, using a prepared warm towel to wipe off the residual nutrients. The egg's glow intensified, and all of Ash's Pokémon, aside from the mythical ones, rushed out to investigate, curiosity evident in their expressions. A brilliant light erupted, revealing a small figure wreathed in flames before them. Astonishingly, the little creature's pupils were blue flames. As Cherubug opened its eyes, the first being it encountered was Ash. Its gaze then swept across the gathering, and upon noticing the circle of eyes upon it, it instinctively burrowed towards Ash, inadvertently burning a hole in his clothing. Ash, with no choice, employed his creation power to suppress Cherubug's flames, speaking soothingly. "Cherubug, there's no need to be afraid. They are all trustworthy companions." Cherubug tilted its head, regarding the others and their Pokémon, its wariness visibly diminishing. One by one, Serena and the others introduced themselves, while the Pokémon displayed great enthusiasm. Perhaps due to its fire typing, Cherubug's personality was vibrant and lively, quickly mingling with the other Pokémon. As relationships grew more familiar, the Sofa and the Pokémon Center became equally accustomed to their presence. Due to its recent hatching, the newly emerged Charcadet struggled to control its flames, resulting in several scorch marks on the Sofa. Had it not been for the timely intervention of Greninja, who extinguished the flames with water, Ash would have suspected that Charcadet might have set the entire Pokémon Center ablaze. Following this incident, Ash and his companions decided not to linger in the Pokémon Center any longer. After compensating for the Sofa, they set off towards the Pokémon Center where they had arranged to meet Platano. Upon exiting the Pokémon Center, Charcadet was flanked by two protective companions, Infernape and Greninja. Chapter 164 tells the tale of the rotund Hatchram, who fell head over heels for an EV. With Infernape's guidance, Charcadet swiftly learned to restrain its fiery essence, alleviating some of the pressure on Greninja. However, Charcadet's overzealous protection led Team Rocket to mistakenly believe that Charcadet was the Zygarde core that Ash had reported to Platano over the phone. It was inevitable. Charcadet, a newly discovered Pokémon from the Paldea region, had not yet been catalogued in Team Rocket's database. And the combination of an unfamiliar Pokémon and an enigmatic legendary creature sparked the misunderstanding. Hours later, the group halted on a grassy plain to set up camp. Little Soft leapt onto a stone to bask in the sunlight, while also employing other cells to observe the Kalos region. Ash directed his Pokémon in specialized training. Pikachu and Greninja continued with their established training regimen, while the newly arrived Bulbasaur and Infernape required a fresh arrangement. The disparity in striking power between flying and non-flying Pokémon was significant. Once Infernape mastered the ability to fly, its prowess would not be constrained by terrain, even in aquatic environments. As Ash concluded his instructions, Gardevoir levitated a makeshift target, positioning it less than 5 meters in front of Bulbasaur. In addition to holding the target aloft, Gardevoir was multitasking, employing its psychic abilities to navigate a maze. Charcadet was also lifted by Gardevoir's telekinesis, floating above Bulbasaur's head. As Ash aimed to train its capacity for simultaneous tasks, Charcadet stretched its tiny hands, placing them on either side of Bulbasaur's head, with sparks occasionally erupting from its palms. Enveloping Bulbasaur in a wave of warmth, Ash instructed, "Bulbasaur, your objective is to strike the target as it moves swiftly, using your Vine Whip. Remember, your gaze should follow the target without moving your head." After its evolution, Bulbasaur was destined to be developed as a cannon, making accuracy crucial. A keen eye would naturally enhance its hit rate. This principle was embodied in its sharp gaze. As for auditory acuity, it served as a means to decipher techniques like Shadow Clone. No matter how many phantoms appeared, the true form always remained singular, and when the real body moved, it would create a sound, making it easy for a keen-eared Pokémon to unravel the illusion. With its dual offensive and defensive capabilities, a cannon like Venusaur could maintain control in any situation that did not pose a significant disadvantage. Ash was in no rush concerning Charcadet's training. After all, the little creature had just hatched and was not suited for intensive training at such an early stage. Allowing it some time to play was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. However, one cannot help but wonder if Charcoal Servant's actions might lead to some unfavorable consequences at Oak's backyard, particularly from the Bulbasaur, the chief overseer. Ash, blissfully indifferent, found solace in the fact that he would not be the one to suffer the repercussions. Not far from the thicket, the notorious Team Rocket trio fixated their binoculars on the floating Charcoal Servant. Meowth exclaimed in astonishment, "That fellow can actually fly." To which Jessie inquired, "Is it a dual type of fire and psychic? How utterly intriguing." James chimed in, "Indeed. If we can capture it and nurture it properly, it might significantly elevate our Team Rocket's prowess." Meow. James, brimming with excitement, remarked on the exceptional attribute combination of fire and psychic, rightly deeming it a legendary creature from the Kalos region. Jessie added, "Yet, that little creature is well guarded by Ash's entourage of Pokémon, making the endeavor quite formidable." True enough, Meowth sighed, feeling disheartened at the thought of Ash's seemingly invincible strength. Nevertheless, for the sake of Team Rocket's future, the plan to capture Zygarde must commence. Jessie suddenly ignited with enthusiasm. Just as Ash was finalizing his training instructions, Serena had completed the transformation of Eureka's handbag. The evolved version had transitioned from a spacious single compartment to a dual compartment, much to the delight of Deden and Sylveon. Observing Ash diligently training his Pokémon, Serena turned to Eevee and said, "For the sake of the Tri-Championship, let us also engage in specialized training, shall we?" Eevee responded eagerly. Having become accustomed to performing in front of crowds during their recent street shows in Shalar City, reveling in the exhilaration of showcasing its talents. With its light and agile dance steps, complemented by Shadow Clone, the performance was executed flawlessly. As Serena prepared to delve into further specialized training, a plump Farfetch'd suddenly dashed from the forest, its eyes sparkling with hearts. Just as it approached Eevee, it unleashed a Vine Whip, forming a heart shape in its display of affection, intending to envelop Eevee within it. Serena glanced at Eevee, inquiring, "Are you alright?" Ash and the others hastily approached upon hearing the commotion. Pokémon, Farfetch'd. Type, Grass. Gender, Male. Strength, Elite Level, 29. Ability, Overgrow, boosts Grass-type moves when HP is low. Held item, None. Moves, Vine Whip, Rollout, Leech Seed, Seed Bomb, Seed Bomb. Farfetch'd, under the barrage of Eevee's swift Starry Bomb, merely accumulated a layer of dust without sustaining any actual harm. Serena retrieved her Pokédex to scan Farfetch'd. Farfetch'd, the scaly Pokémon, is the evolved form of Leek. Its incredibly tough shell remains unscathed even when struck by a truck. The evolved form of Leek? Eureka exclaimed. Farfetch'd appeared oblivious to Eevee's disinterest, once again extending its Vine Whip in a heart-shaped gesture of affection. The execution was impeccable, yet regrettably, Eevee did not reciprocate, deflecting the Vine Whip with determination. The Vine Whip formed a heart shape. Eureka gasped once more. "Are you suggesting that this plump Farfetch'd has fallen for Eevee?" Serena found herself momentarily bewildered. Is this love at first sight? Upon hearing those words, Eevee displayed a hint of fear and instinctively took a step back. Mischievous Panda and Harlot, witnessing this scene, whispered to each other and positioned themselves protectively in front of Eevee. The former aimed to shield a comrade, while the latter simply wished to teach the chubby Harlot a lesson, as it too harbored feelings for Eevee, albeit unrequited. The chubby Harlot, noticing the protective stance of Mischievous Panda and Harlot, curled up and executed a rolling move. Caught off guard, both Mischievous Panda and Harlot were sent flying, allowing the chubby Harlot to charge towards Eevee. Instinctively, Eevee employed Shadow Clone, creating numerous phantasmal images that led the chubby Harlot to believe it had entered paradise, overwhelming it with an intense sense of euphoria that rendered it unconscious from excitement. Is this considered a defeat by Shadow Clone? Yuliga chuckled. Indeed, it seems amusing. Ash observed with equal bemusement, recalling a similar incident involving his friend Don's Buniri, which had also captivated a passerby due to its cuteness. This display left the two little creatures utterly flabbergasted. Little soft, witnessing the spectacle, couldn't suppress a mischievous smile, seeing that the chubby harlot had not yet regained consciousness. Serena produced a handkerchief, dampened it, and applied it to its forehead to cool it down. Feeling the refreshing sensation on its brow, the chubby harlot gradually became alert. It did not dwell on the earlier embarrassment caused by the shadow clone and politely returned the handkerchief to Serena. Citron remarked, "This fellow is unexpectedly courteous." However, scarcely had he spoken when the chubby harlot glanced down at Evie and then turned to rummage through the bushes in search of something. Serena expressed her surprise. "Is it preparing a gift offensive?" "Ah, I see." Yuliga exclaimed in realization, then murmured, "I wonder when my brother will learn such a method." Citron was rendered speechless by Yuliga's comment. The chubby harlot was struck with a sense of defeat. Mischievous Panda and Harlot sympathized with it and approached to offer consolation. But the chubby harlot was ungrateful and immediately engaged them in an argument. Slap, slap, slap. Within a minute, 2 vine whips extended from behind them and delivered a thrashing. Indeed, it was Ash's Bulbasaur stepping in to mediate. The method of intervention was straightforward, a vigorous lash from its vine. "Just a gentle reprimand will suffice," Ash advised. In response to Bulbasaur's strikes, the chubby harlot clapped its hands together and devised a clever plan, promptly using its own vine whip to ensnare Bulbasaur's. It then provocatively challenged Mischievous Panda and Harlot. Clearly, this creature intended to flex its muscles in hopes of winning Eevee's admiration through this display. Serena interjected. "Rude individuals are unlikely to attract a girl's affection." Ash remarked, "Serena, this is the instinctual behavior of wild Pokémon. Let's try to make the chubby Harimoon understand through battle." He had anticipated this moment, recalling how Pikachu had once been provoked by Fiona in a similar manner. Serena nodded, then turned to the Mischievous Panda and inquired, "What do you think, Mischievous Panda?" The panda reluctantly nodded in agreement. A fierce battle was about to commence. Concealed in the shadows, Team Rocket began executing their plan to capture Kygor upon witnessing the unfolding scene. As the battle commenced, the chubby Harimoon launched a vigorous vine whip assault. Serena commanded, "Mischievous Panda, evade," and then use Dark Pulse. The panda leaped into the air and unleashed a powerful Dark Pulse. Boom! An explosion resounded as the chubby Harimoon reacted swiftly, leaping into the air to counterattack with Rollout just as the Dark Pulse was about to strike. Though the chubby Harimoon appeared somewhat foolish, its strength and battle awareness were not to be underestimated. Ash found himself somewhat admiring this creature, yet he was not ready to consider capturing it. Wild starter Pokémon were indeed rare, but this one clearly had a rebellious spirit. With a plethora of Pokémon in need of training already, Ash felt he lacked the energy to deal with such a rowdy character. Mischievous Panda, use Rock Smash. The panda slammed down onto the ground, causing rocks to jut up and block the chubby Harimoon's path. Undeterred, the chubby Harimoon charged forward, treating the solid rocks as if they were mere tofu against its sturdy shell. Mischievous Panda, spin to dodge. The panda narrowly evaded the first impact, but could not escape the chubby Harimoon's second, timely turn. After knocking the Mischievous Panda away, the chubby Harimoon became distracted, glancing at Eevee for a reaction. However, Eevee was completely indifferent to the battle, resting quietly on a stone with its eyes closed, while nearby sat Softy, Dunsparce, and Charcoal. This sight struck a blow to the chubby Harimoon's pride. Enraged, it decided to provoke a stronger opponent, targeting Bulbasaur. Yuri gasped, "Is it Bulbasaur's turn now?" Ash shook his head in resignation. It seems this one only seeks the strongest challengers. Indeed, Bulbasaur was stronger than both the Mischievous Panda and Harimoon. Hidalon nodded in agreement. Harimoon felt its strength was being questioned and approached the chubby Harimoon to argue, but the latter completely ignored its unevolved little brother. Bulbasaur displayed an expression of exasperation, using Vine Whip to pull Hariko aside, muttering, "I am a lone traveler, I won't strike easily." With that, Bulbasaur turned its head away. Looking down upon such battles fought for the sake of courtship, Ash couldn't help but chuckle at Bulbasaur's words, witnessing a memorable scene. "Charcoal!" exclaimed Charcoal, gazing at Bulbasaur with starry eyes, filled with admiration. At this moment, Pikachu seemed to perceive in Tan Xiaoshu the echoes of the old Charizard or the young Charmander. A visage strikingly similar, though it pondered whether evolution would lead to a rebellious transformation. Casting a glance at Ash, it instinctively shook its head. The plump Hariyama, witnessing Bulbasaur's refusal to accept the challenge, audaciously launched a surprise attack. "Danger!" Yulia exclaimed, although Bulbasaur turned its head aside. Its keen peripheral vision remained locked onto the plump Hariyama, and as soon as the latter made its move, Bulbasaur retaliated. Two vine whips ensnared Hariyama's outstretched appendage, and with a sudden, forceful tug, Bulbasaur unleashed a tremendous strength that sent Hariyama soaring. Chapter 166, Unveiling Techniques, the plump Hariyama's predicament. After being forcefully slammed to the ground, the plump Hariyama swiftly regained its footing, shaking its head before executing a rolling attack. Bulbasaur remained unperturbed, as four vine whips converged to form a net that intercepted Hariyama, followed by a powerful move that firmly subdued it. Prior to Ash initiating the internal ranking battles, Bulbasaur was already at the preliminary level of a Quasi-King. Now it had ascended to the advanced level of a Quasi-King, far beyond what an elite-level Hariyama could contend with. Dane. I already said I wouldn't fight, yet you insist. Why bother? Bulbasaur disdainfully glanced at the plump Hariyama, finding no thrill in a battle where it barely exerted even 10% of its strength before the opponent fell. The prospect of evolving mid-battle seemed utterly unexciting. It had learned from the Blastoise that Ash had prepared all the necessary evolution items, but it had yet to evolve into Venusaur, rendering them unusable. As for why it didn't choose to evolve directly, but rather anticipated evolving in battle, it was to push itself to the limits, even to transcend those limits before evolving, thereby reaping greater benefits and enhancing its potential post-evolution. Once the plump Hariyama regained its composure, it recognized its inability to best Bulbasaur, yet lacking EV's attention, it redirected its focus towards Hariyama. Hytron had no choice but to direct Hariyama to engage in combat. Ash discerned that this plump Hariyama was a stubborn creature, relishing in a futile endeavor that it knew would lead nowhere. Just as everyone's attention was fixated on the plump Hariyama, Team Rocket made their move. A capture net soared from the forest, deftly ensnaring Tanshouser and the other little creatures. Ash shouted, Infernape. Infernape unleashed a fire wheel and swiftly advanced to grasp the steel cables of the capture net, its flames turning the cables a fiery red, yet showing no signs of melting. Observing this, Infernape exerted all its might with a sonic punch, determined to shatter the obstruction. But the steel cables remained unaffected by its blows. Ahaha, little brat, we came fully prepared this time, Team Rocket declared. Indeed, this time S materials are fireproof, electric-proof, and resistant to violent dismantling. We shall gladly accept this so-called divine beast, Tanshouser. No sooner had Team Rocket finished speaking than a robot identical to the Onyx emerged from the forest, emblazoned with a massive insignia across its chest. Hearing that Team Rocket had mistaken Charcoal Little Knight for a legendary Pokémon, Ash and his companions could hardly contain their amusement. These three individuals were truly audacious, daring to act without gathering complete intelligence. Ash remarked, though I am unaware of how you came to believe that Charcoal Little Knight is a divine beast, I shall show you mercy today, considering the laughter you have provided us. He commanded his Greninja to sever the capture net with its water shuriken, and together with Infernape, they would teach these three fools a lesson, allowing them to experience the might of a special move. With that, Ash produced a long-hidden bracelet. Now, Infernape, let us unleash our full power. The bracelet emitted a brilliant light, enveloping Ash and Infernape in an orange-red glow. The members of Team Rocket, witnessing this spectacle, were suddenly gripped by an ominous feeling. Ultimate Extreme Flame burst. Flames surged from Infernape, and in the blink of an eye, a colossal fireball materialized above its head. The moment the fireball was hurled, it engulfed Team Rocket's robot. With a breath taken and another exhaled, the armor of the Rockruff robot began to melt at a visible rate, until, boom, a mushroom cloud erupted into the sky as Team Rocket was propelled away from the epicenter of the explosion. What a dreadful sensation. Infernape's face was alight with exhilaration after executing the move, feeling a surge of power rivaling that of its evolution. Charcoal Little Knight, just freed from its bindings, gazed at Infernape with starry eyes, idolizing it in that instant. The immense fireball had radiated an intense heat that it could keenly sense. Although Ash had previously explained the move's mechanics to his partner Pikachu, witnessing the move's full execution left Serena and her companions astounded by its power. The wild, rotund Hallie, nearly dropping its jaw in shock, made a decision. It rolled and tumbled toward Ash, displaying a fawning demeanor, exclaiming, Hallie, oh great one, please take me with you. Yuri pondered. So, has the rotund Hallie been frightened? I wonder if it wishes to accompany Ash, Serena responded. It seems to be attracted by the move's power, but I wonder if it can even execute such a move, said Hitron, eager to understand the limitations of the move and whether he too could harness this power. Ash explained, moves are categorized into two types: universal moves applicable to all 18 types, and exclusive moves specific to certain Pokémon. In theory, any Pokémon can master them, and some may even activate them without the need for a trainer. To acquire pure crystals, one must undergo the trials of the Island Kings in the Alola region. However, the Pokémon League there has yet to be fully established, resulting in limited contact with the outside world. When referring to Pokémon that can execute moves without a trainer, Ash had in mind the elusive Marshadao, whose exclusive move, 7-Star Strike, possesses tremendous power. Ultimately, Ash succeeded in capturing the rotund Hallie, albeit with the condition that it must maintain a respectful distance from Eevee and refrain from acting like an infatuated suitor. Bulbasaur was tasked with supervising the rotund Hallie. After capturing the rotund Harry, Ash and his companions resumed their journey. The Pokémon Center that Professor Bretano mentioned should be nearby, Serena observed, glancing at the map. Eureka surveyed the surroundings, noting the apparent absence of any buildings. I wonder if the professor has already arrived, Citron remarked. Let's have Sori take a look, Ash suggested. Sori? The group looked at Ash in confusion. Ash elaborated. Sori is one of the cores of Zygarde, It can communicate with other cores and perceive their surroundings from their perspectives. The cores of Zygarde are scattered throughout the Kalos region, with the forest being the most prevalent habitat. Upon hearing Ash divulge its secrets, Sori felt a pang of anxiety. It seemed that all its cards had been laid bare. Really? Eureka exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she turned to Sori. Can you help me find any Pokémon around here? Citron couldn't help but interject. Eureka, aren't we supposed to be looking for the Pokémon Center? Chapter 167, The Super Evolution Stone of the Chubby Doll. Sori indicated the location of the Pokémon Center, when suddenly a cry for help echoed from somewhere in the forest. Following the sound, they soon discovered a distressed individual near a riverbank. A girl was trapped, her foot ensnared in a crevice, having inadvertently stepped into it. I'm over here. Please help me, she called out upon seeing Ash and his friends. Reacting swiftly, Ash and the others descended to rescue her, but upon closer inspection, Ash was taken aback. Miss Joy? Yes, it's me. And you are? Miss Joy's face flushed with embarrassment. She was accustomed to aiding wandering trainers, yet now found herself in need of assistance. However, upon recognizing Ash's face, a spark of familiarity ignited in her memory. You are Dr. Ash, aren't you? Indeed, I am Ash, he replied, readily acknowledging his identity. After a thorough examination, the group understood Miss Joy's predicament. Her entire leg was lodged within the crevice, and forcibly extracting herself could result in injury. Nonetheless, this minor inconvenience posed no challenge for Ash and his friends, as a simple dig move swiftly freed Miss Joy. Miss Joy, what brings you here all alone? Serena inquired. Puzzled. Yes, typically you would have a Jigglypuff or other assistant Pokémon with you, wouldn't you? Citron added, equally curious. After all, in the Kalos region, Miss Joy was customarily accompanied by a Jigglypuff, yet it was evident that this particular Joy was without her Pokémon companion, hence her desperate cries for help. Because of this, Miss Joy replied, revealing a Mega Evolution Stone in her palm. Eureka gasped. This Mega Evolution Stone looks remarkably similar to the one Serena has for her chubby doll. Miss Joy was momentarily taken aback. Then a wave of joy washed over her. She looked down at Eureka for confirmation. Really? Indeed, it bears a striking resemblance, Serena chimed in, stepping forward to examine it closely before retrieving a Pokeball. Chubby doll, come forth. Miss Joy was momentarily taken aback upon witnessing Serena produce a Stuffle, as it was her first encounter with such a creature in the hands of an ordinary person. However, her attention was swiftly captivated by the Ultra Evolution Stone accompanying the Stuffle. She meticulously compared the stone she had discovered with the one in Serena's possession, concluding that they were indeed remarkably similar. Ash confidently declared, "This is undoubtedly a Stuffle Evolution Stone. We merely need to locate a keystone to complete the set." Miss Joy was overjoyed, exclaiming, "This is fantastic. We've finally found it." The others were left even more puzzled. Miss Joy elucidated, "I discovered in Professor Bertano's latest published book on evolution that Stuffle can indeed evolve, so I plan to surprise my Stuffle." Enlightenment dawned upon the group. Suddenly, Eulogia recalled something and remarked, "Speaking of the professor, are we not running late?" "Indeed. We must hurry." Serena also remembered. Ash turned to Miss Joy and inquired, "Miss Joy, could you please guide us to the nearest Pokémon Center?" "Of course." Miss Joy readily agreed. Consequently, the group hopped onto Miss Joy's ambulance, arriving at the Pokémon Center in no time. After confirming the location against Professor Bertano's description, Ash and the others realized this was indeed the place, yet they did not see Bertano's figure, indicating he was still en route. Miss Joy warmly offered, "Shall we allow the Pokémon to recuperate?" "Please do." Ash and the others promptly produced their Pokeballs. However, just as Miss Joy was about to push open the treatment room door, she discovered it was locked from within, with an assortment of clutter piled behind it. Simultaneously, Ash and his companions understood that Miss Joy's partner was a Stuffle for a reason. Her tendency to become engrossed in certain tasks often led her to overlook other matters, prompting the Joy family to assign her a highly competent Stuffle as a partner. Their bond was profound, yet both were quite stubborn, leading to frequent squabbles, which had culminated in the present predicament. "Hang in there, Machoke, we are nearly there." At that moment, a young man rushed in, carrying a Machoke on his back. Coincidentally, Professor Bertano arrived at the scene. The young man implored loudly, "Excuse me, Miss Joy, please, I beg you to assist with the treatment." Ash and Professor Bertano exchanged no further words, stepping forward to examine Machoke. Bertano stated, "The situation is critical, it requires immediate treatment." Ash nodded and used his aura to convey the situation to the Stuffle inside. Upon hearing the severity of the patient's condition, the Stuffle, still in a huff, chose to temporarily forgive Miss Joy, opening the door to retrieve a stretcher and wheeling Machoke into the treatment room, followed closely by Ash and Bertano. It has been demonstrated that Miss Joy and her Almost Doll are exceedingly professional, particularly the Almost Doll, whose level of expertise is remarkably stable, effortlessly stabilizing the injuries of the sumo wrestler. Her proficiency surpasses that of the medical assistants Ash has encountered at various Pokémon centers, showcasing an impressive wealth of experience. Upon completing the treatment for the sumo wrestler, Miss Joy immediately assisted Ash and his companions in restoring their Pokémon stamina. At this moment, Ash and his friends finally found the opportunity to engage in conversation with Bratano. After a round of pleasantries, Bratano cast an excited glance at Xiao Ruzhi, exclaiming, "The legendary Zygarde. Xiao Ruzhi, it is a pleasure to meet you." As he spoke, he extended his hand to feel the texture, remarking on its delightful softness. Eulogia chimed in, "That is precisely why it's called Xiao Ruzhi." However, Xiao Ruzhi disdainfully swatted Bratano's hand away. Undeterred, Bratano retrieved a box from his satchel, carefully using a cotton swab to extract genetic material from Xiao Ruzhi. After completing the collection of research materials, Bratano spoke again. "Ash, you mentioned you encountered Alain. How is he faring?" "Ash, I intended to discuss this matter with you. Alain may have connections with Team Flare. I sensed an aura from the super ring he was wearing, reminiscent of that of Team Flare. The most critical issue is that the super ring seems to be capable of collecting some form of energy. Didn't you mention he traveled to the Hoenn region to contend for that meteorite related to evolution? Perhaps Team Flare's schemes are connected to the energies produced by evolution, and Alain could very well be manipulated by them, as his battles have consistently relied on evolution." Ash's remarks served as a precautionary note to Bratano, leaving it to the latter's discretion to heed the warning. Chapter 168, Joy's Super Almost All. "Haven T, I already apologized?" "Not quite." At that moment, a heated argument abruptly interrupted Ash and his friend's conversation. As they drew closer, they witnessed Miss Joy and the Almost All glaring at each other, neither willing to concede. Bratano remarked, "Oh dear." Serena interjected, "They're at it again. Everyone, please calm down." Citron, perplexed, inquired, "What exactly is the cause of the quarrel?" After a moment's hesitation, Miss Joy revealed the source of the dispute. It turned out that the Almost All had been incessantly lecturing her on tasks it believed it could perform just as well. Annoyed by the Almost All's nagging, Joy had become embroiled in the argument, which eventually spiraled into a discussion about her unauthorized departure from the Pokémon Center. "Ash, somewhat exasperated, said Miss Joy, "Haven T, you already found that item? Why not present it to clarify the misunderstanding?" "Indeed, Miss Joy, the Almost All's Mega Evolution Stone." Serena pointed towards the bag Joy had placed at the front desk. The Almost All's eyes filled with confusion as it glanced at Joy and then towards the front desk, sensing an inexplicable allure. Upon understanding the context, the Almost All's grievances towards Miss Joy dissipated entirely. However, at that moment, a commotion erupted outside the Pokémon Center. Bratano queried, "What is happening?" Miss Joy responded, "It's coming from the courtyard. Stop it at once, ladies." At that moment, a child's cry echoed from outside. Hearing it was not the inquiries of Ash and his friends, the trio instinctively fell into their introductory routine. "Since you were sincerely asking, please stop, sisters." Ash and his companions swiftly arrived at the courtyard, only to witness Team Rocket's trio piloting the Super Meowth robot. In the act of stealing Pokeballs stored at the Pokémon Center, Blatten observed the familiar Super Meowth robot and sighed in frustration, "It's you three again." After enduring several previous home invasions, he had come to realize that encounters with these three would never yield anything good, though this time it was not his home they were dismantling. Ash remarked, "It seems the lesson from last time did not impart any profound insights to you." Jessie scoffed, "You little brat. This time we are well prepared." Meowth proudly declared, "Indeed, this is the Super Meowth, an upgraded model surpassing evolution. This time, it's the ultimate robot. Sure to withstand your attacks, brat." James also expressed great confidence in the machine. Jessie added, "Originally, we intended to seize the Pokeballs from the Pokémon Center, but now we aim to recruit Pikachu and the Super Duplicatite Evolution Stones for battle." With that, Jessie and James hopped into the cockpit. Nurse Joy, accompanied by a Duplicatite, stepped forward and declared, "You all wait right there. This is our Pokémon Center, and I will not allow you to wreak havoc." Determined to protect the Pokémon Center, Nurse Joy and Duplicatite stood resolutely, glaring fiercely at Team Rocket. Sharing a common resolve, the Duplicatite held up the Evolution Stone, which radiated a brilliant pink light. Both Ash and Blatten understood this as the prelude to evolution, though regrettably, Nurse Joy lacked a keystone to harness this power. Witnessing this, Ash generously retrieved a keystone from his system space. "Nurse Joy, take this. Now that you and Duplicatite share a bond, you can surely awaken the power of evolution. Trust in the connection between you." Nurse Joy understood and exchanged a determined glance with Duplicatite. Duplicatite, evolve. With the keystone, their bond successfully connected, and a dazzling light erupted as Duplicatite underwent its evolution, its skin transitioning from pink to white, and its drooping ears perking up like tiny wings. Pokémon, Super Duplicatite, Joy. Type, Normal, Fairy. Gender, Female. Strength, Gym Leader Level 50. Ability, Healer, occasionally heals the status conditions of allies. Item, Duplicatite Evolution Stone. Moves, Power Up Punch, Double Slap, Tackle, Healing Wave. Is this the Super Duplicatite? Nurse Joy was momentarily taken aback upon witnessing Duplicatite's evolution. Blatten exclaimed excitedly, "Fantastic. Their bond is indeed strong. However, upon the first sight of the super duplicatite, Team Rocket's trio suddenly felt an ominous sensation rising within them. The super almost doll leapt gracefully onto the back of the super Meow Meow robot and delivered a powerful punch to its chest. The impact caused a significant dent in the thick armor, forcing several Pokeballs to be ejected. Witnessing this spectacle, Ash could only silently mourn for the trio, hoping they would finally comprehend the repercussions of inciting the wrath of the medical staff. As the last Pokeball fell, Nurse Joy gave another command, slap attack. The super almost doll unleashed a flurry of strikes upon the robot's head, causing the trio in the cockpit to huddle together in fear as sparks flew from the control panel, with a mighty crash followed by an enhanced punch. The super almost doll sent the robot tumbling, delivering a decisive blow to its forehead that shattered the cockpit door. Healing wave. A cascade of colorful light emanated from the super almost doll, enveloping the trio in a soothing aura that brought expressions of relief to their faces. Without mercy, Nurse Joy declared, fiery explosion. The final blast obliterated the super Meow Meow robot, leaving Ash with no opportunity to intervene. After tidying up the aftermath, Nurse Joy intended to return the keystone to Ash, but he declined. He only required one for Mega Evolution, making the extra keystone superfluous. Trading an excess keystone for a favor from the Joy family was a shrewd bargain indeed. The group bade farewell to Bratano and resumed their journey to Snowpoint City. Chapter 169, The Exiled Little Lion. After parting ways with Professor Bratano, Ash and his companions soon left the Pokémon Center and entered a vast expanse of prairie. Accustomed to the forest scenery, they felt a refreshing sense of freedom upon entering the grasslands. However, Hitron, panting heavily, complained, after walking for so long, it's still just prairie. I can't go on. Yuri, with a teasing tone, replied, brother, if you rest here, we might just leave you behind. The rhythmic calls of Dodo and Xiao Ruzhi echoed in agreement. Hitron's silence was deafening. Roar. Suddenly, a resounding and furious lion's roar echoed from nearby. What was that? Serena shrank back, a hint of fear evident as she moved closer to Ash. Is it a Pokémon? Yuri inquired, eagerly anticipating the unique creatures of the prairie. That sounded like a roar from a fire lion. They are the rulers of this grassland. Ash was astonished to discover that a fire lion resided in this prairie. And judging by the sound, it was an adult male. The group followed the direction of the roar and soon stumbled upon a small pride of fire lions, 1 male and 3 females, accompanied by a few playful cubs. However, the male fire lion was currently roaring at one of the cubs, seemingly intent on driving it away from the pride. The exiled cub was considerably larger than the frolicking youngsters. The little lion, with an expression of deep sorrow, cast a pleading gaze towards the fiery lion. However, the fiery lion remained resolute in its stance, prompting the 3 female fiery lions to swiftly lead the other little lions away. Observing his companion's retreat, the little lion hurriedly dashed over, clinging to the thigh of the male fiery lion, mewling in a desperate plea. The fiery lion hesitated momentarily, but ultimately kicked the little lion aside. Is this a father-son quarrel? Mused Serena. Why? Yulika inquired, perplexed. The fiery lion is a Pokémon of royalty, explained Ash. Upon reaching a certain stage of maturity within their clan, little lions are driven away to forge their own paths. Only by doing so can they establish their own clan and become worthy leaders. Serena remarked, I see, but that little lion does not seem willing at all. Ash replied, this is a reality that the little lion must face. The fiery lion undoubtedly feels pain as well, but to strengthen the little lion, it has no choice but to act in this manner. The fiery lion showed no leniency, unleashing a torrent of flames from its mouth. The little lion was taken aback by the fiery lion's aggression, tears welling in its eyes. The fiery lion's stern gaze met the little lion's tear-streaked face, and with a hardened resolve, it let out another fierce roar, flames flickering at its lips, poised to strike again. What should we do? The fiery lion seems angry. Yulika exclaimed. Come on, Ash, think of something. That little lion is too pitiful, Serena added, showing her sympathy. Ash shook his head, asserting that this was a process the little lion must endure. Their interference would be counterproductive and could ultimately harm the little lion. Moreover, the fiery lion was aware of its limits. It was best to observe quietly, as any intervention might be misconstrued. In the fiery lion's clan, only the strongest could ascend to leadership, bearing the responsibility to protect their companions from formidable foes, regardless of their own safety. How could one grow without facing hardship? Thus, this was a reality that the little lion needed to confront. The little lion, paralyzed by fear, stood frozen as the fiery lion turned and strode away. Once assured that the fiery lion was out of sight, Ash and the others approached the little lion. Upon their arrival, the little lion's eyes brimmed with wariness. Ash extended his hand, channeling the power of creation to soothe the little lion, then produced some healing ointment to treat its wounds. Little one, throwing a tantrum will not make you the king of the prairie. Under the influence of the ointment, the little lion's injuries quickly healed. and it began to understand that Ash and his companions were not foes, gently licking Ash's outstretched palm with its tongue. A rumble echoed from the little lion's belly, betraying its hunger. Alas, the little lion's capacity for restraint far exceeded the fiery lion's expectations, which led to the earlier scene. By the way, I have some freshly made poffins, Serena exclaimed, presenting a piece to the little lion. The enticing aroma of the poffin immediately captured the little lion's attention. Instinctively, it opened its mouth to devour the treat, but then paused. Memories of the fiery lion's teachings flashed through its mind, and resolutely, it shook its head, declining Serena's offering. It moved towards an open space, sniffing carefully before ultimately bowing its head and walking in a specific direction. What is happening? Shouldn't it be very hungry by now? Selena gazed at the little lion in confusion. Xiao Ruzhi chuckled. This is the first lesson for the little lion, the quest for food. A commendable realization. However, I remain quite concerned. It has just sustained an injury. Yulia expressed her worries. Xiao Ruzhi responded. Yulia, I understand your fondness for Pokémon, but we cannot alter their natural habits simply out of affection. The little lion must cultivate the ability to survive independently. Only by finding food through its own efforts can it thrive. Hithran suggested, let us observe from a distance. If the little lion encounters an insurmountable challenge, we shall quietly assist it until it secures its meal. At this, Yulia eagerly darted in the direction the little lion had taken. Noticing Yulia's presence behind it, the little lion became distracted and, failing to watch its path, stumbled and fell down a small slope. Little lion, Yulia exclaimed, intending to check on its condition. But Xiao Ruzhi swiftly grasped her arm, cautioning, Yulia, do not approach too closely, and try to maintain a position downwind for observation. After imparting this advice, Xiao Ruzhi released Yulia's hand. His gaze shifted to a short distance behind them, where the male fire lion had also followed. This creature, unable to ignore the little lion, stealthily trailed behind, secretly safeguarding it while witnessing its growth. Aside from Xiao Ruzhi and his companions, the notorious Team Rocket had also set their sights on the little lion. Their motive being quite simple, to train it into a fire lion and bolster their combat prowess. After a brief walk, the little lion suddenly caught a whiff of a tantalizing fruit aroma. Lifting its gaze, it spotted a fruit suspended in midair. This peculiar sight did not trigger any caution in the little lion, which hastily approached, ready to snap at it. Chapter 170. Capturing the little lion. After several futile attempts to bite into the fruit, the little lion's frustration boiled over, and it lay on the ground, clawing at the teasing fruit from a distance. Naturally, it was Team Rocket that was toying with the little lion. Those three again. How despicable. The little lion is so pitiful, yet they dare to bully it. Selena and Yulia fumed. Xiao Ruzhi sensed the fire lion's aura drawing nearer to Team Rocket and remarked with a smile, do not be upset. They shall soon realize their folly. Selena and the others looked at Xiao Ruzhi with puzzled expressions. In the next moment, a resounding explosion echoed. Their gazes quickly shifted to see Team Rocket, seemingly struck by some form of retribution, emerging covered in soot as if they had just been excavated from a coal mine. See, they have received their just deserts, Xiao Ruzhi chuckled. Selena questioned, what on earth just happened? I understand now. The fire lion is protecting the little lion. Hithran exclaimed in astonishment. There was no other suspect who would act against Team Rocket for the sake of the little lion, aside from the fire lion itself. Xiao Ruzhi nodded. Indeed, the fire lion has not strayed from our side. Like us, it has been observing the little lion's situation in secret. The trio from the Rockets faced sanctions, and the coveted fruit was sent flying. The little lion, undeterred, continued to follow the scent it had previously detected. At noon, it arrived beneath a towering rocky mountain, squinting against the blazing sun. With determination, it gazed up at the mountain's height and took resolute steps towards the summit. However, in its first attempt at climbing, it lost its footing and tumbled down. Despite the disarray of its fall, it refused to give up, trying again and again. Yulia watched with concern, wanting to assist, but was held back by Ash, while Serena and Hithran shook their heads in silent agreement. The little lion's repeated attempts signified its growth. Intervening now would mean that even if it conquered this mountain, the greater obstacles within its heart might remain insurmountable for a lifetime. After numerous setbacks, the little lion finally achieved its goal through sheer willpower. Just then, a gentle breeze wafted from the direction where the fiery lion was concealed. The little lion caught a familiar scent and quickly turned to search for the fiery lion's presence. But it had already blended back into hiding. Not spotting the familiar figure, the little lion hesitated for a moment. But the teachings of the fiery lion resurfaced in its mind, rekindling its determination to pursue the fruit. Once again embarking on its journey of growth, the little lion encountered a river blocking its path. Without a moment's hesitation, it leapt into the water. This bold action astonished Ash and the others. As a fire and normal-type Pokémon, it instinctively feared water, yet it dared to jump in, showcasing a remarkable shift in its mindset. The fiery lion, witnessing this, felt a sense of pride. Shortly after crossing the river, the little lion finally discovered sustenance, several blue-orange trees laden with fruit. It dashed to one of the trees, then turned to roar joyously, as if announcing to the fiery lion that it had found food. Ash glanced towards the direction of the fiery lion, pondering that perhaps one day, the little lion would surpass it. Upon hearing the roar, the fiery lion stepped out from behind the rocks. Sensing the immense power within Ash that was so formidable it posed no threat to him. Therefore, it hoped Ash would take the little lion along. Understanding the fiery lion's intentions, Ash walked alongside it towards the little lion. Overjoyed to see the fiery lion again, the little lion ran over to nuzzle against it. Sharing a brief exchange, turning to Ash, the little lion's eyes sparkled with determination as it called out to him, as if to say, "Do you think I am worthy of your allegiance? Allow me to demonstrate my strength." A subtle smile crept upon Ash's lips as he produced a Pokeball, declaring, "Zubat, you shall be the one." Pokémon, little lion, type, fire. Normal, gender, male, strength, elite intermediate, 25. Ability, intimidate, gains a fighting spirit when facing opponents of the same gender, becoming stronger. Weaker against opponents of the opposite gender. Held item, none skills, flame jet, body slam, roar, flame fong, flame vortex. Had the little charcoal warrior hatched sooner, this battle would have belonged to it. Alas, the little charcoal warrior had only recently emerged, and compared to the little lion cub, it still had a considerable gap to bridge. Wubbit, use supersonic. The Wubbit flapped its wings, emitting a unique sound wave. At this moment, the little lion cub was no longer the playful little creature it once was. It unleashed a powerful roar, countering the sound wave with its own. The two distinct sound waves collided and nullified each other. The little lion cub then opened its mouth, releasing a fiery tongue. A fierce blaze surging forth with overwhelming might towards the Wubbit. Air slash. The Wubbit rapidly flapped its wings, sending forth several wind blades that dissipated the little lion cub's fiery attack. Undeterred, the little lion cub charged at the Wubbit. But its full-force body slam was effortlessly evaded as the Wubbit ascended higher into the air. Shadow clone, then attack with wings. The Wubbit swiftly changed direction, diving down towards the little lion cub, and in that moment, it appeared as if dozens of Wubbits were swooping in from the sky. The little lion cub stood its ground, its eyes gleaming with determination as sparks flickered at the corners of its mouth. As the Wubbit drew closer, the little lion cub decided to unleash Flame Jet against all the illusory figures. The flames swept through the illusions. Yet the little lion cub still could not discern the Wubbit's true form. Meanwhile, the Wubbit had already maneuvered behind the little lion cub, launching a powerful collision that sent it spiraling into the air. Observing this, Ash commanded the Wubbit to unleash Dragon Pulse. With no points of leverage in midair, the little lion cub could only watch helplessly as it was struck by the Dragon Pulse. Boom. Following the explosion, the little lion cub lay defeated on the ground. Ash then tossed a Pokeball to capture it. Consequently, Ash resorted to the power of creation to heal the little lion cub, allowing it to bid farewell to its fiery counterpart. Chapter 171, Wild Darkrai. After capturing the little lion cub, Ash and his companions continued their journey towards Snowy City. On this day, they learned that the night of the new moon would host a meteor shower known as the Lion Cub Meteor Shower. Thus, they sought an open area to set up camp, preparing to witness this celestial event. This forest is far from the city, and the view is splendid. We shall surely see a beautiful meteor shower, exclaimed Heteron with anticipation. Wishing upon a star is a must, added Serena, equally excited for the impending meteor shower. Why do we wish? Inquired Yulika, puzzled. They say if you make a wish while facing a shooting star, it will come true. Serena explained. I see. Then I must make many wishes, giggled Yulika. Hee, Hoopa wants to make wishes too, chimed in Hoopa, intrigued by the delightful prospect. Pikachu exclaimed, Pikachu, as midnight approached. With a shooting star streaking across the night sky, the much-anticipated meteor shower arrived, with meteor after meteor rapidly coursing through the heavens. Make a wish. Hurry, make a wish. Yulika urged excitedly. Serena whispered, I hope to secure the third princess key at the next Triple Crown tournament, and I wish to become a trainer soon. And I also hope to find a very adorable older sister who can take care of my brother. This wish is profoundly eulogia. On the journey, encountering a suitable lady has become increasingly elusive, leading to a reliance on the arcane. Eulogia, exclaimed Haitailong in surprise. Eulogia replied, Brother, do not disturb my wish-making. You should hurry and make yours too. I hope everyone's wishes come true. Haitailong, caught off guard by Eulogia's wish, suddenly forgot his own carefully considered desire and, in a moment of desperation, uttered a random one. Upon hearing this, Eulogia looked at him with disdain and remarked, Brother, what a dull wish you have. Haitailong found himself at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Xiaoji's attention was not drawn to the meteor shower, for his aura detection sensed a powerful wave approaching slowly. He could not ascertain the specific Pokémon, but the frequency suggested it was likely a dark or ghost type. On the other side of the forest, the trio of Team Rocket, using the sky as their blanket and the earth as their bed, had fallen into a deep slumber beneath a large tree. After being thoroughly beaten by the fire lion, they not only failed to catch the little lion cub, but also lost track of Xiaoji and his companions. After 2 exhausting days of running across the vast grassland, they finally caught up with Xiao Ruzhi's group. Too fatigued to appreciate the meteor shower, they collapsed into a deep sleep. A shadow flew from the distance and landed atop the tree where the trio rested. An unusual energy emanated from the shadow and swiftly enveloped them. In their dreams, Meowth, surrounded by a pile of Mareep, felt an incessant weight crashing down upon him. "So heavy, Meow," he exclaimed. Suddenly, the overwhelming mass of Mareep vanished into thin air. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Meowth, still shaken, murmured, "I was dreaming, Meow. I almost thought I would be crushed by those Mareep." After confirming that Serena and the others were asleep, Xiao Ruzhi called Pikachu to seek the source of the aura. Shortly after leaving the campsite, he spotted a shadow darting across the sky, heading directly toward their location. With a furrowed brow, Xiao Ruzhi commanded, "Pikachu, Thunderbolt." In the next moment, a Pokémon as dark as shadow emerged from the depths of the trees. Its white-haired mane obscured half its face, revealing striking blue eyes, while a red scarf-like object encircled its neck. Its slender waist and long, elegant black legs added to its enigmatic appearance. Pokémon, Darkrai, type, dark, gender, genderless, level, advanced semi-champion, 77. Ability, bad dreams, inflicts damage on sleeping opponents, held item, none, moves, hypnosis, dark void, dream eater, dark pulse. Trick, haze. With a shared gaze, it was clear this was a wild nightmare god, and Xiao Ruzhi's eyes began to burn with fervor. Darkrai, capable of merging with shadows, was the ideal guardian Pokémon, with its multifaceted functionality ensuring that should they encounter wrongdoers, a swift dark void would incapacitate them, alleviating the need for detainment personnel. Besides Darkrai, the elusive Marshadao also made for an exceptional personal bodyguard. Its signature move could easily bring any opponent of lesser strength to their knees. The eyes of Darkrai glimmered with a faint light as it raised its hand, launching 3 shadow balls. Pikachu wove a net of electric currents to ensnare the shadow balls, then struck the net with its tail, sending both the net and the shadow balls hurtling towards Darkrai. A thunderous explosion erupted, awakening Serena and her companions from their slumber. Upon realizing Ash was missing from the campsite, they quickly deduced the explosion was linked to him and hurried towards the source of the commotion. Pikachu took refuge under the shadows of a nearby tree, surrounding itself with shadow clones. Pikachu understood the cue, transforming into a streak of yellow lightning and, in an instant, released dozens of electric afterimages around Ash's position. Seeing itself encircled, Darkrai attempted to escape through the shadows. But the moment it made contact with the first afterimage, a surge of powerful electricity enveloped it, drawing the remaining afterimages towards it. With its cover blown, Darkrai emerged from the shadows. "It's Darkrai!" exclaimed Chelrin. "Darkrai?" Serena curiously scanned it with her Pokédex, gaining insight into the nightmare Pokémon and understanding Ash's motives. After all, no one relishes the thought of nightmares. Shaking its head to regain composure, Darkrai conjured a pitch-black energy sphere and hurled it at Pikachu. Dark Void, a move exclusive to Darkrai. Ash could not afford to underestimate it. He called out, "Pikachu, Thunderbolt." Pikachu unleashed a torrent of electricity to meet Darkrai's Dark Void. The 2 powerful moves clashed for a while, but ultimately, Dark Void lacked the energy to sustain itself and was pierced by the electric current, sending Darkrai crashing into a tree with the aftermath of the electric shock. Seizing the moment, Ash threw a Master Ball to capture Darkrai. The Master Ball trembled violently before erupting, revealing Darkrai once more before them. Is there enough strength left for one last battle? Chapter 172, Capturing Darkrai. Darkrai clasped its hands together, generating a spiraling black-purple beam. Wave of darkness. Pikachu soared into the air to evade it, responding with a playful Pika. Electricity crackled around Pikachu as it ascended, dodging the wave of darkness before approaching Darkrai with an innocent, disarming smile. Darkrai's guard lowered slightly, allowing Pikachu to unleash a series of powerful strikes. Taken aback by the sudden assault, Darkrai felt the impact of the fairy type move significantly. Regaining its composure, Darkrai employed a binding technique to seal off Pikachu's previous moves. It then summoned the Nightmare Shadow, projecting a dark phantasm to intimidate Pikachu. However, Pikachu's courage was unwavering. The Nightmare Shadow inflicted no substantial harm. Ash brandished his bracelet, declaring, "Pikachu, let us show Darkrai our full power." Pika. Pikachu nodded enthusiastically, eager to unleash a move it had long wished to try, though Ash had previously directed it to practice teamwork moves. After a bout of awkward dancing, the bond between Ash and Pikachu became intricately entwined. Darkrai sensed an immense surge of energy accumulating within Pikachu, and a look of alarm flickered across its face. A voice deep within it warned that if it did not act swiftly, it could meet its demise. Yet it was too late. The ultimate Volt tackle unleashed by Ash and Pikachu was already hurtling toward it. Just before the attack could strike, Ash subtly adjusted Pikachu's aim, ensuring the thunderous assault did not land directly upon Darkrai, but rather detonated upon the ground before it. With a resounding boom, The earth erupted, creating a vast crater. And Darkrai was hurled backwards by the force of the explosion, crashing against the trunk of a tree. Battle evaluation in progress. Congratulations. You have received rewards. 1 Dark-type Pokémon exchange voucher, 1 complete set of Dark-type move TM, 1 skill learning machine production line. Seeing Darkrai rendered unconscious, Ash promptly retrieved a Master Ball to capture it. The battle rewards bestowed upon him were utterly unexpected. The TM and learning machine production line promised boundless wealth, enabling him to purchase or customize more advanced training equipment. Ash had previously researched the Pokémon skill learning industry, discovering that most trainers sought specialized skill instructors to teach their Pokémon new moves, akin to the elderly woman in the Sinnoh region who taught Draco Meteor. Though the technology for move TMs was still in its infancy, common moves like Protect and Rest were available for purchase, while more advanced techniques such as Leaf Storm, Hyper Beam, and Dark Pulse remained elusive. The exchange voucher guaranteed the acquisition of at least 1 semi-legendary Pokémon, such as Tyranitar, and if fortune smiled upon him, he could also consider Pokémon like Howl, Gyarados, Bisharp, and others. Upon successfully capturing Darkrai, he released it to utilize its creation power for healing. The primary aim of this act was to ensure Darkrai willingly accepted its new status as part of his team. Wild Pokémon yearn for strength, and beings like Darkrai are no exception. The creation power could help liberate Pokémon from certain constraints, facilitating their rapid growth, as he had already witnessed with Pikachu and Greninja. Once Darkrai's injuries were mended and Ash confirmed that it could freely control its nightmare ability, he instructed it to conceal itself within his shadow. Serena and her companions congratulated Ash on his successful capture of Darkrai with genuine enthusiasm. A fleeting night passed, and on the following morning, before setting off, Ash introduced Darkrai to his other Pokémon. Just after the introductions concluded, Darkrai was whisked away by Infernape for some sparring, accompanied by the eager little Chimchar and Litten. Ash was delighted to witness this, especially since it would be beneficial for Chimchar to bond with Darkrai. When it eventually evolved into Incineroar, it could learn a thing or two about combat from Darkrai. Meanwhile, Greninja was diligently engaged in training. The new specialized training regimen Ash devised was entirely focused on guiding Greninja in the ways of a ninja. What does a ninja truly resemble? Ash had never encountered one in his previous life, yet he had certainly watched numerous episodes of Naruto. The effects of many ninjutsu techniques left a profound impression on him. Primarily, it was the remarkable intuition of his Greninja that astounded him. Ash merely needed to articulate a general effect, and Greninja would effortlessly master it through exploration. During a training session focused on water shuriken accuracy, Greninja suddenly cast its gaze toward a nearby tree, with a swift flick of its hand. For shuriken composed of water shot forth. In response, a colossal water shuriken soared from the tree's canopy. The massive shuriken intercepted 3 smaller ones, while the remaining shuriken struck true, hitting a concealed figure nestled within the tree's crown. It was truly incredible. Ash's Greninja had grown even stronger. Sanpei and his Greninja emerged from the foliage above, revealing a distinct scar on his Greninja's arm, evidently inflicted by one of the smaller shuriken. Ash greeted him nonchalantly. Sanpei, long time no see. You and your Greninja have trained quite well. His Greninja approached its old friend, but the contrast between them was immediately apparent. Ash's Greninja surpassed Sanpei's in size, muscle, presence, and demeanor. I still have a long way to go. Your Greninja is remarkably trained, Ash. I feel like even my Greninja wouldn't stand a chance against it. Sanpei remarked, awestruck. Ash's Greninja had evolved under his watchful eye and had grown to such an extent that it was almost beyond his reach. Truly a prodigy. Really? I would love to battle your Greninja. Ash expressed with anticipation. The stronger the opponent, the greater the rewards he could garner from the system. If he could collect all 18 attribute skill discs, he would dominate this realm. Sanpei, didn't you go out for training? What brings you here? Hitron inquired. What is the ninja village like? Are all the inhabitants ninjas? Yulika asked curiously. Of course. Everyone in the village, along with their Pokémon, trains diligently every day. Sanpei invited Ash and the others. Are there female ninjas in the village? Yulika asked again. Sanpei nodded. Absolutely. There are many beautiful female ninjas. I want to see them. Yulika exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Hitron suddenly felt a sense of foreboding, yet he too was eager to witness the ninja gathering. This sounds intriguing. Selena chimed in. Then let us accompany Sanpei to the ninja village. Ash declared. With the decision made, Selena took charge. She pulled out her toolbox, crafting a set of ninja attire for Yulika, instantly enhancing her experience. The group followed Sanpei deeper into the forest, and soon they arrived at the base of a towering rocky mountain. From Sanpei, they learned that the ninja village was constructed within the mountain, which resembled a vast basin surrounded by steep cliffs forming a natural barrier. The passage leading in and out of the rocky mountain is situated within a cavern, which, though not particularly deep, soon reaches its end. The little intelligence detected that this terminus consists of 2 movable giant stones, behind which lies a vast expanse. One could see Samping approach the stones and exchange a secret sign, causing the massive boulders to slowly shift aside, revealing a pathway. Immediately, two young men clad in black ninja attire emerged. One of them turned to Xiao Ruzhi and the others, inquiring, "Samping, are they your friends?" Samping replied, "Indeed. Xiao Ruzhi has previously bested Master Taizong in a direct confrontation, and they happened to pass by, so I invited them to our village for the festival." Upon hearing this, the young man expressed profound respect, stating, "So he is Mr. Xiao Ruzhi, the chief, and everyone hold him in high esteem, should they learn of your presence. They would undoubtedly extend a warm welcome." Taizong is the grandson of the current leader of the ninja village. And although his prowess does not quite match that of Samping's elder brother, Yiping, he is still formidable enough that defeating Taizong attests to Xiao Ruzhi's strength, which earns their admiration. As they traversed the narrow passage, the group found themselves in a breathtaking mountain village that resembled a picturesque painting. Were it not for the villagers predominantly dressed in ninja garb, Xiao Ruzhi might have doubted that this was merely a hidden mountain settlement. The architectural style of the village is quite distinctive. While brick and tile houses are scarce, most structures are carved from the rock walls. Xiao Ruzhi surmised that the mountain had been hollowed out, rendering the entire village akin to an iron barrel. "This is our ninja village," Samping proclaimed proudly. Upon hearing the call, the two young men set aside their tasks and came forth to greet them. Yiping, dressed similarly to Taizong, exuded a composed demeanor, while the younger one, Erping, was slightly shorter and bore a resemblance to Samping. The names of the three brothers are indeed quite quaint, though they pale in comparison to the likes of Taro, Jiro, and Saburo. "We have become incredibly powerful," Samping declared with confidence. Samping introduced his companions, saying, "Elder brother Yiping, younger brother Erping, these are friends I met during my training. And this is Xiao Ruzhi, who has defeated Master Taizong." Yiping responded earnestly, "I have heard much from Master Taizong. I am deeply grateful for your care towards my younger brother. Samping as friends are our friends in the ninja village," added Hans, "and I warmly welcome you all." At that moment, an elderly gentleman with a cane emerged from the crowd, accompanied by a strikingly mature woman. The elder, with great solemnity, stated, "Thank you for your hard work. I have gathered insights about your training from Taizong, and I am aware of Xiao Ruzhi's accomplishments. I extend a heartfelt welcome to Dr. Xiao Ruzhi." Eurigia looked quizzically at Zytron and asked, "Brother, what does the leader mean?" "It refers to the chief," Zytron explained. "Does that mean he is the most powerful ninja?" "How impressive." Eurigia's eyes sparkled with admiration. No, I am not that remarkable," chuckled the ninja chief, his face beaming with pride as he straightened his back, brimming with self-importance. However, in his exuberance, the elderly man inadvertently choked on his saliva, erupting into a fit of coughing. Upon witnessing the scene, the female ninja hurriedly approached to assess the situation. However, the old man's demeanor shifted as he lecherously grasped her hand, his voice taking on an unsettling pitch. Ash perceived a semblance of Brock in the old man's visage. Yet, in a sudden twist, the female ninja transformed into a plume of smoke and vanished, leaving behind only a wooden stick for the old man. Samping explained to Ash and the others, "Miss Annan has employed the substitution technique." "How impressive," Yuliga suddenly exclaimed. A thought striking her, she promptly declared to Annan, "I have made my decision. I wish to keep Miss Annan." She knelt before her, mimicking a proposal. "Please accept my brother." Annan responded, clearly perplexed. Yuliga elaborated, "Miss Annan is mature and dependable, evidently the perfect candidate to become my brother's bride, and I wholeheartedly welcome it." Haitrong quickly intervened, lifting Yuliga away. "Yuliga, I have already stated that I will seek out my own partner," he added with a smile. "Thank you for your kind intentions, little sister. I must admit, my appearance often leads others to misjudge my age." As she spoke, Annan's visage transformed rapidly, resembling that of an elderly woman. The ninja leader, indulging in mischief, interjected, "In truth, Annan is over 100 years old, even older than this old man." Upon hearing this, Yuliga immediately reconsidered her stance and pushed Haitrong away, fearing that Annan might take it seriously. Observing their fright, Annan reverted to her original form, having merely intended to tease them. At that moment, Erping challenged Samping and the Koga Ninja Frog. Samping, evidently eager for this day to arrive, readily accepted the invitation for battle. Chapter 174, Evolution, Venusaur. The surrounding villagers retreated, clearing space for Erping and Samping to engage in their duel. Upon their initial encounter with Samping, Ash and his companions learned that Erping's ace Pokémon was Venusaur. Ash felt a surge of anticipation for this battle, releasing his own Bulbasaur to spectate. "I also have a Bulbasaur," Erping exclaimed in astonishment. Ash nodded yes. "It is the very companion I captured at the outset of my journey. Mr. Erping, I have heard from Samping that you are the strongest in the village. May I challenge you to a battle? To be honest, my Bulbasaur has been stifled in its evolution for quite some time, and I seek a worthy opponent to stimulate its transformation." Certainly, even if Ash had not proposed a battle, Erping would have sought the opportunity to face him. Eager to understand why Ash had garnered such high praise. "Let us do this, Venusaur. Species, Venusaur. Type, grass. Poison, gender, male. Strength, Champion level 61. Ability: Overgrow, powers up grass-type moves when HP is low. Moves: Vine Whip, Leaf Blade, Petal Dance. Solar Beam. Erping's Venusaur was indeed well trained, its size notably larger than average, with vibrant flowers adorning its back. In a battle against the Venusaur, Koga Ninja Frog held an advantage in terms of type, yet Samping's Koga Ninja Frog was merely at the advanced level of the gym. Samping initiated the attack, declaring, Gecko Frog, Shadow Clone. The Gecko Frog swiftly conjured numerous after-images to accompany its charge. Erping calmly instructed, aim for its feet with Vine Whip. The Venusaur extended 2 vines, sweeping them horizontally, revealing the true form of the Gecko Frog. Clearly, Venusaur had long mastered the countermeasures against such an offensive. Venusaur, Razor Leaf. Venusaur targeted the airborne Gecko Frog, unleashing a flurry of energy blades that formed a circular barrage aimed at it. Samping decisively commanded the Gecko Frog to counter with Water Shuriken, resulting in a collision between the 2 powerful moves. The impact produced a thunderous explosion. Noticing that Venusaur's vision was obscured, Samping immediately ordered, execute a sneak attack on its vital points. The Gecko Frog swiftly dove into the smoke created by the explosion, launching a surprise attack towards Venusaur. Venusaur adeptly used its vines to mitigate most of the damage, yet was still pushed back several paces. Erping remarked, well done, your reflexes, strength, and accuracy have all improved. Gecko Frog, you have grown stronger. Both the Gecko Frog and Samping wore proud smiles. Wasn't the purpose of their training to earn such accolades? Let us settle this once and for all. Gecko Frog, another sneak attack. Samping commanded. Use Petal Dance to become invisible. As Gecko Frog charged forward, Venusaur summoned a sea of petals that enveloped itself, vanishing in an instant. Gecko Frog's sneak attack fell short, and while it was momentarily stunned, Venusaur erupted from the ground behind it, launching another Razor Leaf. The damage inflicted by the Razor Leaf was substantial, injuring Gecko Frog's right leg, leaving it unable to stand. Ultimately, Venusaur unleashed a Solar Beam, defeating Gecko Frog. It seems I still cannot surpass my brother, Samping lamented. Leader Hans bluntly stated, indeed, Samping, you and Gecko Frog still have numerous issues to address. The outcome of the battle was already determined during the first use of the sneak attack. Samping and Gecko Frog exchanged puzzled glances. Ash explained, Samping, Gecko Frog's initial sneak attack did not inflict any significant damage on Venusaur. It cleverly mitigated most of the impact with its vines. The retreat was merely a ruse to make you believe Venusaur was severely hurt, thus luring you into a trap. Precisely. Achieving victory at minimal cost is a crucial lesson for a ninja, Erping added. Hans praised. That said, managing to perform so well despite being at a disadvantage in both type and level is commendable. Samping, you have indeed not wasted your time. Following the conclusion of the battle between Erping and Samping, it was time for Ash to face Yipping. As agreed, Ash sent out his Bulbasaur, while Yipping deployed his mainstay. Gecko Frog. Pokémon. Gecko Frog. Yipping. Type: Water, Dark. Gender: Male. Level: Elite Intermediate, 65. Characteristics: Adaptable, transforms to match the attribute of the move it uses. Item: Momentum Belt. When equipped, allows the user to withstand a potentially lethal attack once, as long as health is full. Skills: Shadow Clone, Water Shuriken, Critical Hit, Iato Slash. Water Pulse, Leaf Blade, Water Shuriken. Ash and Ippin simultaneously issued their attack commands. Bulbasaur fixed its gaze on Greninja, unleashing a torrent of energy blades, which, under Bulbasaur's control, split into 2 significant waves, one following closely behind the other. After launching the Water Shuriken, Greninja quickly maneuvered to close the distance with Bulbasaur. However, Greninja's subtle movements were utterly ineffective against Bulbasaur, which had undergone rigorous visual training. At the moment the first wave of energy blades collided with the Water Shuriken, the remaining energy seeds were directed toward Greninja by Bulbasaur. Ippin reacted swiftly, warning, Greninja, watch your side. Water Pulse. Ash calmly instructed, Vine Whip. Greninja executed Water Pulse, sending the incoming energy blades flying. Just when Greninja believed it had completely neutralized this wave of attacks, a whooshing sound echoed from both sides. In an instant, 2 Vine Whips struck Greninja's waist from either side, causing it to stumble precariously. Ash seized the opportunity, exclaiming, Sleep Powder. Bulbasaur released a cloud of pale yellow powder from the green seeds on its back. Ippin sensed impending danger and shouted, Greninja, use Water Pulse to escape. Greninja struggled to rise and unleashed Water Pulse, creating a whirlpool that absorbed the approaching sleep powder, carrying it skyward. A smirk crept onto Ash's lips. This was the moment he had been waiting for, powerful whips. Bulbasaur swiftly extended several Vine Whips through the water veil, mercilessly striking Greninja, which was maintaining Water Pulse. After delivering several blows, a radiant light of evolution enveloped Bulbasaur. In no time, a robust Ivysaur emerged before everyone. The evolved Ivysaur stood nearly 1.5 meters tall, significantly surpassing the standard height of 1 meter. and its level surged to match Greninja's. Chapter 175, Assault. Ippen's expression turned grave as he commanded, critical hit. Following his orders, Greninja launched a ferocious attack, conjuring a purple energy blade aimed directly at Ivysaur's head. Bind. The freshly evolved Ivysaur's eyes gleamed with determination as sturdy vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring Greninja's ankles. Greninja reacted quickly, evading the initial assault. But Ivysaur's onslaught was far from over. After a few evasive steps, Greninja inadvertently stumbled over a vine behind it. In that instant, the remaining vines swiftly converged, binding Greninja tightly. To have trained the bind technique to such a degree, Ash's prowess was indeed remarkable. Ippen, observing this scene, felt as though his perspective had been profoundly transformed. His Venusaur was limited to mere techniques such as Leaf Tornado and Grass Knot, and had never mastered anything beyond that, let alone achieved a lesser version of the frenzied plants. Upon witnessing his Greninja being thoroughly controlled, Ash commanded once more, Energy Ball. Venusaur unleashed a basketball-sized energy sphere towards Greninja, retracting its vines just before impact, leaving the bewildered Greninja to absorb the full force of the attack. Boom. With a resounding explosion, Greninja succumbed to the loss of combat capability. I lost. The defeated Greninja accepted its fate with grace. There was no way around it. Ash's prowess was overwhelming, transforming a simple skill into a grand move. Despite exerting every ounce of strength, Greninja could not break free from the binds of Grass Knot. The effectiveness of Grass Knot stemmed not only from Ash's enhancement of its grass-type energy with the power of creation, but also from Venusaur's own diligent efforts. Ash had merely hinted at a few forms of wood-release techniques from a neighboring shadow. Meanwhile, a group of uninvited guests arrived at the outskirts of the ninja village. All clad in the attire of ninjas, their faces obscured by various Pokémon masks. Leading them was a figure adorned in traditional samurai armor from the land of the rising sun. Under this individual's command, the sentries of the ninja village fell one by one. As the last guard collapsed, the group released a flock of armored birds that soared into the village from above. Following the conclusion of his battle with Greninja, Ash and his companions were invited by the ninja leader, Hans, to tour the village. The first stop was a shrine dedicated to their revered spirits. Nestled within a spacious cavern, the shrine housed not mere tablets, but 3 intricately carved Pokémon statues, the valiant brave bird, the molten ant-eater, and Greninja, standing with its back turned. Despite Greninja's turned posture, Ash and his friends immediately recognized its uniqueness, for it bore a striking resemblance to the bond between Ash and his Greninja, further affirmed by the colossal shuriken on its back. Hitron pondered aloud, "That Greninja seems familiar." To which, Ippen explained, "That is our village's benefactor. In the past, the villagers were fiercely combative until an unexpected battle escalated beyond control, putting the village's very existence at stake. During that crisis, it, along with other Pokémon, stepped forward to quell the conflict. We believe that when our village faces peril again, this heroic Greninja will surely return to aid us. In fact, it was this very hero that inspired me to choose Froakie as my partner." Heroic Greninja? How cool. I wonder how it compares to Ash's Greninja in terms of bond transformations, Eureka mused, envisioning a scene where Ash's Greninja and the heroic one faced off. Serena, seeing the resemblance through the lens of Ash's bond Greninja, grew increasingly convinced. Could this be the bond transformation of Greninja? She speculated. What is bond transformation? Ippen and his brothers inquired, puzzled, as they turned to Ash. With a smile, Ash replied, "It is the manifestation of the bond between Greninja and me. It indeed bears a striking resemblance to what you see here. I will demonstrate it for you when the opportunity arises." With the stone carving of the ninja village as a reference, Ash increasingly felt that the transformation of bonds was not an isolated occurrence, unless the Koga ninja frog depicted in the sculpture was indeed his own. Meanwhile, the ninja leader, Hans, was diligently polishing a shuriken gold seal in his chamber. Aaron approached with tea, remarking on his meticulousness. Hans chuckled, stating that the object was merely a decorative piece. The true essence of the ninja village lay in the trust of its inhabitants. The Pai had already acquired that most vital asset, and he was destined to become an exceptional leader. The shuriken gold seal served as the emblem of the ninja village's leader, but after so many years in his role, Hans understood that the so-called gold seal was merely symbolic. What truly mattered was the people's hearts. If the villagers were not united, the turmoil and wars of the past could very well resurface. At that moment, the infiltrators of the ninja village sprang into action. A regiment of armored birds launched a coordinated assault throughout the village, beams of destructive energy raining down, catching the villagers, who were preoccupied with the festival preparations. Completely off guard, the ground trembled as the vigilant villagers quickly activated the alert system, the wooden signs hanging from the rock walls shaking violently. What was happening? The sudden alarm left Ash and his companions bewildered. Something must have gone awry outside, the Pai said. The Pai commanded, "Let us head outside to investigate. Senpai, take Ash and the others to find the leader. I suspect this crisis is aimed directly at him." Understood. Senpai nodded. Ash turned to Hoopa, entrusting the task to him. Hoopa understood. He summoned a portal, creating a passageway leading directly to Hans's residence. In the urgency of the moment, Senpai had no time to marvel. The group swiftly traversed through the portal. Senpai shouted to Hans, "Leader, our brothers sent us to protect you." Just as he finished speaking, a sudden chill swept over them. Ash remarked, "Grandfather Hans, it seems those individuals' true target is you." "Aaron, Senpai, you take Ash and the others away. I can handle this." Hans, having deduced the identity of the intruders, knew he must remain to distract the enemy and not endanger the innocent. "Old man, you're quite advanced in age. Leave this to the younger generation," Ash urged. He took out a Pokeball, summoning Koga Ninja Frog. Water Shuriken. Upon receiving the command, Koga Ninja Frog unleashed an attack towards the source of the chilling presence. The wall crumbled, revealing a secret passage, alongside a warrior clad in a double-axe dragon mask. Accompanying the warrior was a Malamar, followed by a swarm of Ariados. One Ariados spat silk at Hans while Malamar enveloped the area in dark mist for cover. With a decisive command from Ash, Pikachu and Koga Ninja Frog charged forth. Serena and the others also summoned their Pokémon to join the fray. Witnessing this scene, Hans felt somewhat embarrassed. Just a moment ago, he feared endangering others, and now he worried that Ash and his friends might be too ruthless. What a predicament he found himself in. Chapter 176, Pacification. Damn it, how could there be experts protecting Hans? The warrior adorned with the dual-axe dragon mask was left bewildered. According to his scheme, the assault from those armored birds was certain to draw away the village's skilled fighters, allowing him to abduct Hans and thereby coerce the opposing side into relinquishing the throne of the ninja village to him. Ash cast a glance out the window, observing the villagers of the ninja clan struggling helplessly against the armored birds, and sighed in exasperation. Hoopa, open a door to the ground below. As a passageway opened, Ash positioned himself at its center and summoned forth his other Pokeballs. "Come forth, everyone." In an instant, all of Ash's Pokémon, save for the legendary ones, emerged. Infernape, Venusaur, and Gardevoir, keep an eye on everyone. The rest of you, unleash your attacks. Those armored birds are our foes. Upon hearing that there was a battle to be fought, the fiery little monkey, Infernape, leaped into action, unleashing Flamethrower upon the birds in the sky. Other Pokémon, including Zubat, Snorlax, and Lucario, showcased their prowess in a vigorous assault against the armored foes. With Ash's Pokémon joining the fray, the pressure on Ipin and Nipin significantly diminished, and the previously ineffectual Greninja and Venusaur finally began to strike their adversaries with accuracy. Hans, witnessing the tide of battle shift in favor of the villagers due to the intervention of Ash and his companions, let out a resigned sigh. "Ah, Kaji, you have lost. It is time to concede." "You are Kaji." Aaron's pupils constricted in surprise. She had not anticipated that the invaders of the ninja village were once her comrades. If it was indeed former allies leading the charge, everything fell into place, explaining why they had been caught off guard without warning from the sentinels. "Humph, Hans. I shall prove that my choice is the correct one. This time, consider yourselves fortunate to have a formidable ally." Having had his identity exposed, Kaji no longer intended to linger and swiftly turned to make his escape. To wish to flee now was to underestimate us gravely. Ash had no intention of meddling in the internal conflicts of the ninja village. However, since Kaji had come forth to seek a confrontation, he felt compelled to respond. As he spoke, he commanded Greninja to initiate its bond transformation. That was, gazing upon the familiar silhouette of the bond Greninja, Hans, Aaron, and Nipin gasped in astonishment. "Is that the hero?" Hans found himself unable to regain his composure. Facing the bond Greninja, Kaji's mentality unraveled. He had merely wished to showcase his strength and prove himself more deserving of the leadership position than Ipin. He had never anticipated that in the midst of this turmoil, he would encounter the legendary hero Greninja, especially standing opposed to him. "I shall dominate the entire ninja village. Mawile, use Metal Claw." To become the leader of the ninja village, Kaji felt no fear, even when faced with the legendary hero Greninja. "Greninja, strike at the vital points." Before Mawile could even land a strike with its Metal Claw, Greninja swiftly delivered a palm strike to its chest. In that moment, Mawile felt an overwhelming sense of misfortune as its body was sent flying. "Mawile, what are you doing? Quickly rally yourself and use Ultimate Impact. Smokescreen. Then employ Shadow Clone." After releasing a cloud of smoke, Greninja utilized the cover to instantaneously create dozens of afterimages. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Marshadao had no choice but to charge towards the nearest Greninja, only to collide with mere phantoms on 7 or 8 occasions. At that moment, the true form of the bonded Greninja emerged from the side, launching a water shuriken that caught Marshadao off guard, yet it did not interrupt Marshado's ultimate assault. Redirecting its course, Marshadao lunged at the bonded Greninja. With all its might, the bonded Greninja withstood Marshado's onslaught. However, due to the aftereffects of the ultimate move, Marshadao found itself in a state of paralysis, unable to move. The Greninja unleashed its final water shuriken. Drawing a shuriken from its back, it spun it at high velocity. with torrents of water merging into it, its diameter expanding to over 2 meters in mere moments. Marshadao could only watch helplessly as the water shuriken struck it. The impact sent Marshadao careening far away until it crashed against the wall, where it finally came to a halt. Jingyu rushed to Marshadao's side, exclaiming loudly, "Get up, Marshadao! What are you doing? Stand and continue the fight." Hearing his desperate calls, Marshadao mustered all its strength to rise. "The outcome is already determined. Jingyu, cease your efforts." Hanzo approached, attempting to dissuade him. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The position of the leader." Before Jingyu could finish his sentence, Ash pointed towards the plaza below, stating, "Your comrades have all been captured. If you don't care for your Pokémon, then surely you must consider your companions? What are you saying?" Jingyu attempted to retort, but through the window, he witnessed the situation in the plaza. The ninjas he had gathered over the years had been utterly defeated, and even his most loyal follower, Binta, was no exception. "Have I lost?" He struggled to accept the harsh reality. Hanzo sighed. "Jingyu, it seems you still do not comprehend. The leader of the ninjas is not chosen through brute force. It is through selflessness that one possesses what you do not. Aaron, take him away for some reflection." "Yes." After Jingyu was escorted away, Hanzo approached the bonded Greninja, scrutinizing it intently. Ash inquired, "Old man Hanzo, you must have intentionally remained here waiting for Jingyu, correct?" "Clearly." This was yet another trial, a test directed at Ipin, as well as a trial for the future leader of the ninja village. However, this trial had yet to fully unfold before Ash disrupted it. He wagered that this old man's plans were likely unknown even to Aaron. After a long silence, Hanzo slowly remarked, "Regardless of the circumstances, Ash, I must thank you for your assistance this time, as long as you don't blame us for ruining your good deeds." "Old man," Ash replied with a smile. He chose not to concern himself with Jingyu and his followers' fate. In any case, given the current situation, Jingyu was a pitiable figure, unwittingly serving as a stepping stone. After the turmoil subsided, the villagers of the ninja village set about restoring the damaged festival plaza. The following day, the ninja festival proceeded as usual. After the festival concluded, Ash and his companions departed the ninja village through Hoopa's rings, continuing their journey. Chapter 177, The Union Conference. After departing from the ninja village, Ash and his companions continued their journey towards Icy Snow City. As they passed a Pokémon Center, Serena learned that a Triple Crown satellite contest was about to be held in a nearby town called Kinari. In pursuit of Serena's third princess key, the group promptly altered their route to head towards Kinari. This town, renowned for its interconnected differences, is famously adorned with waterfalls that grace its landscape, where numerous cascades can be found in abundance. The venue for the Triple Crown satellite contest is situated above a lake where all the waterfalls converge. With Eevee nestled in her arms, Serena gazed at the distant stage, her face illuminated by a smile. "Eevee, look, that is the stage where you will debut and perform today." Eevee, having overcome its social anxiety through numerous street performances, displayed no trace of fear, its eyes shining with anticipation as it fixed its gaze upon the stage. Ash encouraged, "Go for it, Serena. Aim to secure that final princess key." In the original story, the outcome of this contest saw Jessie's victory, largely due to Eevee's slip-up during the performance. However, Ash believed that Eevee, even in the presence of a larger audience, would not succumb to stage fright this time. As long as Eevee performed flawlessly, Serena's triumph was a foregone conclusion. Indeed, Serena nodded emphatically. Ash affectionately ruffled Eevee's head, saying, "Eevee, you must do your best. Show your dance to even more people." "Eevee." Suddenly, a familiar voice called out from behind them. Unlike their last encounter, Ningning was now accompanied by a new companion, a Gothita, which seemed to be a newly captured Pokémon. Serena stepped forward to greet her. "Ningning, it's been a while. Is this Gothita your latest capture?" Ningning nodded, replying, "Indeed, I captured it specifically for the final princess key." This revelation left Ash and his friends momentarily astonished. After all, Ningning had not secured a single key during the previous contest. Yet here she was, having amassed 2 keys in such a short span, an undeniable rival. Serena chuckled. "What a coincidence. I too am merely 1 key away, and I shall not yield it to you." After exchanging pleasantries, Serena and Ningning entered the waiting area for the contest, while Ash and his companions took a seat in the audience with Eevee. Unlike previous competitions, this Kinari contest was divided into 2 segments, a themed performance during the day and a free performance in the evening. Ladies and gentlemen who cherish Pokémon, the Maiden Festival, the rookie level of the Triple Crown Satellite Contest, the Kinari Contest, is about to commence with elegance and splendor. I am Pierre, the Dreamweaver of Love. Pierre, adorned in a classic blue gown, made his entrance from the stage's elevation platform, aiming for a spectacular showdown worthy of the Kalos Queen. The victor of this contest would receive the coveted Princess Key. Today's themed performance is a Pokémon Showcases competition. No sooner had Pierre finished his declaration than an entire set of tools and various materials were brought forth on the platform. Unlike the previous showcases, this time, only 1 workbench was raised. Today's performance of the Biofuel is not merely about crafting exquisite pastries. but also requires each performer to present a dazzling display that showcases their creative process. The scoring will draw upon a voting system, entirely determined by the audience in attendance. Those performers who attain a specified number of votes will advance directly to the next round of free performances. Let us commence without delay. The first contestant to take the stage is Ning Ning, who has assembled all her partners. The Gothitelle utilizes its psychic powers to levitate the necessary fruits, while the leek duck employs a series of precise cuts. The Mimikyu holds a bowl beneath to catch the ingredients. After an elaborate and flamboyant display, Ning Ning easily meets the voting threshold for advancement. Next up is Musashi, whose Pokémon partners are the Gardevoir and Meowth. Gardevoir demonstrates remarkable speed while whipping cream, and Meowth frantically slices the fruits, ultimately imprinting a Meowth coin design onto the biofuel base. Thus, Musashi also effortlessly secures her place in the next round. As each performer steps forward to complete their creations, it soon becomes Sally's turn, accompanied by a mischievous panda and a nearly perfect doll. The panda sets the atmosphere by striking kitchenware to create background music. Sally and the doll incorporate cheerful dance steps into their process. With her vast experience, Sally swiftly gains the audience's approval and advances to the free performance round. Following Sally's announcement of advancement, Pierre declares a break in the competition, with the second round set to commence in the evening. As twilight descends, the venue's lights illuminate the surroundings, casting a glow over the waterfalls. The sequence for the second round unfolds according to the order of advancement from the previous round, with Ning Ning naturally being the first to perform. She takes the stage as a magnificent Gothitelle, and the performance begins with Mimikyu casting a fine snow, while Leek Duck employs a series of cuts to ensure it blankets the entire stage. Gothitelle lifts Ning Ning into the air with its psychic strength, and Mimikyu uses the move Kiss from an Angel, culminating in Leek Duck executing a final cut to shatter the enchanted kiss. The Pumpkaboo propels Musashi into the air, who then plummets towards Gardevoir. Gardevoir counters with a double edge, sending Musashi back into the embrace of the Pumpkaboo. This daring performance vividly illustrates Musashi's bold and tenacious spirit. The climactic act features Gardevoir refracting a shadow ball, which collides with the Pumpkaboo's seed bomb, creating a dazzling display of fireworks against the night sky. Overall, Musashi's performance proves to be far more visually captivating than Ning Ning's. As the final performer, Sally emerges with her partners, Eevee and Fennekin. Fennekin ignites the atmosphere with a burst of flames to commence the act, while Sally and Eevee dance joyously at the center of the stage. With Sally's assistance, Eevee executes a series of challenging flips, showcasing elegance and agility that captivates the audience's attention. Following the flips, Fennekin conjures a fiery vortex, sprinting through circles of fire before leaping gracefully onto a branch held aloft. The final act culminated in Selena passing the fiery branch to the long-tailed fox, while Eevee gracefully performed flips in harmony, concluding the performance with the grand explosion of flames from the long-tailed fox. No mishaps occurred during the show, and Selena undoubtedly emerged as the ultimate victor of the competition. In the final voting, Selena dominated her competitors with an overwhelming score, securing the third Princess Key. Selena obtained her ticket to the master-level competition of the Triple Crown Satellite Tournament. Chapter 178, The End Cave, Team Flare reappears. After acquiring the third Princess Key in Lianli Town, Ash and his companions continued their journey towards Inksnow City, arriving at the entrance of the End Cave that day. The End Cave serves as the lair of the mythical Pokémon Zygarde, one of its two core forms, and upon entering, Xiao exhibited considerable excitement. This location had been abandoned for several years, but it had now transformed into a thriving habitat for Pokémon, reputed to be favored by trainers. Selena, holding an electronic map, explained with a smile that the End Cave was not only Zygarde's lair in the past, but also a bountiful mine. However, most of the mineral resources had been depleted, leaving it a desolate mountain. The cave's passages were intricate and labyrinthine, and perhaps due to the residual aura of the deity, it was inhabited by a variety of Pokémon, such as Ariados, Cottonee, and Pumpkaboo. The abundance of diverse Pokémon, coupled with the adventurous experience it offered, prompted Shanghai to recommend the End Cave as an extraordinary treasure trove to Ash and his friends. As Ash glanced around at the visible Pokémon within the cave, he noted that the wild Pokémon here were of considerable power, with the lowest being elite level. Ariados, Cottonee, and Pumpkaboo. The sight of so many unfamiliar Pokémon thrilled Eulogia. Speaking of Pumpkaboo, Ash recalled a peculiar tactic involving the shrinking trick, which had been employed by a certain cunning trainer, Cao Ping, during the Sinnoh Lily of the Valley Conference. In addition to Pumpkaboo, Ash's aura vision revealed numerous rock-type Pokémon. At that moment, Xiao suddenly leaped from Eulogia's satchel and dashed deeper into the cave. Ash felt exasperated by Xiaowan's impulsive actions. He understood that Xiaowan was concerned about the situation regarding the other core, yet its reckless behavior left him speechless. As Xiaowan scurried about, Ash and his companions ventured deeper into the cave. In the pitch-black environment, Ash tossed out two Pokeballs, calling forth Infernape and Chimchar. I'm joining too. Long-tailed fox, please. Selena also released her long-tailed fox for illumination. The flames from the three Pokémon illuminated their surroundings, and they quickly spotted Xiao, who was curiously scanning the area. Xiao, what are you searching for? Eulogia inquired. Ignoring her question, Xiao swept its gaze around and soon found the direction to proceed. Under its guidance, they arrived at a fissure, where Xiao had already begun to burrow underground. Ash turned to Hoopa and said, Hoopa, it's up to you. All right. Hoopa removed a halo and cast it towards the fissure, and moments later, a dimensional portal was established. As they passed through the halo, the group found themselves in a vast underground cavern, where a pool emanated an unusual green glow at its center. Xiao was comfortably submerged in the water, eyes closed, appearing to be in a state of bliss. The special energy contained within the pool rapidly integrated into its being. What is Xiao doing? Yulijia inquired with curiosity. Xiaoji explained. That pool is the resting place of Zygarde, infused with the immense energy left by Zygarde's complete form. Xiao is absorbing that energy to bolster its own power in order to communicate with another core. I see. Xiao seems to be quite at ease. I would like to try it too. Yulijia expressed her eagerness to leap into the pool and join Xiao in its enjoyment. Xiaoji quickly reached out to restrain her, saying, Yulijia, that energy is meant for Zygarde alone. Humans cannot utilize it. Let us not disturb Xiao for now. At that moment, having absorbed sufficient energy, Xiao radiated a green light and called out to another core located far away. With the power of creation as a medium, Xiaoji effortlessly accessed the encrypted channel for private communication between the two cores. Xiao asked, Have those humans done anything to you? Core 2 replied, I am unharmed. Not only Xiaoji, present at the scene, detected the exchange between Zygarde's two cores, the Flare team's mobile detection station also picked up on it. Core 1 emitted a strong fluctuation, indicating it was communicating with Core 2. Hearing that both cores had responded, Flare team scientist Caselrose commanded, Quickly, pinpoint the location of Core 2. Understood. Ake by mockingly remarked, Legendary Pokémon are indeed foolish. Isn't this operation merely revealing our whereabouts? It is not their folly. Rather, our detection equipment is simply too advanced. MOMG chuckled. These two Flare team operatives had recently attempted to capture Core 2 in the ruins of End. But unfortunately, the cavern served as Zygarde's lair, and even in its 50 form, Core 2 had incapacitated the two operatives, nearly burying them alive within the cave. However, compared to Claire, who was apprehended by Xiaoji, these two teams fared relatively well, suffering only minor injuries. Outside the ruins of End, two additional Flare team operatives arrived. One of them was Claire, who had been captured by Xiaoji, and the other, with green hair, was named Bala. These two were tasked with capturing Xiao. Yes, the two of them, with serious expressions, led a group of subordinates towards the depths of the ruins of End. Xiao confirmed that Core 2 was not captured by the Flare team, and after advising the other to remain safe, it severed the encrypted chat connection. Even though Xiaoji possessed the power granted by Arceus, which made him worthy of Pokémon's trust, Xiao chose not to disclose the fact that it was traveling with Xiaoji and the others. If Xiao represented the emotional aspect of Zygarde, then Core 2 embodied pure rationality. Due to the Flare team's reckless intrusion into the ruins of End, Core 2 developed a suspicion towards humanity. Little soft. The Flare team is here. Xiaoji turned his gaze to the other side, where a hidden listening device had been installed over the water pool. He had discovered it long ago and chose to ignore it, simply biding his time for the Flare team to walk straight into his trap. Suddenly, several missile needles shot towards Little Soft from the opposite side of the pool, aimed directly at her. Pikachu, use Thunderball. Pikachu unleashed a Thunderball, successfully blocking all the incoming missile needles. Chapter 179, Zygarde 10 for me. As the smoke from the explosion cleared, Claire and Bella, accompanied by a group of Flare team members, emerged before everyone. Claire, visibly pleased, declared, Professor Xiaoji, you are surrounded. Do not make a move. Xiaoji chuckled lightly. Claire, it seems that Fladear has pulled you out too quickly. You still haven't learned your lesson after your last encounter. Do not think that bringing a few extra helpers makes you formidable. Professor Xiaoji, it is an honor to finally meet you. My name is Bella. As a researcher in evolution, I must advise you that the power of the gods is beyond your control. Bella tossed a Pokeball, releasing a Bisharp, and with one hand on her hip, she grinned. I hope you understand. You should return this child to us. Pokémon, Bisharp, Bella, type, dark. Steel, gender, male, strength, gym level, 42. Ability, defiant, attack significantly increases when its stats are lowered. Item, evolutionary stone, enhances defense and abilities of Pokémon that can still evolve. Moves, Iron Head, Night Slash, Swords Dance, Metal Claw, Pursuit. I have no desire to reason with you. Prepare to repent in jail. Xiaoji casually threw out a Pokeball, summoning Greninja, Gardevoir, Galade, Woobat, and Litten. Upon witnessing this, Claire swallowed hard, suppressing her fear, and waved her hand, signaling her subordinates to unleash their Pokémon, Drampa and Aria. Xiao Ruzhi commanded his Litten to face off against Bisharp, while Infernape stood guard nearby, and Greninja targeted Claire Sizer, with Gardevoir focusing on clearing the lesser opponents. Serena and Scythrin also summoned their Pokémon to assist. Pikachu, Hoopa, and Bulbasaur stealthily arrived behind the Flare team through a dimensional portal, completely blocking their retreat. Alright, Litten, this is your first opponent as a trainer. Go ahead, use Flamethrower. As Bella saw Claire Sizer being mercilessly beaten by Greninja, she could only grit her teeth and command, Shadow Claw. Bisharp swung at Shadow Claw, attempting to tear through Litten's Flamethrower. However, trained under Infernape's guidance, Litten suddenly changed its tactic, transforming the Flamethrower into multiple fireballs that shot forth in rapid succession. Bisharp repeatedly swung its arms to defend, but soon its blades were charred black by the flames. Having only recently trained with Infernape, Litten was merely at the elite level, and even though its type advantage could inflict damage, it was still rather limited. Bella issued another command, Terrifying Countenance. The commander of Slashing wielded a fierce demeanor, intending to intimidate the young attendant, Tan. However, Tan had long since developed immunity to such theatrical displays of menace, and the commander's assault failed to make any significant impact. Xiao Ruan. At that moment, Eulogia suddenly shouted. Xiao Ruzhi turned to see Xiao Ruan, in a perplexing twist, had inadvertently dashed into the fray between Alurado and Team Flare, as Shinado prepared to use Psychic to extract Xiao Ruan from the battlefield. A series of green lights illuminated the cavern, revealing numerous cells that bore a striking resemblance to Xiao Ruan. These cells surged toward her, transforming her from a tadpole-like figure into one resembling a Doberman. Pokémon, Zygarde, 10 form. Type, Dragon, Ground. Gender, genderless. Strength, High Elite, 60. Ability, Aura Break, reverses the effects of Aura, reducing their power. Power Construct, when at half strength, cells will rush to assist, transforming into complete form. Item None. Moves, Mystical Shield, Earth Power, Dragon Breath, Stomp, Sandstorm. Witnessing Xiao Ruan's transformation into her 10 form, Team Flare visibly panicked. Just recently, they had been bested by Zygarde's 50 form, and now a new form had emerged. Xiao Ruan. Eulogia exclaimed, astonished. Is this evolution? Hytron questioned, perplexed. Xiao Ruzhi shook his head, clarifying, it is merely Zygarde's 10-cell fusion form. With a roar, Zygarde unleashed Earth Power upon Team Flare's ranks. A blinding green light erupted from the ground, as mounds of earth and stone surged toward Team Flare. In a single strike, the weaker members of Team Flare were instantly incapacitated, including the Dragon King Scorpion and the commander of Slashing, who both fell unconscious. With great effort, Bala rose to her feet, tossing out a Pokeball. Cool Leopard, seize it. Raikou, you join the fray. Claire also threw out a second Pokeball. Shinado. Alurado, take care of them. Upon receiving their orders, Shinado and Alurado simultaneously teleported, appearing beside Cool Leopard and Raikou, one unleashing magical flames while the other wielded a holy sword. With a single strike, both Cool Leopard and Raikou were rendered incapable of battle. Bulbasaur. Use Vine Whip to ensnare them, commanded Xiao Ruzhi. Bulbasaur executed Vine Whip, binding the members of Team Flare and their Pokémon together, to ensure they could not escape. Xiao Ruzhi had Pikachu deliver a powerful Thunderbolt as a warning. Seeing Xiao Ruzhi and his companions easily subdue Team Flare, the Hidden Team Rocket trio felt immense relief at their decision to abstain from the confrontation. As before, Xiao Ruzhi instructed Hoopa to open a portal to the Miare City Police Station, sending Claire and Ba La to collect their bounty. Due to Claire's previous capture, her bounty was significantly reduced, and the lesser members were worth little. However, Ba La's bounty was substantial enough to improve the group's sustenance for several months. After spending a night in the Terminus Cave, Ash and his companions continued their journey towards Snowpoint City the following day. Just as they were about to exit the cave, Xiaoruan received a communication from Tu. The threat posed by humans has escalated once more. Sever all contact with them, and take care to conceal yourselves. It was evident that Tu had shared in Xiaoruan's ordeal from the previous day, as the actions of Team Flare had thoroughly incensed Tu, prompting it to express utter disappointment in humanity. Xiaoruan, I cannot concur. I wish to observe humans up close. Tu, I regret my inability to agree. Humans disrupt the order and are agents of destruction. Kalos is perilously nearing ruin due to their devastation. Tu's tone was imbued with unwavering rationality, embodying the emotion that a judge of order should possess, merciless towards all yet equitable to all. Xiaoruan, this is not solely my choice. A certain individual has chosen a human to bear a portion of authority. Upon receiving Xiaoruan's transmission, Tu nearly experienced a system failure. It promptly utilized nearby cells to observe the situation of Ash and his companions. Soon, it detected the powers of creation and aura emanating from Ash. Chapter 180, Woobat and Flabb B. After departing from the Terminus Cave, Ash and his party arrived at a hillside adorned with blooming flowers. Serena and Citra released their Pokémon to enjoy the fresh air. Ash also let his Pokémon out, As Shawnade and Alakazam matured, his training focus shifted to Woobat, Charcoal, Snorlax, and Little Lion. As for Bulbasaur and Infernape, they had already developed their combat capabilities, and aside from the necessary daily training that Ash supervised, he need not worry about finding wild opponents for battle. Once the other Pokémon wandered off to play, Ash dedicated time to enhance the training of the four little ones. Woobat, summon your spirit, and unleash Dragon Dive towards Snorlax. Snorlax, roll away. Charcoal and Little Lion unleash Flamethrower at each other, maximizing the flame's temperature and duration. In their paired practice, Charcoal and Little Lion proved to be a source of relief for Ash, while Snorlax and Woobat were a different story altogether. Woobat's Dragon Dive was a hereditary move, yet it had yet to master it. The posture was there, but the dragon energy had not been harnessed. Time and again, it was sent flying by Snorlax's roll. The essence of Dragon Dive lies in one's spirit. One must unreservedly release their aura to intimidate the opponent, then charge with all their might. Ash once again broke down the move for Woobat to facilitate its mastery. After half an hour of intensive training, Serena and her nearly exhausted doll treated the four little ones as patients. Under the care of the super doll, their stamina swiftly recuperated. As soon as they recovered, Charcoal and Little Lion dashed towards Infernape. Snorlax, undeterred by earlier failures, buried its head in the flowers, searching for what it deemed the most beautiful bloom to present to Infernape. Alas, Infernape was not fond of Snorlax. It not only discarded the flower, but also gave Snorlax a severe reprimand with Bulbasaur. Undeterred by repeated setbacks, Snorlax believed that this was merely a test from Infernape. In the midst of the quartet, the Woobat was unrestrained by the constraints of the wrestling Hawlucha, flitting about with joyous abandon. It incessantly tested Ash's boundaries. And having reached the forest's edge without hearing Ash's calls, Woobat dove headlong into the depths of the woods. Naturally, Ash sensed Woobat's direction, yet he felt no urge to intervene. This Woobat was far from the baby Pokémon of the original narrative. It had long mastered moves such as Steel Wing, Acrobatics, and Air Slash, which it could no longer utilize in the same manner as before. In a secluded part of the forest, a Shroomish meticulously drew the pattern of its cap on the ground, subsequently plucking a few flowers to practice its declarations of affection. Surrounding it were 3 Beedrill, observing its earnest endeavors. Just as Shroomish was engrossed in its practice, the oblivious Woobat, lost in the ecstasy of flight, collided head-on with Shroomish. The collision knocked Shroomish to the ground, and Woobat inadvertently landed squarely on the flowers that Shroomish had prepared. Witnessing the crushed blossoms, Shroomish's temper flared, and it vociferously admonished Woobat for its folly. The 3 Beedrill, witnessing their leader's ire, swiftly encircled Woobat. Realizing it had caused a calamity, Woobat hastily apologized and, in a bid to make amends, presented an energy cube typically used to bribe wild Pokémon during battles. However, Shroomish was entirely ungrateful, swatting the energy cube away before unleashing a barrage of poison powder, intent on teaching Woobat a lesson. In response to Shroomish's unreasonable aggression, Woobat retaliated with an Air Slash, dispersing the poisonous spores. The flying-type move proved exceptionally effective against Shroomish's dual grass and fighting type, causing considerable distress to the Beedrill caught in the attack. Woobat's counterattack incensed Shroomish further. It sprang to its feet, its right arm thrusting forward with force, capturing Woobat in a vice-like grip before delivering a sonic punch. The Beedrill also launched a poison sting assault towards Woobat. Having felt the impact of Shroomish's sonic punch and recognizing the seriousness of the situation, Woobat refrained from further restraint and executed an acrobatics maneuver to evade. Seizing the opportunity, Shroomish once again unleashed its poison powder, enveloping Woobat in a toxic cloud. Despite its weakened state from the poison, Woobat managed to unleash an Air Slash, though the attack ultimately fell short, crashing into a nearby tree. By the time others arrived at the scene, both Shroomish and the Beedrill had vanished without a trace. Woobat, now afflicted by poison, lay helplessly on the ground. Yet beside it stood a Flabb bee, clutching a flower. A soothing fragrance emanated from the bloom held tightly by Flabb bee, visibly improving Woobat's condition. It was aromatherapy. With Flabb bee attending to Woobat's needs, Ash felt a wave of relief wash over him. Before long, Woobat had fully recovered, fluttering its wings and flying over to Flabb bee to engage in a delightful exchange. Remarkably, despite their inherent type disadvantages, one being dragon and the other pure fairy, they seemed to overlook such disparities in their camaraderie. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept through, forcibly whisking Flabb bee away, leaving it in a state of panic. Pokémon like Flabb bee, akin in size to flowers, are easily swept away by even the slightest breeze. Though they possess an innate ability to ride the wind, the current they faced was peculiar and overwhelming. Flabb bee attempted to regain its balance, but struggled against the relentless gale. Ash gazed at the Flabb bee perched upon the back of the Woobat and softly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Flabb bee." The Flabb bee, a fairy-type Pokémon of female gender and an elite-level novice, bore the ability Flower Veil, which prevents the grass-type Pokémon on Ash's side from experiencing diminished capabilities or status ailments. It was unencumbered by any held items and possessed an array of skills including Fairy Wind, Wish, Aromatherapy, and Lucky Chant. Flabb smiled and shook its head, as if to convey that it was merely a trivial matter. Clearly, this little creature had a delightful disposition and a habit of being helpful. Serena, upon observing the Pokédex information about Flabb, exclaimed, "Oh, it seems that many Flabb migrate through this area every year, riding the monsoon winds." Eureka, puzzled, remarked, "But there's only this one here. The migration period must not have begun yet." Ash replied with a smile, "Indeed, we are currently in a transitional season, and the winds that would accommodate Flabb's migration have yet to form." Unbeknownst to them, whatever Flabb communicated to Woobat invigorated the latter, which joyfully soared through the skies with Flabb, executing a variety of intricate aerial maneuvers with ease. Cithrin, bemused, questioned, "How is it that a dragon type and a fairy type can coexist so harmoniously?" Ash responded with a grin. Type and breeding groups are never the decisive factors in Pokémon relationships. It is their personalities that truly govern their bonds. Eureka teased, "Brother, you really are quite slow on the uptake." Chapter 181, Serena's sixth Pokémon. Not far away, the Shroomish, who had just departed moments ago, observed Flabb frolicking with other Pokémon and felt a surge of frustration, particularly because the interloper was the very Woobat that had trampled its flowers, igniting its fury even further. Serena presented a Poffle to them, declaring, "This is a token of gratitude for you, Flabb." Upon noticing this, Woobat swooped down to the table, carefully discerning the aroma of the Poffle, and offered a piece to Flabb in a display of treasure-like reverence. Flabb accepted it without hesitation and began to dance in rhythm with Woobat's flight. As Serena watched the two little creatures joyfully dance, a whimsical thought struck her, and she inquired, "Flabb, would you like to travel with us?" Ever since encountering Madame Flora and Flabb in the Great Marsh, Serena had entertained the idea of capturing and nurturing Flabb. However, at that time, Ash had requested Madame Flora to substitute for the Slurpuff as the protector of the wetlands, and Flabb, having just recovered from illness, had deterred her from speaking up. Later, during their visit to the Aroma Gym, witnessing Miette's desire to capture Flabb rekindled Serena's ambition, leading her to select an ensemble inspired by Madame Flora for the fashion show. Now, observing a Flabb that excelled in dancing amidst the gentle breeze, she was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Upon hearing Serena's invitation, Flabb naturally flew onto her shoulder, a gesture that unmistakably declared its affirmation to all present. Serena deftly retrieved a Pokeball and successfully captured Flabb, promptly releasing it once more. Woobat, without a doubt, was the most jubilant of all. The plump Hallie and Hallie were nearly consumed by envy, both yearning for the affections of Selena's EV. In their fervent desire, they willingly played the role of sycophants, showering attention upon her, yet their efforts were met with indifference. Meanwhile, the Woobat, simply due to its ability to fly, had astonishingly managed to find a girlfriend, which seemed utterly unjust. At that moment, a Shroomish, accompanied by 3 Beedrills, approached. They disregarded Ash and his companions, boldly stepping before the Flabb. The Shroomish assertively reached out, attempting to seize Flabb into its embrace. Observing this, Woobat rushed forward and knocked the Shroomish's hand away. Pokémon, Shroomish, type, grass, fighting, gender, male, level, professional advanced, 34. Ability, affect Spore. Upon being attacked, it may inflict poison, paralysis, or sleep on the opponent that makes contact. Item, none. Moves, Spore, Poison Powder, Leech Seed, Headbutt. Sonic Punch. Ash cast a glance at the Shroomish's stats and inquired of Woobat, "Woobat, was it them that poisoned you earlier?" Both Shroomish and Beedrill wielded poison-type moves, with Shroomish's ability being particularly troublesome. Woobat nodded, its gaze towards Shroomish filled with wariness. The Shroomish casually brushed aside Woobat and, with a coy demeanor, presented a freshly picked bouquet to Flabb. Flabb's reaction mirrored that of EV when it had rebuffed Hallie, retreating behind Selena. Eurygia exclaimed in indignation, "What a barbaric act! Flabb clearly does not fancy you, Shroomish. Release it at once." Selena, equally furious, declared, "Shroomish, Flabb is my Pokémon now. Let it go, or we shall not be so courteous." Unperturbed, Shroomish clutched Flabb and attempted to venture deeper into the forest. Ash interjected, "Woobat, teach them a lesson." This one-sided love triangle was not a novel occurrence for Ash. He understood that rational communication would not resolve the issue. Thus he opted for a battle as a means of resolution. This would also serve as a means of vengeance for Woobat. Hector remained utterly perplexed, unable to fathom how a simple situation had devolved into a Pokémon battle. Remarkably, Woobat's level was slightly higher than that of Shroomish. Ash had already begun contemplating where to find a worthy opponent to facilitate Woobat's evolution. Shroomish, being quite the spirited Pokémon, dismissed its 3 companions and readied itself to engage Woobat in a true contest of strength. It leaped into action, unleashing a Seed Bomb, which Woobat countered with Sonic Wave, resulting in an explosive clash. Seizing the opportunity, Shroomish charged at Woobat, catching it off guard. As Shroomish extended its arm to grasp Woobat, it unleashed a headbutt. Anticipating this, Woobat retaliated with a wing attack to counter Shroomish's headbutt, although the headbutt mitigated some damage. The effectiveness of flying-type moves against grass and fighting types was no laughing matter, leaving Shroomish dazed after a few strikes. With the prelude complete, Woobat propelled itself towards Shroomish with a fierce tackle. Dragon Dive. The formidable Dragon-type move extinguished all hopes and rendered the mushroom Pokémon unconscious. With the battle concluded, Floragato approached to heal both Woobat and the mushroom Pokémon, simultaneously reiterating her steadfast rejection of the latter's affections. Struck down by a rival and then spurned by his beloved, the mushroom Pokémon succumbed to despair and departed, accompanied by 3B Drill, in a state of melancholy. As evening approached, a gentle breeze swept across the meadow, bringing with it a multitude of Floragato that glided gracefully above the heads of the onlookers. Gazing at the countless Floragato, Eureka exclaimed, "These are indeed the Floragato that Selena spoke of, carried by the monsoon. How magnificent!" Indeed, Hytron could not help but echo her sentiments. Chapter 182, The Ball. On their journey towards the city of Ink Snow, Ash and his companions arrived at a Pokémon Center nestled within the forest. After entrusting their Pokémon to Nurse Joy for rejuvenation, Selena began grooming her Pokémon. Having finished grooming her Eevee and Floragato, a quarrel ensued between Pancham and Fennekin over the order of grooming. Ultimately, it was Selena's plush toy, the nearly doll-like companion, that employed Healing Pulse to soothe their discord. Once her Pokémon were groomed, Selena whimsically decided to check if Aria had uploaded any new Pokémon clips. Upon logging into her account, she discovered an email. The sender was Pierre, the host of the Champion Satellite Tournament. Inside the email was an invitation and a video. The video revealed that Pierre was hosting a ball, inviting all performers who participated in the tournament. The condition for attendance was that each participant and their Pokémon must form a male-female pair, and the ball also promised the attendance of Queen Aria from Kalos. Upon learning that Aria would be a special guest at the ball, Selena felt a flutter of excitement. However, the requirement of pairing up made her glance towards Ash. Ash smiled and said, "If you want to go, then go ahead." Selena's face flushed crimson, and to alleviate the awkwardness, she quickly turned to her Pokémon, asking, "Who among you wishes to join me?" Pancham was about to step forward when it dawned on her that the invitation was directed at all performers. And upon consideration of the possibility of encountering a Flabb bee, she decisively shook her head in refusal. Eevee, however, seemed eager, exuding enthusiasm for dancing. Observing Eevee's desire to participate, Fennekin and the others graciously stepped aside. But the Pokémon must form a team. Hytron reminded them. This posed a dilemma. None of Ash's Pokémon were adept at dancing, let alone pairing with Eevee. Although the little Litten's physique was suitable, it had an affinity for mischief and violence. The infatuated Eevee's bulky Bounsweet was overlooked by Ash for a simple reason, its tendency to cause chaos. Eureka interjected, "Brother, why not bring out Diglett? Eevee seems quite fond of Diglett." Thus, Ash and Selena formed a team, with Selena's Eevee pairing with Diglett. Should the need arise for more Pokémon, Ash still had a shiny Gardevoir and an Alakazam at his disposal. According to the address on the invitation, a group swiftly arrived outside a grand castle. "Hello, Ash." And Selena, Hytron, Yuliga. A girl with blue hair seemingly appeared beside Ash in an instant. "Are you all attending the ball as well? Would you like to join my team?" "Me Rufi." Selena interjected, pushing the blue-haired girl away from Ash, her tone resolute. "Ash is already on my team. Is that so? What a pity." Me Rufi felt a tinge of disappointment at not being able to tease Selena, her gaze then shifting to Hytron. "I suppose you haven't found a partner yet? I can reluctantly take you along." "Huh, but I'm not very good at it." Me Rufi paid no heed to Hytron's reservations, firmly taking his hand and leading him into the castle. She needed one more teammate to meet the participation requirements, and with everyone else already in pairs, there was no time to find someone else. As for Me Rufi's Pokémon partner, Ash had no choice but to sacrifice Pikachu for the cause. After all, the rules did not stipulate that each partner's Pokémon had to be from the same team. The scale of the ball was quite grand, with numerous performers in attendance. Pierre had thoughtfully prepared a plethora of elegant gowns. Ash couldn't help but admire Pierre, the regular host of the Championship satellite tournament, for his ability to cater to the needs of others. With such finesse, this job was surely his calling for life. After selecting their outfits and changing, the group gathered in the hall, awaiting the entrance of Pierre and AI Air. As the lights dimmed, Pierre and AI Air appeared under the spotlight, dazzling everyone. "Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for coming to my ball," Pierre announced. "Allow me to introduce our special guest for today, Queen AI Air of Kalos." AI Air stepped forward, greeting everyone warmly. "Hello, everyone." Her gaze swept across the crowd before lingering on Selena, a smile gracing her lips. She was still adorned with the bracelet purchased during their earlier encounter. Both of their Pokémon had undergone professional dance training, showcasing a captivating performance. All eyes among the attendees were fixated on AI Air. Ash, while not particularly skilled at dancing, possessed an incredible ability to learn. After observing for a while, he felt ready to join in. Before Selena could speak, he boldly asked, "Miss Selena, may I have this dance?" Selena blushed, placing her hand in Ash's. This scene made Rufi feel a pang of jealousy, prompting her to seize Hitron and drag him toward the dance floor. However, Hitron, being a tech enthusiast, was completely out of sync, unable to dance at all. Rufi, possessing decent teaching skills, managed to guide him with commands, and for a brief moment, Hitron's limbs moved in unison, his awkwardness barely passable, at least avoiding tripping over himself or stepping on others. Meanwhile, Yuliga nibbled on snacks while scanning the room for suitable partners. Among the Pokémon, only the Woobat joined the dance floor, while the others were either indulging in food or watching Pikachu being forcibly taught to dance by the plump sweetie. The chubby duo, Harley and Harley Lee, gazed in frustration as Eevee and Dugtrio danced gracefully. Their indignation transformed into determination. They contemplated rushing forward to disrupt Dugtrio's performance. However, Ash had anticipated their intentions, assigning Bulbasaur and Hoopa to keep a vigilant watch over them. Any attempt to act out would result in an experience akin to an endless cycle of free fall orchestrated by Hoopa's rings, while Bulbasaur would ensure they remained grounded and practiced precision in their skills. The dance floor quickly divided into two circles, one large and one small, with the Pokémon confined to the innermost circle. As the music played once more, Chapter 183, Doubles, Fairy Eevee, concluded with everyone having taken a turn. Please direct the cards you received from the front desk towards the chandelier. Those marked on the cards are tonight's fortunate ones. Those with matching symbols form a team. The crowd aligned their cards with the chandelier, revealing the fortunate individuals as Ash, Serena, Marufii, and Jessie Bell. Ash was at a loss for words. Out of dozens, they had drawn the same few names, the most absurd being that he teamed up with Serena while Jessie Bell partnered with Marufii. Peel, seeing that the four were ready, promptly declared, "Let the battle commence. Pansear, use Energy Ball against Eevee. Alright, Octillery, use Psybeam. Flamethrower, Eevee, use Swift." The four issued their commands nearly simultaneously. Pansear's attack aimed directly at Eevee, but was swiftly countered by Octillery's Flamethrower before it could connect. Psybeam from Octillery was also intercepted by Eevee's Swift. The ensuing explosions filled the air as Pansear dashed into the smoke. Ash commanded, "Night Slash," then used Scare. Pansear, shrouded in smoke, unleashed Night Slash, amplifying the haunting illusions amidst the haze, accompanied by chilling howls echoing through the mist. Pansear's frightening presence caused Pansear and Octillery to instinctively retreat. Marufii furrowed her brow, acknowledging Ash's strategic prowess. "I have devised an excellent battle plan. May I count on your cooperation?" Jessie Bell nodded in silent agreement. "Let us initiate our attack." Upon hearing Marufii's directive, Jessie Bell decisively commanded, "Octillery, unleash Psybeam once more." The beam shot toward Pansear, forcing it out of the smoke while simultaneously compelling Eevee to reposition. At that moment, Marufii instructed Pansear to emit sweet scent, luring both Eevee and Pansear into a state of blissful distraction, lowering their guard. Now as the perfect opportunity. Octillery, Psybeam. Jessie Bell, undeterred, commanded the attack once again. The now vulnerable Pansear and Eevee were caught off guard. Pansear, Cotton Spore. Pansear released fluffy spores towards the grounded Pansear, ensnaring both it and Eevee. Ash frowned. It wasn't that he couldn't extricate them from the sticky situation, but the solution might inadvertently harm Eevee. Jessie Bell directed Octillery to execute a tackle, targeting Eevee directly. The impact sent Eevee flying towards Serena. Ash's concerns dissipated as he promptly commanded Pansear to incinerate the Cotton Spore and launch a counterattack. With a radiant smile, Serena addressed Eevee, saying, "Eevee, someone once told me that a smile is my greatest source of strength. Yet, throughout this journey, it has been Ash who has bestowed upon me courage and power. Hence, I wish to share this strength with you, even if just a little. Let us strive together, Eevee." As if responding to her words, a blue, ethereal ribbon extended from Eevee's neck, gently wrapping around Serena's hand. This ribbon forged a heartfelt connection between them. With great effort, Eevee rose, and under the gaze of the crowd, it radiated a magnificent light of evolution. "Is it finally evolving?" Ash smiled softly. Among Eevee's numerous evolutionary forms, only the solar, lunar, and fairy Eevee required a certain level of friendship for evolution. Notably, the requirements for fairy Eevee were the simplest, merely a friendship level of 50 and the mastery of a fairy-type move. In truth, Serena's Eevee had long met the friendship requirement. It had already learned the move Fairy Wind. The reason for the delay in evolution, Ash surmised, was Eevee's mindset. Lacking a strong desire to grow, it had no impetus to evolve. After all, aside from those that evolve through specific items, most Pokémon can suppress their evolution through sheer willpower, as exemplified by the early-stage Pokémon Bulbasaur and the unfortunate Piplup of Dawn. As the crowd watched in awe, Eevee transformed into Fairy Eevee, eliciting gasps and applause from the audience. Fairy Eevee, known as the Pokémon of Connection, possesses ribbon-like appendages that convey emotions. It enjoys wrapping its ribbon-like feelers around its trainer's hand to sense their feelings. Eevee. Indeed, Fairy Eevee, our battle is far from over. Serena and Fairy Eevee reignited their fighting spirit. Miare, Energy Ball, called out Dawn. Squid, Illusion Ray. Fairy Eevee dodge. Before Serena could finish her command, Fairy Eevee eagerly unleashed its new move, Fairy Wind. A pink whirlwind erupted, effortlessly deflecting the Energy Ball and Illusion Ray. Ash turned to Serena and said, Serena, let us conclude this battle together. Yes. Serena nodded in agreement. Flamethrower. Fairy Wind. Understanding Ash's strategy, as soon as the fiery assault was initiated, Serena instructed Fairy Eevee to employ Fairy Wind once more. As the saying goes, fire thrives on wind, and the wind supports fire. With the aid of Fairy Eevee's Fairy Wind, the flamethrower coalesced into a fiery tornado, encircling Fat Sweetie and Squid. When the flames finally subsided, Fat Sweetie and its companion were rendered unable to continue fighting. Thus, Ash and Serena emerged victorious in this battle, with Serena undoubtedly being the grand winner of the soiree. At the conclusion of the ball, Pierre announced to everyone the details of the upcoming Triple Crown Satellite Tournament. At the end of this ball, I would like to inform you all of the location for the next Triple Crown Satellite Tournament. The next competition will be held in Fleur City. It was quite a coincidence for Ash and his companions to find that Fulishie City lay along their journey. Thus, they resolved that if time permitted, they would visit Fulishie City to witness the 3 Crown Satellite Tournament, as the victor of this competition would likely become Selena's opponent in the Master-level advanced matches. Observing the battle served 2 purposes: to gauge the strength of their rivals and to seek fresh inspiration for performances, a matter of particular interest to Selena. After the ball concluded, Marufi and Selena agreed to settle their rivalry in the Master-level advanced tournament and hastily embarked on their respective journeys. Their progress mirrored that of Musashi, both needing only the final princess key. Chapter 184, a rematch with Shota, Guidance Bureau. Following the conclusion of Pierre's ball, Ash and his group resumed their expedition towards Ingshui City. On that day, upon entering the town, they encountered Shota once more. In response to this enthusiastic young admirer's challenge, Ash readily accepted, thinking it beneficial to offer guidance and hoping to earn some system rewards from him when the Miare conference commenced. The battle would follow a best-of-3 format, with each participant permitted to use 3 Pokémon. In the first match, Shota unleashed his Shelmet, which was the evolved form of the baby dragon and not far from evolving into the majestic Dragonite. Ash countered with his Woobat, Dragon Breath, Supersonic. Shelmet expelled a powerful breath of energy to launch an attack, while Woobat utilized Supersonic to create a protective barrier, successfully neutralizing Shelmet's Dragon Breath. Dragon Dive. Woobat's gaze sharpened as it fixated on Shelmet, its demeanor shifting dramatically. A ferocious surge of dragon energy enveloped it, propelling it towards Shelmet with great force. The Dragon Dive inflicted a remarkable amount of damage, rendering Shelmet unconscious. Remember to solidify your foundation. It will prevent any glaring weaknesses when you evolve into Dragonite. Shota silently noted Ash's words before producing his second Pokeball. Come forth, Honage. Pokémon, Honage, Shota. Type, Steel Ghost. Gender, male. Level, Professional Beginner, 32. Ability, No Guard. Due to the No Guard tactic, all moves used by both parties will inevitably hit. Held item, none. Moves, Fury Cutter, Iron Defense, Cut, Swords Dance. Observing Shota's second Pokémon emerge, Ash couldn't help but exhibit a rare hint of envy. The Steel and Ghost typing often conferred a strategic advantage in most situations, and the potential of Honage evolving into a formidable Aegislash should not be underestimated. After contemplating for a moment, Ash threw forth a Pokeball. Come forth, Litwick. You shall be the one. Though Shota had never encountered Litwick before, and the Pokédex bore no relevant information, its fiery appearance made its type unmistakable. Honage. Use Fury Cutter. The blue ribbon atop Honage's head withdrew, revealing its sharp blade, with a green aura shimmering along the edge as it swung towards Litwick. Ash furrowed his brow and inquired, Shota, did you just capture your Honage? Shota nodded. Yes, I caught it a few days ago in a cave. The recently captured Pokémon's performance is indeed understandable, Ta. Subsequently, you might consider finding videos related to swordsmanship and shield techniques for it to follow and learn. Even with the ability of no defense, if the attack patterns are too straightforward, it may not necessarily inflict significant damage on the opponent. The no defense characteristic merely ensures fairness, as both sides' moves will inevitably hit, but a hit does not guarantee damage. It is possible to strike an inconsequential part of the opponent while they land a critical blow on you, which are certainly not comparable. Moreover, the final evolution of the sword-wielding Pokémon, the Shield Sword monster, will transform its ability to combat switching, as the sword and shield forms represent 2 distinct combat styles. The ability to switch flexibly is the mark of a true master. As the sword-wielding Pokémon concluded its combo, the fiery little servant, under Ash's command, unleashed a charged flame attack, safeguarding the sword-wielding Pokémon before executing a powerful shoulder throw. The sword-wielding Pokémon was caught off guard, and the fiery servant's fist struck once more. With that blow, the sword-wielding Pokémon immediately lost its fighting capability. The combination of skillful moves and close combat techniques? Truly commendable, Ash. How impressive. There was not a hint of disappointment on Ta's face. Rather, he appeared overwhelmingly excited. He retrieved his final Pokeball, declaring, "This third one is my true ace. I entrust you with this, Lizard King." From the initial Trico to now the Lizard King, the evolution speed has been quite remarkable. Have you not seen Harley, the greedy one belonging to Chitrin? That fellow meets the criteria for evolution in terms of both battle experience and level, yet remains completely unresponsive. Likely not wishing to evolve at all. After all, the cultivation difficulty of the starter Pokémon series is relatively low, and Harley has had quite a rich experience since becoming Chitrin's Pokémon. As the battle commenced between the first generation and third generation grass-type starter Pokémon, a young man approached the street beside the battlefield. This individual was none other than Alain, who had recently been defeated by Ash. Upon noticing that Ash was one of the combatants, Alain could not help but stop to watch, as Ash's previous lecture had sparked a glimmer of understanding within him. Though he still did not fully comprehend it, Ta, not daring to be careless, promptly commanded, "Here we go, seed machine gun." The Vine Whip. The gaze of Bulbasaur was fixated on the Lizard King's action of spewing seeds, as two Vine Whips accurately knocked every seed away, moving faster than the Lizard King's attacks. As Ta saw the Vine Whips drawing closer to the Lizard King, he quickly shouted, "Lizard King, retreat, then use Leaf Tornado." The Lizard King halted its ultimate barrage of seeds, took a step back, and then aimed its tail at Bulbasaur to unleash a Leaf Tornado. The Vine Whip. Ash still commanded Bulbasaur to use Vine Whip, but this time, the Vine Whip transformed into Bulbasaur's legs, elevating it to evade the incoming Leaf Tornado. Alain, witnessing Bulbasaur's creative use of Vine Whip, fell into contemplation. Could a single move indeed be developed into various applications? Bulbasaur, Solar Flare. Stop it, Lizard King, use Leaf Blade. Under the support of its Vine Whips, Bulbasaur gracefully transformed mid-air, while the flower buds on its back continued to gather energy. King Lizard made a desperate leap, aiming to interrupt the incantation. However, it seemed that Bulbasaur had anticipated this very moment. The Vine Whips swiftly retracted, reversing their positions with King Lizard. By the time King Lizard realized what was happening, Bulbasaur had already amassed its energy and unleashed a powerful attack, consumed by the scorching flames of sunlight. King Lizard fell to the ground. Indeed, defeat was inevitable once more. Ash, your prowess is truly formidable. I have learned so much from this battle. Chapter 185, A Rematch with Alain. Alain, filled with insight, hurried to Ash's side and earnestly requested, "Professor Ash, may we engage in another battle?" Ash replied, "A battle is certainly possible, but how about a 3-on-3 format this time?" Alain hesitated. "I don't have my other Pokémon with me." He had captured quite a few Pokémon, yet, after agreeing to assist Fleur in gathering evolution energy, he had become accustomed to only carrying his evolving Charizard, with the rest residing at the headquarters of the Flare team. Then let us first proceed to the Pokémon Center. Ash pondered whether to divulge Fleur sinister plot. After all, Fleur was a madman, obsessively intent on world annihilation. He lacked any Pokémon capable of confronting the complete form of Zygarde, which left him feeling uncertain. Although Hoopa could call for assistance, the consequences of summoning legendary Pokémon from other regions could be catastrophic. The legendary stag of the Kalos region had already transformed into a tree, its restoration a mystery for an indeterminate future. Yveltal, that foolish bird, could barely control itself. Whether it could even stand against Zygarde was debatable, and merely keeping it from causing chaos was a formidable challenge. Caution was paramount, should the Flare team lie in wait. The Kalos region would bear the brunt of the disaster. Upon arriving at the Pokémon Center, Ash and Shota entrusted their recently battled Pokémon to Nurse Joy for recuperation, while Alain swiftly made his way to the teleportation device to contact Fleur for the Pokémon he required. After a moment's thought, Ash also reached out to Professor Oak to request a Pokémon swap. This time, he intended to demonstrate to Alain the true extent of their disparity. Citron acted as the referee, stepping into the arena to announce the rules of engagement. The regulations differed slightly from those during his battle with Shota. Both parties could substitute their Pokémon until one side's Pokémon could no longer fight. Alain wasted no time, immediately tossing a Pokeball into the arena. Calling forth his Pokémon/Commander. Pokémon/Commander, Alain, type, Dark. Steel, gender, male, level, intermediate gym, 45, ability, unyielding, attack significantly increases when abilities are lowered, item, none, moves, Thunder Wave, Guillotine, Iron Head, Aura Sphere, Swords Dance, without hesitation. Ash released his first Pokémon, Infernape, declaring, "It is you." Upon witnessing Infernape's entrance, Alain felt a surge of trepidation. In their last encounter, his Charizard had faltered even while evolved. This time, The type and level of Slash Commander were entirely suppressed. Slash Commander, Swords Dance. Upon hearing the sound, the Slash Commander immediately waved his hands, stacking himself. Ash and Infernape pretended not to see, allowing the Slash Commander to steadily accumulate power. Expressionless. Alain called out repeatedly, Slash Commander, terrifying visage, metallic voice, iron wall. The Slash Commander unleashed 3 consecutive skills. The first 2 affected speed and special defense, while the last one bolstered his own defense. Go Chi Blast. The Slash Commander's momentum surged, his strength pushed to the utmost limit, and he conjured a Chi Blast towards Infernape. Infernape, Absorb Punch, use finesse to overcome brute force. This technique was inspired by Ash's observation of Infernape conjuring a ghostly fire, reminiscent of Tai Chi movements he had learned in a previous life. He conveyed the principle of using softness to overcome hardness to Infernape. Infernape, possessing remarkable intuition, mastered the technique in no time. Unfortunately, its extraordinary rebound effect could only be achieved with Absorb Punch, while other moves merely deflected attacks, still inflicting varying degrees of minor injury. Alain's pupils constricted, and he quickly shouted, Dodge. The Slash Commander swiftly stepped to the left, but just as he moved a few paces, he was immediately thrown by the explosive aftermath of the Chi Blast. The 4 times weak fighting type Slash Commander was thus effortlessly brought down by his own move. Ash remarked, the Slash Commander's agility cannot match that of Infernape, so during battle, one must remain observant and alert, ready for both offense and retreat. A lack of combat awareness cannot forge a strong trainer. Furthermore, in the midst of battle, do not overly focus on the opponent's actions. Maintaining heightened vigilance until the battle concludes is an essential quality for a trainer, as the Pokémon await your commands. He had intended to take his time, but Alain's Slash Commander seemed rather dull, unable to accurately assess the basic situation, likely due to prolonged neglect. Pokémon, Tyranitar, Alain, type, Rock, Dark, gender, male, strength, intermediate champion level, 52. Ability, Sandstream. Upon entering, summons a sandstorm. Item, none, moves, Dark Pulse, Stone Edge, Crunch. Earthquake. As the Desert Tyrant entered the field, it triggered its Sandstream ability, stirring a whirlwind of sand across the battlefield. The additional damage from the sandstorm had no effect on Garchomp, who returned for a limited time. Thus, the confrontation between quasi-deities commenced. Dark Pulse. Evade. In response to the incoming Dark Pulse, Garchomp swiftly ascended into the air to evade. Alain's gaze remained fixed on Garchomp, commanding, Stone Edge. Seal its position from left to right. Tyranitar, receiving the instruction, tilted its head and unleashed a barrage of sharp stones, expertly targeting Garchomp's trajectory, as anticipated by Alain. Yet, this scenario was also within Ash's calculations. Dragon Starfall. Garchomp received the command, executing a dramatic dive maneuver, launching a surprise attack with Dragon Starfall. Alain disregarded all else and decided to charge forward without hesitation. Ice Fawn. Tyranitar opened its chilling maw, ready to meet the oncoming Garchomp. Boom. The Ice Fawn collided with the Tyranitar, which, thanks to its formidable resilience and the damage mitigation from Ice Fawn, barely withstood the impact. A thin layer of ice formed on the fish fin of the Garchomp's left arm, clearly affected by the Ice Fawn. Yet there was not a flicker of expression on Garchomp's face. Alain, undeterred, commanded, Tyranitar, unleash Ice Fawn once more, targeting Garchomp's left hand. Chapter 186. The Elder Spear's Outburst. Every day, the Abomasnow relentlessly unleashed Blizzard upon the Garchomp. What began as a 3-minute endurance test extended to a grueling hour. The Abomasnow's level far surpassed Alain's Tyranitar, enhanced by its Ice-type moves. If Garchomp could endure such an onslaught for an hour, how could it fear Tyranitar's Ice Fawn? Before Tyranitar could bite down, Garchomp retaliated with a powerful Stone Edge, knocking it down. How could this happen? Alain was momentarily stunned. He had anticipated Tyranitar's potential defeat, but had not expected it to occur so hastily. The Elder Spear made its entrance, immediately overshadowing Alain's Charizard in both stature and presence. Regardless of Alain's efforts, he could not compete. No matter how poor its accuracy, the Elder Spear was still a demigod, though it had only recently entered this realm. Its size had more than doubled, standing over 4 meters tall, making Alain's Charizard appear like a mere child in comparison. On the sidelines, Xiangtai exclaimed, wow, truly, Ash has trained that Charizard exceptionally well. It was his first encounter with such a massive Charizard. Eulogia couldn't help but remark, it's even larger than the last time I saw it. Indeed, during their time in Desert City, it had only measured 2 meters. The Elder Spear, observing its opponent as merely a mid-tier challenger, turned to Ash with a questioning expression. Ash, unable to meet the Elder Spear's gaze, knew its temperament all too well. It was proud and preferred battling at higher levels, even against foes it could not easily overcome. Against weaker opponents, it looked down upon them, often refusing to engage unless provoked, with the most authoritative voice belonging to a certain girl's Chikorita. Sensing the disdain from the Elder Spear, Alain's Charizard grew incensed. Battles were not merely contests of size. While it could not rival in stature, its true strength would only be revealed through combat. Alain steadied himself and commanded, Charizard, use Dragon Claw. Upon receiving the command, his Charizard eagerly launched itself at the Elder Spear with Dragon Claw. However, in response to the assault, the Elder Spear simply spread its wings, unleashing a tempest that sent Charizard sprawling backward, even yawning nonchalantly. This act ignited a fierce determination in Alain's Charizard, which flapped its wings vigorously against the gale, charging forward. The claws that struck the Elder Spear felt more akin to a mere tickle. The bond between trainer and Pokémon transformed into sheer power, and Charizard entered its blaze form. Upon witnessing this transformation, the Elder Spear's interest was piqued. Charizard Thunder Punch. With Dragon Claw dissipated, Charizard's fist shimmered with electric energy as it lunged forward, delivering a flurry of punches at the Elder Spear. With the enhancement of the Hard Claw characteristic, Thunder Punch did inflict a modicum of damage on the old Charizard. However, luck was not on their side, as after 4 or 5 strikes, the paralysis effect failed to trigger. Ash commanded, Dragon Claw. The old Charizard, albeit reluctantly, complied with the directive, executing Dragon Claw and sending the opponent flying. As it appeared to be on a collision course with the wall, the Charizard hastily adjusted its posture. Alain instructed, unleash full power and use Explosive Flame. He had discerned the old Charizard's strength and realized that given their current capabilities, they stood no chance. Nonetheless, he was eager to gauge the extent of the disparity. Explosive Flame was the most frequently employed move by his Charizard, executed with remarkable proficiency. Upon hearing the command, the Charizard roared, igniting itself in azure flames, and then concentrated the amassed fire energy into its fist before charging at the old Charizard. Charizard Fire Punch. The Fire Punch met the fist charged with the full force of Explosive Flame, resulting in a violent explosion that sent Alain's Charizard hurtling away, while the old Charizard remained steadfast, sustaining only minor abrasions. Citrus glanced at the unconscious Charizard that had exited the battle, promptly declaring, Alain's Charizard is unable to continue. Thus the victor of this match is Ash. After several months of internal ranking battles, the Pokémon known as Frying Pig had ascended to the Quasi-King level. Having learned much from predecessors like the old Charizard and Infernape, it was merely a matter of finding a suitable opponent to serve as a catalyst for its final evolution into Blaze King. Once the teams were restructured, Ash approached Alain. I heard from Professor Bratano that you are assisting Fladari. How is he faring? As Bratano's former assistant, Alain shared a profound bond with him. However, after encountering Fladari and obtaining the Charizard Evolution Stone and Mega Ring, he severed ties with Bratano. Ash wasn't merely trying to deceive Alain. Indeed, Bratano had preserved everything for him, even ensuring that Alain's room was cleaned periodically. Upon hearing this, Alain fell into contemplation. Initially, he had collaborated with Bratano on evolution research, only to later betray him and join Fladari's institute. Alain spoke slowly, representing others is commendable. He is kind-hearted and has assisted many people over the years. Ash waved his hand, interjecting, that is merely the facade he presents to the public. Do you truly understand Fladari as a person? For instance, his ambitions. Apart from Sakaki, nearly all leaders of evil organizations excel in self-presentation, a fact Ash had witnessed numerous times. The leader of the Sinnoh Galactic team, Chiri, had once been a renowned philanthropist in Sinnoh. Alain frowned slightly. What do you mean by that? People can change, especially after witnessing the darker facets of humanity, Ash replied, turning to leave. Some truths, when stated too bluntly, might lead Alain to believe he was sowing discord. Should Alain relay this to Fladari, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Oh, by the way, when you have a moment, please convey to your representative that divine beasts are not entities to be trifled with by mere mortals. Chapter 187, Captured. After bidding farewell to Alain, Ash and his companions continued their journey towards Snow Point City. On this day, they found themselves resting by a stream in a forest. Let us rub our cheeks together, and then we shall be good friends forever. Eulogia softly hummed a cheerful melody beside Little Soft. In that moment, time seemed to stand still for Ash and his friends, while numerous Pokémon gazed curiously at Eulogia. Upon the conclusion of her song, Serena exclaimed, Eulogia, that was splendid. Eulogia proudly patted Little Soft's head and declared, Hee, I composed this myself. It's called the Song of Little Soft. Not far from Ash's group, Team Rocket established contact with their leader, Giovanni. Upon seeing Sakaki's figure on the screen, the trio straightened in respect. Boss Sakaki, it's you. Do you have any updates for us? Sakaki inquired with calm authority. Indeed, we have significant news to report, Musashi responded. They recounted their encounters with an organization known as the Flare Team in the Kalos region. Koger detailed the information gathered about the Flare Team, which he had overheard from Ash. Is the information accurate? Sakaki asked. Yes, those individuals were all clad in red uniforms and sported irritating glasses, Musashi confirmed. As expected, you three should remain there, closely monitor the Flare Team's activities, and investigate their intentions. Sakaki was well versed in the underground organizations across various regions, but was unaware of their specific goals. Recklessly involving Team Rocket could attract the attention of the regional league. Now that the trio had infiltrated the Kalos region, Sakaki intended to make full use of their presence. Boss, that organization is attempting to capture an unknown species of new Pokémon, Meowth exclaimed, promptly sending Sakaki the video footage of Little Soft's cellular fusion captured in the Terminus Cave. After reviewing the video, Sakaki's expression turned serious. Acquire it for me. Do not allow them to get ahead. I expect good news from you. Sakaki was quite knowledgeable about the legendary Pokémon of the Kalos region, and it was evident that Little Soft was the core of Zygarde. Energized by Sakaki's expectations, Team Rocket's trio eagerly boarded their hot air balloon to search for the Flare team. Meanwhile, Little Soft, blissfully absorbing solar energy, suddenly opened its eyes and sat upright. Eulogia, perplexed, asked, did Little Soft have a nightmare? What's wrong? Ash, observing Little Soft's unusual behavior, surmised that the Flare team must be accelerating their actions, and another core was in danger. However, he was unaware of the core's location, and Little Soft was unable to establish contact, leaving them uncertain of where to begin their rescue. At the same time, on a rocky mountain, two operatives from the Flare team, Mami and Akabi, were leading the pursuit. Their Pokémon, Meowstic and Tyrantrum, encircled their target, as two sought to escape the encirclement of the Blaze team through the art of invisibility. It regrettably found itself thwarted by their preparedness. The moment it concealed its form, Mamaki pulled the trigger of her specialized firearm, forcefully interrupting Two's spellcasting. Two currents of electricity ensnared Two, ensuring that any attempt at invisibility would trigger a painful shock. This extraordinary weapon, designed to disrupt Two's stealth capabilities, was crafted by Kuzarowski of the Blaze team, utilizing the energy of hyper-evolution to mark its target. With no means of escape, Two summoned its cells to fuse and entered its 10 form. In a state of combat, it unleashed a flurry of rapid maneuvers, lightning speed, iron tail, terramancy, and dragon pulse, creating a breach to flee the scene. However, as it darted into the edge of the forest, it encountered the trio of the Rocket team, who were scouring the area. Little Soft, exclaimed Kojiro. No, the color is different. That doesn't seem to be Little Soft. This indicated the presence of another Pokémon resembling Little Soft, along with an additional Meowth. The trio engaged in lively speculation, their excitement palpable. Unfortunately, their jubilance was short-lived as a freezing beam struck, instantly encasing them in ice. The Blaze team swiftly surrounded them. The bewildered Rocket trio struggled to break free from their icy prison, glaring at Mamaki and the others. Who are you? Mamaki inquired nonchalantly. In response, the trio instinctively recited their customary introduction. Regardless of who you are, Two belongs to us. You may leave. After uttering this, Mamaki aimed her firearm at Two once more and pulled the trigger, unleashing a crimson beam. The Rocket trio promptly summoned their Pokémon to counterattack. Following a fierce skirmish, they utilized smoke to facilitate Two's escape. Yet their respite was fleeting, as they were soon discovered again by the Blaze team. After an arduous battle, Pumpkaboo and Octillery faced significant setbacks. Just as the trio appeared to be in peril, Two transitioned to its 50 form. In truth, Two could swiftly dispatch the minions of the Blaze team in any of its forms. However, the restriction preventing Pokémon from inflicting fatal harm on humans hindered its complete evasion of pursuit, compounded by the limitations imposed by the Blaze team's specialized weaponry. Confronted by the rampaging 50 form of Zygarde, Mamaki's Pokémon fell helplessly under a barrage of attacks, until Alain, accompanied by Charizard, arrived to turn the tide. The Rocket trio recognized Alain as the one who had previously been bested by Ash. The Super Charizard launched an aggressive assault on Zygarde, successfully diverting its attention. Seizing the opportunity, Mamaki and Akabi struck in unison against Zygarde, but were met with a beam of special light, forcing Zygarde to revert from its combined state. The Rocket trio attempted to seize the moment, only to be sent skyward by Mewtwo's Shadow Claw. After the Blaze team successfully captured Two, Alain departed the scene. Chapter 188, The Guardian Robot Bricklin. Upon leaving the forest, Ash and his companions once again traversed the wilderness. As far as the eye can see, the barren wilderness is devoid of any life, presenting an exceedingly desolate scene. Under the scorching sun, Hitron appears on the verge of collapse, trudging at the rear of the group. How much longer until we reach the Pokémon Center? I can hardly go on, he laments. Serena glances at the map and replies, we must traverse this wasteland first. Hitron, feeling utterly defeated, mutters, I think my consciousness is fading. Brother, you're so weak. Eulogia seems completely unfazed. Eulogia appears to be tireless, moving with an unwavering spirit. Suddenly, a sound echoes, dong dong. Hitron's gaze falls upon Dong Dong Mouse and Showerwan, and he expresses a twinge of envy. I wish I could be Dong Dong Mouse or Showerwan right now. Hee, does Hitron need to cool down? Hoopa unexpectedly emerges from Ash's Pokeball, tossing a ring towards Hitron. Startled, Hitron quickly exclaims, no? Unfortunately, before he can finish his sentence, a deluge of water pours down from the ring above his head. Instantly, Hitron becomes drenched. While he initially feels a refreshing coolness, the soaked fabric under the sun soon gives him the sensation of being steamed in a bamboo basket. Pika! Suddenly, Pikachu points and exclaims. The group looks ahead, spotting a peculiar green robot in the distance, wielding a hoe as if planting something. A robot? Ash remarks, astonished. It is indeed surprising to encounter such an odd machine in such a desolate place. Upon hearing this, Hitron, as if electrified, instantly regains his energy. Where? Where? He adjusts his glasses and, upon spotting the robot Ash mentioned, rushes over in haste. The robot, worn and weathered, moves its arms somewhat sluggishly as it continues its task. Undeterred by its age, Hitron inspects it closely, exclaiming, "What a retro design for a robot. Isn't it just an old farming machine?" Eulogia remarks, showing little interest in the antiquated green tiller, preferring the more modern robots like Hydrant's. What is it doing in a place like this? Just as Serena utters these words, the robot notices them, turning its head and approaching slowly. Please step aside. It's speaking. How intelligent. Eulogia suddenly becomes intrigued. Has it even been equipped with artificial intelligence? Hitron, astonished, had not anticipated that such an old farming robot would possess any smart features. Just as he intends to take a closer look, the robot finishes planting and inadvertently dumps soil on a Hydrant's head. He brushes the dirt from his hair and sighs. Well, its intelligence level isn't very high. This contraption is indeed quite antiquated, but its wear and tear likely stem from the environment. There are no signs of human activity nearby, suggesting it has not received maintenance in ages. Ash uses his aura to scan the surroundings, sensing only one Pokémon nearby, with no humans in sight. Serena, puzzled, inquires, "Is it planting something?" "Yes, I am planting," declares the robot. "Planting? In this parched land?" Hitron was perplexed. This desolate wilderness bore no trace of water sources. As they traversed from the forest to this barren land, not even a drought-resistant cactus graced their path, making it utterly inconceivable to fathom what crops could possibly thrive here. Just as the group sought to further comprehend their surroundings, a series of energy seeds erupted at their feet. Following the trajectory of the attack, they beheld a Bricklin perched atop a rock, surveying them with an imposing gaze. Judging by the explosive power of the seed bombs launched by the Bricklin, Ash surmised that it did not intend to inflict harm, but rather sought to drive them away. With this realization, he promptly harnessed his aura and the power of creation to convey a message. "Bricklin, we mean no harm. We are merely passing through. That robot appears to require maintenance, and we are willing to assist you." The Bricklin, poised to launch a powerful charge, hesitated momentarily before slipping and hastily descending from its perch. Hydrant's Harlequin misinterpreted this as a prelude to an attack and advanced a few steps, ready to confront the creature, but retreated in a matter of seconds as the Bricklin barreled towards it. Ash and his companions were left speechless. Harlequin was indeed a peculiar creature. Fortunately, once the Bricklin regained its balance, it refrained from further aggression and approached Ash to confirm his intentions. After conversing with the creature, Ash sought Hydrant's counsel, for he was the true expert in robotic repairs. When it came to matters of technology, Hitron readily consented. Thus, under the guidance of the Bricklin, the group made their way to a dilapidated factory nestled within the wilderness. The various components scattered throughout the factory indicated that this was the very site where the sewing robot was constructed. Hitron eagerly examined everything within. Selena noticed an array of pots for cultivating plants on one side of the factory. Could these be the flora tended by that robot? Yulia pointed to a photograph affixed to the wall, exclaiming, "Look at this." The image depicted an elderly gentleman in a lab coat alongside the Bricklin and the robot. The affectionate manner in which they posed together suggested a profound bond, and it was likely that this elderly man was the proprietor of the factory. "What are you doing here?" At that moment, a young boy, perhaps 7 or 8 years old, appeared at the factory entrance. The boy bore a striking resemblance to the grandfather in the photograph, and since the Bricklin did not impede his approach, Ash surmised that the boy was likely the grandfather's grandson and introduced himself. Selena and the others followed suit with their introductions. "My name is Agwong," the boy announced. "The person in that photo is my grandfather. What brings you to the city's research institute?" Hitron replied, "We are interested in that sewing robot. The Bricklin brought us here in hopes that we could assist with its maintenance." "Maintenance?" Agwong exclaimed. "No, it's unnecessary. Loban has been working for a long time. I wish for Loban and Bricklin to cease these futile tasks." Ash inquired, "Agwong, could you enlighten us on why that is?" "Allow me to show you," the boy responded. Chapter 189, The Source of Vitality. The content of the video is the final testament of the Institute's master, Mitsutani. Mitsutani primarily focused on research related to the living environments of Pokémon, and the desolate wilderness beneath Ash and his companions was once a lush forest, teeming with life and inhabited by numerous Pokémon. However, one day, for reasons unknown, the forest rapidly withered, resulting in the barren landscape that now lies before them. Mitsutani intended to investigate the mystery behind the forest's decay, but before he could commence his research, he discovered that he was afflicted with an incurable illness, leaving him with little time to live. Consequently, he set aside the study of the causes of this calamity, opting instead to devote his remaining days to ecological restoration. The robot, Loban, which Ash and his friends encountered earlier, is a remarkable creation of Mitsutani. He placed his hopes for the rejuvenation of the forest ecosystem in Loban and Bricklin. After viewing the video, Ash and his companions were deeply moved. The old man's aspiration resonated profoundly with them. Ogwang, I regret to inform you that I cannot fulfill your earlier request. Hytron expressed his thoughts to Ogwang before approaching Loban to conduct repairs. Following a brief inspection, Hytron assessed Loban's condition, identifying that the first issue to address was its battery life, followed by maintenance of its body. Fortunately, Loban's structure showed no significant problems, and Hytron swiftly completed the necessary upkeep. Watching Loban regain its vitality, Ogwang was filled with reluctance. Ash remarked, Ogwang, Loban and Bricklin share the same desire as your grandfather, to see the beautiful forest revived. While it is noble of you to consider their feelings, the restoration of the forest is their mission, as well as your grandfather's cherished hope. Hytron added, Ash is correct. Rather than attempting to hinder them, we should lend them our support. Ogwang, feeling disheartened, replied, but they have toiled tirelessly for so long with no visible progress. The seeds planted by Loban have never sprouted. Hytron patted Ogwang's shoulder, saying, scientific advancement requires persistent effort and experimentation. Only through endeavor can one glimpse the hope of progress. Choosing to give up will lead to stagnation, regardless of whether a decade or a century passes. Ogwang pondered for a moment, reigniting his determination. I understand now. I will also lend a hand. Serena inquired. But how should we proceed? If we assist Loban in sowing seeds, it will likely yield no immediate results. Especially since Loban has been planting in this desolate land for several years with no success. The reason for this desolation remains a mystery. Ash, however, had his suspicions. There are two Pokémon that could cause such a vast forest to wither so abruptly. One of them is, of course, Yveltal, a creature capable of absorbing the life force of all living beings. However, if it were indeed responsible for the forest's rapid decay, Mitsutani's final words would have undoubtedly mentioned the transformation of Pokémon into statues, rather than simply stating that the forest withered swiftly. Another Pokémon that could lead to the desolation of the forest is Celebi. Ash recalls that the time portal created by Celebi is particularly unique. Once the temporal energy sustaining the portal is siphoned away, the vitality of the surrounding flora swiftly diminishes. In the Sinnoh region, there were instances where this power, known as the time ripple, was illicitly harvested. Regardless of the cause, for this land to rejuvenate, the issue of water sources must be addressed first. With this thought in mind, Ash spoke, let us begin with the water supply and soil. I shall take charge of the soil issue. Sillin, brimming with enthusiasm, eagerly anticipated the opportunity to innovate once more. With their objective established, the group followed Robin to the wilderness once again. Now was the moment for science to pave the way for the future. Sillin activated the Sillin engine. Sillin was the first to unveil his invention, a soil testing device equipped with a display screen. I foresaw this scenario and thus prepared this remarkable invention, aptly named the Soil Analysis Simulator. As the machine initiated, several collection probes extended into the ground, and the display commenced simulating plant growth. Mere moments later, the machine emitted a voice. Insufficient soil moisture. Plants cannot thrive. Sillin remarked. It appears we must first address the water supply issue. That is not a problem, Ash replied, channeling his aura to probe underground for nearby subterranean rivers. Sillin summoned his Diglett, exclaiming, Diglett, I entrust you with the task of tunneling. Ash also released his Snorlax to assist in the excavation. Soon, a large pit emerged in the ground, and just as they were about to reach the concealed underground river, an enormous boulder abruptly obstructed their progress. Ash once again emanated his aura to investigate and discovered that the boulder had a diameter exceeding 10 meters and a hardness comparable to granite. Clearly, it was not something that could be broken through merely by Pokémon digging. Sillin's Servine initiated an assault with its needle arm, and Bryon followed suit with its own needle arm. The needles struck the stone, triggering the law of smoke without damage, leaving the boulder merely coated in a layer of dust post-explosion. Sillin proposed, this won't do. The rock is too resilient. We should heat it up and then rapidly cool it to reduce its hardness. Ash turned to Robin, suggesting, perhaps we can have Robin give it a try. Since Mr. Shitaguchi is a scientist focusing on environmental studies, he must understand the significance of water sources for plant survival. Sillin concurred. Indeed, every component of Robin embodies Mr. Shitaguchi's dedication. After guiding Robin over, it seemed to sense something, emitting scanning beams from its eyes to detect the water source. Upon identifying the obstructive boulder, the clearance protocol was activated. Robin's body suddenly elongated, 3 drill heads extending from its abdomen, while a propulsion unit emerged from its back. Sillin gasped. I never imagined Robin possessed such capabilities. Under Robin's relentless drilling, the boulder was effortlessly shattered, and the underground river surged forth, rapidly forming a stream. Clearly, Mr. Shitaguchi had foreseen such a scenario. equipping Robin with an exceptionally powerful drill for this very purpose. With the blessing of a water source, Ash harnessed his creative powers to sow seeds planted by Robin, and soon, vibrant green seedlings sprouted from the ground. Leaving behind a renewed hope for this desolate wilderness, Ash and his companions set forth on their journey once more. Chapter 190, Zapdos. Upon exiting the wilderness, Ash and his group arrived in Fully City, where they fortuitously timed their arrival with the commencement of the Tri-Crown Satellite Tournament the very next day. Eager to gauge the strength of their rivals and seek new inspiration for performances, Ash accompanied Serena to the venue of the Fully Tournament. At this event, they witnessed a rather unique theme performance, wherein participants endeavored to attract as many Rhydon as possible. Serena, however, did not take the stage. Her presence would have undoubtedly shattered records. Although Serena did not compete, the notorious Musashi made an appearance. Yet, the true focal point of the competition was undoubtedly a young heiress named Emilia, who showcased two Pokémon, a Solar EV and a Shiny Dragonair. The Shiny Dragonair's hue closely mirrored that of the Solar EV, captivating the audience's attention. Ultimately, the undisputed victor of the competition was Emilia, and during the award ceremony, Ash and his friends learned from Pierre that Emilia had also secured a qualification for the Masterclass tournament, signaling her as a formidable opponent for Serena. Ash, however, was unconcerned about Serena's abilities. He believed Emilia's performance style was ill-suited for the Tri-Crown Satellite stage. As a talent showcase, while Pokémon performances were undeniably important, the trainers themselves must also actively engage. Even the daughter of the Kalos Queen exerted herself on stage alongside her Pokémon, whereas this young heiress appeared more as an auxiliary character, with her Pokémon doing all the action while she merely complemented their movements with expressions. Though the performance of the two Pokémon was splendid and extravagant, their trainers still had considerable room for improvement. Hearing the name of the city hosting the tournament, Serena quickly consulted a map to chart their route. Fully City was not on the same path as Glory City and the Ingshui Gym in Ingshui City. A bit embarrassed, Serena glanced towards Ash, acknowledging the distance between Glory City and the Ingshui Gym. Ash chuckled, "Let us head to Glory City first. The Kalos League's conference date hasn't been set yet, and with Citron around, we won't miss anything." Citron added, "Indeed. I've instructed Citronite to inform us immediately once the League confirms the date. Onward to Glory City. Let's go, Serena." Eureka cheered, dashing ahead. "Brother, you're so slow. Hurry up." Days later, the group traversed a forest under a dim sky. Surprisingly, Citron, who typically lagged behind, now led the way with vigor, turning to Ash and the others to call out, "Come on, everyone. Let's rally our spirits and make it to the next town." Eureka remarked, "Brother has become so strange." Ash chuckled, "Indeed, it is rather unusual, yet it is understandable. The celebration at Raichu Town holds great allure for electric-type trainers." Serena pulled out a map and inquired, "Is that the festival specifically held in honor of the legendary Pokémon Zapdos?" She recounted how, long ago, Zapdos unleashed an electric field, triggering a tremendous thunderstorm that struck a fruit tree in the heart of the town. He animatedly narrated the origins of the festival. The legend of Raichu Town is quite simple. Once, a Zapdos created an electric field that incited a powerful storm, and a bolt of lightning struck a fruit tree at the town's center. Under normal circumstances, such an event would spell doom for the tree, rendering it lifeless or reduced to char. However, the tree defied expectations, thriving and bearing even more abundant and sweeter fruits after being struck. This extraordinary occurrence, combined with the legend of Zapdos, transformed the event into a divine blessing. The townsfolk designated the day the tree was struck by lightning as the day of the Zapdos festival, hoping to pay homage to Zapdos and beseech it to once again bring prosperity to their town. Eurygia inquired curiously, "What exactly is Zapdos?" Hitron replied, "It is a Pokémon capable of wielding lightning with absolute freedom. Alongside Ash's captured Moltres and the ice-manipulating Articuno, they are collectively known as the Legendary Trio." "Legendary Pokémon, you say? Oh, how I wish to behold one." Eurygia's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ash smiled, relieved that these siblings were unaware of the Galar region. Otherwise, encountering the Galarian forms of the legendary birds would surely challenge their perceptions. The Galarian forms, while retaining the common flying-type attribute shared with their original counterparts, possess another attribute that is entirely unrelated to their names, and their appearances differ as well. Galarian Zapdos resembles a rather unremarkable ground fowl. Were it not for its rather disheveled plumage and a head similar to Zapdos, a casual observer might mistake it for a simple Doduo. The most absurd aspect, however, is its fighting-type classification. How can a creature once associated with electricity still bear the name Zapdos without any electric attributes? It is akin to a wife cake devoid of any wife. At that moment, a sudden rumble of thunder echoed from the sky, followed by the crackle of lightning. Startling both Serena and Eurygia, Ash gazed upward, noticing that the previously overcast sky had transformed into a thunderstorm, with booming thunder and a silhouette soaring amidst the dark clouds. "That is Zapdos." Hitron instantly recognized the figure navigating through the stormy clouds. The Zapdos festival indeed has Zapdos. It has arrived nearby. Hitron felt an overwhelming joy, as he previously harbored little hope, but it appeared the residents of Raichu Town were not deceiving him after all. Chapter 191, The Fury of Zapdos. I see it. How magnificent. Serena and Eurygia exclaimed in awe, having only one more bird, Articuno, to complete their encounters with the legendary trio. However, it must be noted that Zapdos' appearance was not as striking as that of its two counterparts. Ash gazed at the Zapdos, as if searching for something amidst the turbulent clouds, and the thunderstorm intensified, with bolts of lightning striking the ground nearby. He cautioned, the situation with Zapdos seems precarious. We should find shelter immediately. Excitedly, Chetlon replied, Indeed, we cannot linger any longer. Let us hasten towards Thunder Town before Zapdos arrives, or we might miss the main event. Suddenly, a deafening clap of thunder struck a nearby tree, which trembled and then collapsed with a crack. Chetlon, startled, stood frozen. The weather was perilous, and venturing directly to the town was too dangerous. Is there anywhere we can take refuge? Serena pulled out her electronic map to scout for safe locations. Soon, she discovered a cave not far from their position that also connected to Thunder Town. The group promptly made their way towards the cave. Upon entering, Chetlon inquired, Serena, does this cave truly lead to Thunder Town? Can we arrive before the Zapdos festival begins? Clearly, the chaotic behavior of Zapdos had not diminished Chetlon's enthusiasm for the festival. Did you just say you were heading to Thunder Town? A deep voice echoed within the cave, startling them all. Ash turned and, using his aura, scanned the area, quickly identifying the speaker as an older gentleman who appeared to have injured his leg. He led the group towards the man. Sir, are you all right? Apologies for startling you. My name is Stan, a member of a rescue team. Did I hear you mention Thunder Town? The elderly man asked. Yes. We are on our way to participate in the festival. Are you all right? Chetlon observed Stan's leg, which was secured with a branch, a testament to his training in first aid as a rescue team member. It's nothing serious. I've administered emergency care. However, there is something more urgent. I need you to deliver this to the hospital in Thunder Town. A child is in need of it. Stan handed a vial of medicine to Ash and his companions. Sir, your injury cannot be ignored. We should take you with us for treatment, Ash insisted. He then retrieved Hoopa's Pokeball. Hoopa, you're up. Serena showed Hoopa the location of the Pokémon Center in Thunder Town. You take this gentleman there first. I'll check on Zapdos' condition. This thunderstorm is unusually intense. It seems as though Zapdos has been provoked. Serena nodded in agreement. All right. Hoopa glanced at the photo of the Pokémon Center in Thunder Town and summoned a portal with a flick of its ring. Serena and Eulogia swiftly passed through, rushing into the Pokémon Center to find Nurse Joy, while Chetlon carefully assisted Stan through the portal using a mechanical arm. Hoopa, thank you. Here is a reward for you. Ash offered 2 rare candies to Hoopa. All right. Though the current Hoopa can freely control its form, when in its punitive state, it is unable to wield its full power. The enhancement provided by the wondrous candy elevates its overall strength, yet this punitive state cannot rapidly assimilate it. Absorption can only occur through slumber, unless it transitions into its liberated form. Let us proceed, Pikachu. Ash exclaimed as he swiftly reached the other exit of the cave through the power of aura. Before him lay a towering stone forest, the very arena where the legendary Zapdos had established its electric domain. There, he witnessed Zapdos chasing after a colossal nut-shaped aircraft. Ash sensed the aura of Team Rocket emanating from the nut-shaped aircraft, confirming his suspicions that these 3 fools were up to their usual antics. Inside the nut-shaped aircraft, Team Rocket's trio beheld Ash's arrival as if he were their savior, and shouted through the loudspeaker, Little brat, save us. With a resigned sigh, Ash replied, Pikachu, let us give them a send-off. Pika. Pikachu chuckled, transforming into a streak of yellow lightning as it dashed towards the nut-shaped aircraft, unleashing a combination of iron tail and electric currents. The iron tail struck the metallic surface, and a surge of electricity flooded in, causing the aircraft to overload. Boom. The aircraft erupted, sending Team Rocket hurtling away like shooting stars. We're saved, what? The trio, having escaped the wrath of the furious Zapdos, was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down their faces. Ash murmured, I hope those 3 didn't get fried. Seeing Team Rocket dispatched by Pikachu, Zapdos' pent-up fury had to find an outlet, and it immediately directed its ire towards Ash, unleashing a bolt of lightning as thick as a barrel. With a mere glare, Ash summoned a protective shield of creation energy that deflected the oncoming current. Pokémon, Zapdos, type, electric. Flying, gender, none, strength, elite level 70. Ability, pressure, inflicts pressure on opponents, significantly reducing their ability to utilize moves. Held item, none, moves, rain dance, electric terrain, electro ball. Thunder, thunderbolt, electromagnetic cannon. Ah, do you think me an easy target to manipulate? Ash retorted, retrieving the Pokeball containing Woobat. Woobat, you're the one for this. Dive with Dragon Rush. Pikachu, flank it and ensure it cannot escape. Pika. Pikachu nodded and flew behind Zapdos to block its retreat. Woobat, undeterred by Zapdos' might, launched itself with Dragon Rush, crashing into the legendary bird. Zapdos, confident in its superiority, initially dismissed Woobat, even attempting to toy with it by unleashing bolts of electricity. Yet Woobat pressed forward, and with a fierce impact, it struck Zapdos, causing the bird to stumble. At that moment, Ash removed the electric crystal from his bracelet and replaced it with the dragon crystal purchased from the system shop. Chapter 192, Continuous Evolution. As Zapdos regained its composure and flapped its wings to restore balance, it unleashed thunder upon Woobat. Dark storm clouds loomed overhead as a bolt of lightning descended. Observing this, Ash immediately shared his aura vision with Woobat, shifting his commands to be conveyed through the aura. With the aid of the waveguide perspective, the Whirlbat deftly navigated the intricate terrain of the stone forest, narrowly evading the oncoming lightning strikes. This infuriated the Zapdos even more, as bolts of lightning rained down from the sky with reckless abandon, accompanied by the booming thunder that reduced many of the stone forest's towering formations. As the Whirlbat continued to dodge, an intense yearning for power ignited within, reaching a zenith when a bolt grazed its form, causing a brilliant light of evolution to radiate from it. Following this transformation, the Soundwave Dragon ascended to the rank of Junior Champion, though it still lagged nearly 2 tiers behind the Zapdos. Nevertheless, the newly evolved Pokémon exuded an aura that rivaled that of the Zapdos. Observing this, Ash withdrew another Pokeball, calling forth his Bulbasaur. Indeed, Ash intended to engage in a 2-on-1 battle, for the tempestuous bird showed no discretion in its attacks. Had it retained any semblance of reason like the Moltres, Ash would have advocated for a fair 1-on-1 capture battle. However, the circumstances were far from amicable. He communicated through the waveguide. Soundwave Dragon, utilize the terrain to perform acrobatics and force it closer. Bulbasaur, prepare the Leaf Tornado. The Soundwave Dragon flapped its wings at maximum speed, launching surprise assaults around the stone pillars of the forest, each collision strategically nudging the Zapdos towards Bulbasaur's position. At that moment, the Zapdos's fury reached its peak, fixated solely on the Soundwave Dragon and utterly oblivious to Bulbasaur's impending large-scale attack. Sparks crackled around it. Yet each discharge was skillfully deflected by the Soundwave Dragon, using the stone pillars as shields. Realizing it was being toyed with, the Zapdos erupted in rage, letting out a piercing cry as a surge of electricity coursed through its body. Bolt Tackle. Unfortunately for the Zapdos, just as it unleashed this move, the Soundwave Dragon halted its charge. However, at that instant, a swirling vortex of leaves emerged from behind the Zapdos, ensnaring it instantly. Seizing the opportunity, Ash activated the bracelet on his wrist, prompting the Soundwave Dragon to execute its move. A luminous sphere coalesced in flight, forming the silhouette of a lizard dragon. Dragon's ultimate roar. The Zapdos, having just freed itself from the Leaf Tornado, barely registered the source of its impending attack before being struck by the Soundwave Dragon's assault. A resounding explosion echoed, and the Zapdos plummeted earthward amidst the billowing smoke, resembling a kite severed from its string. Ash, seizing the moment, hurled a Master Ball at the descending Zapdos. The Master Ball enveloped the Zapdos, vibrating visibly, yet within 2 seconds, it forcefully broke free from the confines of the ball. The capture attempt once again met with failure. Now perceiving Ash as an adversary akin to Team Rocket, the Zapdos unleashed a bolt of lightning into the sky, augmenting the electric terrain it had previously established before perching upon a stone pillar. Soundwave Dragon, prepare Sonic Boom. Bulbasaur, ready Solar Beam. The Soundwave Dragon perked up its large ears, using ultrasonic waves to lock onto the Zapdos, then unleashed a thunderous roar. Just as Sonic Boom was about to strike, the Zapdos swiftly flapped its wings and darted towards an adjacent stone pillar, evading the attack before once again employing Feather Rest to restore its state. As Bulbasaur amassed sufficient energy, it fixated on Zapdos and unleashed a beam of sunlight, striking the avian creature once more. Regrettably, Zapdos possessed a double resistance to grass-type attacks, rendering Bulbasaur's assault relatively ineffective, failing even to disrupt its flight. Recognizing the greater threat posed by Bulbasaur, Zapdos redirected its focus after the conclusion of its previous move, disregarding Noivern, and executed a peck drill directly at Bulbasaur. Its sharp beak descended like a dagger, aimed squarely at Bulbasaur. Dodge, Ash called out, prompting Bulbasaur to swiftly evade the attack. Undeterred by the miss, Zapdos transitioned to a series of peck attacks on Bulbasaur, adopting the relentless pecking style reminiscent of a hen feeding. However, to the experienced Bulbasaur, honed through rigorous training, Zapdos's onslaught was slower than an elderly woman buying ice cream. As Bulbasaur deftly evaded the strikes, its focus sharpened, and when Zapdos's assault momentarily ceased, a radiant glow enveloped Bulbasaur. Caw! Zapdos was momentarily taken aback. Witnessing 2 Pokémon evolve before its eyes would usually fill it with pride, as it would imply that its adversaries could not withstand its might. Yet, in this battle, it felt utterly stifled. First, it had been abruptly woken from slumber by a group of unknown foes, exchanged blows with Noivern. and only managed a glancing blow with its thunderbolt. Then, Noivern evolved, followed by a close encounter with a human trainer attempting to capture it. And now another Pokémon was evolving before it. With its evolution, Bulbasaur transformed into Venusaur, ascending into the realm of semi-champions and surpassing Zapdos in level. The next round of offense commenced as Ash commanded Venusaur to ensnare Zapdos with its Vine Whip, while Noivern prepared to deliver a finishing blow with Dragon Dive. Boom. The Dragon Dive struck Zapdos with pinpoint accuracy, igniting a fierce determination in its eyes. Yet, it refused to surrender, opting to use Ruse to withstand the impending onslaught. Ash, witnessing Zapdos' stubbornness, felt exasperated, realizing that this creature was indeed tenacious. In a moment of desperation, he inquired, Zapdos, can we have a chat? Zapdos tilted its head curiously. To Ash's surprise, it seemed to sense several divine auras emanating from him, one of which belonged to the legendary Moltres, a Pokémon it despised. Caw, human. You captured that foul bird sleeping in the volcano. Ash paused briefly before nodding. Indeed, I have captured it. Caw, let it out. I want to taunt it. Excitement lit up Zapdos' face. This unexpected exchange left Ash questioning the sanity of the bird before him. Yet the revelation that the two avian creatures were acquainted was entirely unforeseen. After weighing his options, Ash produced Moltres' Pokeball. Moltres, come forth and reunite with your old friend. As Moltres materialized, it immediately unleashed a torrent of flames towards Zapdos. Boom. Zapdos was engulfed in smoke, its feathers singed blackened. Chapter 193, Arrival in Glory City. The lightning bird, having fallen into a disadvantage, was filled with profound confusion, exclaiming, impossible. How could it have increased in strength so dramatically? Before being captured by Ash, the Firebird's level was that of a high-ranking champion, and the lightning bird also held the same status, making their prowess nearly indistinguishable. Both had established their presence in the Kalos region, rendering them neighbors. However, their relationship was far from amicable, often resulting in confrontations whenever they crossed paths. With a disdainful expression, the Firebird turned its head away, showing no inclination to explain itself to the lightning bird. The increase in level was undoubtedly a result of Ash's efforts. With just a dose of rare candy, the Firebird could ascend in its slumber, a far swifter process than absorbing energy from magma on its own. Ash discerned that these two were quintessential rivals, prompting him to inquire, Lightning Bird, do you wish to know why the Firebird has grown stronger? As he raised his hand, a soft luminescence emanated from his palm, manifesting the power of creation. The lightning bird's eyes widened in disbelief, as if it beheld the magnificent and revered figure of the legendary creator. The moment the power of creation was revealed, the lightning bird transformed into a more submissive creature, its attitude toward Ash shifting to one of respect, even contemplating the notion of becoming his guardian. Regrettably, the Firebird, which Ash had released, seized the opportunity to play a trick on it. Under the Firebird's guidance, Ash rode the lightning bird to its nest, where they unearthed numerous treasures, such as thunderstones, electric gems, and electric seeds. Although the absence of a Mega Evolution Stone was noted, the feathers shed by the lightning bird in the corner of the nest were a worthy find. Should Ash acquire the Master Disc for electric moves, these feathers would prove invaluable. Due to the 2-on-1 nature of the battle between Bulbasaur and Noivern against the lightning bird, the system awarded a lower score, resulting in Ash receiving only a few rare candies and a substantial amount of points. After gathering the spoils from the nest, Ash mounted Noivern and proceeded to meet up with Serena and the others in Lightning Town. Under the tree at the center of Lightning Town, Ash found Serena and her companions. Serena, how is that uncle doing? He asked. Citron's gaze fell upon Noivern. Ash, this Noivern wouldn't be. Ash nodded, affirming. Yes, it evolved during its battle with the lightning bird, along with Bulbasaur. Eureka expressed a tinge of regret. What a pity. I would have loved to witness their evolution. Citron, with a hint of anticipation, turned to Ash, inquiring about the lightning bird. Ash showcased the Master Ball he had acquired, opting for silence. The three understood immediately. Refraining from further questions, the Lightning Bird Festival commenced as scheduled, and Citron finally witnessed the celebration he had long anticipated, engaging in exchanges with several electric-type trainers. As the festival concluded with a dazzling fireworks display, Ash withdrew to a secluded corner, releasing the lightning bird to let it make an appearance at the festivity. After reveling in the festivities, the group set forth on their journey once more the following morning. After several days of arduous travel, the group finally arrived at the splendid venue of the Master-Level Advanced Tournament of the Tri-Crown Satellite Competition, located in the illustrious city of Glory. The stage for this Tri-Crown Satellite event was none other than the most opulent castle in Glory. Eulogia exclaimed, "What a grand and magnificent castle! How impressive!" Heitlong replied, "Indeed. This competition venue is more luxurious than any we've encountered before." Selena gazed at the castle, exhaling deeply to quell her rising anxiety. Her determination ignited as she declared, "The time has finally come. The grand tournament of the Tri-Crown Satellite Master Level is upon us. I am about to grace the stage of my dreams." At that moment, Shauna joined Selena, sharing her sentiments. Selena, it has been a while, Shauna remarked. Rufi then appeared behind Selena, adding, you are not the only one vying for the title of Queen of Kalos, Selena. With warmth, she waved at Ash, saying, Ash, long time no see. You will cheer for me, won't you? If I end up competing alongside Selena, who will you root for? Rufi queried unexpectedly. Upon hearing Rufi's question, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in Selena's eyes. Ash responded, although such a situation may not arise, if it does, I would choose to support Selena. Rufi paused in surprise before turning to Selena. It seems your progress is quite commendable. Selena, blushing, pulled Rufi aside, exclaiming, honestly, that's a different matter altogether. Your relationship seems rather complicated. Just then, another person approached. Selena gasped, Ning Ning. Shauna remarked, oh, so everyone knows each other. It appears that all are friends of Selena. Rufi noted, of course. We have all participated in the preliminary rounds, and were rivals on stage. Ning Ning added, in the upcoming matches, we shall all be formidable opponents. Eulogia, brimming with excitement, declared, we are all advancing to the final stage to compete together. Haitlong remarked, it seems the forthcoming battles will be fiercely contested. Among them stood Selena's formidable rivals. Besides these competitors, Ash also spotted the trio from Team Rocket. Judging by Musashi's confident demeanor, he could surmise that they too had gathered the 3 princess keys, qualifying them for the grand stage of tomorrow's competition. The group proceeded to the Pokémon Center in Glory City. After having her Pokémon restored by Nurse Joy, Selena promptly contacted her mother, Saki. Following a brief exchange, Saki indicated that she would arrive to spectate the next day. Chapter 194. The Grand Tournament commences. The following day, at the venue of the Tri-Crown Satellite Competition's Grand Tournament, cannons boomed, fireworks illuminated the sky, and a multitude of spectators entered the arena in an orderly fashion. The area outside was filled with vehicles from various television stations. As this was a competition for the title of Queen of Kalos, the voting process during the event was not limited to the audience present. Viewers from other cities in Kalos were equally essential. Accordingly, major television networks in Kalos had arranged for live broadcasts. After all, the title of Queen of Kalos holds immense significance, and many residents of the region are deeply invested in this competition. After escorting Serena to the waiting area, Ash and his companions found Sachi, who had arrived early, in the audience seats. Together, they eagerly awaited the commencement of the competition from the prime vantage point. In the waiting area, Serena, Shauna, and the other contestants were busily engaged in their final preparations. Though this competition was the grandest event of the Tri-Crown Satellite series, its schedule starkly contrasted with the lavish celebrations of the Grand Festival, which typically spanned at least 2 days. In contrast, this momentous occasion of the Tri-Crown Satellite series was condensed into a single day, necessitating meticulous preparations to maintain a positive mindset. Naturally, the participants were unaware of the schedule for the Glory Conference until the competition officially commenced. Serena adorned her 6 Pokémon, retrieving the staff they had once sworn their oath upon from the tail of her Fennekin. With solemnity, she declared, everyone, whether we laugh or cry, today marks our final battle. Let us give our utmost to deliver an unforgettable performance. Extending the staff before her Pokémon, they synchronously placed their paws upon it, rallying each other with encouragement. As the stage lights dimmed entirely, the competition was on the verge of beginning. Ladies and gentlemen, the grand competition that will determine the next Kalos Queen has finally arrived, Pierre announced with gravitas as he stepped to the center of the stage. Surrounding the stage, brilliant fireworks ignited, and the audience erupted into thunderous applause. I am the guide of dreams, Pierre. Now, let us welcome our performers. As Pierre's words resonated, dozens of small pavilions rose upon the stage, the spotlight converging upon them. Let us welcome the chosen elegant maidens. Come forth. And with the princess keys you have won through your struggles, unlock the doors to your futures. Each contestant produced their respective princess key, with each door featuring 3 keyholes, requiring them to unlock it themselves. Clutching the princess key she had fought so hard to obtain, Serena took a deep breath, stepping forward to insert the key of the Wind Festival into the lock. This is the first key, representing my quest for self-discovery and the clarity of purpose that has brought me to the starting point of my dreams. Next is the second key, which brings my dreams closer to reality. Lastly, the third key symbolizes the trials and tribulations I have overcome alongside my Pokémon. As the 3 keys turned, the door slowly opened, revealing Serena and the other performers as they made their grand entrance onto the stage. Now, allow me to introduce our special guest for this event. The spotlight illuminated the audience. She is not only the former Kalos Queen, but also the legendary producer, Ms. Akiyoshi, who has nurtured countless exceptional performers in Kalos. Ms. Akiyoshi will grace this event as a special judge. Rising, Ms. Akiyoshi spoke with an air of calmness. I sincerely look forward to the splendid performances from all the contestants on this stage. Please give it your all. A resounding applause thundered through the venue. Ash possessed a certain understanding of Lady Hachiki. Previously, he had sensed her aura at both the Sea Wing Conference and the Fleur Conference. If his memory served him correctly, She was also the mentor of Ire. To put it plainly, not only was she formidable herself, but her disciples were equally impressive. Thank you for your encouragement, Miss Hachiki, Pierre said with a slight bow of gratitude before directing his gaze towards the grand entrance at the center of the stage. Now let us welcome the queen. The opulent doors slowly swung open, revealing Queen Carla, Ire, in all her resplendent glory. Ire donned an elegant gown of soft yellow, adorned with a dazzling crown that shone radiantly. Her presence elevated the atmosphere in the venue to unprecedented heights. With her fiery red fox Pokémon at her side, she gracefully traversed the crimson carpet, each step seemingly resonating in the hearts of the audience, whose cheers crescendoed with fervor. The gazes of numerous performers were filled with deep admiration as they looked upon Ire. Selena was no exception. Beyond mere envy, the competitive spirit among the contestants ignited fervently, for they all strived to become the new queen of Kalos. Ire bowed slightly to the audience, addressing them warmly. Greetings to all present here and to those watching from home. Turning towards the performers, she continued, "It is my honor to compete alongside you on this stage. To show my respect, I shall stake the title of Queen of Kalos in a fair battle against each of you." With a playful wink directed at Selena, she seemed to anticipate an exciting contest ahead. She then turned back to the audience to express her gratitude once more. "Thank you for your captivating speech, Ire." Pierre once again took the stage, raising his staff. "Now, allow me to explain the rules of the competition. This master-level advanced tournament will not feature themed performances. Instead, it will be conducted entirely through free performances. The performers would compete in an elimination format. With a snap of his fingers, the competition brackets appeared above the stage, grouping the performers into teams of 3. Each trio would compete on stage, with only one advancing from each match. The elimination rounds would ultimately yield a single contender to vie for the title of Queen of Kalos against Ire. Though the elimination format was straightforward, it posed a significant challenge to the Pokémon of each performer, as this structure rigorously tested their levels and mastery of moves. Should one lose their momentum, they would likely miss the chance to advance further. The first and second rounds would involve performances with a single Pokémon, while the semifinals would feature 2 Pokémon, culminating in a final round with no limit on the number of Pokémon allowed. Upon hearing the tournament schedule announced by Pierre, the performers on stage displayed a palpable determination. Many had faced off against each other in previous preliminary rounds. Past outcomes mattered little now, for this competition was pivotal in realizing their dreams, and the atmosphere was charged with intensity. Chapter 195, The Elimination Rounds. Back in the waiting area, Selena gazed at her Pokémon, her attention finally settling on her long-tailed fox. "Long-tailed fox, I entrust you with our first battle." The first battle of the elimination round holds paramount significance, as it not only determines advancement to the next stage, but also impacts morale. Consequently, Selena opts to commence with her most cherished initial Pokémon. Among those set to face her in this inaugural round is none other than Marufii. Her words from yesterday have become prophetic, as she indeed finds herself once more competing alongside Selena, albeit with the heavy implication that one of them will inevitably face elimination. Meanwhile, on stage, the first group of competitors has begun. The trio comprises Musashi, Ninging, and a young girl named Kair. They wield Pokémon including Gourgeist, Mismagius, and Sneasel. The performance begins with a brief showcase by the 3 performers. Their time is limited, so they are urged to make the most of it. Pierre announces the rules for the first round and declares the competition officially underway. Musashi is the first to take the stage, and as the spotlight shines upon her, she twirls with Gourgeist, commanding it to unleash Shadow Ball, creating a cascade of purple fireworks. The pyrotechnics erupt and the lights dim, underscoring the brevity of the performance, which lasts only a minute. Following her, young Kair directs Sneasel to execute a vacuum wave, subsequently splitting a tile in 2 with a powerful strike. As the trio concludes their displays, the stage lights illuminate fully, and Pierre announces the commencement of the final performance. Ninging and Kair command their Pokémon to initiate with Icy Wind and Vacuum Wave, while Musashi, having stealthily taken center stage with Gourgeist, demands attention. Gather around. A blend of allure and grandeur. How could I possibly be outshone by those inexperienced girls? Shadow Ball, unleash your full might. Upon receiving the command, Gourgeist executes an impressive array of Shadow Balls, over a dozen dark purple energy spheres bursting forth and eclipsing the spectacle presented by Ninging and Kair. Instantly, the audience's gaze is drawn toward Musashi. Observing this, Ninging and Kair attempt to direct their Pokémon to perform alternative moves, but Musashi's Gourgeist enjoys a distinct advantage, both in terms of level and the mastery of its techniques. The stage presence of Musashi is unparalleled, effectively overshadowing her rivals. Without a doubt, the outcome of this match concludes with Musashi advancing to the next round. Selena, regardless of who progresses, let us carry each other's dreams forward. Marufii remarks to Selena. Selena nods in agreement, affirming her resolve. As rounds of competition progress, it soon becomes the turn of Selena and Marufii's group to take the stage. Next up, please welcome performers Sinley, Selena, and Marufii. The audience buzzes with excitement. Look, look, Selena is about to perform, exclaims Eulogia, while Hitron gasps. Her opponent is Mirufii. That young girl also knows Selena, doesn't she? Inquires Saki, to which Ash nods. Indeed, she is one of Selena's formidable rivals. As the lights dim, the spotlight first falls upon Mirufii. She commands, Fat Sweet, Cotton Spore. Fat Sweetie demonstrated a remarkable proficiency in her cotton spore technique, creating a delightful ambience as a gentle rain of cotton fell from the stage. Mirufii took advantage of the drifting cotton to dance alongside Fat Sweetie, embodying a playful spirit. Following this, it was Selena's turn to showcase her performance. With her long-tailed fox, she unleashed a torrent of flames. What was ostensibly a solo act featuring one person and one Pokémon conveyed the enchanting illusion of twins dancing gracefully amidst the flames. The lively, coordinated, and spirited movements captivated the audience. A girl named Xin Li utilized her Ice EV, conjuring a crystalline tower of ice with Ice Beam, which shone brilliantly under the spotlight, delivering an impressive performance, albeit one more suited for a grand competition. As the individual performances concluded, the stage lights illuminated fully for the trio's final act. Fat Sweetie initiated with Fairy Wind, while Ice EV unleashed Ice Beam. Mirufii and Xin Li's performance unfolded, and Selena, alongside her long-tailed fox, transitioned into a different dance sequence. The long-tailed fox released a powerful inferno. With the fiery display erupting in the air above the stage, their performance reached its climax. Undoubtedly, the ultimate victor of this round was Selena. From the highest seats in the audience, Heishi regarded Selena with admiration. After the conclusion of the Ocean Wing Conference, she had witnessed Selena cut her long hair in pursuit of her dreams. She had followed Selena's every competition since, seeing a reflection of AI air in her. Congratulations, Selena. Mirufii wiped away tears from the corners of her eyes and said, Selena, remember, we promised to cheer for each other. You must defeat Miss AI Air and become the Queen of Kalos. Ning Ning rushed over, adding, and my support too. Feeling the weight of their expectant gazes, Selena smiled and nodded earnestly. In the final match of the first round, Shauna triumphed overwhelmingly over her competitors, advancing to the next round. 9 performers progressed to the second round, divided into 3 groups vying for the last spots in the semifinals. Luck was on the side of Selena, Shauna, and Musashi. As they were placed in different groups, Shauna and Musashi faced off against nondescript performers, while Selena found herself in the same group as Amelia, the victor of the Flurry Conference. Shauna and Musashi easily secured their semifinal slots. In the second round, Selena showcased her Sylveon, while Amelia presented her Sun EV. And another performer employed a Flabb B. Compared to the Flurry Conference, Amelia showed no improvement. Her performance was still a solo act for her Pokémon, with her participation merely symbolic, failing to immerse herself in the display. The other competitor fared better, yet their Flabb BS level and move proficiency were lacking, resulting in a flawed Leaf Storm execution. Selena advanced to the next round without any pressure. Ultimately, the 3 who progressed to the semifinals were Selena, Musashi, and Shauna. Chapter 196, Selena's Technique Debut. After a brief intermission, Pierre returned to the stage, announcing, now let us welcome the elegant and charming young ladies advancing to the semifinals. Selena, Shauna, and Musashi stood in the elevator, gradually ascending towards the stage. The victor of the semifinals would earn the right to challenge Aria, as well as the opportunity to confront Queen Kalos. The rules of the semifinals differed slightly from the previous rounds. Contestants were now permitted to use 2 Pokémon, and performances would be conducted individually rather than simultaneously. Selena chose Sylveon and Florges as her partners. Indeed, Flabb B, which Selena had recently captured, had evolved into Florges, requiring only a Sunstone for its transformation. The newly evolved Florges was now capable of soaring gracefully through the winds. With Sylveon's unique dance steps and Florges' enchanting movements learned during its time as Flabb B, Selena felt an abundance of confidence in their captivating combination. Moreover, Ash had provided her with a secret weapon. Shauna's companions were Ivysaur and Flabb B, the same choices she made during the Marine Wing Conference. These Pokémon had been with her the longest, fostering an unbreakable bond and deep synergy. Beside Musashi, in addition to Gourgeist, was a Meowth dressed as a jester. In the forthcoming semifinals, contestants would utilize 2 Pokémon, taking turns to perform freely on stage. After Pierre articulated the rules, he announced with enthusiasm that the semifinals were about to commence. Regardless of tears or joy, only one contestant would advance to the final stage. First up, please welcome the performer Musashi. Musashi's participation in this grand event, or rather, in all the competitions of the Tri-Crown Satellite Tournament, embodied a relentless dedication to giving her all. This bold and creative approach to performance had indeed made a profound impact on the performing arts scene in the Kalos region. Her willingness to sacrifice herself to showcase the bond with her Pokémon was fitting for leading such an occasion, elevating the emotional dynamics. Under the control of Gourgeist, the vines deliberately lifted Musashi into the air, where she sat regally upon a vine chair, directing Gorgias to unleash seed bombs like celebratory fireworks, as if heralding the ascension of a queen. The finale was executed by Meowth, who unleashed a flurry of chaotic scratches, swiftly clearing the vines, allowing Musashi to descend gracefully onto the stage. The electrifying performance ignited the atmosphere in the audience. Ash noticed the fervent cheers of Koger from the opposite side of the audience, passionately rallying for Musashi. It was understandable. Having made it to the semi-finals of such a significant event, Koger, as her partner, had to give his all, lest he face the wrath of Musashi's fierce iron fist. Following Musashi, it was Shauna's turn to perform, with Selena again serving as the grand finale, perhaps to commemorate the first golden key of the princess. Or perhaps out of steadfastness to her original intentions, Shauna not only chose the same Pokémon as in the Marine Wing Conference, but also donned a similar outfit. Her performance style was wholly immersed in the act. However, in contrast to Musashi's fervent approach, Shauna adopted a more reserved manner. The vines of Ivysaur loomed like a powerful presence, allowing her to soar gracefully through the air alongside Flabb B. The radiant sunlight and the power of the moon harmoniously intertwined, beautifully showcasing her growth throughout her journey. In the final performance of the semifinals, which determined the last slot for the championship stage, only one group of contestants remained. Thus, let the dance commence, dear performer Selena. The spotlight illuminated Selena at the center of the stage, and the audience erupted into thunderous applause. Having traversed such a long journey as a performer, Selena had amassed quite a following. Some were captivated by her performances in the Triple Crown Satellite Tournament, while others were drawn in by her Pokémon shorts. Her exceptional displays in the preceding rounds of elimination had garnered significant support from the audience. Ash held unwavering confidence in Selena's performance, believing that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, she would undoubtedly advance to the finals. However, whether she could triumph over Ire on the grand stage and claim the title of Kalos Queen would depend on Selena's ability to embrace a bold and innovative performance. After all, Ire's fanbase was immensely vast, and a lackluster performance might pale in comparison to Ire's. Yulika cheered enthusiastically for Selena. Hitilon appeared calm on the surface. Yet internally he was as anxious as if he were standing on stage himself. Beside him, Harakuri, Jujutsu Rabbit, and the plump Harakuri were so excited they nearly leapt onto the stage, albeit with rather impure motives. Meanwhile, Miss Sachiko, Selena's mother, remained silent and tense, her expression serious as she silently cheered for her daughter. On stage, Selena took a deep breath, instantly entering her zone. Pixie EV High-Speed Star. The Pixie EV leaped gracefully forward, its four colorful ribbons swirling upwards, launching high-speed stars that scattered like twinkling lights across the stage. Madame Florigine summoned a fairy wind to keep these tiny lights suspended in midair, which then danced around Selena in harmony with the breeze. Standing at the center of the stage, Selena and Pixie EV performed together, one ribbon entwining around Selena's wrist, their joyful steps exuding an infectious exuberance. Madame Florigine Misty Field. With arms outstretched, Madame Florigine conjured a veil of mist that enveloped Selena and Pixie EV in an aura of mystery. Pixie EV, I entrust this to you. The bracelet on Selena's wrist radiated a dazzling light, as their movements synchronized in perfect harmony. Let us perform to our heart's content, cute starry sky smash. No sooner had she spoken than Selena tossed Pixie EV high into the air, as an overwhelming surge of fairy-type energy flowed from her bracelet to her partner. The four ribbons of Pixie EV converged at its chest, coalescing this energy into a glowing orb, which, empowered by the moon's essence, transformed into radiant beams of starlight that shot into the sky. As the audience beheld the brilliant display unleashed by Pixie EV, a hush fell over the crowd, followed by an uproar of astonished gasps. It seemed that Pixie EV had executed a truly extraordinary move. Ire couldn't help but exclaim in awe, her anticipation for Selena to surpass her growing ever stronger. She has new dreams to pursue. Having been the queen of Kalos for too long, she now perceives it as a constraint. Musashi, witnessing Selena's impressive display, felt a surge of frustration. How could that little rascal provide such formidable tools to a mere girl? Meow Meow and Pumpkin Man instinctively recoiled, striving to diminish their presence for fear that Musashi might unleash her wrath upon them. Chapter 197, The Final Stage Showdown. Well, since I've already made it to the semifinals, these Kalos folks ought to witness my beauty. Musashi's sudden shift in demeanor took Meow Meow and the others by surprise. Yet, reflecting on it, Musashi's performance in the Tri-Champion Satellite Tournament had far surpassed her earlier endeavors in the Grand Tournament. Alas, she had encountered Selena, who had been enhanced by Ash. Joy abounded. Eureka was overjoyed. Upon hearing that Selena had advanced to the final match, Eureka erupted in jubilant cheers. Hitron also rejoiced, exclaiming, "It feels like a dream. Well done, my daughter." Sachi's eyes sparkled with pride as she struggled to contain her excitement, rising to proclaim to the surrounding audience, "Ladies and gentlemen, listen to me. Selena is my daughter, and I couldn't be prouder." A smile graced Ash's face. Selena's advancement to the finals assured him that the fairy he had given her was not in vain. Selena, congratulations. May I entrust my dreams to you? Shauna paused, a glimmer of tears in her eyes. She approached Selena and softly said, to claim that I wouldn't regret not standing on the final stage would be a lie. Selena, strive for us who have fallen short. You are far more capable than we are. Selena responded with a gentle smile, affirmatively acknowledging her words. With the semifinals concluded, a break ensued before the next round. Under the guidance of the staff, Selena entered a private lounge. She turned to her Pokémon and declared, Longtail Firefox, Pixie EV, and Porygon, the final stage is in your capable hands. Choosing to compete with only 3 Pokémon like AI Air, Selena sought a fair contest. Just as she finished arranging her Pokémon, a knock sounded at the door. Come in, Selena called softly. Ms. Hachii stepped inside, interrupting her solitude. Ms. Hachii, Selena exclaimed in surprise. She had paid close attention during Pierre's introduction of Ms. Hachii and held great respect for this esteemed performer. Your performance on stage was commendable, but there remains a considerable gap to bridge before you can triumph over AI Air. Hearing Ms. Hachii's words, Selena instinctively inquired, so, are you here to persuade me to withdraw from the competition? Ms. Hachii shook her head. No, while AI Air is my student, a competition is a competition. I have come to caution you. The power you utilized on stage just now is not suitable for repeated use. That was the first time you employed such strength. And in the finals, using this unfamiliar power would make it even less likely for you to defeat AI Air. Although Ms. Hachii was unaware of the specific technique Selena had employed, she could discern that it had taken a heavy toll on Selena's stamina, especially since Pixie EV had yet to fully master that strength. Ms. Yashio, thank you for your reminder. Selena expressed her gratitude. Yashio had indeed planned for her Sylveon to perform alongside her nearly perfect doll, but now it seemed a change in performance was necessary. Soon, the finals commenced. Pierre ascended the stage once more to announce the rules of the finals, marking the moment when the honor of the Kalos Queen would be determined. The 2 performers, Challenger Selena and the reigning Kalos Queen, Aria, were free to select any Pokémon they possessed for a flawless free performance. Selena took to the stage accompanied by her Fennekin, nearly perfect doll, and Sylveon. Aria chose a trio of Pokémon, Delphox, Remedies, and Vivillon, who would ultimately claim the crown of the Kalos Queen. The stage was set for Challenger Selena to perform first. The 2 powerful moves collided in midair, creating a dazzling display of fireworks. Sylveon summoned the winds of fairy magic, guiding the fireworks down to the ground to form a massive ring of fire. In the center of this fiery circle, Selena gently touched the keystone she bore, declaring, nearly perfect doll, it is time to unveil your charm. Evolve. A brilliant light of bonds ignited as the evolution light enveloped the nearly perfect doll, while Fennekin tossed its fiery staff, erecting a wall of flames to add an air of mystery to the super nearly perfect doll. Truly astonishing. Did Selena really decide to showcase an evolution? Aria was taken aback by Selena's array of rare props. Healing Pulse. Super nearly perfect doll unleashed its healing wave upon the audience, leaving them feeling lighter. Their fatigue dissipating significantly, and cheers grew louder. Selena and super nearly perfect doll twirled gracefully, while Fennekin and Sylveon danced alongside them. Fennekin executing its moves in perfect harmony with Sylveon's mimicry. As Selena's performance concluded, it was swiftly Aria's turn to take the stage. As the Kalos Queen, Aria's movements were exceptionally elegant. She began by commanding Delphox to unleash its magical flames, while Vivillon followed suit with its illusion ray. The 2 attacks collided with a resplendent explosion of fireworks, opening the performance with a spectacular bang. Witnessing Selena's innovative displays in the preceding rounds ignited Aria's competitive spirit, and she delivered an extraordinary performance, striving with all her might to achieve perfection. If Selena's interaction with her Pokémon on stage radiated youthful vitality, Aria's dance with her Pokémon exuded joy, redemption, and an infectious energy. Selena, positioned above on the stage, gazed at Aria with admiration. This was Aria's heartfelt performance, and her smile still held the power to inspire. Chapter 198. The Curtain Falls. After Aria's performance concluded, Selena was once again invited to grace the stage. As the enchanting performance of the 2 young maidens concluded, an exhilarating moment of anticipation awaited the audience. Now, dear spectators, kindly cast your votes for the performance you deem most exceptional, and help us crown our new Kalos Queen. Are you all ready? Pierre raised the voting sticks towards the audience, and a multitude of spectators lifted their sticks in response, while viewers at home prepared to vote with their mobile devices. As the voting commenced, a flurry of luminous points soared from the audience towards the golden plaques adorning Selena and Aria. Selena, overwhelmed with anxiety, closed her eyes tightly, and her 3 Pokémon, sensing her distress, huddled closely around her, seemingly attempting to offer solace through their embrace. Would a new Kalos Queen emerge? Or would the reigning queen successfully defend her title? The moment of historical significance had arrived. The crown of Kalos Queen was awarded to performer Aria. At the announcement, the spotlight shone brightly upon Aria. Miss Aria had secured her reign by a narrow margin. The score displayed above their heads revealed an almost indistinguishable difference. However, a closer inspection revealed Aria had garnered slightly more votes. To provide the audience with a clearer picture of the results, Pierre disclosed the exact vote counts. The gap between Selena and Aria was a mere 5 votes. Such a closely contested outcome, especially for a performer who had only just begun her journey a year prior, underscored her remarkable potential. Yet, it was precisely because Selena was still in the early stages of her career that her fanbase remained modest. In contrast, Aria, with her superior performance skills and charismatic presence, shone brightly, her empowering smile showcasing her formidable talent. While Selena incorporated techniques and evolutions into her visually striking innovative performance, the votes she received were ultimately limited, making her narrow defeat a reasonable result. In the audience, Ash felt no surprise at the outcome. The title of Kalos Queen could indeed be a double-edged sword. Selena's journey was only just beginning, and trading freedom for a star's identity did not seem worthwhile. What a pity, Aria still managed to defend her title. Eureka remarked with a hint of disappointment. Hitron responded, Selena gave it her all. It was simply that Miss Aria's prowess was too formidable to overcome. Ash added, Selena's journey has only just commenced. She has already approached the shores of her dream, and perhaps next time, she will surpass it. Sachi, looking at Selena with pride, nodded in agreement. Ash is right. I believe Selena will surely succeed next time. I must take my leave for now. At the very top of the audience, Hachiku bore a rare smile, pondering, was it truly just a matter of a hair's breadth? If only she had been a bit more composed and brought that strength to the final stage, perhaps. Clearly, she felt a deep sense of regret that Selena had not fully unleashed her potential in the semifinals. Had both powers been showcased on the final stage, the outcome might have indeed been different. Nevertheless, she was also relieved that Selena had refrained from hastily employing both strengths, for it might have led to unintended consequences. The techniques and evolutions serve as a unique battle system that materializes the bond between trainers and Pokémon, testing not only the depth of their connection, but also the stamina of the trainers themselves. Performing has already drained considerable energy from Serena, and showcasing 2 power systems simultaneously may indeed hinder her ability to continue with subsequent performances. On stage, Air momentarily froze upon hearing the final results, a flicker of disappointment crossing her eyes. It seems her new pursuit will have to wait a little longer. Let us once again extend our heartfelt congratulations to Miss Air for her triumphant defense of her title. We shall bestow upon her the illustrious title of Queen of Kalos, along with this splendid crown. Yao Quan gently placed the resplendent crown of the Kalos Queen atop Air's head. Walking over to Serena, Air said, Serena, this stage is magnificent. I assent it. Let us perform together next time. A smile graced Serena's face as she replied, absolutely. Let us perform together again. I look forward to you defeating me next time. Air playfully winked at Serena. Integrating evolution into a performance is indeed an innovative endeavor. Perhaps your act will herald a new future. However, do you believe your performance was satisfactory? Or do you genuinely feel content with how you presented yourself? Though a serious expression lingered on Yashi's face, her eyes radiated profound approval. Serena, upon hearing Yashi's words, remained composed, acknowledging, I understand that I am not yet mature enough. Perhaps without evolution, my results would have been even poorer. Miss Air possesses qualities I lack. She brings smiles to people's faces and empowers them. I have always relied on the support of my companions and Pokémon, and I am still far from Miss Air's level. Therefore, I shall strive to draw closer to her. To become an exceptional queen, I must work even harder. Recognizing this signifies that you have grasped the true essence of what it means to be a performer. Would you like to walk this path with me? I shall impart to you all that I know about being a performer. As she spoke, Yashi handed Serena a business card. After the competition results were announced, she had someone look up Serena's information and, from her findings, discovered that Ash was a newly appointed Pokémon professor. Thus, she surmised that Serena's display of unknown techniques and evolution stemmed from Ash's influence. Believing that being alongside a capable Pokémon professor will only lead to a brighter future for Serena, Yashi was in no rush to compel her to make a decision. Indeed, Serena respectfully bowed to Yashi, acknowledging her. Chapter 199, Yuli Jia's Strange Dream. Outside the venue of the Glory Conference, Ash, along with his companions and others such as Sha Na and Miru Fei, gathered to await Serena's arrival. Upon spotting Serena exiting alongside Ms. Saki, Yuli Jia lamented, what a pity, Serena was so close. Serena, feeling somewhat bashful, responded, Miss Air is incredibly strong. She carries the dreams of everyone, and yet still lost. Miru Fei interjected, Serena, what are you saying? From this moment on, I assent at a brand new starting point. Indeed, I shall research more innovative performances, and when we meet again, I will surely astonish you all. Ning Ning added. Shauna also spoke up, declaring, I will strive even harder, and I shall not be outdone by any of you. After everyone expressed their determination to persevere, Mirufi suddenly grasped Selena's shoulder, whispering, Selena, you must also continue to push forward. If there is no progress by our next encounter, I shall not hold back. Selena, catching the teasing tone in Mirufi's voice, shot her a glare and, in a moment of impulsiveness, wrapped her arm around Ash's shoulder. Sachi, witnessing this scene, felt no surprise, and even stifled a laugh. Miss Sachi utilized the kitchen at the Pokémon Center to prepare a special meal for Selena. During dinner, Ash and Selena officially confirmed their romantic relationship under the watchful eyes of their friends. Ash, Hitron, and Yuliga nodded in agreement. After departing from Glory City, Ash and his companions set forth on their journey to Snowy City. That night, Yuliga experienced a peculiar dream. She dreamt that Hitron was getting married and intended to hand over the gym to her, which filled her with an inexplicable sense of panic. Although she had always hoped to find a reliable sister-in-law for her unreliable brother, the thought of it actually coming to pass made her feel anxious, to the point where she awoke before even seeing the bride's appearance in her dream. After awakening, Yuliga looked around in confusion, and upon realizing it was merely a dream, she sighed in relief. How could my brother ever find a dependable girlfriend? Absolutely impossible. After this self-denial, Yuliga drifted back to sleep. The following morning, while washing up, Yuliga mentioned her strange dream to Selena, but when Selena pressed for details, Yuliga chose to remain silent. Curiosity piqued, Selena pondered if it wasn't a nightmare. It could be a prophetic dream, perhaps it might indeed come to fruition at some point in the future. A prophetic dream? Coming to reality? Yuliga was taken aback. Just then, a loud explosion erupted as Hitron, in his pursuit of a new invention, found himself covered in soot. Seeing Hitron's disheveled state, Yuliga immediately dismissed the notion, saying, That's impossible. My brother is so unreliable. It surely won't come true. Yuliga's self-denial left Selena bewildered. It seemed that the Cottonee was eager to get closer to the Diglett. Indeed, Cottonee? Selena exclaimed, How adorable. Ash interjected, But it has an owner. Pokémon, Cottonee Lilia. Type, Grass. Gender, Female. Strength, Intermediate Advanced, 20. Ability, Soft. Due to its supple body, it cannot become paralyzed. Held item, None. Moves, Tackle, Detect, Round, Rage, Quick Attack. Cottonee. How wonderful. I've finally found you. At that moment, a tall girl with 2 braided pigtails rushed over. Looks like you've made a new friend. Hitron inquired. Is Cottonee your Pokémon? So, does that mean this Diglett is your Pokémon? The girl asked Ash and his companions. Without waiting for Hitron to express his thoughts on the ownership of the Digger Rabbit, Yuliga dashed forward, her excitement palpable. I want to keep the beautiful big sister. Please, accept my brother. I hope the lovely big sister can become my brother's bride. He is passionate about inventing machines and often appears rather clueless. So having a reliable bride would be wonderful. Hitron hurriedly manipulated the long-tailed mechanical arm to pull Yuliga away. Yuliga, I've told you numerous times not to act this way. It causes me great distress. The girl replied earnestly, Well, that's not entirely out of the question. In fact, I am also searching for a life partner. My name is Lilia. I look forward to your guidance. Lilia's declaration left Ash and his companions utterly astonished. This is the long-tailed mechanical arm I created. It seems quite impressive. Upon hearing someone appreciate his invention, Hitron eagerly demonstrated the arm's various functions, grasping, lifting, and even screwing. Of course, the primary purpose of the mechanical arm was to keep Yuliga from running amok. How amazing! I actually have a keen interest in machine inventions. Upon learning that Hitron was the creator, Lilia looked at him with newfound admiration. Yuliga froze, sensing that this situation was unlike any before. When Hitron realized that Lilia shared his passion for machinery, he felt a kinship and promptly invited her to sit down and chat, eager to showcase his other inventions. Ash whispered to Serena, It seems they are quite taken with each other. Yuliga's wish might just come true. Indeed, they appeared to be well matched, sharing such similar interests. Serena was quite optimistic about Hitron and Lilia as a pair. At that moment, Yuliga couldn't help but envision Lilia's face in the bizarre dream she had the previous night. The more she pondered, the more panic enveloped her. Chapter 200, Yuliga's Concerns. The Orange Mark Company? The President? Lilia, your father is an extraordinary person. Hitron was astounded upon learning of Lilia's background. The Orange Mark Company is a large mechanical manufacturing enterprise in the Kalos region, originating there, but boasting a worldwide influence. Undeniably leading the field of mechanical manufacturing. Many products from the Orange Mark Company can be found in the Prism Tower, home to the Miare gym. A genius inventor and the daughter of a mechanical manufacturing giant, Hitron requires materials for his creations, while Lilia could promote Hitron's inventions for the benefit of humanity. It was a match made in heaven. Ash provided subtle support from the sidelines. Serena, catching on to Ash's intentions, chimed in to assist Hitron. Why not showcase your inventions to Lilia? With her discerning eye, they might spark some extraordinary ideas. These words illuminated Hitron and Lilia's expressions. Meanwhile, Yuliga, overhearing Ash and Serena's conversation, sulked quietly, pouting her lips as if she had transformed into a little pufferfish. her discontent unmistakably etched on her face. Hytron remained oblivious to the emotional fluctuations of Yulika, as he reveled entirely in the joy of showcasing his inventions. Lilia was the first person he had encountered on his journey who genuinely expressed interest in his creations. Ash, noticing Yulika's change in demeanor, couldn't help but smile. Throughout their travels, Yulika had proclaimed her affection for numerous girls on Hytron's behalf, and now, when a suitable heiress had presented herself, she found herself troubled. Of course, Ash understood Yulika's concerns. She feared that if Hytron were to find a girlfriend, it might lead to a rift between them, causing him to distance himself from her. After Hytron had showcased his entire inventory, Lilia exclaimed with palpable excitement, "Truly, each invention is remarkable." Besides these inventions, Hytron had many more stored within the Prism Tower, where the Miare Gym is located, with the most impressive being his creation, the substitute trainer for the Miare Gym, Hytraloid. Having traveled for so long, Ash, determined to be a good friend, once again offered Hytron his support. With Hytron's talents and status, he was indeed deserving of such a wealthy young lady. Seeing Ash extend his aid once more, Yulika felt increasingly disheartened and muttered under her breath, "Ash, honestly, must you disclose everything?" Lilia clarified, "This is because I will inherit my family's business, and I seek a partner who shares my passion for machinery, so that in the future, I can entrust the management of the enterprise to him." As the sole heir to the Orange Mark Corporation, Lilia felt a considerable amount of pressure, especially since she merely enjoyed machinery without excelling in invention. Thus, finding a suitable partner would alleviate much of her burden, potentially advancing the company's progress. "Oh, I see," Hytron exclaimed, enlightened. After hearing Lilia's explanation, Yulika felt as if struck by lightning. Visions of Hytron and Lilia together, ascending to the heights of corporate success. Abandoning the Miare Gym and forsaking her as a sister flooded her mind. The thought of possibly being left to fend for herself at the Miare Gym filled Yulika with dread. She did not wish to live in solitude within the tower. Nor did she aspire to become a tragic figure like Lettuce Girl. Noticing the rapid changes in Yulika's expression, Selena inquired, "What's wrong, Yulika?" "Selena, am I dreaming? Pinch my cheek, please," Yulika replied, bringing her face closer. Though Selena was uncertain of Yulika's thoughts, she complied and pinched her cheek. Ouch! Feeling the sting on her cheek. Yulika was certain that she was not dreaming. Everything happening was unmistakably real. Suddenly, a rumble emanated from Lilia's stomach, and she awkwardly covered her empty belly. Observing this, Hytron promptly stood to prepare lunch for Lilia. As Hytron busied himself, Ash exchanged a knowing glance with Selena, and the two concocted an excuse to lead Yulika aside, leaving Hytron and Lilia alone at the campsite. After finding a tranquil spot, Ash turned to Eureka and inquired, "Eureka, haven't you always wanted to find a reliable partner for Hytron? I believe Lilia's situation is quite suitable." Serena chimed in, "Indeed, Eureka, Miss Lilia seems perfectly matched with Hytron. If they were to be together, you might no longer have to worry." Upon hearing this, Eureka lowered her head and feigned calmness, softly asking, "Ash, Serena, do you both really think so?" Ash's lips twitched slightly. Indeed, this girl was both inexperienced and playful. Despite the perfect opportunity presented by a wealthy and beautiful girl, she was now fretting over her own predicament. "Eureka, surely you don't believe that once Hytron and Lilia become a couple, he will forget about you?" Having her thoughts exposed, Eureka pouted, "Of course not." Serena realized the truth. Initially, she thought Ash's inquiry was due to Eureka's discontent with Lilia, but it was clear that Eureka was concerned about her standing with Hytron. Serena smiled reassuringly. "Eureka, your worries are entirely unfounded. Both Ash and I can see that you hold a significant place in Hytron's heart, so there is no need for concern." Still somewhat uneasy, Eureka asked, "Really?" "Absolutely. If you doubt it, you can always ask Hytron later. Right now, what we should focus on is bringing them together." Serena encouraged, "Imagine, once Hytron and Lilia are married, he will surely be unable to leave Miare City at will. When you become a trainer, you'll be free to travel wherever your heart desires. Moreover, with Lilia's family support, Hytron's inventions will be secured. When the time comes, if you need any equipment for your travels, you can have Hytron prepare it in advance. Doesn't that sound wonderful?" She continued, "The Orange Mark Company is a world-class corporation possessing abundant resources. Your Pokémon training will become significantly easier. For instance, your Don Mouse can simply feast on Pokémon food, and their levels will soar effortlessly." Ash's elaborate description left Eureka and Don Mouse momentarily stunned. Chapter 201, The Unusual Littlewood Spirit. "Alright, I will assist my brother in winning over Sister Lilia." After Ash's persuasion, Eureka's worries vanished entirely, replaced by an inexhaustible drive. As Serena watched Eureka's departing figure, she remarked, "Ash, it seems you genuinely want Hytron and Lilia to be together. Serena, don't you think they are a perfect match?" Ash replied, "Of course, my desire to unite them is not entirely selfless. I have a personal interest as well. The Orange Mark Company is an industry leader, and I happen to have some matters that require their expertise in production. Initially, I intended to approach the Devon Corporation from the Hoenn region, but Mr. Steven's elusive nature has made it somewhat challenging. With Lilia and Hitron together, the Orange Mark Company might be the most cost-effective and profitable choice. Ash is in need of producing skill-learning machines and technical discs. It has been nearly 2 months since he captured Darkrai and obtained the complete set of Dark-type move discs along with the production line for the learning machines. Yet he has yet to find a suitable partner to bring his venture to fruition. Now, he has finally encountered a wealthy investor, which may allow him to secure funding to initiate this endeavor. After the Mia rally, he plans to expand and enhance his project. The skill discs that enable Pokémon to swiftly master moves are crucial for their rapid growth and strength. Ash is determined to monopolize this industry, knowing that as soon as he prepares to launch, individuals from the Alliance will undoubtedly arrive to stake their claim. Thus, he understands that to solidify his position, he must first align himself with a formidable ally, and once his project has gained momentum, he can strategize further expansion. Devon Corporation is indeed the optimal choice. However, the breadth of their business is overwhelming, ranging from fossil revival machines to Pokémon food, and they are also engaged in research on skill discs. Should they inadvertently grasp the production of discs for other types, it could be a devastating setback. The profits from a singular dark type cannot compare to the allure of all 18 types combined. Upon returning to the campsite, Ash and Serena observed Eulogia enthusiastically sharing Hectron's amusing anecdotes with Liliana, bringing a smile to Liliana's face and easing Ash's concerns. Eulogia even entrusted Liliana with the password and keys to access the Prism Tower, treating her as one of their own. During this time, Ash also shared his thoughts with Hectron and Liliana, who showed considerable interest in the skill-learning machine. Liliana readily agreed, recognizing the immense opportunity it represented for her family's enterprise. After bidding farewell to Liliana, Ash and his companions continued their journey towards Snowvale City. Shortly after setting out, they encountered Elon again at a Pokémon Center on the outskirts. Not long after parting with Elon, the group walked along the edge of a forest, and Ash soon sensed something in the sky was guiding him with precision. Eulogia's small companion, nestled in her bag, also lifted its head to gaze in that direction. Eulogia followed suit, exclaiming that something appeared to be falling from the sky. Observing the familiar descent, Ash felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. The entrance of exceptional Pokémon from the Kalos region was indeed unique. The last one to descend in such a manner was the mythical Sableye, and now an unusual little creature was making its entrance. He raised his hand and used the power of creation to catch the descending white figure. It was a small creature with a black body, adorned with wooden horns resembling tree stumps atop its head. Pokémon, Shiinotic, Shiny. Type, Ghost, Grass. Gender, Male. Level, Elite Beginner, 22. Held item, None. Moves, Forest Curse, Frighten, Strange Light, Critical Hit, Root, Curse. The shiny Shiinotic clutched a Bafure, carefully blowing away the dust on its surface before taking small bites. As Ash observed the little Trevenant indulging in its meal with immense delight, he couldn't help but whisper, "What a little foodie you are." Upon hearing Ash's voice, the Trevenant glanced up, its body suddenly frozen in place as if ensnared by an unseen spell. "Is it perhaps shy?" Serena inquired. "It seems so. Do you have any Poffins with you, Serena?" This marked Ash's first encounter with a Pokémon whose wariness could not be diminished even by the power of aura. This particular shiny Trevenant appeared to have been frightened by someone, most likely the 3 bumbling members of Team Rocket. With the enticing Poffin at hand, the Trevenant's guard lessened significantly, allowing Ash to draw closer without resistance. Eureka found the sight of the Trevenant nibbling cutely on its food utterly charming, prompting her to instinctively lean in for a closer observation. However, the Trevenant seemed startled, its blue eyes shimmering with a faint glow as an abundance of purple vines suddenly sprouted around the group, ensnaring Ash and his companions. This was the Forest Curse, a unique technique of the Trevenant species. The Forest Curse is an exceedingly rare supplementary move that grants grass-type properties to Pokémon lacking them. When executed effectively, it becomes a formidable skill, creating vulnerabilities for opponents. The shiny Trevenant displayed remarkable proficiency in its Forest Curse, swiftly entangling several targets, piquing Ash's curiosity towards this little creature. After a moment of soothing reassurances, the Trevenant finally released its hold, granting freedom to Ash and his friends. It was evident that this little one was experiencing contact with the outside world for the first time, making its shyness entirely understandable. To prevent a recurrence of such an incident, Ash advised, "Eureka, if you wish to approach the Trevenant, you might consider using a Poffin to ease its wariness." "All right," Eureka exclaimed excitedly as she picked up a piece of Poffin, ready to embark on her feeding endeavor. "Serena, are there any famous large trees nearby? Preferably one that carries an eerie atmosphere." Chapter 202, Capturing the Shiny Trevenant. Indeed, atop this mountain, there exists a colossal tree, reputed to be a place where locals often hear the voices of children, leading many to lose their way. Consequently, a shrine was constructed in the vicinity, where offerings of sweets and snacks were regularly placed, and thereafter, the eerie children's voices ceased, along with the incidents of individuals getting lost. Serena recounted the crucial information inscribed on the map. Upon hearing Serena's description, the Trevenant felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity with the location she mentioned. Upon closer inspection, it recognized it as its home. This realization sparked a wave of excitement within it. "Trevenant!" it exclaimed, pointing enthusiastically at the picture of the ancient tree on the electronic map. At the mention of its home, the Trevenant's eyes sparkled with excitement, and its eating pace quickened. Just then, a wild electrike emerged from the bushes, seemingly drawn by the sweet aroma of the poffin. Upon seeing the electric-type Pokémon, Dedenne and Pikachu eagerly approached to engage in a lively electrical exchange, their charged cheeks rubbing together in delight. The crackling arcs of electricity startled the small Trevenant. Xiao Ruzhi remarked that nuzzling one's cheek is a customary gesture of friendship among electric-type Pokémon, assuring the little Trevenant that the Ampharos meant no harm. "Would you like to befriend the Ampharos?" he suggested. Upon hearing this, the Trevenant promptly devoured the Poffle in its grasp and approached the Ampharos to extend a greeting. The gentle nature of the Ampharos made it easy to communicate, and soon the two became fast friends, sharing camaraderie as if they had known each other for ages. With this newfound experience in friendship, the Trevenant's demeanor transformed into one of exuberance, leading to numerous new acquaintances along the mountain path, embodying the very essence of a social butterfly. As friendships blossomed, the Trevenant felt an urge to break free from its confines and engage with the outside world. Undoubtedly not merely due to Xiao Ruzhi's tempting array of snacks. During their ascent, Xiao Ruzhi and his companions inevitably crossed paths with the notorious trio of Team Rocket. From the dialogue exchanged between the Trevenant and the trio, Xiao Ruzhi gleaned the reason behind the Trevenant's departure from its kin, culminating in a dramatic descent. The root of this upheaval lay in Team Rocket's audacious act of pilfering offerings from the shrine dedicated to the Trevenants, brazenly confronting the little spirits when caught in the act, which incited a fierce altercation. The trio's fall into thievery was closely linked to their indulgent celebrations following their dismal performance at the Grand Festival. After successfully driving away Team Rocket, Xiao Ruzhi and his group encountered other Trevenants searching for their rare-colored companion. These Trevenants maintained a strong bond with their uniquely colored counterpart, showing no signs of exclusion due to its distinct hue. In the realm of Pokémon, those of unique coloration often stand out among their peers, and many groups may shun such individuals for reasons rooted in species preservation, as their conspicuousness could easily attract predators. The rejection experienced by these rare Pokémon often stems from their need to adapt to a more treacherous existence, where the challenges faced can hone their resolve and strength. Following the Trevenants, the group soon arrived at their towering sanctuary, where a small shrine had been constructed beside the roots of the great tree. On the offering table lay two pastries, clearly intended for the rare-colored Trevenant. Observing the majestic tree, Xiao Ruzhi understood why these Trevenants coexisted harmoniously. They had a safe haven, a stable food supply, and the robust roots of the tree served as an effective means of defense. It could be said that as long as they remained within the protective perimeter of the great tree, their safety was hardly a concern. Noticing that many Trevenants favored sweets, Serena decided to share all of her treats, allowing the little spirits to indulge in a delightful feast. The rare-colored Trevenant watched its companions savoring the delicacies, swallowing its own pangs of envy, before resolutely approaching Xiao Ruzhi. "Have you made up your mind?" Xiao Ruzhi inquired with a smile. The rare-colored Trevenant nodded affirmatively, then bid farewell to your companions. The uniquely colored Trevenant turned and flew to its companions, articulating its decision. The group of Trevenants looked up at Ash, a wave of warmth enveloping them. Many chose to trust the decision of the uniquely colored Trevenant and expressed their willingness to support its departure. After Ash successfully captured the Trevenant, he bid farewell to the numerous wild Trevenants and continued his journey towards Snowpoint City. Once they resumed their travels, Ash and his companions found a clearing at the forest's edge to set up camp. After organizing a day of intensive training tasks for the Pokémon, Ash took his Emboar aside for specialized training. Emboar's final evolution, Boar King, possessed commendable health and output, yet its speed and defensive capabilities were rather unremarkable. Ash felt no concern regarding its fire-type moves, as both Charizard and Infernape were there to guide it, but its resilience and combat finesse required significant cultivation. With the formidable abilities of the Mega Evolution, the Aura Force, and the Genesis Power, Ash's own strength was formidable. However, the league competitions were too conventional. In an unrestricted battle scenario, even a sealed legendary Pokémon would prove ineffective against him. Emboar, focus your mind and attune to the currents of air, Ash instructed. With both hands infused with Genesis Power, he initiated a series of close combat strikes against Emboar. The Genesis Power integrated into Emboar's being with each blow, enhancing its potential and comprehension through the rigorous training. Initially subjected to one-sided attacks, Emboar rapidly evolved to the point where it could sense and evade strikes, and even occasionally mount counterattacks. Meanwhile, Pikachu was also engaged in intensive training with the Gloom Vines. The paralysis from electric shocks posed no threat to the vines, but Pikachu, with its swift electric assault, was the perfect training partner, particularly as the other Pokémon had their own training routines. Chapter 203, The Bad News from Karuna. Just as the training concluded, the sound of helicopter blades resonated from above. Ash and his companions looked skyward to see a familiar indigo helicopter hovering over them. I feel like I've seen that helicopter before, Serena remarked. Ash smiled, saying, "That's Miss Karuna's private aircraft." Miss Karuna. Serena and the others immediately recalled. From the helicopter, a voice called out, "Please secure yourselves. I am preparing to land." The pilot began to maneuver the helicopter for descent. "This altitude is sufficient. No need for a complicated landing," Karuna declared, standing up and walking to the door. Noticing this, her assistant quickly cautioned, "Miss Karuna, you have a commercial shoot scheduled today. Please refrain from any dangerous actions." However, Karuna appeared oblivious, swinging the door open and gripping a rope for a rapid descent. Indeed, those who become regional champions are anything but ordinary. Ash mused. He couldn't recall a regional champion lacking in physical prowess, with Professor Oak being the most extraordinary of them all. Sensing Karuna's exceptional nature, the timid assistant, Xiao Ruzhi, exhibited a flicker of apprehension before retreating into Eulogia's satchel. Karuna greeted everyone. "Hello, everyone. It has been a while. Miss Kalos, how did you know we were here?" Selena inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Kalos explained, "I asked Ms. Gigi to assist me in locating you." "Ms. Gigi?" Hytron questioned, "Has a disaster occurred?" "No disaster has befallen us yet. But I have heard about a prophecy from Ms. Gigi. I have conducted extensive investigations regarding this crisis. Behold this." Kalos produced her phone and displayed a photograph to the group. The image depicted a desolate island, overtaken by dark, creeping vines that had ravaged its landscape, rendering it a lifeless wasteland. Selena asked, "What has transpired here?" "This was once a vibrant island, lush with greenery. I cannot fathom what has led to its current state. Such scenes are not isolated to this island. Numerous areas in Kalos have suffered similarly," Kalos elaborated. "What exactly is happening?" "The specifics remain unclear, but Ms. Gigi suspects that these anomalies are likely linked to the impending crisis. Perhaps the fabled Zygarde is beginning to stir." Ash interjected, "Miss Kalos, the disturbances you mention are indeed related to Zygarde, but they do not stem from its own volition. It is Team Flare that has harnessed Zygarde cells to develop highly destructive weaponry. These locales are quite remote, nearly devoid of human presence, which suggests that Team Flare has chosen them as experimental sites. Judging by the state of this island, their research is nearing completion." "Team Flare?" Kalos's brow knitted in concern as she pressed. "Ash, do you know something?" Ash explained, "Team Flare intends to exploit Zygarde's power to annihilate the world. If I am not mistaken, they have captured one of Zygarde's cores. Otherwise, their weapon development would not be advancing so rapidly." At this revelation, a small figure emerged from Ash's satchel, gazing intently at him. "Is what you say true?" it asked gravely. "It can speak?" Yuliga exclaimed, her eyes wide with excitement. Hytron corrected her, "Yuliga, it is not speaking. It is communicating with us through telepathy." Kalos looked at the small creature, puzzled. Ash turned to it. "You have not been in contact with it lately. Do you not already possess the answer?" He then introduced Kalos. "This is another core of Zygarde, known as Little Soft. Is this truly the legendary order Pokémon, Zygarde?" Kalos was taken aback by the seemingly innocuous appearance of the fabled creature, particularly surprised that it resided within a little girl's bag. Ash chuckled. "This is merely its core form. In battle, it takes on a different visage. Zygarde's complete form requires the convergence of both cores. A single core can only wield half of its power. And even that is not something an ordinary legendary Pokémon can contend with. Zygarde possesses a plethora of exclusive moves, ensuring it retains its grandeur. Ash, given that Team Flare has targeted Zygarde and captured one of its cores, your current situation is perilous. Indeed, the Flare Gang, of which I have some understanding, is a nefarious organization lurking within the Kalos region. Their methods are far more ruthless than those of Team Rocket in Kanto. Xiaoruan is likely their next target. Her association with you could prove perilous." Eulogia clutched Xiaoruan tightly, exclaiming, "No." Eulogia does not wish to part with Xiaoruan. Karuna cast a weary glance at Eulogia, yet. Ash interjected, "Miss Karuna, it is safest for Xiaoruan to remain with us. I believe the Kalos League is not entirely aware of the Flare Gang. But you must know of Fladari, correct?" "Fladari?" Karuna's brow furrowed. She considered him a friend and, thus, was familiar with him. "Are you suggesting that Fladari is a member of the Flare Gang? If that is the case, the League is indeed in grave danger." "Member?" "No. The Flare Gang was founded by him. Initially, the organization was established with the noble intent of aiding the weak. However, humanity is unpredictable in his quest to assist others. Fladari became acutely aware of human greed, leading him to desire the destruction of the world to forge a new one. The Flare Gang's infiltration of the Kalos region is quite alarming. Even one of the Elite Four, Pakila, has a notably close relationship with Fladari. As for whether she is aware of Fladari's true nature, I cannot say." Chapter 204. A reunion with Xiangtai? Pakila? That cannot be. Karuna was momentarily taken aback. She knew Pakila well, and could not fathom her as a villain. Perhaps they merely have a close association. But I am certain that Fladari is not a good person. Additionally, there is a need to be wary of the Flare Gang's chief researcher, Kozrolaski, whose ideology is equally extreme as Fladari's. If Miss Karuna wishes to investigate, this individual would be a prudent starting point. I advise against confronting Fladari for the time being. Should you uncover detailed information about the Flare Gang's schemes, there might be someone who could assist you in investigating Fladari. It is not that Ash underestimates Karuna, but rather that Fladari's strength is formidable. His fiery lion is at least at the elite level, and he also possesses a potentially evolving Gyarados. In contrast, the threat posed by Kozrolaski, the researcher, is considerably diminished. He is directly involved in the weaponry created using the powers of Zygarde and has been present at weapon testing sites. Who? Karuna inquired curiously. He is a misguided henchman of Fladari, whose heart is not inherently malevolent. He is merely lost in his pursuit of power. Alain is an extramural member directly commanded by Fladari. If memory serves, in the original story, he captured the protagonist with his Mega Charizard, thereby granting the Flare Gang's 2 executives an opportunity. I understand now. Karuna silently noted down the information regarding Alain. Having received such astounding revelations from Ash, she momentarily forgot her original intent of testing Ash and his Froakie, which had caught the attention of Genghis Flower. After the helicopter's return, she hurriedly departed. As Ash and his companions continued their journey towards the city of Inksnow, they soon arrived at a Pokémon Center nestled at the foot of a snowy mountain. Upon entering, Ash noticed a considerable gathering of trainers around the battle arena, and upon closer inspection, he discovered an ongoing Pokémon battle. Cinderace, unleash your Flare Blitz, commanded the trainer. The flames enveloped Cinderace, intensifying until it was completely engulfed, before it charged forward to deliver a fervent embrace to the opposing Scizor. The sheer heat of the encounter rendered Scizor unconscious. The trainer, tears welling in his eyes, accepted 500 league coins from Ash as travel fare, then promptly sent Scizor for medical attention at the Pokémon Center. Witnessing this, the other trainers eagerly lined up to receive Ash's expertise, turning him into a valuable source of experience. Seizing this opportunity, Ash encouraged his adorable Pokémon to adapt to battle, with Cinderace, Litten, Trevenant, Snorlax, Tepig, and Servine all taking turns to absorb the combat experience. Honestly, the battles just never cease, sighed Serena. Yet, he is truly remarkable. Ash has never lost a single match. After reflecting on Ash's prowess, Eulogia suddenly recalled something and turned to Shitron. After the challenge at the Inksnow gym, we will be heading to the Miare gym. Brother, are you prepared to face Ash's challenge? Of course. My Lurantis and Ampharos are already primed for battle, Shitron exclaimed, exuding confidence. However, deep down, he felt quite the opposite. He had observed Ash's strength throughout their journey, noting that only when facing a champion-level opponent did Ash appear to struggle. Battling gym-level trainers seemed to be akin to a walk in the park for him. Eulogia remarked, it sounds like you lack confidence, brother. Are you truly alright with this? After a moment of silence, Shitron declared, for the sake of the Miare gym, I shall also commence rigorous training with Lurantis and Ampharos. With that, Shitron eagerly dashed to a nearby open area to begin his special training. Hey, Ash and everyone, it's been a while. A familiar voice called out, as Shota approached from the direction of Inksnow City. Shota, Ash waved in greeting, then resumed his final battle. He felt no surprise at Shota's progress, considering he was traveling alone and could directly challenge any gym he desired. However, had Ash known Shota's inner thoughts, he would undoubtedly have taken his first rival, Gary, as a benchmark. Noticing the spark of determination in Shota's eyes, Ash remarked, you seem to have grown significantly stronger. That is thanks to the advice you gave me last time, Ash. Shota replied, a smile breaking across his face. He then stated, Ash, let us have another battle. The rules will still be 3-on-3. Absolutely. Ash was eager for a worthy opponent to challenge his team. The two took their places at opposite sides of the arena as Shitron once again assumed the role of referee to announce the rules. Shota was the first to toss out his Pokeball. For the first match, I choose Scyther. Let us go. Scyther, huh? Cinderace, you're up. Ash responded. Ready for the challenge. Once again, Ash summoned his Charcoal Samurai to face the challenge. The level of his Charcoal Samurai was comparable to that of the Twin Sword Sheath, and it was nearly ready for evolution. Shota's face lit up with excitement upon seeing the Charcoal Samurai. This was the moment for the Twin Sword Sheath's vengeance. Twin Sword Sheath, use Iron Wall. The Twin Sword Sheath unsheathed its blades simultaneously, their metallic glint enhancing its defensive capabilities. Phosphor Flame. Shota commanded, block it with the sheath. Responding promptly, the Twin Sword Sheath struck the floating Phosphor Flame with its sheath. Although the main body had detached from the sheath remained an integral part of it, and the burning effects of the Phosphor Flame still activated. Chapter 205, The Rematch with Shota. Seizing the moment, Ash ordered, unleash Charged Flame Strike. While the Twin Sword Sheath was still occupied with the Phosphor Flame, Ash directed Charcoal Samurai to launch a surprise attack. In its Charged Flame state, Charcoal Samurai swiftly dashed beneath the Twin Sword Sheath and leapt up, grasping the sword's hilt. The searing flames inflicted immense suffering upon the twin sword sheath, which soon succumbed to defeat. Ash, Shota remarked, one must remain fully focused on the opponent's every move during battle. Pokémon, Cannon Arm Shrimp, Shota. Type, Water. Gender, Male. Strength, Gym Beginner, 42. Ability, Super Launcher. Enhances the power of wave and aura moves. Held item, none. Moves, Crab Hammer, Heal Pulse, Water Pulse, Dragon Pulse, Water Jet, Ice Beam. Cannon Arm Shrimp, is it? Very well, I'll call upon you, Chubby Hallie. Ash opted for Chubby Hallie, possessing a type advantage, to engage in battle. A grass-type Chubby Hallie? This time, I might not lose. Crab Hammer. Ash chuckled. Chubby Hallie, use Wood Hammer. With its robust arms enveloped in a torrent of water, Cannon Arm Shrimp launched an assault toward Chubby Hallie. Chubby Hallie's right arm shimmered with a verdant glow as it retaliated with a powerful punch. Boom. The two formidable moves collided, sending both Chubby Hallie and Cannon Arm Shrimp flying. Though the impact appeared evenly matched, in truth, Chubby Hallie held a slight advantage. Cannon Arm Shrimp's Crab Hammer did not inflict significant damage, primarily due to the move's secondary effects. Steel Cannon Shrimp, Heal Pulse. Shota commanded. The Heal Pulse activated Cannon Arm Shrimp's Super Launcher ability, visibly accelerating its healing process. Energy Ball, Full Power. Dragon Pulse. Chubby Hallie unleashed a terrifying attack imbued with grass-type energy, while Shota's Cannon Arm Shrimp responded valiantly with Dragon Pulse. The two powerful attacks collided, resulting in a violent explosion. And as smoke billowed into the air, Chubby Hallie deftly vanished within the haze. Shota and Cannon Arm Shrimp scanned the thick smoke intently, searching for Chubby Hallie's silhouette. Chubby Hallie, Ash called softly, yet he refrained from issuing any explicit commands, which heightened Shota's anxiety. Suddenly, a flicker of green light glimmered amidst the billowing smoke. Shoyuta mistook it for an impending attack from the plump Hariyama and commanded, Steel Arm Shrimp, use Ice Beam. The icy beam shot towards the location of the green light, piercing through the thick haze, and everyone finally discerned the scene within. There was no sign of the rotund Hariyama, but rather several strands of intertwining green grass. This was indeed the formation of a grass knot. Now was the moment for ultimate absorption. From another vantage point, the plump Hariyama extended several energy vines towards the Steel Arm Shrimp, wrapping it tightly like a dumpling and relentlessly siphoning its energy. Truly, Ash's ingenuity was remarkable. Who would have thought to utilize grass knot in such a manner? Shoyuta was taken aback by Ash's crafty tactics. The Steel Arm Shrimp, ensnared by the ultimate absorption, inevitably succumbed to exhaustion and fainted. The battle came to an end, and a radiant light of evolution enveloped the Hariyama, utilizing minor techniques to divert the opponent's attention. Then launching a counterattack during their offensive was an invaluable lesson. The appearance of the Vine Snake was an act of tactical disdain, clearly underestimating Shota's Lizard King. However, considering the circumstances, the Vine Snake's level far surpassed Shoyuta's Lizard King, being at the intermediate stage, and upon evolution, it would undoubtedly become a formidable champion Pokémon. The defeats in the earlier battles had not diminished Shoyuta's confidence. With fervor, he declared, Lizard King, let us demonstrate our growth to Ash in this battle. Indeed, the Lizard King was equally fired up. While having such determination was commendable, Shoyuta thought it best to simply relish this battle. Ash intended to caution Shoyuta to be vigilant. But recalling that he had already employed a sneaky strategy once, he decided to fully embrace the role of the villain, allowing Shoyuta to witness the charm of tactical finesse. This was, after all, the specialty and favorite technique of the proud Vine Snake. Shoyuta shouted, Lizard King, use Leaf Blade. The Lizard King, filled with resolve, let out a mighty cry as green energy blades erupted from its arms, propelling it swiftly toward the Vine Snake. Charming. The Vine Snake blinked nonchalantly at the approaching Lizard King, releasing heart-shaped waves that struck directly at its brow. The Lizard King's forward momentum abruptly faltered, its fierce gaze transforming into one of infatuation, devoid of any combat desire. Following the success of the charming technique, the Vine Snake launched a ferocious assault, its tail striking with relentless fury. Shoyuta urged, Lizard King, gather yourself. Even without Ash's command, the Vine Snake denied Shoyuta the chance to rouse the Lizard King. Each time the Lizard King began to regain consciousness, the Vine Snake would promptly unleash another wave of charm. 2 minutes later, the Lizard King wore a serene smile, its eyes swirling in a hypnotic daze. Ash chuckled awkwardly, Shoyuta, my apologies. Using such devious methods against his own little fan was something he felt guilty about. He had not anticipated the charming technique could be utilized in such a way. Thank you, Ash. Before this battle commenced, Shoyuta had aimed to defeat Ash, but given the outcome, it was clear that he still had a considerable distance to bridge in terms of strength. The subsequent 2 battles were comprised solely of the seemingly trivial techniques he had previously overlooked, yet it was precisely these minor maneuvers that caused him considerable distress. Ash exclaimed, Shota, your progress is remarkable. Have a little more faith in yourself. You can do this. Upon the conclusion of their battles, The two entrusted their Pokémon to Nurse Joy for recuperation. As their destination, Snowpoint City, was not far off. The group decided against staying overnight at the Pokémon Center and instead rented a set of winter clothing before embarking on their journey. Chapter 206, Evolution. The Blazing Phantom Blade. Snowpoint City, enveloped by forests, is a city of snow, known for its perpetual snowfall, draping the entire area in a thick blanket of snow. It is often referred to as a city colder than winter itself. Upon arriving in Snowpoint City, Ash and his companions naturally made their first stop at the Pokémon Center. Shota curiously turned to Ash and inquired, Ash, Uncle Nagi, the Snowpoint gym leader, specializes in Ice-type Pokémon. What Pokémon do you plan to use against him? Hikaru interjected, the best counters to Ice types are Fire, Fighting, Steel, and Rock types. Pokémon like Charcoal, Frying Pig, and Little Lion are all excellent choices. With a grin, Ash replied, Fire types are indeed the optimal choice. So I have decided to evolve Charcoal first. Hey, Ash, have you figured out how Charcoal evolves? Serena asked, puzzled. If she recalled correctly, she had previously heard Professor Oak mention that Charcoal's evolution path was still a mystery. Sort of, Ash mused. Charcoal is a Pokémon born from life attached to burning charcoal, so its evolution method should be related to parasitism. Additionally, it has a habit of fighting with burning determination, where the outcome of battle is life or death. Therefore, I speculate there are two possible evolution paths. One resembles a worldly monkey, evolving to gain the ghost type, while the other path's attributes are harder to pinpoint, most likely fighting, psychic, or ground types. Ash spoke earnestly, leaving Serena and the others momentarily bewildered. However, among Charcoal's two major evolutionary forms, the Fire Ghost dual type, Blazing Phantom Blade, is indeed more easily defined. After all, Charcoal's inherent nature is to confront formidable foes with fiery resolve, leading to a higher likelihood of challenging stronger opponents and facing death, which closely aligns with the Ghost type. As for the Fire Psychic, Scarlet Armor Rider, Ash could propose a hypothesis regarding it once Blazing Phantom Blade comes to fruition, thereby elevating his academic prestige. After releasing Charcoal, Ash retrieved several items imbued with ghostly resentment from his backpack, including the fabled cursed armor, which was mixed among them. Hikaru adjusted his glasses, visibly excited. It seems Charcoal is reacting. Shota quickly took out his notebook to sketch the design of the cursed armor. Ash activated the Pokédex's recording function and pointed it at Charcoal, saying, Charcoal, since that armor has caught your attention, it may very well be the key to your evolution. Try it on. With Ash's permission, Charcoal eagerly donned the cursed armor. As the armor was donned, a radiant light of evolution suddenly burst forth, causing the form of the little Charcoal attendant to expand under its brilliance. In the blink of an eye, its height soared from under 1 meter to nearly 2. Its slender arms underwent a swift transformation, now adorned with 2 flaming swords that enveloped its limbs. As the evolution light dissipated, a swordsman clad in dark purple armor, radiating a chilling aura, appeared before the onlookers. This was the Tsangyan Jiangui. Much like before its evolution, a tuft of flame adorned the back of Tsangyan Jiangui's head. However, unlike the orange-red flame of the little Charcoal attendant, this flame glowed a ghostly blue, with wisps of the same eerie hue emerging from its dual swords. The flames, reminiscent of ghostly fire, easily evoked thoughts of its inherent attributes. Is this the evolutionary form of the little Charcoal attendant? So striking. Eulogia was instantly captivated by the cold demeanor of Tsangyan Jiangui. Serena remarked, could this flame truly be that of a fire spirit? Xiaoji grinned, indeed. This is one of the evolutionary forms of the little Charcoal attendant, Tsangyan Jiangui, possessing both fire and ghost attributes. Pikachu surveyed Tsangyan Jiangui with curious eyes. Noticing a slight shift in its demeanor, the previously fiery spirit now bore a hint of coolness. Pikachu shrugged, conceding that it had misjudged. For the little fellow was still the same at heart. Pokémon, Tsangyan Jiangui attributes, Fire. Ghost, Gender, Male, Strength, Intermediate Champion level, 51. Ability, Cracked Armor, if damaged by a physical move, defense decreases while speed significantly increases. Item, Momentum Cloak, when holding this item. It can endure an attack that would otherwise cause it to faint, once per full health. Skills, Swords Dance, Remorseful Sword, Shared Fate, Charged Flame Strike, Spirit Whirl, Shadow Strike. Tile Splitter. Glancing over the information of Tsangyan Jiangui, Xiaoji was pleasantly surprised to discover that this entity had mastered the exclusive move, Remorseful Sword. Right upon its evolution, an ability that provided sustainability. In battles against opponents, it guaranteed at least a 1-for-1 exchange, with the potential for multiple takedowns depending on the opponent's resolve. Suppressing his excitement, Xiaoji turned to Tsangyan Jiangui and said, Tsangyan Jiangui, take some time to acclimate to your new form. The upcoming gym challenge will all hinge on you. Tsangyan Jiangui displayed an expression of eagerness. It had longed to participate in a gym battle. Pikachu, lend it a hand. I will upload Tsangyan Jiangui's basic information to the Pokémon League, Xiaoji instructed. Pikachu. Hearing Xiaoji's words, Pikachu excitedly patted its chest. as if to say it would handle the task without issue. Oh, and let us not forget about Xiao Lion. It should come out to observe as well, for it will also take the stage soon. If Xiaoji recalled correctly, the Inksnow Gym adhered to a 3-on-3 format. Perhaps using Xiao Lion against Uncle Fu's ice Pokémon could trigger its evolution into a Flame Lion, followed by Chow Chow Pig against the Ice Rock Monster, and ultimately, Sangyin Jian Gui facing off against the formidable Super Blizzard King. Thus, a triumphant trio of fire Pokémon could be assembled, with a stroke of luck. If the first 2 battles resulted in an evolution each, it would be a flawless script. Xiaoji would surely wake from his dreams with a smile. In a rather perplexing manner, Ash was uncertain if this action would dampen the fervent enthusiasm of Uncle DeFu. Within a mere 30 seconds following the upload of the complete evolution process and foundational information of the Blazing Blade Ghost, Ash received messages from both Professor Oak and Professor Blatano. Their correspondence was quite straightforward. They sought to borrow the Blazing Blade Ghost for research purposes. In response, Ash could only redirect attention towards the affair concerning the Scyther. Chapter 207. The Reflective Snow Dojo under the guidance of Shota. Ash and his companions arrived at the Reflective Snow Dojo. The dojo's decor exuded a stark, metallic aesthetic, reminiscent of a steel fortress. If not for the dojo's misaligned location, one might have mistaken it for a steel-type gym upon first glance. The interior was eerily quiet as they approached the doors leading to the battle arena. Ash directed his gaze toward the surveillance camera beside the entrance and announced, "My apologies for the intrusion. I am here to challenge the dojo." No sooner had he spoken than several steel plates on the ground began to descend, and a few ice-like Pokémon were elevated into view. Ice Pokémon, the iconic creatures of the Kalos region. Once the ice Pokémon turned around, a voice emanated from the screen at the entrance, welcoming visitors to the Reflective Snow Dojo. The battle arena is exceedingly cold. We kindly ask all guests to take proper precautions against the chill before entering. We are fully prepared. The group, having borrowed winter attire from the Pokémon Center, felt no need for further preparations. The ice Pokémon, upon hearing this, lined up at the entrance, and the previously closed doors gradually opened, a gust of frigid air sweeping through. Beyond the doors lay an expansive indoor ice arena, adorned with icicles hanging from the ceiling, and the smooth ice surface glistened like a mirror, rendering the entire battlefield exceedingly desolate. At the opposite end of the arena sat a large ice chair, occupied by an elderly gentleman with a full white beard. Remarkably unaffected by the cold, he donned a simple white vest and a blue cloak, a rather scant attire for such a frigid environment. Upon noticing the newcomers, the gentleman immediately rose and declared, "Ah, you lot have arrived at just the right moment." As he stood, an imposing aura emanated from him. Ash approached and stated, "I am Ash from Pallet Town. I request a battle at your dojo." "I am DeFu, the trainer of the Reflective Snow Dojo," he replied earnestly. Yuri, observing the ice chair behind DeFu, curiously inquired, "Aren't you cold sitting on the ice?" "Oh, ha ha ha. When you reach my level of training, even the most solid ice will feel the warmth of a passionate heart. Thus, this is merely a comfortable setting for me." As a native of Snowpoint City, DeFu had long since acclimatized to the extreme climate of this land. "Oddly enough, I recall you were previously." DeFu expressed his astonishment upon recognizing Shota. Shota, with a serious demeanor, quickly responded, "I sincerely appreciate your guidance during the last challenge, Uncle DeFu. Indeed, that battle was truly exhilarating." A flicker of nostalgia crossed DeFu's face, clearly delighted by Shota's performance. After speaking, his gaze fell upon Ash, sizing him up from head to toe. "You are Ash Ketchum from Pallet Town, are you not? I have utilized your research on the glacial serum," he exclaimed. "Oh, does that mean you possess a glacial form of the rock ice Pokémon?" Ash's interest was immediately piqued. The glacial rock ice Pokémon differed from the ordinary variant in 3 significant aspects: appearance, attributes, and abilities. The glacial rock ice Pokémon bore the dual attributes of ice and rock, a combination that, while somewhat advantageous, also introduced several vulnerabilities, particularly to fighting and steel types. A single Lucario could easily sweep a team of glacial rock ice Pokémon, given its 4-fold effectiveness against them. It was indeed a natural predator. The glacial rock ice Pokémon possessed the ability Strong Jaw, which amplified the power of biting moves, while the ordinary rock ice variant displayed a more independent trait, remaining unaffected by confusion. "I plan to train one," Ash declared. Shifting the conversation, he inquired, "How many of you are here to challenge the gym?" "Just me, Uncle Dafu. I hope it won't be too much trouble," Ash replied. He had already collected 6 badges from the Kalos region, having previously participated in other leagues, and he wanted Uncle Dafu to know he was no novice just setting out on his journey. "I am confident I will succeed," Dafu said, striding boldly into the battle arena. Ash handed his winter coat to Serena and, with a smile, approached Dafu. Serena and her companions quickly moved to the spectator seats. As the combatants entered the arena, a slender young man hurried to the referee's stand. "Next up is the Snowfield Gym Challenge, where participants may use 3 Pokémon," he announced at an impressive pace, clearly struggling to acclimate to the gym's cold temperature. "Ash, listen to me. Ice is a complex element. embodying both hardness and fragility. Thus, my strength will adjust according to the Pokémon and moves you employ. Yes, I delight in doing so. Dafu's intent was clear. He wanted Ash to display his prowess first, allowing him to choose an appropriate counter. If Ash sent out a weaker Pokémon, Dafu would respond with a relatively weak one in kind, and vice versa. No problem, Ash declared, tossing a Pokeball forward. I choose you, Litten. Despite Litten's youthful appearance, its spirit rivaled that of any seasoned fire type. Ah, a truly formidable and spirited Pokémon, Dafu remarked, clearly pleased with Litten's presence, while also intrigued by Ash's capabilities. He threw out a Pokeball of his own. Ice Fong, I rely on you. As the Pokeball opened, a vibrant Ice Fong materialized in the arena. Chapter 208, Dafu. Pokémon, Ice Fong, Dafu. Type, Ice. Gender, male. Strength, professional advanced, 39. Characteristic, sturdy, even when struck by an opponent's powerful move. It cannot be knocked down in a single hit. One-hit knockout moves are ineffective. Item none. Moves. Icy Wind, Sharpness, Rapid Spin, Body Slam, Ice Ball. Flamethrower. Ash commanded the attack first. The young lion opened its mouth and unleashed a torrent of searing flames toward the distant Ice Pokémon. The Ice Pokémon, capable of fighting thanks to its smooth, icy surface, deftly slid to the side, evading the scorching blaze. After dodging the flamethrower, the Ice Pokémon launched a counterattack with Icy Wind. Responding to the command, the Ice Pokémon did not rush into its assault, but instead glided forward to collide with the young lion. Ash quickly discerned the cunning strategy of Uncle Defu, who aimed to force the young lion into a vulnerable position, subsequently using a move to restrict its speed, culminating in a decisive blow. Such tactics might work against an average opponent, but they were insufficient to outmaneuver Ash. Young lion, charge up for Flame Charge. Ice Pokémon attack. Hearing Ash's command, Defu realized his strategy had been seen through and hurriedly urged the Ice Pokémon to strike first. The Ice Pokémon opened its mouth, unleashing a chilling gust of wind laden with snowflakes, while the young lion, engulfed in flames, charged boldly through the icy winds. The moment the snowflakes met the flames, a dense cloud of steam erupted, rising into the air and rapidly condensing due to the arena's low temperature. With the ability of the sturdy characteristic, the young lion experienced a significant power boost when facing the male Ice Pokémon, colliding with it forcefully and sending it soaring. Sharpness, then Rapid Spin. The Ice Pokémon tumbled several times before swiftly encasing itself in a layer of ice, drawing in some of the recondensed steam, resulting in numerous icy spikes adorning the surface of the diamond-shaped ice block. Under the Ice Pokémon's command, the diamond-shaped block began to spin rapidly, resembling a spinning top on the icy surface. Young lion, run with your flame charge. Under Ash's guidance, the young lion circled the Ice Pokémon, enveloped in flame charge. As the young lion's speed increased, the flames intertwined into a fiery tornado, causing the temperature within the arena to rise dramatically, with signs of melting ice appearing on the ground and water dripping from the ceiling. Truly an intense tactic. Defu realized he had underestimated Ash in this first battle. Within the center of the fiery tornado, the Ice Pokémon was subjected to the intense heat, its icy layer gradually melting away. The young lion, feeling as if it were galloping across an expansive plain, experienced a surge of joy, increasing its speed further, with the flames intensifying in tandem with its elation, culminating in a brilliant radiance. Its form elongated as it continued to race. 2.5 minutes later, as the flames dissipated, a majestic and powerful lion appeared before the onlookers, revealing itself as the evolved form of the young lion, the Fire Lion. The Ice Pokémon lay defeated in a small puddle, resembling an overturned turtle. With the flames abated, the temperature in the arena plummeted. The Ice Pokémon succumbed to its inability to continue fighting, leading to the victory of the Fire Lion. The Pokeball opened, revealing a turtle Pokémon seemingly composed of icebergs, which landed heavily on the battlefield. Pokémon, Glacian Defu. Type, Ice. Gender, male. Level, Gym Advanced, 49. Ability, Ice Body, restores gradually in hail. Held item, none. Moves, Icy Wind, Avalanche, Hail, Blizzard, Ice Fong. Upon seeing the ordinary Glacian, Ash felt a slight sense of relief. If Defu had summoned a shiny Glacian, his firefighting team would have faced a formidable challenge. The dual fire and fighting type, Chow Pig, held a distinct advantage over the pure ice-type Glacian. Would this battle be fought through type advantage? Glacian Hail? Defu commanded, initiating the hail weather. Given the existing disadvantage, he doubted Glacian could withstand 3 moves from Chow Pig without triggering its ability. Chow Pig, bulk up. As Glacian summoned the hail, Chow Pig powered itself up, with neither Pokémon interfering with the other. The battlefield was soon enveloped in a flurry of small hailstones, which would inflict damage on all non-ice type Pokémon. Chow Pig, let us make this quick. Charge forward with Flame Charge. Glacian Avalanche. Chow Pig was engulfed in flames and launched itself toward Glacian like an arrow. In response, Glacian unleashed an avalanche, causing a cascade of ice blocks to rain down upon Chow Chow Pig's path. The ice blocks seemed almost sentient, hurtling toward Chow Chow Pig with intent. Chow Chow Pig, show your determination and melt those blocks. Upon hearing the command, Chow Chow Pig's eyes sparkled with focus, and its flames intensified. The oncoming ice blocks quickly evaporated in the heat. Once the threat of the avalanche was neutralized, Chow Chow Pig dashed toward Glacian, seizing one of its legs and lifting with all its might. The intense heat from the flames made Glacian uncomfortable, causing it to falter and topple. Defu frowned slightly. Glacian, use Euro Ball. Struggling to rise, Glacian executed Euro Ball, launching a counterattack against Chow Chow Pig. The spinning attack unleashed formidable power, sending Chow Chow Pig flying several meters. Seizing the opportunity, Glacian pursued, intent on finishing Chow Chow Pig with Euro Ball. Chow Chow Pig, use superpower on the ground. Chow Chow Pig leapt and struck the ground with great force, instantly cracking the icy battlefield. Defu's lips twitched. If Ash hadn't been a Pokémon professor, he would have suspected Ash was there to challenge the gym. The meticulously crafted battlefield was first scorched by flames and now violently shattered. The ice cracked, and Glacian, caught in the fissure from its own Euro Ball, found itself immobilized. Chow Chow Pig, now is your chance. Use Blast Burn, Ash declared. Defu quickly responded, Glacian, use Ice Shard. A large flame erupted from Chow Chow Pig's mouth, followed closely by a charge toward Glacian. Glacian's Ice Shard mitigated much of the damage from the Blast Burn, and combined with Ice Body's recovery and hail, Glacian did not succumb immediately. A close-range battle. At that moment, Ash's voice resonated once more. Chapter 209, The Supreme Blizzard King and the Flameblade Spectre. This is troubling. Upon hearing Ash's command, Defei felt an ominous foreboding. Once again, the frying pig approached the ice rock monster, swinging its fists with fierce determination. The fighting-type damage inflicted upon the ice rock monster was exceptionally effective, as its frozen form could not recover at a rate to match the severity of its injuries. In no time, the ice rock monster's eyes began to swirl, rendering it utterly incapacitated. With the ice rock monster defeated, Frying Pig emerged victorious. As the referee's words echoed in the air, a radiant light of evolution enveloped Frying Pig. When the brilliance faded, a resplendent flame king appeared before the onlookers. While Ash and his companions reveled in joy, Defei was nearing despair. This battle was the most challenging he had ever had to assess in his career. The battleground had been repeatedly damaged, and in just 2 rounds, both of Ash's Pokémon had evolved. The Blizzard King, sensing the intensity of the preceding battles from within its Pokeball, emerged with palpable excitement, letting out a powerful roar. The hailstorm, which had nearly subsided, was reignited by its presence, and the size of the hailstones increased significantly. Pokémon, Blizzard King Defei. Type, Grass Ice. Gender, male. Level, Advanced Elite, 57. Ability, Snowfall. Upon entry, changes the weather to hail. Held item, Blizzard King Evolution Stone. Moves, Wood Hammer, Icy Wind, Root, Blizzard, Ice Beam, Ice Punch. Upon witnessing the appearance of the Flameblade Spectre, Defei's eyes widened in astonishment. He felt as though he had become a mere test subject for Ash. If he were to hazard a guess, this Pokémon, which he had never encountered before, must surely be a new discovery by Ash. Whether it represented a unique variant of a known Pokémon remained uncertain. Ash, your Pokémon possesses both fire and ghost attributes, doesn't it? As a top-tier gym trainer, Defei's keen eyesight was indeed remarkable. The appearance and aura of the Flameblade Spectre unequivocally indicated its connection to the elements of fire and ghost. Ash nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is called Flameblade Spectre, a fire ghost type that evolved from the charcoal servant discovered in the Paldea region. Defei's expression shifted dramatically as he removed a necklace he wore, revealing a keystone. At the same time, the Blizzard King unveiled its hidden evolution stone from around its neck. Reveal your fangs, the power that freezes all creation, evolve, under the radiance of Mega Evolution. The Blizzard King underwent a swift transformation. Its previously bipedal stance shifted to a quadrupedal form, its fur standing erect like icy spikes. The aura of the Mega Blizzard King was significantly more formidable, and the intensity of the hailstorm escalated under its influence. That was the evolution of the Blizzard King. Eulogia's eyes sparkled with excitement, envisioning the day her snowcap monster would evolve and harness such power. What an impressive presence! Exclaimed Shitrin, utterly captivated. Ta exclaimed with excitement. How will Ash respond to Uncle D's onslaught? Witnessing the clash of new Pokémon and their evolutions, his decision to come and observe was undoubtedly astute. Now, he is solely curious about Ash's countermeasures. Serena also felt a surge of tension. Although the level of the Super Glacian had been elevated to that of a champion, the quadruple weakness to fire could not be fully compensated by mere level alone. The Tsunyan Blade Ghost enveloped the flame in its aura, integrating it into its twin swords as it executed Swords Dance. With a swift series of fiery slashes aimed at the Super Glacian, the creature's forelimbs emanated a chilling aura. accurately predicting the trajectory of the flames and countering with a series of powerful punches, successfully mitigating most of the damage. However, the burn status from flame could not be avoided. Icicle commanded the Super Glacian, locking its gaze upon the Tsangyan Blade Ghost. In a split second, an immense surge of ice-type energy transformed into a barrage of ice shards, hurtling towards its foe. Faced with the incoming onslaught, the Tsangyan Blade Ghost deftly sliced through the icy projectiles, melting them in its wake. Observing Ash's evasive maneuvers, Uncle Da immediately commanded, "Root yourself, then unleash Blizzard." Rooting is a grass-type move capable of restoring one's own status. However, once rooted, a Pokémon cannot be substituted. For the Super Glacian, which cannot be switched out in the first place, this posed no real limitation. After establishing its roots, the Super Glacian summoned its entire reservoir of ice-type energy, unleashing a blizzard that engulfed the arena. Requiem Blade. The Tsangyan Blade Ghost charged towards the Super Glacian, its sword blades ignited in fierce flames, the intense heat countering the blizzard's assault. With a series of slashes, the Super Glacian was forced back several steps. Wood Hammer. Again, Requiem Blade. The Super Glacian's right arm erupted in a radiant green light, forming a hammer-like shape before delivering a powerful strike. The Tsangyan Blade Ghost, summoning all its strength, met this blow with its Requiem Blade. The collision resonated with a thunderous boom, a pained expression crossing the Super Glacian's face as the Tsangyan Blade Ghost was sent flying several meters, accumulating numerous scrapes. Nevertheless, bolstered by the restorative effect of Requiem Blade, it sustained minimal damage. As the distance between them widened, the Super Glacian's roots began to take effect, its injured right arm visibly healing at an alarming rate. Such formidable power, such terrifying regenerative abilities. Tsangyan Blade Ghost, launch a flare blitz to obliterate it. Chapter 210, The Iceberg Badge. The Tsangyan Blade Ghost ignited with dark purple flames, launching itself forward with a powerful kick. Observing the impending approach of the Tsangyan Blade Ghost, Uncle Da urgently commanded, "Glacian, unleash your ice punch with all your might." The Super Glacian reacted swiftly, its nearly restored right arm swinging once more, while the ice pillars behind it fervently absorbed ice-type energy to channel into its right hand. Empowered by Sword's Dance, the Flare Blitz was immensely potent, and despite the Super Glacian's ice punch mitigating some of the damage, it could not fully withstand the overwhelming force. The arena erupted in chaos. After a decisive blow, the immense form of the Super Blizzard King was sent hurtling through the air, crashing to the ground and instantly losing consciousness. The Tsangyan Blade Demon, having delivered this final strike, fell to its knees, exhausted, its eyes glimmering with exhilaration. With the Blizzard King incapacitated, the Tsangyan Blade Demon emerged victorious, and the referee announced the outcome of the challenge. The winner was Ash from Jinshin Town. Joyful cheers erupted from Serena and the others. Shota diligently took notes, finding immense inspiration from this battle. Just one more badge, and Ash would be able to challenge the Kalos League. Eulogia remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Citron. Noticing her gaze, Citron felt a mix of resignation. His battle against Ash was the last to occur, and his initial intention was merely to engage in a contest without regrets. Yet now, it seemed that the notion of having no regrets was a far cry from reality. As he observed Ash's battles, he increasingly felt the disparity between them was as vast as the heavens and the earth. This was a battle worthy of remembrance. Haha, indeed. The Tsangyan Blade Demon is exceptionally formidable. This battle has truly forged a new chapter in history. DeFu exclaimed. The Inshua Gym has gained renown as a venue for testing the strength of new Pokémon registered with the League. Thank you very much, Uncle DeFu. Citron said with a serious expression. Ash, that day is approaching. Yes, I have been looking forward to this day for a long time, Ash replied, eagerly anticipating the duel with Citron. After this battle, he would ascertain whether he could exploit the system through training Pokémon. If successful, he could alter his strategy for the upcoming Alola vacation, nurturing his companions beforehand to ultimately triumph at the inaugural Alola League competition. It seems you two have a passionate battle ahead, DeFu remarked, a hint of regret in his eyes. He could see the fighting spirit ignited between Ash and Citron, yet he was destined not to witness this clash in person. Ash briefly recounted his agreement with Citron to DeFu. Thank you, Uncle DeFu. We shall take our leave now, Ash said. Indeed. DeFu smiled as he bid farewell to Ash and his companions at the door. Ash had no objections to Citron's request, and Shota also took the opportunity to say goodbye. He wished to witness the showdown between Ash and Citron, but felt he had yet to fully digest the notes he had taken during the battle at the Inshua Gym. Therefore, he planned to continue honing his skills before the Miare conference. Ash and the others respected this decision, understanding that everyone had their own path to follow, and there was no need to impose on others. Koopa summoned a portal leading to the Prism Tower. As the passage opened, Ash and his companions were astonished by the sight that greeted them. In addition to the familiar scenes of the Miare Gym, there was another person they recognized, Lilia. Eulogia beamed with joy upon seeing Lilia waiting for them at the Prism Tower, as her presence confirmed that Lilia was indeed serious about becoming her sister-in-law. Ash and Serena exchanged glances, promptly pushing the dazed Citron to the other side of the corridor before urging Hoopa to swiftly close the passage. Upon witnessing this, Yuyika's mind sparked with inspiration. She suggested to Hoopa the opening of another passage, intending to temporarily relocate Citron's counterpart, Citronette, thus crafting a genuine space for Citron and Lilia to connect intimately. Hearing that it was for Citron's benefit, Citronette stepped through the portal without the slightest hesitation. Inside the prism tower, Citron could only watch helplessly as the spatial passage sealed once more. Lilia, however, did not resist the opportunity for solitude with Citron. He indeed suited her well, and she harbored feelings for him. Of course, she was not the only one who relished solitude. Her Pokémon, Kirlia, had also fallen head over heels for Citron's Diglett. Upon learning of Citron's impending gym challenge against Ash, Lilia expressed her interest and immediately offered to assist him in analyzing Ash's data. Citron graciously accepted, as he had documented many of Ash's battles, contemplating the possibility of uncovering Ash's weaknesses through an evening of analysis. Without Citronette's aid in simulations, he knew he could not accomplish this alone. The more minds, the greater the strength. Thus, the two found themselves in their first official moment of solitude, wholly focused on studying Ash's vulnerabilities. Chapter 211. Citron. The following morning at 10 o'clock, Ash released Hoopa, who cheerfully opened a passage to the Miare gym. With a playful grin, Hoopa conjured a portal. And upon its opening, Ash and his companions beheld Citron and Lilia resting at the computer desk. Noticing the screen displaying recordings of his battles, Ash's lips twitched slightly. Realizing that their previous day's efforts had been appropriated for analysis by the two, Yuyika sighed in mild disappointment, remarking, "Brother truly is a blockhead." Indeed, Serena nodded in agreement. 2.5 hours later, Citron groggily awakened, glancing at the time and realizing it was already noon. Lilia, fumbling to put on her glasses, looked bewilderedly at Citron. "Lord Citron, Lady Lilia, lunch is ready. Additionally, Lord Ash and his companions are awaiting you at the battle arena." Citronette entered, bearing a bountiful lunch. Upon hearing that Ash and the others were already at the arena, Citron felt an inexplicable tension. He and Lilia had spent the entire night scrutinizing Ash's weaknesses, and this information might well have been perceived by Ash. After enjoying lunch, Citron and Lilia made their way to the gym battle arena. Citron, you finally arrived. Ash has been waiting for you for quite some time." As they entered the arena, Citron recognized a familiar voice. Indeed, it was his father, Lim1. "Father?" Citron exclaimed in surprise. "Uncle Lim1, good afternoon." Lilia greeted with a wave. It was evident that the two had met before, and Lim1 seemed to hold a favorable view of Lilia as a potential daughter-in-law. "All right, Citron, it is time for you to showcase your prowess as a gym trainer." After Lim1 finished speaking, he turned to Ash and said, "Ash, do not hold back against Hyatron. Make sure to give it your all in battle." Ash exchanged a glance with Hyatron, and they replied in unison, "Of course, we will both fight with all our strength." With that, they stepped into the battlefield together. Hyatron addressed Hyatroid. "Hyatroid, I leave the duties of referee to you." Upon hearing this, Hyatroid promptly transitioned into the referee role and announced the rules of the match. The upcoming contest is the challenge of the Miare Gym, where both sides may utilize 3 Pokémon of their choosing. "Ash, let us engage in a battle without regrets," Hyatron declared, pausing briefly to retrieve a Pokeball. "My first Pokémon is Go, Electroing Lizard." Unlike the original story where he sent out his Diglett first, Hyatron opted to start with the electric-type Electroing Lizard. Having been stationed at the gym for a long time, Electroing Lizard possessed considerable battle experience and had reached an intermediate level of the Elite Four. After a moment of contemplation, Ash produced a Pokeball. "Sonic Dragon, it shall be you." Hyatron's expression grew serious. It seemed he had never witnessed Ash commanding Sonic Dragon in battle before, although he had observed its earlier form, Zubat, in action. However, the pre-evolution offered no substantial reference. Sonic Dragon could use sound waves to pinpoint its target, making speed-based moves potentially ineffective. In that case, Electroing Lizard. Use Parabolic Charge. Upon receiving the command, Electroing Lizard unleashed a powerful electrical current, creating an expansive electric net across the battlefield. Ash remained composed. "Sonic Dragon, use Sonic Boom." The powerful move pierced through the incoming electric net, sending Electroing Lizard tumbling through the air in a series of rolls. Yet, Electroing Lizard did not succumb easily, shaking its head before regaining its footing. Electroing Lizard, run and use Flash. Following the command, Electroing Lizard dashed towards Sonic Dragon, despite leaving afterimages in its wake. It could not escape Sonic Dragon's vigilant gaze. At that moment, Electroing Lizard emitted a brilliant yellow light, causing Sonic Dragon to instinctively shut its eyes. "Excellent. Now unleash another Parabolic Charge." Hyatron pressed the advantage. Ash calmly instructed, "Sonic Dragon, close your eyes and use Supersonic to lock onto Electroing Lizard. Then unleash Sonic Boom once more." He allowed Hyatron a moment to capitalize, but there was no reason to let him repeat the same tactic. Hyatron swiftly reacted, "Electroing Lizard, circle around and use Dragon Tail." Sonic Dragon and Electroing Lizard executed their commands almost simultaneously. In midair, Sonic Dragon closed its eyes, focusing on using Supersonic to locate Electroing Lizard's position, readying for Sonic Boom. Electroing Lizard circled Sonic Dragon, its speed surpassing that of before, its tail glowing with a vibrant green light. After a stalemate of half a minute, Electroing Lizard initiated the attack, slightly adjusting its direction to strike Sonic Dragon from behind with Dragon Tail. Sonic Dragon, noticing the change in Electroing Lizard's movements, swiftly turned to unleash Sonic Boom. The powerful wave engulfed Electroing Lizard. A resounding explosion echoed throughout the arena. As the smoke dissipated, the electromagnetic lizard turned its gaze towards the adversary, lying within a pit that resembled a spider's web. Truly, it is a privilege for me, the gym leader, to engage in battle with you, Ash. I have eagerly awaited the arrival of this confrontation. Now, Ronkin Cat, I entrust you with this task. Hitron summoned his Ronkin Cat to replace the electromagnetic lizard. Pokémon, Ronkin Cat, Hitron. Type, electric. Gender, male. Strength, intermediate champion level, 53. Ability, fighting spirit, gains strength when facing opponents of the same gender, but weakens against those of the opposite gender. Item, none. Moves, electric terrain, volt switch, thunder fong, wild volt, bite. Ronkin Cat, is it? Very well. You shall face off against my Ivy Snake. Ash had devised a counter strategy, opting for the grass-type Ivy Snake to confront the Ronkin Cat, reserving the reverse attribute battle for the final round. Upon noticing the female Ivy Snake, Ronkin Cat's fighting spirit ability immediately turned to Ash's advantage. Ivy Snake, you say? Ronkin Cat perked up, cautioning against the charming move, electric terrain. Hitron had witnessed the prowess of Ash's Ivy Snake. Shota's Lizard King had been toyed with by its charming maneuver for quite some time. Following the command, Ronkin Cat remained vigilant against Ivy Snake while unleashing a torrent of electric currents. As the electric terrain was activated, the battlefield appeared as if coated in golden paint, shimmering with a radiant hue. With the enhancement of electric terrain, Ronkin Cat displayed a notable change in demeanor, electric currents dancing upon its form, while Ivy Snake also exhibited a hint of seriousness. Hitron commanded, Wild Volt. Ivy Snake, Leaf Tornado.